A month ago, a fortune teller told Lin Xiao that he would have great luck soon. Lin Xiao believed the old man's words. In fact, he did have great luck, but you didn't say it was a lucky car. With a buzzing sound in his ears, Lin Xiao's consciousness gradually blurred. Just when he was on the verge of death, a voice suddenly came from his mind. The easiest system to win in history has been bound. As long as you complete simple system tasks, you can get rich rewards. Ding. Warning. The host's life is passing away rapidly. Lin Xiao cursed in his heart. You know to turn when the car hits the wall. You know to buy when the stock price rises. And the system is coming when people are about to die. When he opened his eyes again, that he had arrived in another world. Travel through time, Luyan sect, closed disciple. A large number of memories flooded into his mind. This is Luyan sect, one of the 4 major sects in the south. Lin Xiao's current identity is the closed disciple of Zizhu Peak of Luyan sect. I'm not dead. This memory made Lin Xiao's eyes light up. He was the last disciple, and the system in his mind was still there. This is a cool plot. Just when Lin Xiao was beaming with joy, imagining that he would be upgraded like crazy, invincible, surrounded by beauties, and reach the peak of his life. The voice of his companion came from the side. It's time, close the door. Before Lin Xiao could react, he subconsciously pushed the door beside him and closed it. Ah, damn, the last disciple in the literal sense. After carefully checking the memory, it turned out that he was the gatekeeper of Zizhu Peak. Lin Xiao was speechless and quickly checked the system in his mind. However, a white light flashed, and another system squeezed in. The most demanding cultivation system in history has been successfully bound. System effect. The host can choose a person of the same age to bind, and can obtain a higher level of cultivation than this person. Currently selectable age range, 0 to 20 years old. Age can be improved by completing system tasks, but please note, system tasks are extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. The mortality rate is as high as 99.99. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 systems in a daze, and then understood. The first system is for my past life, and the second system serves my present self. Now that I have traveled through time, I should follow the second system. It's useless. Although the effect of this system is very tempting. As long as I bind to a person, I can obtain a higher level of cultivation than him without having to practice by myself. But in the world of cultivation, what strong people can there be under the age of 20? If you want to bind to a stronger person, you have to do tasks and increase the age limit. But the mortality rate of the task is as high as 99.99. Isn't this forcing myself to die? At this time, System 2 began to issue death tasks. If you want to easily gain cultivation, you must experience the test of death. Please try to survive in the next mission. Danger level. SSS level. Lin Xiao's face turned pale. But suddenly, the originally silent System 1 forcibly intervened. One easiest winning by lying down, one most demanding cultivation. The 2 systems seemed to have fought. Then, the mission was successfully released. SS level death mission content. Meet 10 hours of sleep. Completion reward. Raise the age limit to 40. Lin Xiao, the mission is to sleep for 10 hours? So what's the difficulty? Is it easy to die from sleep? It seems that System 1 tampered with the mission content. The mission of sleeping for 10 hours was mostly given to the self before the time travel. After all, it was the easiest winning by lying down system. As a result, because of the time travel, the 2 systems collided and a bug occurred. Now it has become that if you complete the mission of the easiest winning by lying down system, you can get the reward of the most demanding cultivation system. This took off. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The 2 systems merged into one. It should be called the easiest cultivation system in history. Lin Xiao, who received this task, couldn't wait to go to bed. However, Miao Renfeng, who was also a closed disciple, winked and said, Lin Xiao, hurry up, Master will be back tonight. You will miss it if you go too late. Lin Xiao didn't understand what he meant and was dragged to the back mountain of Zizhu Peak by Miao Renfeng. Is the master going to teach his apprentice in the middle of the night? When he got there, he saw that many fellow disciples were secretly crawling here, with excited eyes, staring at the hut in the bamboo forest. Why does this feel like stealing? Lin Xiao was pulled to lie down, looking at the bamboo house with lights on in the purple bamboo forest from a distance. What exactly is he doing? At this time, the lights in the hut in the forest were blown out. The dozen people crawling immediately held their breath and stared at the direction of the hut. and Lin Xiao hurriedly did as he was told. After about 10 minutes, a woman's panting sounded faintly, and then it intensified. For a moment, all the brothers and sisters immediately winked and teased. Miao Renfeng licked his lips and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, meaning that this trip was here. Lin Xiao was stunned. Damn, after all this time, these bastards were actually eavesdropping on his master? No wonder the master only came back once every 6 months, and these people were so excited. Seeing that they were blushing and scratching their ears, Lin Xiao was speechless. I have watched countless movies in my previous life. What scenes have I not seen? This little noise can't shake the heart of the veteran. Just when Lin Xiao was uninterested and was about to go back to sleep and complete the system task, suddenly, the senior brother in front shouted, "Oh no, the senior sister is here." As soon as the voice fell, in an instant, all the brothers were shocked and immediately jumped up from the ground and ran towards the purple bamboo forest in all directions. Miao Renfeng's face turned pale, and he grabbed Lin Xiao's sleeve and said, "Run, run. It will be terrible if you're caught by the senior sister." But he didn't pull Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, what are you doing?" Miao Renfeng shouted in a low voice. Little did he know that at this time, the system voice popped up in Lin Xiao's mind, detected that there is a person who can be bound nearby. Lu Mingfei, 17 years old, daughter of the master of Zizhu Peak, superior qualifications, cultivation, late stage of Qi training. Who should be bound? 17 years old in the late stage of Qi training. In Luyin's sect, he is already a genius, and he is only one realm away from building a foundation. Lin Xiao is now 20 years old, and he has just entered the early stage of Qi training, which shows how big the gap is. Bind. Of course bind. Anyway, you can change it at any time, so bind it first. Successfully bound to Lu Mingfei almost instantly, Lin Xiao felt a surge of spiritual energy injected into his body. Originally, there were only a handful of spiritual energy in the Dantian, like strands of silk floating, far from filling the empty Dantian. After binding, the spiritual energy in the body surged, instantly filling the Dantian, and even overflowed in the end. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was originally in gaseous form, also turned into mist and gradually tended to condense into liquid. This is the performance of the peak of the Qi training realm. One level higher than Lu Mingfei. Lin Xiao exhaled a long breath of turbid air and felt refreshed, and his strength increased by more than 10 times than before. At the same time, a gritting teeth scream came. "How dare you? You didn't run away when you knew I was coming. You are really a daring eavesdropper." Hearing this, Miao Renfeng's face turned pale, his legs trembled, and he collapsed directly. It's over, Lin Xiao, you've killed me." In the bamboo forest, a sturdy woman flew over. The long sword in her hand had been unsheathed, and the cold sword light was close at hand. This woman has bright eyes and white teeth, outstanding appearance, and her long legs jumping in the bamboo forest are very ornamental. A thief who eavesdrops on the wall is no different from a rapist. "I'll cut off your ears first." Lu Mingfei snorted coldly, and the long sword with spiritual energy slashed towards Lin Xiao fiercely. Miao Renfeng covered his ears in fear, his eyes full of despair. Senior sister Lu is in the late stage of Qi training. However, he and Lin Xiao are only in the early stage of Qi training. How can they struggle? It's ruined. It's really ruined this time. Lin Xiao, you've hurt me too." However, just when Miao Renfeng was scared to pee his pants, Lin Xiao beside him suddenly showed his aura. A spiritual energy wave stronger than Lu Mingfei disturbed the bamboo forest. Miao Renfeng stared at Lin Xiao with his eyes wide open and screamed. Peak of Qi Training Realm. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of Qi Cultivation. The Art of Tongue Battle. Within the Flowing Cloud sect, disciples are ranked not by generation, but solely by their strength. Thus, despite being merely 17 years of age, Lu Mingfei is honored with the title of senior sister due to her formidable prowess at the late stage of Qi cultivation. Once she successfully establishes her foundation, she will ascend to the inner sect of the Flowing Cloud sect, becoming a vital pillar of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Among the younger generation of the Purple Bamboo Peak, only a handful possess strength surpassing hers at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. It is evident that Lin Xiao is not among them. As a mere outer disciple, he occupies the lowest tier among all disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Had he not barely stepped into the realm of Qi cultivation, he would have merely been considered a servant. Miao Renfeng has partnered with Lin Xiao in guarding the gates for several years, and he is acutely aware of Lin Xiao's aptitude and cultivation level. At the initial stage of qi cultivation, and indeed at the very beginning of that stage, further advancement seems improbable. His fate appears to be forever tied to the role of a gatekeeper. However, at this very moment, a formidable aura, stirring the surrounding bamboo grove and causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate, emanates from Lin Xiao. How could this be possible? Such a profound aura, evidently stronger than Lu Mingfei's, must indicate he has reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Miao Renfeng is left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, how are you at the pinnacle of qi cultivation? The terror of his own failure pales in comparison to the anxiety brought on by a friend's unexpected success. You, Lin Xiao, with your handsome features, have silently reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation? How despicable! Clang. The sound of metal colliding reverberates through the air. Lu Mingfei, startled by the sudden outburst of Lin Xiao's imposing aura, loses much of her strength in her sword. Lin Xiao swiftly draws his sword, using his pinnacle qi cultivation to block Lu Mingfei's attack. The latter, failing to land her strike, retreats 3 steps, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, filled with wariness. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our purple bamboo peak under the cover of night? Within the confines of Purple Bamboo Peak, Lu Mingfei recognizes all disciples at the pinnacle of qi cultivation, and Lin Xiao is not among them. She naturally assumes him to be an outsider. Without hesitation, Lu Mingfei pulls out a bamboo leaf, intending to tear it. This leaf serves as a warning token for Purple Bamboo Peak. Tearing it will alert all holders of the token. Miao Renfeng hastily produces his identity bamboo plate, exclaiming, Senior Sister Lu. He is not an outsider, not an outsider. We are both outer disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak, with our identity plates to prove it. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lu Mingfei glares in rebuttal. Nonsense. When has Purple Bamboo Peak allowed disciples at the pinnacle of qi cultivation to guard the gates? At that moment, Miao Renfeng finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, a disciple at the pinnacle of qi cultivation would be considered a valuable asset in any of the 4 major sects of the Southern Kingdom. Who would waste such talent on gatekeeping? You must clarify this at once. Miao Renfeng is on the verge of tears. Lin Xiao gradually regains his composure. The sensation of being at the pinnacle of qi cultivation is truly exquisite, especially since this achievement came without the slightest effort. It feels as though he is floating on air. Ahem, Sister Lu, I assure you that I am indeed a disciple of the esteemed Zizhu Peak, as evidenced by this identity bamboo token. As for my cultivation, I have always preferred to maintain a low profile, thus I have concealed my abilities until now. When circumstances compelled me to reveal them, I apologize for startling you, sister. Lu Mingfei carefully examined the identity bamboo token, confirming that the aura emanating from it was identical to that of Lin Xiao. Observing Lin Xiao's refined appearance, which belied any treachery, and finding his words agreeable, she couldn't help but lower her guard significantly. Humph, even if you are a disciple of Zizhu Peak, what brings you here? Is it not still engaging in such sordid and unsavory activities as eavesdropping? At this point, Lu Mingfei expressed her disdain, believing that Lin Xiao's peak cultivation and qi refinement, along with his commendable appearance, were utterly squandered. Such exceptional attributes were regrettably possessed by a rather lewd individual. However, Lin Xiao suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and instead turned the blame onto Lu Mingfei. Ah, Sister Lu, how could you make such baseless accusations? It was clearly your alarm and fuss that caused the plans of Brother Miao and me to fall through. Lu Mingfei wore a face of astonishment. I observed Lin Xiao sighing deeply, stamping his feet in regret. Although Brother Miao and I are merely disciples of the closed door, our hearts are nonetheless tied to the Zizhu Peak. Upon hearing that some of our fellow brothers intend to eavesdrop in the dead of night, Brother Miao and I were quite indignant. Such sordid behavior truly undermines moral standards and must be curbed. Yet we remain unaware of who exactly is involved. Thus we must deliberately infiltrate their ranks. Just moments ago, Brother Miao and I successfully embedded ourselves within their circle. Now we await the opportune moment to document their identities before apprehending them all in one decisive sweep. However, Sister Lu, while it is acceptable for you to apprehend individuals, it is unfortunate that your presence has been sensed, thus alarming the prey and causing them to scatter like leaves in the wind. Pray tell, is this not your responsibility? Having spoken, Lin Xiao gazed at Lu Mingfei with an expression of righteousness. The latter opened her mouth, her eyes blinking erratically, feeling utterly at a loss. Could it truly be so? Just as she found herself enveloped in self-doubt, Lin Xiao let out a deep sigh. Alas, were it not for this circumstance, how could my brother Miao and I remain rooted in place? It is precisely because I harbor no guilt within that I do not flee in panic like others upon encountering Sister Lu. As he spoke, Lin Xiao discreetly elbowed Miao Renfeng. The latter was taken aback by Lin Xiao's words, left speechless, and upon receiving the subtle hint, quickly responded, "Ah, indeed, that is so. It is truly unfortunate. Had it not been for Sister Lu's sudden intervention, we would have captured them all. What a pity." Lu Mingfei stood awkwardly in place, her long sword sheepishly sheathed in her hand. The foolish girl scratched her head and looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of apology. "I'm so sorry. Junior brother Lin, or rather, I should address you as senior brother Lin." Lin Xiao sighed and shook his head, stepping forward to pat Lu Mingfei on the shoulder. In a solemn tone, he replied, "It's all right. Your eagerness to catch the thief is understandable, but this impulsive nature of yours must be corrected. Otherwise, you will inevitably face consequences." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei was taken aback, realizing that her father had once said the same to her. Her greatest flaw is her impulsive nature. Lu Mingfei took a deep breath and clasped her fists in gratitude towards Lin Xiao. "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother." Lin Xiao nodded and, waving goodbye, quickly vanished into the bamboo grove, pulling Miao Renfeng along with him. They slipped away, leaving the young girl standing alone in the forest, filled with regret for her impulsiveness. At their residence, Miao Renfeng was utterly in awe of Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin, from this day forth, you are like a reborn parent to me. Unbelievable, absolutely remarkable. Your concealed prowess and that silver tongue of yours are truly extraordinary." That tongue of yours left Sister Lu utterly bewildered. Lin Xiao repeatedly waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing remarkable. "All right, if anyone inquires about today's events, just follow my lead. Now let us sleep. By the way, do not wake me before noon tomorrow." Miao Renfeng had no objections, attending to Lin Xiao's slumber as if he were caring for an esteemed elder. Today, Lin Xiao had undeniably rescued him from calamity. As for how he had fallen into such dire straits, Miao Renfeng dared not broach the subject, especially since Lin Xiao was currently at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. The following morning, Miao Renfeng arrived alone at the foot of Zizhu Peak to stand guard. To his surprise, he found Lu Mingfei waiting there early in the day. "Sister Lu, are you heading out so early?" Lu Mingfei blinked, her dark circles apparent, and placed her hands on her hips. "What, heading out? Where is that Lin Xiao? Take me to find him." Chapter 3. Task accomplished. Suspected of cultivating evil? Oh, what a calamity. Miao Renfeng felt a deep sense of distress. Early in the morning, Lu Mingfei was already waiting at the gate, clearly having spent a sleepless night, undoubtedly having uncovered the peculiarities of the previous night. It seems the truth can no longer be concealed. As Miao Renfeng reluctantly led Lu Mingfei to his dwelling, the disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of resistance. They soon arrived at the male disciples' quarters on Zizhu Peak. The bamboo houses were neatly arranged, inhabited by disciples of inferior talent, much like Miao Renfeng and Lin Xiao prior to yesterday. Standing at the entrance, Miao Renfeng spoke, "Sister Lu, this is the male disciples' residence. Women are prohibited from entering." Lu Mingfei frowned and replied, "Then go and fetch him." Remembering Lin Xiao's instructions from the night before, Miao Renfeng hesitated, saying, "Sister Lu, I still have to guard the gate. It's almost time for my duty, and if the patrolling seniors see me neglecting my post, I will be punished." Seeing Miao Renfeng's pitiful expression, Lu Mingfei refrained from forcing him, allowing him to leave, planting her sword firmly into the ground. Lu Mingfei crossed her arms and stood defiantly at the entrance. Since entry was impossible, she resolved to wait until Lin Xiao emerged. After returning home last night, Lu Mingfei did not doubt Lin Xiao's words. What troubled her was Lin Xiao's cultivation level. How could a mere closed-door disciple possess the prowess of a peak qi refinement stage? The disciples assigned to guard duties were typically of inferior aptitude, struggling even to break through to the mid-qi refinement stage, let alone reach the pinnacle. Lu Mingfei had spent the night reviewing records and discovered that Lin Xiao was only 20 years old, with talent rated as exceedingly poor. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in entering the qi refinement stage, he would likely have been relegated to menial tasks, unworthy even of the guard position. With such talent and at such a young age, how could he possibly attain the pinnacle of qi refinement? It was simply unfathomable. Lu Mingfei's heart tightened. Could he be cultivating evil? Only those who pursue power through unscrupulous means could achieve such a feat. Alternatively, perhaps Lin Xiao had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. The latter notion was more palatable, but if Lin Xiao had attained his cultivation through nefarious methods, he must be dealt with promptly to avert future calamities. Yet, Lacking evidence, Lu Mingfei chose not to report it, deciding instead to investigate on her own to avoid the misunderstandings that had plagued her the previous night. Thus, she waited for several hours. Occasionally, male disciples emerged from their quarters to commence their daily tasks. Upon exiting, they were startled to see Lu Mingfei standing imperiously at the entrance, causing quite a stir. "Sister Lu, what brings you here? It's none of your concern." The male disciples hurriedly diverted their paths, whispering in astonishment as they moved away. "What is Sister Lu up to, blocking our entrance? Has someone offended her? I heard that the master returned last night, and some were attempting to eavesdrop on the master and mistress. Could it be that the matter has been exposed and they are here to apprehend us? It is indeed perplexing. If they were here to apprehend someone, they would not be idly waiting at the entrance. Given Sister Lu's character, she would have already rushed in. Why is that?" At this moment, a disciple serving in the purple bamboo forest emerged from his quarters. Having encountered Lu Mingfei on numerous occasions, he felt a certain familiarity. "Sister Lu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing a familiar face, Lu Mingfei engaged in a brief conversation. "Oh, it's nothing. I am merely waiting for Lin Xiao. You may carry on with your duties." The disciple scratched his head and proceeded to leave, only to be intercepted by other disciples around the corner. "What did Sister Lu say?" She mentioned she's waiting for someone named Lin Xiao. Do you know him?" Instantly, someone from the crowd piped up. "Lin Xiao? I know him. He is the gatekeeper and lives right next to me." Sister Lu is actually waiting for him? This sparked immediate inquiries from the others. "What do you mean? Spill the beans." The disciple raised an eyebrow, astonished. "You all haven't seen Lin Xiao? The lad is fair-skinned and looks like a scholar, plus he is quite tall. Many female disciples have taken a liking to him. Could it be that Sister Lu also?" "No way. Is that true?" "Nonsense. Sister Lu possesses exceptional talent. Being the peak master's daughter, at merely 17, she has already reached the late stage of qi cultivation with foundation establishment within reach. How could she possibly fancy Lin Xiao?" "That is a valid point. Lin Xiao, like us, has low aptitude. It would be a challenge for him to even break through to the mid-qi stage in his lifetime. Truly unworthy of Sister Lu. Why not wait and see? Indeed, let us wait for Lin Xiao to emerge and observe further." And so they waited, well into the day. Even Lu Mingfei grew impatient, let alone the others. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao enjoyed a peaceful slumber, awakening naturally as the sun illuminated the sky, realizing he had undoubtedly slept for 10 hours. As expected, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for surviving the exceedingly challenging SSS grade death mission. Reward: the age limit for binding candidates has been raised to 40 years. Lin Xiao stretched lazily. "A new task has been issued. Please prepare yourself, as this mission is extremely perilous. The mortality rate stands at a staggering 99. Difficulty level, SSS. Task details: eat until you are 80 full. Upon completion, the age limit for binding candidates will be elevated to 60 years. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Difficult? Oh, it's exceedingly difficult," he pondered while eating, reflecting on which prodigies within the sect were of suitable age. Lu Mingfei, with her exceptional talent, had reached the late stage of qi cultivation at just 17. By the time she turned 40, she might very well be on the verge of the golden core stage. After washing his face with clear water and donning the sect's robe, Lin Xiao stepped out of his quarters, feeling quite content. Just as he exited, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Lin Xiao, why have you only just awakened? I've been waiting for you for several hours." Lu Mingfei stood there, her long, graceful legs trembling slightly, clearly irked. Lin Xiao, however, merely pouted, thinking to himself how overly concerned she was. Why should it matter when he rose? Naturally, he could not express such thoughts aloud, for Lu Mingfei was the daughter of the peak master. "Oh, had I known I would see Sister Lu the moment I stepped out, I should have left at dawn. Alas, regret comes too late." Upon hearing those words, Lu Mingfei's anger dissipated significantly. However, there was no need for such a display. "Ahem, let us address the matter at hand. Please extend your hand to me." In order to ascertain whether Lin Xiao is a malevolent practitioner, one merely needs to infuse spiritual energy into his body and probe the purity of his aura. Should he be a nefarious practitioner who has employed unscrupulous methods, his essence would undoubtedly be tainted. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to respond, Lu Mingfei eagerly took the initiative and grasped his hand. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly into Lin Xiao's body, akin to tendrils, sensing every nuance of his aura. Meanwhile, hidden around the corner, the male disciples watched with eyes aglow. Good heavens, they are holding hands. I suspected something was amiss with senior Sister Lu. Why does it seem that she is the one taking the lead? Lin Xiao appears somewhat reluctant. How on earth does Lin Xiao have the fortune to be associated with the daughter of the sect leader? If only I could hold hands with senior sister Liu. I would gladly reach the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Curse it, he has taking advantage of both worlds. Isn't he? That scoundrel Lin Xiao truly deserves a scolding. As the male disciples simmered with jealousy, Lu Mingfei arrived at a conclusion. She exhaled sharply, a genuine smile gracing her lips. The energy of the flowing cloud technique is remarkably pure. It seems you are not a malevolent practitioner. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood her purpose for coming. She was concerned that his rapid advancement might have led him astray. Such doubts could not linger, as his future progress would only accelerate. Therefore, Lin Xiao widened his eyes and promptly turned the tables. Junior sister Liu, how could you suspect me of being a malevolent practitioner? Such an accusation wounds a senior brother's heart. Lu Mingfei quickly considered offering an apology. Yet, Lin Xiao suddenly adopted a sorrowful expression, tears glistening in his eyes. Do you have any idea how arduous my cultivation journey has been? Do you realize that with my inferior talent, I must exert myself tirelessly to reach the pinnacle of qi cultivation? Have you any inkling of the countless nights and days I endured while you were deep in slumber? Tirelessly honing my skills? Have you ever witnessed the dawn break over Zizhu Peak at 4 in the morning? Alas, my diligent efforts have been met with suspicion of malevolence. Woe is me. Chapter 4. The disciple kneels in search of forgiveness. Lin Xiao, with a face full of grievances, sighed heavily towards the heavens. When reflecting on the arduous journey of cultivation that had consumed countless nights, he was almost brought to tears. Junior sister Liu, upon my return yesterday, I devoted the entire night to intense practice, only venturing outside at noon today. Yet, to my astonishment, I was wrongfully accused of being a malevolent cultivator. Lin Xiao lamented, striking his chest in profound anguish. At that moment, Lu Mingfei stood as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Indeed, how could Brother Lin, despite possessing only inferior talents, reach the pinnacle of qi refinement by the age of 20? Apart from his 100-fold dedication, how could such a feat be possible? She had just checked, and the pure energy within Lin Xiao's body was indistinguishable from her own. He could not possibly be an evil cultivator. His cultivation was undoubtedly the result of enduring countless trials and tribulations. Lu Mingfei could almost envision the struggles he faced, while others, upon discovering their lack of potential, surrendered to apathy and indulgence. Only Lin Xiao remained steadfast, refusing to accept fate. While others rested soundly after a long day's toil, he persevered, undeterred by fatigue, diligently meditating. The mere thought of his sacrifices brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. And yet, she had doubted such a paragon. Waves of guilt surged within Lu Mingfei, crashing against her conscience. Her remorse towards Lin Xiao reached a crescendo, leaving her utterly ashamed of her previous suspicions. The tightening sensation in her chest intensified, rendering the 17-year-old girl unable to face him. A torrent of apologies surged to her lips, yet ultimately crystallized into a few tear-laden words. I am sorry. Wiping away her tears, Lu Mingfei suddenly drew her treasured sword, kneeling on one knee and presenting the blade with both hands. Brother Lin, today's incident was entirely my fault. I unjustly accused an innocent person. If you feel anger in your heart, I implore you to punish me. This unexpected gesture left Lin Xiao astounded. His intention had merely been to shed the title of a malevolent cultivator and embrace the identity of a diligent practitioner, thereby avoiding future suspicions during his rapid advancements. Yet, he had not anticipated that the daughter of the Peak Master would be so impassioned as to kneel and seek punishment. This made Lin Xiao feel somewhat bashful. Junior sister, please rise. This matter is not your fault. Your intentions were noble. If I were in your position, I too would harbor doubts for the sake of the sect. If anyone is to blame, it is my own low profile that has led to this misunderstanding, he sighed. One must wield the stick and offer the sweet date. Such a skill is known to all. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Mingfei felt a great relief in her heart. His broad-mindedness only deepened her feelings of shame. Lin Xiao stepped forward, gently lifting Lu Mingfei. Please, junior sister, stand up. If others were to see, they might think I am bullying you. Lu Mingfei's cheeks flushed slightly. After much contemplation, she resolved to offer her apologies sincerely. She sheathed the sword and handed it over with both hands. Senior brother, I acknowledge my mistake regarding this matter. Please accept this sword as an expression of Mingfei's sincere apology. Lin Xiao was about to decline, wishing to uphold his own image. However, Lu Mingfei interjected. This sword is a top-tier magical artifact, a gift from my mother. It is more than sufficient for someone at the peak of the qi refinement stage. I implore you to accept it to signify my contrition. A top-tier magical artifact. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, swallowing his refusal smoothly. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept. Lu Mingfei was overjoyed, her guilt dissipating significantly. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior brother. As Lin Xiao grasped the sword, he contemplated making his exit. Remaining any longer might cause him to burst into laughter. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I shall take my leave to consume some spirit pills and diligently cultivate. With that, he swiftly departed. Lu Mingfei watched his retreating figure and murmured, Senior brother Lin is truly diligent. It is quite humbling. I possess superior talent and should be cultivating faster than him, yet I remain stuck in the late qi refinement stage. I must strive harder. I need to emulate senior brother Lin's dedication. With a determined grit of her teeth, she resolved to return to her dwelling with fervor, intent on breaking through to the peak of the qi refinement stage. Lin Xiao, having acquired a top-tier magical artifact and possessing the cultivation of a peak qi refinement practitioner, strode confidently among the outer disciples of the Luyun sect. Naturally, in the realm of cultivation, discretion is advisable. His mediocre talent had allowed him to reach the peak of the qi refinement stage by the age of 20, a tale that might deceive a young girl like Lu Mingfei but would surely invite skepticism from seasoned cultivators. They would undoubtedly suspect that he possessed some treasure. The glitch of a down-and-out youth fortuitously discovering a treasure and soaring to greatness is well known. For instance, in ancient times, there was a formidable figure named Han Li, who reportedly found a small green vial and ascended from a mortal to an immortal. In a distant continent, there was a man named Xiao Yin, who had a grandfather residing within a ring and subsequently took flight to success. Lin Xiao wished to avoid becoming the focus of others' attention, opting instead to remain inconspicuous and extend the age limit of his potential binding candidates as much as possible. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he could consider other matters. After a meal, he completed the system task. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the exceedingly difficult death task. The age limit has been raised to 60 years. A new task has been issued. Please note, this task's difficulty surpasses the previous two. The difficulty level cannot be assessed. Prepare for the possibility of death. Task details. Engage in 2 hours of recreational activities. Upon completion, the age limit will be raised to 80 years. With the new task in hand, Lin Xiao remained unhurried, wandering around Zizhu Peak. However, after 1 or 2 hours of searching, the system failed to detect any suitable binding candidates. This indicated that within the outer sect region of Zizhu Peak, there was no one more extraordinary than Lu Mingfei, and even if there were, Lin Xiao had yet to encounter them. True prodigies can only be glimpsed upon entering the inner sanctum. As it stands, to establish a foundation and gain entry into the inner circle, one must rely on dear Lu Shimi. It is imperative to spur her on. Once Lu Mingfei reaches the pinnacle of qi training, I shall succeed in my foundation establishment. With nothing else to occupy my time, I shall undertake a task. Lin Xiao encountered Miao Renfeng at the mountain gate and invited him to engage in a clapping game, the kind where one claps once and the other claps once. A child in floral attire, you clap twice, I clap twice. A nursery rhyme from a former life, a pastime for kindergarten children. Within the sect, entertainment is scarce, so this simple game should suffice for 2 hours to complete the task. Alas, Miao Renfeng was at a loss, racking his brain to discern Lin Ji's intentions. By the end of their clapping, Miao Renfeng had become numb, his eyes vacant, drool escaping his lips, murmuring to himself. You clap once, I clap once. I feel like a complete fool, he thought, yet dared not oppose Lin Xiao. As dusk fell, Lin Xiao had completed his task, raising his age limit to 80 years. The new task issued by the system mirrored that of the previous day, sleep for 10 hours to elevate the limit to 100 years. A century marks the peak of mortal existence. Within the Luyun sect, individuals of that age have largely transcended foundation establishment and formed golden cores. This implies that as soon as Lin Xiao enters the inner sanctum and binds himself to a prodigy of the previous generation, he could directly attain a golden core. Of course, foundation establishment must precede that. Lin Xiao and Miao Renfeng strolled through the forest, preparing to return to their quarters for cleansing and rest. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Mingfei had waited at the main gate for several hours today, even taking the initiative to hold his hand, ultimately kneeling to present him with a treasured sword. This incident had already spread like wildfire. The daughter of the Peak Master, a prodigious young woman, how could she not attract suitors? Several senior brothers at the late stages or pinnacle of qi training from Zizhu Peak harbored affections for Lu Mingfei. not solely due to her striking beauty but also because her father held the position of peak master. Should one forge a partnership with her, the path to the Golden Core realm would be easily attainable. Such a delectable prize could hardly be touched by a mere insect like Lin Xiao. Deep within the forest, three troublemakers, upon discovering Lin Xiao, could no longer restrain their breath. Onwards! This dog, unaware of his own insignificance. Let us first cripple his Dantian. Chapter 5. Sister Lu unleashes her power. Stepping into the Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Hu, 21 years old, superior aptitude, cultivation at the late stage of qi refining, binding status. Zhao Ping, 29 years old, moderate aptitude, cultivation at the late stage of qi refining, binding status. Gao Zhong, 38 years old, moderate aptitude, cultivation at the peak of qi refining, binding status. Suddenly, three potential binding candidates flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. In the dead of night, surrounded by darkness, Lin Xiao certainly did not entertain the notion that these three gentlemen were engaging in any indecorous activities within the woods. He swiftly intercepted Miao Feng, standing firm while casting a sidelong glance into the thicket. At that moment, the trio, who had just been poised to advance and incapacitate Lin Xiao, hesitated. Did he notice us? Unthinkable. This lad is merely a gatekeeper disciple at the initial stage of qi refining. How could he be so perceptive? Even if he did notice. What of it? With two of us in the late stage of qi refining and Brother Gao, who stands at the peak, we need not fear him. As they deliberated, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled lightly and addressed them. Must you still conceal yourselves? Startled, the three men realized they had indeed been discovered. Humph, his perception is quite keen. The presence in the woods became apparent, and with a series of swift movements, the trio leaped apart, forming a triangular formation that encircled Lin Xiao and Miao Renfeng. Miao Renfeng was taken aback, and upon sensing the cultivation levels of the three, her complexion paled further. Two at the late stage of qi refining, and one at the peak. May I inquire, esteemed seniors, what is the meaning of this? The eldest among them, Gao Zhong, snorted coldly, fixing a menacing gaze upon Lin Xiao. Rumors suggested that Lin Xiao was handsome and tall, and initially, he had doubted it. But now, it was no surprise that Sister Lu had taken a liking to this lad. Grinding his teeth, Gao Zhong secretly added another item to his list of retribution. Not only would he incapacitate Lin Xiao as Dantian, but he would also mar that handsome face. Lin Xiao, do you know? Gao Zhong was about to question him when Lin Xiao preemptively interrupted. You came here for Sister Lu? Having only traversed into this realm for 2 days. Lin Xiao had not offended anyone. The only possible grievance lay with Lu Mingfei, the famed beauty. As his words fell, Zhao Ping, standing to the side, erupted with fury. Silence. You, a mere gatekeeper, dare to refer to Sister Lu as sister? In their sect, strength dictated hierarchy. Though he and Lu Mingfei were both at the late stage of qi refining, Zhao Ping, possessing moderate aptitude, was obliged to address her as sister. Yet here was a lowly gatekeeper disciple, audaciously calling Lu Mingfei sister. This was utterly outrageous. The only disciple among them with superior aptitude, Wang Hu, gritted his teeth in indignation. What an arrogant fool! A waste with inferior aptitude, if it were not for the sect's need for laborers. You wouldn't even qualify to be a disciple of the Lu Yun sect. And yet, you dare to aspire to Sister Lu? Do you not know the meaning of the word death? As a disciple of superior aptitude, Wang Hu considered himself the most deserving suitor for Lu Mingfei's affections and had pursued her for several years. Yet he had not even touched a single strand of her hair. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiao, possessing such inferior talent, managed to form a partnership. Lu Mingfei even knelt down, pleading with Lin Xiao to accept her cherished sword. This is utterly infuriating. Observing the three individuals, each more agitated and foul-mouthed than the last, Lin Xiao couldn't help but scoff in disdain. How dare you three, so brazen, compete for affection? Upon hearing this, the trio erupted in fury. Boldness, arrogance, a death wish. Their energy surged, causing the forest to tremble with the intense spiritual aura. Miao Feng trembled in fear, on the verge of tears. Although Lin Xiao had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, the opponents were evidently stronger. Where did he find the courage to confront them? Little did they know that with the presence of Gao Zhong, also at the pinnacle of qi cultivation, Lin Xiao could easily bind him and subsequently advance into the foundation establishment stage. The distinction between foundation establishment and qi cultivation is akin to that between heaven and earth. What did Lin Xiao have to fear? First, he would retaliate verbally. Pointing directly at Gao Zhong, he unleashed a tirade. How shameless can you be? At 38 still yearning for a younger woman? At your age, you could be Lu Mingfei's father, yet you shamelessly bark like a dog. at 38, still unestablished. Are you not the epitome of uselessness? Gao Zhang's eyes bulged, his cheeks flushed, nearly choking on his indignation. Before he could retort, Lin Xiao turned his ire towards Zhao Ping. You are indeed a marvel, with your broad face, tiny eyes, bulbous nose, and buck teeth. How did your mother not seek a wise sage to dispel the demons at your birth? If I bore your hideous visage, I would have the decency not to flaunt myself before Lu Mingfei, lest I repulse her appetite. When pursuing a partner, one must not only consider their looks, but also one's own. Do you even think you are worthy? Your immediate priority should be to relieve yourself and confront reality. Zhao Ping covered his face, trembling, his expression contorted, rendering him even uglier, prompting Lin Xiao to cough derisively. Zhao Ping's vision darkened. He nearly fainted from rage. Witnessing his senior brothers in such disarray, Wang Hu immediately interjected. What a sharp-tongued fellow. Cultivation is about strength, not mere words. Wang Hu prided himself on his lack of flaws, believing himself handsome, talented, and youthful. Yet, Lin Xiao was even more dismissive. Why are you so eager? It's not your turn yet. Wang Hu, exasperated, retorted, I am eager to see what else you can possibly say. Lin Xiao chuckled. Ah, here is one who actively seeks rebuke. It is not an exaggeration to declare that you are the most useless of the three. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Wang Hu was the only one with superior talent. How could he be deemed the most inept? Lin Xiao spat dismissively. You should take a look at Gao Zhong. Despite his age, he has reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. And then there's Zhao Ping. Despite his unfortunate appearance, he possesses moderate talent and is on the verge of the pinnacle. And you? At least you have superior talent, yet at 21. You are still floundering in the late stages of qi cultivation. Lu Mingfei possesses exceptional talent, having achieved significant progress by the age of 17. By the time she reaches 21, who can say she will not have established her foundation? You, a mere wastrel, squander such high potential. It would be better to bestow it upon her. Age and appearance aside, her innate gifts will surely surpass yours. At your age, instead of striving to cultivate your abilities, you indulge in jealousy and rivalry. How can you justify the sacrifices of your parents or the teachings of your master? Bah, it is a waste of my breath to insult you. Among the three of you, you are the one I look down upon the most. Lin Xiao spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity. Those who possess talent yet squander it are the most detestable. Wang Hu glared, his lips quivering. Yet he could not find a retort. Beside him, Gao Zhang and Zhao Ping, though chastised, felt the sting of Lin Xiao's words resonate with their own sense of inequality. If they had been gifted, their current cultivation would have been far superior to Wang Hu's. Lin Xiao, your eloquence is commendable. But do not forget that true power is the foundation that determines all. Wang Hu's gaze was murderous, his teeth clenched in fury. No matter how well you speak, you remain a mere novice in the early stages of qi cultivation. Today, I shall shatter your insolent mouth. With that, Wang Hu unleashed his spiritual energy. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, even scoffing. You refuse to acknowledge your own inadequacy. Open your eyes and see what cultivation level I possess. Just as Lin Xiao intended to reveal his peak qi cultivation, a rapid convergence of ethereal spiritual energy gathered within his dantian, compressing and solidifying into a single crystalline droplet. The transformation from gaseous to liquid energy signified the establishment of his foundation. Lin Xiao was taken aback. How had he formed his foundation? It must be Lu Mingfei. She had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Ah, Sister Lu is truly considerate. Fearing that his act wasn't grand enough. What was meant to be a display of peak qi cultivation now compelled him to assume the role of a foundation-building senior brother. Alas, the ease of cultivation can also be a burden. The aura of early-stage foundation establishment emanated from him, instantly suffocating those nearby. Lin Xiao spread his hands, pointing mockingly at the three as if to say, Come, continue your barking. Chapter 6. Given the opportunity, you prove ineffectual. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an age-old adage, establishing a foundation is the true beginning. The practice of qi is merely a transitional phase between mortals and cultivators. It is only upon successfully establishing a foundation that one can truly be deemed a part of the cultivation world. Yet, this most fundamental stage has thwarted countless aspiring practitioners seeking longevity. The disparity in strength between the foundation establishment and qi practice is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Merely the pressure of one's aura is insufferable for those still in the qi stage. Lin Xiao summoned the spiritual essence from his dantian, manifesting the aura of the foundation establishment. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged forth, causing the surrounding bamboo groves to rustle vigorously. An invisible pressure bore down upon them. The four individuals nearby, all at the Qi stage, immediately tensed upon encountering this oppressive force, drenched in sweat. The cross-boundary suppression nearly rendered the spiritual energy within their dantian stagnant, no matter how fervently they attempted to mobilize it. Miao Rifeng stared in astonishment at Lin Xiao, pinching his eyes in disbelief to confirm the sight before him. Lin Xiao radiated the aura of a formidable practitioner, having evidently achieved the coveted foundation establishment. Yet, only the night before, he had been at the pinnacle of Qi practice. After a mere night's sleep, he had transformed into a foundation establishment cultivator. Miao Rifeng felt a mixture of shock and envy. The thought that his close friend had become a foundation establishment cultivator straightened his posture considerably. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and the others were already in a state of utter disbelief. "This is impossible," Gao Zheng exclaimed, his face contorted with shock. His body frozen in disbelief at Lin Xiao's newfound level of cultivation. No one present understood better than he the monumental difficulty of advancing from the pinnacle of Qi to the initial stage of foundation establishment. He had reached the pinnacle of Qi at the age of 28, yet, even at 38, he remained stagnant in that stage. This step towards foundation establishment had taken him a decade, and he had seen no results. Yet now, a mere low-ranking disciple, an unknown individual, had effortlessly traversed the arduous path he had toiled over for 30 years, standing triumphantly above him. How could one possibly accept such a reality? Gao Zheng felt a chill in his limbs, his complexion pallid, having long since cast aside thoughts of Lu Mingfei. His resolve was shattered in that instant. As the coveted foundation establishment, which he had so desperately pursued, appeared to Lin Xiao as simple as drinking water or eating a meal, Gao Zheng was engulfed by profound self-doubt. Was he truly unfit for cultivation? How could he be outdone by one with even inferior talent? In stark contrast to Gao Zheng's crumbling resolve and self-doubt, Zhao Ping was too overwhelmed to ponder deeply. His face turned ashen. Fear gripped him, rendering him timid and weak. Initially, he had heard tales of a lowly disciple daring to entangle himself with Lu Mingfei, displaying an utter lack of awareness of his own limitations. Zhao Ping had been quite confident in his own prowess at the late Qi stage, believing it would be a trivial matter to teach a lowly waste of space a lesson, especially with Wang Hu and Gao Zheng accompanying him. He was determined to bring Lin Xiao to his knees, forcing him to recognize the harsh realities of life. After all, a waste is merely a waste. He could never hope to court the daughter of the peak master and soar to great heights. However, Zhao Ping could never have anticipated what was to unfold. How do the terms inferior qualifications and low-level disciple relate to the foundation establishment realm? This Lin Xiao is unexpectedly a formidable foundation establishment expert. Zhao Ping's legs turned to jelly on the spot, and a stream of yellow liquid trickled down his robe, exuding a foul odor. He was acutely aware that a foundation establishment expert could eliminate him as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. The shadow of death loomed over Zhao Ping, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Among the three, Wang Hu, who had been the most exuberant, was now the most unhinged. Gao Zheng's self-doubt, Zhao Ping's palpable fear, both were evident on his face. In addition to these, there was shock, trepidation, and profound jealousy. How could it be? A lowly waste. Someone with inferior qualifications. What right does Lin Xiao have to be a foundation establishment expert? Wang Hu's expression could only be described as a spectacle, at times filled with terror, at times with hatred. What he thought internally remained a mystery to others. However, his retreat revealed everything. Attempting to flee, Lin Xiao's gaze locked onto him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Hu instantly straightened up, his face flushed with embarrassment. The act of fleeing was laid bare, leaving him utterly humiliated. Lin Xiao scoffed and beckoned. "Weren't you just saying you would smash my mouth? Come, I stand here immovable, strike me." As he spoke, Lin Xiao approached Wang Hu, thrusting his face forward in a provocative manner. At this distance, Wang Hu could easily slap Lin Xiao if he raised his hand. Yet, confronted with Lin Xiao's offered face, he lacked the courage to move. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his lips quivered in anger, and his gaze bore the weight of murderous intent. Yet he remained motionless. "Go on, hit me," Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. Wang Hu's cheeks flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, internally battling a tempest of emotions. If he refrained from striking, he would be humiliated by Lin Xiao. If he did strike, Lin Xiao's foundation establishment prowess would extinguish him effortlessly. What was more important, his dignity or his life? Just as Wang Hu found himself caught in this dilemma, Lin Xiao showed no mercy. Slap. The sound of a hand striking flesh echoed as Lin Xiao delivered a resounding slap to Wang Hu's face. The force, infused with the strength of the foundation establishment realm, sent Wang Hu hurtling several meters away. Bloody teeth scattered, and his cheek swelled grotesquely. dazed and furious. Wang Hu felt a surge of rage boiling within him. However, before he could retaliate, Lin Xiao swiftly advanced, seizing Wang Hu by the hair, lifting him up amidst his cries of agony. I give you a chance, yet you prove to be useless. Wang Hu's mind was engulfed in humiliation and rage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You wish to kill me? Go ahead, make your move, Lin Xiao taunted. Wang Hu trembled with fury, yet he dared not meet Lin Xiao's gaze, lacking the audacity to do so. Pathetic. Lin Xiao casually tossed him aside as if discarding refuse. Should you be infuriated to the point of seeking a life-or-death confrontation, I might regard you with a modicum of respect. Ultimately, he turned out to be a worthless coward, henceforth avoiding my presence to spare my eyes from his filth. With that, Lin Xiao turned away. At that moment, Wang Hu still had the potential to retaliate. With his back to him, as long as Wang Hu dared to act, even if he were to falter, he could still pose a slight threat to Lin Xiao. However, in the face of such humiliation, Wang Hu chose to bury his head in the ground. His pent-up fury was only directed at the soil beneath him. A coward. Lin Xiao wiped his hands on Miao Renfeng's clothing, feeling as though even striking Wang Hu had sullied his hands. Miao Renfeng, witnessing Lin Xiao's prowess and presence, was filled with exhilaration. Absolutely stunning. Brother Lin is truly formidable. Miao Renfeng felt a surge of confidence, standing tall. He pointed at Zhao Ping, glaring as he rebuked, You cowardly one. Did you not previously declare that the gatekeeper was a wretch? Is that not so? Zhao Ping trembled violently and, with a thud, fell to his knees. No. No. Who said that? I never uttered such words. Brother Lin, I have offended you before. It was my foolishness. Please, in your magnanimity, let my transgressions be forgotten. Saying this, Zhao Ping slapped his own face with such force that half of it turned red and swollen. Miao Renfeng was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that a senior in the late stage of Qi training would be so spineless. Brother Lin, this. Chapter 7. Rules are meant to be broken. Zhao Ping understood all too well the significance of humility and submission. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Lin Xiao's foundational strength could extinguish him with the ease of slaying a chicken. Even within the sect, disciples were forbidden from harming one another. Yet offending a foundational cultivator would lead to a life of relentless torment. It was inconceivable that one could remain sheltered within the sect for eternity. Moreover, should he fail to show contrition in a timely manner, he would only have to look to Wang Hu's tragic fate for reference. Zhao Ping had no desire to end up with half his teeth scattered about. Thus, he knelt on the ground and delivered another resounding slap to his own face. The force even greater than before. Lin Xiao merely rolled his eyes, disinterested. Zhao Ping was but a minor character. And while there appeared to be a mere 2 realms of difference today, by their next encounter, Lin Xiao might very well have ascended to the golden core stage while Zhao Ping remained at the Qi refinement level. Such insignificant figures were hardly worth his concern. Furthermore, Zhao Ping's attitude of remorse was evident, having transformed his own visage into that of a pig's head. Lin Xiao then turned his gaze towards Gao Zhang. The eldest among them, he appeared ashen, as though he had lost all hope and motivation. The cowardice displayed by Wang Hu and Zhao Ping's abject pleading seemed to have no bearing on him. His resolve was precarious at best. Lin Xiao, with his inferior aptitude and youth, had already succeeded in establishing a foundation, a blow to Gao Zhang that was simply too great to bear. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, Gao Zhang trembled slightly before suddenly prostrating himself, wailing in despair. Senior brother, how does one establish a foundation? I implore you, Brother Lin, teach me. If I am able to succeed, I shall serve you diligently and be your slave for life. The foundation stage was a formidable hurdle for all cultivators. Some might reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement in their youth, yet spend their lives unable to even approach the threshold of foundational establishment. Naturally, the younger one commenced their training, the swifter their progress. At 38, Gao Zhang had little time left. If he could not establish a foundation in 2 more years, his prospects would be irrevocably extinguished unless a fortuitous encounter awaited him. Witnessing Gao Zhang's desperate prostration and his sorrowful cries, Lin Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How to establish a foundation? I do not know. All it took for me was to tremble slightly upon seeing Lu Shimi break through to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, her complexion rosy and breathing labored. That was my moment of success. I have nothing to teach. With that, Lin Xiao tossed out his words and departed with Miao Renfeng. Not out of a lack of desire to reprimand Gao Zhang, but rather because the latter had suffered the gravest blow of the 3. Wang Hu had lost half his teeth, and Zhao Ping had knelt in supplication, both mere physical afflictions. Yet for Gao Zhang, it was his very heart of cultivation that lay shattered. Should he fail to recover, he would be doomed for life. As Lin Xiao departed, Zhao Ping exhaled sharply. Feeling as though he had escaped a calamity, rubbing his swollen cheek, he bolted away, fearing that Lin Xiao might have a change of heart and return to deliver another beating. Gao Zhang, in a daze, murmured Lin Xiao's words to himself, stumbling away like a lost soul. Wang Hu, however, waited until everyone had left before unleashing his fury in a tremendous roar, unleashing his spiritual energy in a fit of rage against the bamboo forest. Not far off, Miao Rifeng listened to Wang Hu's howls, a look of concern etching her features. Lin Gu, it seems this young man has no intention of letting the matter rest. Should we return and teach him a lesson? Lin Xiao, toying with a splendid sword, scoffed. What of it? He is merely a coward, of no concern. Should he dare provoke again? Does he truly believe that my sword lacks sharpness? Miao Renfeng swallowed hard, softly cautioning, Lin Gu, the sect's rules prohibit the slaughter of fellow disciples. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and turned away, his voice indifferent. Rules are merely constructs devised by the weak. For the strong, rules exist solely to be shattered. Miao Rifeng trembled, inhaling deeply. Lin Ji's words of wisdom shall be recorded upon my return. A short while later, Zhao Ping fled in disarray, stumbling back to his dwelling, alarming many along the way. Those who beheld his swollen cheeks and terrified expression were taken aback. Brother Zhao, what has transpired? Did you not say you would teach a lesson to that disciple who dared to have dubious relations with Sister Lu? How have you come to look like this? As several approached to offer assistance, they suddenly furrowed their brows, detecting a foul odor. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to discover a yellow stain at the crotch of Zhao Ping's robe. Given his fearful and panicked demeanor, the conclusion was evident. Brother Zhao is what himself. The onlookers were dumbstruck. Zhao Ping was a formidable practitioner in the late stages of Qi training. Who within the sect could reduce him to such a state? Even a peak practitioner would struggle to achieve that. Noticing the astonishment on their faces, Zhao Ping, still shaken, uttered a final warning before hastily departing. What occurred today must not be spoken of. Though he had left, the shock among the group only intensified. Brother Zhao is what himself? What on earth did he encounter? Could it be Lin Xiao? Did he not claim he would teach him a lesson? Surely not. Lin Xiao is merely a disciple of inferior talent. What could he possibly do to instill such fear in Brother Zhao? Could it be that Lin Xiao is a concealed master? It is not impossible, otherwise. Why would Sister Lu draw near him? There is something amiss with Lin Xiao. It was said that accompanying Brother Zhao is Brother Gao. Perhaps we should check on him? Their curiosity piqued, they hurried to Brother Gao's residence. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Gao Zhang, sitting vacantly at the threshold, gazing at the moon. Drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. They were alarmed and approached him. Yet, regardless of their words, Gao Zhang seemed oblivious, his gaze vacant and expression lifeless. Murmuring to himself, I have nothing to teach. I have nothing to teach. The group was utterly bewildered. What had befallen Brother Gao? Something was clearly amiss. Lin Xiao must undoubtedly be a hidden master. Brother Gao, a peak practitioner, had been so thoroughly shaken that his resolve was shattered. This Lin Xiao, a mere disciple, concealed such terrifying strength? The implications were chilling. The murmurs of the crowd entered Gao Zhong's ears, yet he remained oblivious. It was not until the late hours of the night, when everyone had dispersed, that Gao Zhong suddenly trembled with exhilaration. I have nothing left to learn. I understand now. Ha ha ha. I have achieved enlightenment. Senior Brother Lin was right. There is nothing more to teach. His intent was for me to focus on myself. I have comprehended it. Cultivation is rooted in humanity, and the foundation originates from oneself. To establish a foundation means to draw from one's own essence and construct a unique base. As soon as the words left his lips, the celestial energy that had been accumulating within his dantian for a decade suddenly began to collide and compress. Gao Zheng trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face. He raised his gaze towards the quarters of the lower disciples and, with a thud, knelt down, bowing thrice in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin, for your guidance. Your kindness, despite past grievances, will forever be etched in my heart. If given the chance, I shall repay you with unwavering loyalty. Having spoken, Gao Zhong wiped his tears away and hurried into his abode, unwilling to squander the opportunity to establish his foundation. The following morning, outside Lin Xiao's residence, Lu Mingfei awaited once again. Inspired by Lin Xiao's encouragement the previous day, she had diligently practiced and achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Qi training. Today, she came not only to express her gratitude to Lin Xiao for his motivation, but also to exhibit her progress, hoping to reclaim her seniority. The girl's thoughts were innocent and endearing. Other male disciples, upon seeing Lu Mingfei's return, couldn't help but grind their teeth in envy. Lin Xiao, what gives you the right? As the male disciples expressed their disdain, a chorus of curses towards Lin Xiao filled the air. By mid-morning, Lin Xiao finally emerged from his abode. Lu Mingfei's heart leaped with joy, eager to greet him. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. Gao Zhong. A jolt of alarm surged through Lu Mingfei. Instinctively, she feared for Lin Xiao's safety, for it was well known that Gao Zhong had pursued her. The other male disciples, brimming with schadenfreude, exchanged gleeful glances. Here comes senior brother Gao. Haha, Lin Xiao is in for it now. Finally, someone is going to teach that guy a lesson. I cannot stand to see Lu Shiji fawning over him. Go, senior brother Gao, do your best. Break Lin Xiao's face. After all, we're all men. Why should you be so handsome? As the crowd chattered, Gao Zhong, invigorated, charged toward Lin Xiao. Lu Mingfei stepped forward, anxious that Gao Zhong might act aggressively. But suddenly, Gao Zhong executed a move that left everyone utterly astonished. His expression was fervent, his actions decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Just like that, he knelt down. Chapter 8. Lu Shimi's astonishment. Has he really achieved foundation establishment? Zizhu Peak is one of the 9 peaks of the Luyan sect, divided according to sect rules into outer and inner doors. Only disciples who have stepped into the foundation establishment realm are qualified to ascend to the inner door. Within the outer door, those at the pinnacle of Qi refinement are undoubtedly regarded as formidable. The number of peak Qi refinement practitioners at Zizhu Peak is exceedingly rare. Gao Zhong, a seasoned peak Qi refinement master, is revered wherever he goes as senior brother Gao. However, at this very moment, this esteemed senior brother, who commands such respect, was seen striding purposefully from a distance. Upon reaching within mere meters of Lin Xiao, he bent his knees and executed a graceful slide, ultimately kneeling before Lin Xiao in a perfectly executed motion. This seamless display left all the disciples present utterly bewildered. Nearby, male disciples observing in secret were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth did I just witness? The crowd found it hard to fathom. Did senior brother Gao actually slip? Surely. He must have lost his footing. Nonsense. Senior brother Gao is a peak Qi refinement master. How could he possibly slip? Yet, why on earth did he kneel before Lin Xiao? This is absurd. How am I to explain this? At the same time, Lu Mingfei, who had been watching Gao Zhong's sliding performance up close, was left with her mouth agape. Senior brother Gao, you. Lu Mingfei felt as though her mind had momentarily frozen. Gao Zhong had always been her suitor, and logically, you should have come to confront Lin Xiao. But what did this mean? Why did he kneel so smoothly upon arrival? It was only then that Gao Zhong noticed Lu Mingfei beside him. Yet, he felt no shame. Instead, he beamed with pride, saying, Junior sister Lu, you two have come to find senior brother Lin? What a pleasure. Lu Mingfei stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Not only her, but even Lin Xiao, the person directly involved, was equally astonished. What on earth was Gao Zhong performing? Just yesterday, he had nearly shattered Gao Zhong's resolve, yet today, he was behaving in such a manner. Could he have lost his mind? Gao Zhong acknowledged Lu Mingfei before turning his gaze back to Lin Xiao. Gratitude etched across his face. Senior brother Lin, regarding last night's events, it was indeed my fault, and I am wholly unworthy of forgiveness. To my astonishment, not only did you refrain from chastising me, but you also generously offered guidance. Such an act of magnanimity truly shamed Gao Zhong to the core. Senior brother Lin is indeed a paragon for our generation. Gao Zhong's flattery left Lin Xiao somewhat at a loss. Forgiveness? Guidance? When did any of this occur? I am completely unaware. Before he could inquire, Gao Zhong continued with fervor, Senior brother Lin, I have not squandered your counsel. Last night, I experienced a moment of enlightenment and have finally stepped in a foundation establishment. Your words have proven more valuable than a decade of effort. I have come today to fulfill my promise from yesterday and express my profound gratitude for your immense kindness. From this day forth, Gao is willing to serve brother Lin with utmost dedication. With that, Gao Zhong respectfully clasped his fists, assuming a posture of obedience. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Lu Mingfei stared wide-eyed, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Lin Xiao. Although she could not fully comprehend the unfolding events, she could glean a general understanding from Gao Zhong's words. Firstly, Gao had sought trouble with Lin Xiao the previous night. Secondly, Gao had successfully established his foundation and expressed his gratitude for Lin Xiao's guidance. Wait a moment. Lu Mingfei's eyes widened even further. Gao had been at the peak of Qi refinement for a decade, unable to establish his foundation. And yet, after receiving Lin Xiao's insight, he achieved enlightenment and directly established his foundation. Wasn't Brother Lin merely at the peak of qi refinement? A shiver ran through Lu Mingfei as she contemplated a terrifying reality. Brother Lin, have you established your foundation? Before Lin Xiao could speak, Gao enthusiastically interjected, naturally, otherwise how could my brother have guided me? Lu Mingfei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her heart in turmoil. Just 2 nights prior, he had been at the peak of qi refinement, and now, within a mere day, he had become a formidable foundation builder. Who truly possesses superior aptitude here? Lu Mingfei even began to doubt whether Lin Xiao's qualifications had been intentionally misrepresented, downgraded from exceptional to inferior. Ahem. Lin Xiao cleared his throat lightly. Although the situation remained unclear, one should not turn away from a subordinate who presented themselves so readily. He gestured for Gao Zhang to rise and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Your words are overly generous, junior brother Gao. We are all members of the Zizhu Peak and ought to assist one another. There is no need for such servitude." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhong felt a surge of emotion, sincerely exclaiming, "Brother Lin's magnanimity is truly admirable." The harshness of the cultivation world often remains obscured within the sect. Nonetheless, one undeniable truth prevails: treasures must be well concealed, lest they attract peril. Hence, the spirit of mutual assistance embodied by Lin Xiao is exceedingly rare. At this moment, Gao Zhong was utterly convinced. Setting aside all else, the gratitude he felt for Lin Xiao's role in his successful foundation establishment was beyond measure. Moreover, Lin Xiao's noble character was truly awe-inspiring. Reflecting on the trouble he had caused Lin Xiao out of jealousy the previous night, Gao Zhong felt a deep sense of shame. Regardless of perspective, it was evident that Brother Lin and Sister Lu were far better matched. Gao Zhong silently tucked away his feelings for Lu Mingfei, recognizing his unworthiness, and resolved to earnestly cling to Lin Xiao's support. Not far away, a group of male disciples stood in stunned silence, observing Gao Zheng's dramatic shift in demeanor. They could scarcely believe their eyes. One might think that standing before Brother Gao and Sister Lu was the peak master himself. Otherwise, how could the esteemed peak of qi refinement, Brother Gao, display such deference? Am I still dreaming? No, even in a dream, one wouldn't dare to envision such a scenario. I am utterly perplexed. Is Lin Xiao truly of the same inferior aptitude as us? Why is it that everyone's life is so different? We all possess the same lowly talents, yet he, merely a gatekeeper, seems to outshine even my role as a patroller. What is the reason for this? Once again, it's Senior Sister Lu and Senior Brother Gao. These prominent figures seem to revolve around Lin Xiao. What kind of charm does this young man possess? Damn, why are my eyes turning red? Curse you, Lin Xiao. You truly deserve this. The crowd felt a profound sense of despair, their envy and resentment fueled by the stark contrast in their circumstances. To this day, they remain baffled as to what exactly Lin Xiao has done to deserve such fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao exchanged a few words with the two before preparing to take his leave. After sleeping for 10 hours and completing a system task, he had raised the age limit for binding candidates to 100 years. At this rate, he anticipated elevating it to 140 today, and upon waking tomorrow, to 160 years. Given that the maximum lifespan in the foundation establishment stage is 200 years, attaining the age of 160 would certainly place him at the pinnacle of that stage. Once bound, he would ascend to golden core. Time is of the essence, completing tasks is paramount, leaving no room for idle chatter with the two. As he was about to take his leave, Gao Zheng suddenly adopted a serious expression, warning, "Brother Lin, you must be cautious. Last night, that one who has a master, Elder Yunqi." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao scoffed. A classic plot twist, sending the young to confront the old. Does it even hold any weight? How old could Elder Yunqi be? Gao Zheng was taken aback. Ordinarily, one would inquire about Elder Yunqi's cultivation level, not age. I am not certain, but he seems quite young. He is a prodigy from the previous generation of the sect, and it is said he entered the golden core stage before reaching 100 years. He should be no more than 120 now. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, hands clasped behind his back as he departed. What is there to fear? Gao Zheng felt a surge of excitement, his spirit invigorated. Brother Lin, you possess such audacity. He was about to follow, but was obstructed by Lu Mingfei, who wore an unfriendly expression. Senior Brother Gao, what exactly transpired last night? Gao Zheng froze, sweat pouring down his face. Chapter 9. Lin Xiao as a foundation establishment? What a farcical notion. After listening to Gao Zheng's explanation, Lu Mingfei expressed her indignation. I have a pure and innocent relationship with Senior Brother Lin. Why must you trouble him? Gao Zheng stood speechless. Despite having already achieved the foundation establishment stage, He dared not act presumptuously in front of Lu Mingfei. After all, she was the daughter of the Peak Master, someone not to be offended. Seeing his silence only fueled Lu Mingfei's anger further. Moreover, even if there were matters between senior brother Lin and me, what relevance do they hold for you? Your disturbance only makes me feel guilty for causing trouble for him. With that, Lu Mingfei, somewhat distressed, began contemplating how to apologize to Lin Xiao. Gao Zhang, naturally, did not dare to speak, shrinking back like a mere lackey. At that moment, while Lin Xiao was diligently eating to fulfill the system task of eating to 80 fullness, as Gao Zhang had predicted, Wang Hu would not let the matter rest easily. After having his face swollen like a pig's head from Lin Xiao's slap the previous night, he had painstakingly used some spells to restore his appearance and immediately entered the inner area of Zizhu Peak. Disciples of high aptitude, like Wang Hu, were reserved by the elders as soon as their talents were detected, with a success rate of over 70% for foundation establishment. Such individuals were highly coveted by the elders. It was Elder Yunqi who had reserved Wang Hu as a disciple following his foundation establishment. Upon hearing Wang Hu's intention, Elder Yunqi frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. Your conflict with the outer disciples is a matter for you disciples. It is not my place to interfere. Wang Hu quickly replied, Master, that Lin Xiao has achieved the foundation establishment realm. Elder Yunqi was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that among his peers. While Wang Hu was still in the late stage of qi refinement, someone had already reached foundation establishment. However, the name Lin Xiao. Elder Yunqi pondered for quite a while but could not recall who it was. There were very few disciples at the peak of qi refinement on Zizhu Peak, and those in the late stage were quite limited. He could not remember anyone named Lin Xiao. Are you certain he is an outer disciple? Wang Hu was quite certain. Then dropped a bombshell. Master, this individual is merely a gatekeeping servant disciple, with talent rated as inferior. Logically, one would expect him to only reach the mid-stage of qi refinement in his lifetime. How could he possibly attain foundation establishment by the age of 20? Upon hearing this, Elder Yunqi suddenly looked up, astonished. A servant disciple? Inferior talent? Only 20 years old? Foundation establishment? I recognize each of these words separately, yet together, they seem incomprehensible. Is this even possible? Wang Hu, do you take me for a fool? Wang Hu, in a state of panic, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. I would never deceive you, Master. It is the absolute truth. Lin Xiao must have employed some sinister and unprincipled methods to reach such a level. Fearing that Lin Xiao's suspicion was insufficient, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and fabricated a lie. On that day, when I sparred with Lin Xiao, I distinctly sensed the malevolent aura within his spiritual energy. I can assert with certainty that Lin Xiao is an evil cultivator. Elder Yunqi, filled with doubt and uncertainty, instantly rose to his feet. Wang Hu had articulated his sentiments quite clearly, and combined with Lin Xiao's inherent ambiguity, her position as an elder could not be overlooked. Come, accompany me to the outer sect, he commanded. In the secluded area of meditation, as the mist dissipated, a tall and graceful figure emerged from the bamboo grove, leaving Wang Hu momentarily speechless. He was aware that his master, Elder Yunqi, was a woman and a prodigy of the previous generation from Zizhu Peak. Yet he never anticipated that his master would possess the ethereal beauty of a celestial maiden. With a gulp, he found himself captivated by her long, exquisite legs. Fortunately, Elder Yunqi's attention was wholly fixated on Lin Xiao, oblivious to the inappropriate gaze Wang Hu cast upon her. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Hu's mind was already filled with yearning. His master's beauty rivaled that of Lu Mingfei, and her figure was even more striking. He mused that if he were to attain the golden core one day and address her as senior sister, would he not have the opportunity to bask in her grace? Within the Luoyuan sect, as long as one was not accepted as a direct disciple, when a disciple reached the same realm as their master, they could be regarded as peers. Naturally, most would refrain from such impropriety, save for a few who lacked respect for their teachers, like Wang Hu. Elder Yunqi soared gracefully through the air, with Wang Hu trailing behind, entirely unaware of the dismal thoughts that had taken root in his mind regarding her. They soon arrived at the outer sect area of Zizhu Peak. Only 2 elders oversaw the outer sect. One resided at the mountain gate, managing all the outer sect disciples, while the other frequently ventured out, primarily tasked with recruiting new disciples for Zizhu Peak. Elder Yunqi's objective was the latter. Brother Niu Ben, how have you been of late? Elder Yunqi inquired, her face serious and oval-shaped. Niu Ben, who had just returned to the mountain 2 days prior and had been overheard by disciples that very evening, was quite the character. His appearance as flamboyant as his name suggested. Ah, splendid indeed. What brings you to visit, junior sister Yin? He laughed heartily. Are you aware that you have a disciple under your name, one Lin Xiao? Elder Yinchi queried. Niu Ben chewed thoughtfully, shaking his head. I do not know him. I encounter countless disciples each year, and while I've met hundreds, I have no recollection of Lin Xiao. Elder Yinchi continued. This Lin Xiao possesses below-average aptitude and is merely a closed-door disciple. At this revelation, Niu Ben's expression shifted to one of recognition. Ah, I remember now. I've encountered that lad each time I leave the mountain. He is quite handsome, though regrettably his talents are lacking. Did you come all this way solely for him? Why, brother, you need not be so formal. A simple greeting would have sufficed for me to send him your way. Elder Yinchi was momentarily taken aback, failing to process his words. Niu Ben, however, chuckled teasingly. Who would have thought that amidst all those exceptionally talented brothers, none could win your heart? Only for a mere errand boy to succeed? In my humble opinion, dear junior sister, it is high time you sought a companion. As the saying goes, a solitary yin cannot thrive. Only with the balance of yin and yang can the cosmic order be fulfilled. Your discerning eye has led you to Lin Xiao, a young man of striking appearance, far more appealing than that fellow behind you. As he spoke, Niu Ben gestured towards Wang Hu, who instantly flushed yet dared not reveal his embarrassment. It was only then that Yunqi comprehended Niu Ben's implication, her face reddening with indignation as she stamped her foot and exclaimed, Niu Ben, why do you persist in your nonsensical chatter as before? Upon witnessing her reaction, Niu Ben erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Ah, dear sister, do not take offense. It has been so long since we last met. I merely just to lighten the mood. Yunqi's cheeks were aflame, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet she found herself utterly powerless against the notorious braggart. Humph. Should you utter another word of disrespect, I shall promptly inform sister-in-law. Niu Ben immediately recoiled, his demeanor shifting to one of sheepishness. My apologies, my apologies. Let us speak of serious matters. Why has my dear sister come to inquire about Lin Xiao? Yunqi gritted her teeth, inhaled deeply to compose herself, and replied. Last night, Lin Xiao assaulted my apprentice, Wang Hu. Niu Ben furrowed his brow in disbelief. That cannot be right. Your disciple has reached the latter stages of qi training, while Lin Xiao is merely a disciple at the threshold. What strength could he possibly possess to overpower him? Yunqi's expression turned grave. That is precisely the issue. According to my disciple, Lin Xiao possesses only inferior aptitude and is merely 20 years old. Yet, he has inexplicably reached the foundation establishment stage. Niu Ben stood in stunned silence for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha! My dear sister has taken to jesting as well, though her comedic timing requires refinement. A 20-year-old with inferior aptitude at the foundation establishment stage? Surely, you jest. How could that be possible? However, as he observed Yunqi's serious countenance, his laughter gradually faded. Clearing his throat, he implored, Sister, do not tell me this is true. Yunqi ground her teeth, exasperated by her absurd senior brother. Niu Ben's smile abruptly faltered, transforming into astonishment, which ultimately culminated in a shout of disbelief. Inferior aptitude? 20 years old? Foundation establishment? What kind of absurdity in the realm of cultivation is this? I refuse to believe it. Someone, go fetch Lin Xiao at once. Chapter 10. Is Lin Xiao certainly an evil cultivator? The disciples outside the door received their orders and, without hesitation, promptly set out to locate Lin Xiao. Niu Ben furrowed his brow, still finding it hard to believe. How could this be possible? I have personally assessed the qualifications of all my disciples, and there is no room for error. Lin Xiao must undoubtedly possess inferior talents. Otherwise, he would not merely be a gatekeeper. With such qualifications, reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement would be a challenge, let alone foundation establishment. Junior sister Yun, are you certain there has been no mistake? Before Yunqi could respond, Wang Hu could not restrain himself. There is absolutely no mistake. Lin Xiao is indeed at the foundation establishment stage. He is an evil cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Ben's gaze turned sharp, casting a cold glare at Wang Hu, which rendered the latter silent and trembling with fear. Humph, the truth has yet to be ascertained. Do not spout nonsense. Even if we entertain the notion of him being an evil cultivator, we must wait until the truth is uncovered before discussing it. Until the facts are clear. A junior like Wang Hu has no right to make a fuss in front of me. Yunqi frowned slightly, expressing her displeasure. Brother, why must you argue with a junior? Moreover, Wang Hu makes a valid point. Aside from the means of an evil cultivator, I cannot fathom any method that would allow a disciple with inferior qualifications at the age of 20 to leap into the foundation establishment stage. Niu Ben's frown deepened. Junior sister, you are so certain that Lin Xiao is an evil cultivator? Yunqi raised her chin, gesturing for Wang Hu to elaborate. Speak in detail about yesterday's encounter with Lin Xiao. A wave of panic surged through Wang Hu. To secure Elder Yunqi's support, he had lied, claiming he sensed the aura of evil within Lin Xiao's spiritual energy during their confrontation. Yet, this was indeed a falsehood. Yesterday, it was Lin Xiao who had thoroughly humiliated him, leaving him too fearful to retaliate. How could he possibly perceive Lin Xiao's spiritual energy? However, given the circumstances and Lin Xiao's astonishing rise, it was highly probable that he was indeed an evil cultivator. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and resolutely began to speak. Niu Bin listened intently, his brow furrowed. According to Wang Hu's account, the assertion that Lin Xiao was an evil cultivator seemed increase upon learning the truth from Gao Zhong last night. Lu Mingfei felt a profound sense of guilt towards Lin Xiao. Had it not been for her, Lin Xiao would not have been besieged. Although the final outcome saw Lin Xiao effortlessly defeat the three assailants, trouble nonetheless ensued. Consequently, Lu Mingfei sought to undertake a modest gesture to atone for her perceived transgression. Master, a senior brother successfully established his foundation yesterday, and I wish to apply for his monthly stipend as an inner sect disciple in advance. The monthly stipend is a privilege exclusive to inner sect disciples, encompassing the necessary elixirs and resources for cultivation, distributed monthly at no charge. According to the rules, Lin Xiao would only be eligible to receive the stipend after formally entering the inner sect. However, rules are rigid, yet individuals are dynamic. Given Lu Mingfei's status as the esteemed daughter of the Peak Master, obtaining special permission to receive several month stipends in advance should pose no issue. Niu Bin chuckled amiably. Of course. Who is this individual? His surname is Lin, and his name is Xiao, Lu Mingfei replied. As soon as her words fell, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Lu Mingfei blinked, sensing something amiss. What is it? Is that not permissible? Niu Bin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Elder Yunqi, aware of Lu Mingfei's identity, interjected, Lu Shixi, while it is certainly possible to apply for the stipend in advance, if this person is Lin Xiao, then it becomes problematic. I advise you to maintain your distance from him. Be wary of falling prey to malevolent schemes. Lu Mingfei was taken aback, bewildered. What malevolent scheme? Why should I distance myself from senior brother Lin? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Hu could no longer restrain himself. Because he is a demonic cultivator. Lu Mingfei's brows furrowed in outrage as she glared at Wang Hu. Do not slander him. When has senior brother Lin ever been a demonic cultivator? Wang Hu, I never expected you to be such a treacherous and despicable person. Wang Hu's face flushed with anger, consumed by jealousy. He had harbored feelings for Lu Mingfei for a long time, yet witnessing her defend Lin Xiao against him ignited both bitterness and fury within him. Humph. With Lin Xiao's talents, he could not have reached foundation establishment without resorting to sinister means. Lu Mingfei was infuriated. Wang Hu, you are utterly shameless. My relationship with senior brother Lin is entirely innocent. It is merely a bond between fellow disciples. Yet you conspired with two others to confront him last night, seeking trouble, only to be reprimanded by him. Your actions have already been despicable, and now you dare to vilify senior brother Lin as a demonic cultivator. Shameless. I, Lu Mingfei, am ashamed to be associated with you. Wang Hu felt humiliated by her scorn, the wounds from the previous night reopening, leaving him seething with shame and rage. You. Elder Yunqi's brows knit together as she cast a disapproving glance at Wang Hu. She had not been informed of these underlying circumstances by him. It appeared the trouble had stemmed from Wang Hu's deliberate provocation. Elder Yunqi felt a sense of displeasure, akin to being used as a pawn. However, with both Wang Hu and Lu Mingfei holding steadfast to their claims, Lin Xiao's innocence had yet to be established. Elder Yunqi motioned for Wang Hu to step forward. Her expression stern as she inquired, Are you certain you sensed a demonic aura emanating from Lin Xiao? Wang Hu lied, consumed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. I am certain. He is gambling, although definitive evidence eludes us. Various signs undeniably indicate that Lin Xiao's cultivation is fraught with issues. The advantage lies with me. Yunqi cast a penetrating glance at Wang Hu, deliberating for a moment before ultimately deciding to place his faith in this preordained disciple once more. Brother Niu, nephew Lu, words are futile. Please hasten to bring Lin Xiao here for verification. Lu Mingfei, biting her silver teeth in indignation, exclaimed, I vouch for brother Lin. He is by no means a nefarious cultivator. Helpless, Niu Bin could only dispatch two more disciples to search for him. At that moment, Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. When the disciples sent by Niu Bin finally located him, he was engrossed in a clapping game with Miao Rifeng. You clap one, I clap one. Huh, my master is looking for me. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Upon hearing that master summoned Lin Xiao, Miao Rifeng quickly wiped away his drool, nervously inquired, Brother Lin, could it be that the eavesdropping incident from the other night has been exposed? Lin Xiao shook his head and stood up. We'll see when we get there. By the way, let's continue our clapping game for another half hour tonight. Miao Rifeng was at a loss, utterly bewildered. Why does Lin Xiao, a formidable foundational cultivator, display such enthusiasm for a child's game? Could it be a secret method of cultivation? Miao Rifeng pondered in uncertainty. After Lin Xiao departed, Miao Rifeng stood alone before the mountain gate, beginning once more, you clap one. I clap one. Not long after, as Lin Xiao stepped into the reception hall, the system's voice resonated in his ear. New, bindable candidate detected. Chapter 11 Lin Xiao. My sword is not without merit. After completing the task of eating until moderately full at noon, Lin Xiao's age limit was elevated to 120 years. He shook his head, opting not to bind for the time being. It would be illogical to bind now, especially since he had just spotted Wang Hu upon entering. Moreover, Gao Zhang had previously cautioned him that Wang Hu's master was Elder Yun Qi. It was likely that his visit was not benevolent. However, upon seeing Elder Yun Qi, Lin Xiao instinctively paused. The system indicated she was already 112 years old. Yet in appearance, she seemed not much older than Lu Mingfei. Compared to Lu Mingfei, she exhibited less youthful charm, but possessed a more voluptuous figure, truly a rare beauty. It made sense, considering that cultivators at the Golden Core stage could live up to 500 years. Being just over 100 was indeed youthful. Lin Xiao cast a glance at Wang Hu, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Wang Hu met his gaze and trembled slightly, hastily averting his eyes. The humiliation he endured last night at Lin Xiao's hands was still vivid in his memory. He could hardly hold his head high before him. Lin Xiao scoffed softly, inwardly branding him a coward. Disciple Lin Xiao pays respects to the master. After the formalities were observed, Niu Bin's expression softened considerably as he beckoned Lin Xiao forward, gesturing towards Wang Hu. Last night, did you strike him? Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Indeed, I knocked out half of his teeth. As he spoke, he mimicked the action with his hand, seemingly savoring the recollection. Wang Hu shivered violently, the pain from his injuries resurfacing. Niu Bin struggled to suppress a smile. Clearing his throat, let us maintain a serious demeanor. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, feigning surprise. What is this? Isn't it unnecessary to report a mere skirmish among disciples? For cultivators, brawling is commonplace. Would it not be laughable to seek elder intervention after every altercation? Ah, my apologies. I did not mean to imply that junior brother Wang Hu is cowardly, merely that it seems a tad juvenile. No, perhaps a touch effeminate. Actually, it's more fitting to say somewhat inept. Or perhaps, cowardice is the most appropriate term. Niu Bin bit his lip, gazing skyward, desperately stifling a laugh. This impudent lad had insulted Wang Hu both overtly and subtly. He certainly had the flair reminiscent of my younger days. Wang Hu could not fail to grasp Lin Xiao's meaning and erupted in fury. Lin Xiao, you go too far. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his palm lifted. What are you shouting about? Do you wish to lose the other half of your teeth as well? Wang Hu flinched, instinctively covering his face, retreating a step in fright. Yet, upon seeing the playful smile on Lin Xiao's face, he quickly realized that, in the presence of the two elders, Lin Xiao would not resort to violence. It was merely a jest at his expense. You. Wang Hu's face flushed with anger. Elder Yun Qi furrowed her brow, interjecting, Niu Xiao. Let us get to the point. Niu Bin inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. Lin Xiao, may I inquire if you have established your foundation? Yes. Lin Xiao replied with neither humility nor arrogance. You are merely 20 years old this year. Niu Bin asked once more. Yes. Your aptitude is of the inferior sort? Yes. Upon the conclusion of these three inquiries, Niu Bin reclined strategically, extending his palm. Lin Xiao, present your hand to me. Niu Bin sought to investigate Lin Xiao's dantian, aiming to discern any malevolent aura. This method mirrored that employed by Lu Mingfei previously, simple yet effective. Since all practitioners cultivate the techniques of the Luyun sect, it is only natural that their auras exhibit considerable similarities. Should Lin Xiao's dantian emanate a similar essence, or exhibit more pronounced chaos and brutality, he would undoubtedly be deemed a malevolent cultivator. Elder Yun Qi held his breath, focusing intently as he observed silently. Wang Hu felt a wave of tension. his palms slick with perspiration. Lu Mingfei clenched her fists, her delicate visage brimming with trust. She had already examined Lin Xiao's dantian, finding his spiritual energy indistinguishable from hers, both embodying the pure essence of the Lu Yunju. If Lin Xiao were indeed a malevolent cultivator, then so too would she be. However, when confronted with Niu Ben's hand, Lin Xiao hesitated. This seems inappropriate. At these words, a chill swept through the crowd. Lin Xiao was evading. Wang Hu's heart surged with delight. There is something amiss. Indeed, there is an issue. Lin Xiao, you are undoubtedly a malevolent cultivator. Wang Hu, unable to contain his elation, flushed with excitement. Elder Yunqi narrowed his eyes, his spiritual energy already circulating, poised to strike down. Niu Ben furrowed his brow, doubt creeping into his mind. Just as he contemplated a forceful inspection, Lin Xiao's words left him utterly astonished. With so many people present, grappling and tugging, it certainly appears rather effeminate. And I truly possess no inclination in that regard. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Although the meaning of effeminate eluded many, the context allowed them to piece together its implication. Veins bulged on Niu Ben's forehead. Yun Qi rolled his eyes, his fair ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Lu Mingfei's large eyes fluttered, her expression slightly agitated, as vivid images began to form in her mind. Get lost. I am here to examine your dantian. Niu Ben gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao shrugged, having deduced the situation. It was merely an inspection, so why the need for such ambiguous phrasing? As he extended his hand, Niu Ben firmly grasped his wrist instead of opting for a handhold. A surge of potent spiritual energy raced along the meridians, rapidly probing towards the dantian. Lin Xiao was secretly astonished. The magnitude of this spiritual energy was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. Without a doubt, Niu Ben was a cultivator of the golden core stage, and not merely in its initial phase. However, his age must exceed 120 years, as the system had not detected him. After a brief yet thorough examination of the robust spiritual energy, Niu Ben grinned and released his grip. The sight of his smile caused Wang Hu's heart to skip a beat. Elder Yunqi also sensed an ominous premonition. Brother, what is the outcome? Niu Ben inquired, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gestured grandly. There is no doubt, the spiritual essence is refined and pure, and the cultivation technique is indeed the flowing cloud method. Lin Xiao is not a malevolent cultivator. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, impossible. If he is not a malevolent cultivator, how can we explain his cultivation level? Hearing this, Niu Ben's brows furrowed in anger as he bellowed, do you suspect that I am shielding him? The oppressive aura of the golden core realm surged forth, causing Wang Hu's legs to buckle beneath him, forcing him to kneel. Wang Hu was overwhelmed with anguish, unable to utter a word. With a graceful wave of her hand, Yunqi shielded Wang Hu from some of the pressure, her expression grave. I shall investigate personally. With that, she swiftly moved beside Lin Xiao and reached out to grasp his arm. Suddenly, the exquisite sword at Lin Xiao's back let out a sharp sound. Its cold gleam unsheathed. The lethal blade was instantly positioned between Lin Xiao and Yunqi. The latter, taken aback, regarded him with icy disdain. Lin Xiao, do you intend to rebel? However, Lin Xiao, equally stern, responded, the dantian is the foundation of cultivation. How can one allow others to probe it at will? Yunqi clenched her silver teeth in frustration. Senior brother Niu has just examined him. Lin Xiao offered a faint smile and respectfully gestured toward Niu Ben. It is only natural for a master to examine his disciple. You are neither my master nor a respected elder of my family. Why should I place my trust in you? Yunqi seethed with anger. Impudent junior, do you wish to test the sharpness of my sword? As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xiao shouted fiercely, my sword is no less formidable. Chapter 12. Wang Hu, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. My sword is not without merit. The resonant words of Lin Xiao reverberated throughout the grand hall, leaving the gathered assembly in stunned silence. Niu Ben's eyes sparkled with fervor, unable to contain his inner applause. What a bold declaration. My sword is not without merit. This youth possesses remarkable spirit. Lu Mingfei, too, felt a shiver of excitement at his words, her gaze glimmering like stars, sparkling incessantly. Wang Hu knelt on the ground, his face awash with astonishment. He could never have imagined that Lin Xiao harbored such audacity. Were he in Lin Xiao's place, he would never dare to draw his sword against a golden core master. In that moment, Wang Hu abruptly came to a realization. He was indeed inferior to Lin Xiao, falling short even of half his might. This sense of impotence and despondency overwhelmed him, causing him to sink entirely to his knees, despair evident in his eyes. Elder Yanqi's countenance was etched with frost as she fixated her eyes on Lin Xiao, the oppressive aura of the golden core realm bubbling beneath the surface. Yet, Lin Xiao met her gaze with unwavering courage, exhibiting not a trace of fear. This left Yanqi in a state of exasperation. After all, she was an elder of the purple bamboo peak. How would it reflect on her if she were to resort to violence against an outer sect disciple? Hence, she sought to compel Lin Xiao to submit through the weight of her status. But this Lin Xiao, how could he be so resolute? Fortunately, Niu Bin stepped forward at the opportune moment. Lin Xiao, how can you draw your sword against your master uncle? Put it away. He turned to Yanqi. And you, Sister Yun, as an elder, why let your temper flare against a disciple? With both parties providing an avenue for retreat, Lin Xiao acquiesced gracefully. As for whether I am a malevolent cultivator, my master has already investigated, and I am guiltless in my conscience. Lu Mingfei chimed in promptly, indeed. I also conducted an inquiry yesterday. Brother Lin could never be a malevolent cultivator. All his abilities stem from his diligent cultivation. Master Uncle Yanqi, you have fallen prey to slanderous words, mistakenly believing Brother Lin has employed sinister methods, yet you remain oblivious to the relentless effort he has poured into his practice. Are we to extinguish Brother Lin's tireless endeavors based solely on Wang Hu's unsubstantiated claims? At these words, a flash of anger crossed Yanqi's face as she cast a cold glare at Wang Hu. Had it not been for Wang Hu's repeated insistence that he sensed malevolent energy during his confrontation with Lin Xiao, her actions would not have escalated so drastically. Wang Hu, intimidated by the icy glare in Yanqi's eyes, panicked and exclaimed, "No, they are all shielding Lin Xiao. I have seen him with my own eyes. He is undoubtedly a malevolent cultivator." No sooner had he spoken than Niu Bin's rage ignited. Impudent, he swiftly advanced, raising his palm, which was as large as a fan, and struck Wang Hu across the face with a resounding smack. Crack! Blood erupted from Wang Hu's mouth, and he lost several teeth in the process. Niu Bin snorted in anger, still unsatisfied. However, Yanqi intervened, raising a hand to halt him. Wait, Brother Niu. This matter pertains to malevolent cultivators and the security of our sect. It is not to be taken lightly. If I cannot personally investigate, I will never quell my suspicions. Niu Bin's expression darkened in response. The implication is that junior sister also harbors doubts about my safeguarding of Lin Xiao. Yanqi hastily interjected. No, I do not suspect my senior brother. I merely lack first-hand evidence, which leaves me restless. Niu Bin, instead of showing anger, chuckled and took a seat. Speaking in a grave tone, if you wish to investigate personally, you ought to first inquire whether Lin Xiao consents. After saying this, Niu Bin turned to Lin Xiao and added, you need not fear. With Master present today, no one can coerce you. Upon hearing this, Yanqi gritted her teeth but remained resolute in her request to Lin Xiao. Lin Shizi, may I conduct my investigation, if it pleases you? Lin Xiao, standing firm and unafraid of shadows, was aware that submission was not his nature. As the classic adage goes, avoid trouble, but never fear it. Very well. But I have a condition, Lin Xiao replied, gazing at Yanqi after your investigation today. Once you step out of this door, I shall be free to act as I wish, and you must not intervene. At this pronouncement, the onlookers instantly grasped that Lin Xiao's words were directed squarely at Wang Hu. After all, Wang Hu was the disciple Yanqi had intended to take under her wing. Should Lin Xiao choose to act against him, it was uncertain whether Yanqi would intervene. It was not that he feared Yanqi, after all. If Lin Xiao so desired, he could swiftly bind her and ascend to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Yet, such a display would be too outrageous, unless absolutely necessary. One ought not to act so recklessly. One must tread carefully, for overreaching can lead to dire consequences. Wang Hu too realized that Lin Xiao harbored murderous intent towards him, and he couldn't help but cry out in terror. Master, do not agree. His words were cut short as Yanqi, devoid of patience, reprimanded him. Silence. Wang Hu's repeated deceptions had already incited Yanqi's deep disdain. Were it not for her responsibilities as an elder, which mandated thorough investigation of every suspicion, she would have turned and departed immediately. Regardless of whether she acceded to Lin Xiao's terms, Yanqi would no longer concern herself with Wang Hu. I accept your terms. With that, Yanqi lightly tapped her finger on Lin Xiao's hand, a stream of pure spiritual energy threading into his meridians like fine silk. Within his dantian, a droplet of exquisite foundational elixir resonated with energy. Yanqi's spiritual essence entwined the droplet, enveloping it, and meticulously savoring it as if peeling layers from an onion. Lin Xiao shuddered, vowing never to allow such an examination again. This sensation felt akin to being stripped of all defenses, permitting another to toy with him. Of course, only Yun Qi would conduct such a meticulous investigation. Previously, Lu Mingfei and Niu Bin had merely brushed against him before retreating. As Yun Qi seemed intent on conducting a thorough search of his dantian, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed in displeasure. This woman is relentless. You investigate me. I shall investigate you, to see who breaks first. Lin Xiao abruptly activated his dantian, allowing a similarly pure stream of spiritual energy to course through. Following Yun Qi's finger, it surged into her body without restraint. Yun Qi's delicate form trembled as her eyes flew open, locking onto Lin Xiao. Yet, Lin Xiao appeared lost in thought, completely avoiding her gaze. That stream of energy, like Lin Xiao's tendrils, brazenly traversed through Yun Qi's meridians, exploring with abandon. In an instant, he surged towards Yun Qi's dantian. Subsequently, emulating Yun Qi's demeanor, he enveloped the golden core within the dantian. The latter's delicate face suddenly flushed crimson, incensed to the point of gritting her teeth. A person's dantian resides in the lower abdomen, and the golden core is the essence of a cultivator, possessing an exceptionally keen perception. Subjected to Lin Xiao's brazen treatment, Yun Qi felt an unbearable discomfort, her entire being tensed, as if violated. This rascal. In haste, Yun Qi ceased her probing and withdrew her hand. Deprived of support from Lin Xiao's spiritual energy, she swiftly subdued his golden core on the spot. Has the martial uncle discerned the truth? Lin Xiao feigned ignorance and inquired. Having suffered a covert setback, Yun Qi shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, I found nothing unusual. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Wang Hu's complexion turned ashen. No, that can't be right. Before the words could fully leave her mouth, Yun Qi pivoted and delivered a palm strike. The imprint of spiritual energy coalesced and struck Wang Hu's abdomen with a resounding impact. Blood gushed forth from him, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Yun Qi's charming visage was laced with frost, her words dripping with ire. Wang Hu, you have deceived me time and again, your lips devoid of truth. And you have falsely accused your fellow disciples. Henceforth, I shall have no further ties with you. Do not dare to approach me again. Having spoken, Yun Qi bowed to Niu Bin and declared, Brother, today's events were due to my recklessness. I deeply apologize and take my leave. In a fleeting moment, she vanished without a trace. Instantly, the gazes of Lin Xiao and the other two converged upon Wang Hu. The latter, overwhelmed with terror, cowered on the ground, trembling violently. Spare me, I am aware of my wrongs. Chapter 13, Kill. Show no mercy. Bang. Lin Xiao showed no mercy, pressing his foot firmly onto the back of Wang Hu's head, causing his forehead to collide heavily with the bluestone pavement. Wang Hu, overwhelmed with terror, screamed desperately. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Lin Xiao, Master Lin, spare me. Lin Xiao's gaze was frigid as he unsheathed his sword. You do not understand your fault. You are merely aware that your demise is imminent. Wang Hu stood frozen, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. A foul stench pervading the grand hall. No. Lin Xiao, you cannot kill me. Suddenly, Wang Hu seemed to have found a lifeline, shouting frantically. According to the sect's rules, fellow disciples must not harm one another. This is the sect. To kill me is to violate the rules. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei, who stood nearby, hesitated to speak. Niu Bin let out a sigh. Wang Hu was indeed correct. Within the sect, disciples were forbidden from engaging in mutual slaughter, with violators facing the death penalty. Moreover, as an elder, how could he possibly stand idly by and witness his disciples engage in such carnage? The ox, shaking its head, slowly began to speak. Lin Xiao, for today let it be. However, before the ox could finish its counsel to Lin Xiao to momentarily relinquish his grip, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly erupted. In but an instant, a head adorned with the expression of one who has survived calamity rolled languidly into the corner. Blood gushed forth in torrents, saturating the expanse of the azure stone tiles. Beneath the glint of the sword, Wang Hu was abruptly severed in two. Such a gruesome scene rendered Lu Mingfei pale with shock, causing her to rush outside and retch uncontrollably. Although Lin Xiao was smeared with blood, his expression remained largely unperturbed. Despite an instinctual discomfort, he bore no psychological burden in taking a life. Niu Bin suddenly rose, his demeanor stiff, the corners of his mouth twitching. You. Lin Xiao turned back, a hint of regret in his voice. Alas, master, you should have mentioned earlier that we must not act. My sword is simply too sharp. Niu Bin's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He understood that Lin Xiao had acted deliberately, intentionally leaving him incomplete in his speech before taking action. striking first and explaining later. Yet, with a life already extinguished, what more could Niu Bin possibly say? The only hesitation now lies in whether to punish Lin Xiao. Should punishment be enacted, it would mean a death sentence for him. After the loss of a highly gifted Wang Hu, Zijou Peak would face yet another loss with the hidden talent of Lin Xiao. Conversely, if no punishment is meted out, it would imply complicity, binding them irrevocably to Lin Xiao henceforth. This seemingly agonizing choice, however, was resolved in but a breath. Niu Bin's expression shifted instantly, a smile of relief gracing his features. Indeed, decisiveness in matters of life and death is paramount. In the realm of cultivation, mercy is the greatest adversary. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, asking his master for assistance in the aftermath. The term master now bore a different connotation than before. Previously, it was merely a title under Niu Bin's name, as their encounters were scarce throughout the year. Yet now, they found themselves bound together in the same vessel. The utterance of master signifies an unbreakable bond. Niu Bin nodded, officially acknowledging this disciple. Wang Hu was previously a designated disciple of Yun Qi, and even if he were to enter the inner sect in the future, he would have no connection with Niu Bin. However, Lin Xiao, this hidden genius, is destined for remarkable achievements, and taking him as a disciple would undoubtedly yield benefits. It would be foolish to sacrifice a potential genius for the sake of a deceased Wang Hu. As for the sect's rules, rules are adhered to only by those incapable of breaking them. You may return. I shall handle the matter of the corpse. Lin Xiao bid farewell and stepped outside. Lu Mingfei's expression was grim as she hid behind a nearby tree, stealthily observing. Upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge, she instinctively recoiled. The bloody scene in the Grand Hall, coupled with Lin Xiao's unperturbed demeanor after the killing, had greatly impacted her. Are you frightened? Lin Xiao inquired with concern. Lu Mingfei, reluctant to admit her fear, feigned composure. Not at all. Lin Xiao smiled and tapped her thigh with the sword sheath. Then why are you trembling? Lu Mingfei glanced down to find her long, elegant legs quivering slightly. Ugh. Embarrassment washed over her, and as she recalled the gruesome imagery, she instinctively gagged, feeling even more ashamed in Lin Xiao's presence. Lu Mingfei hastily changed the subject. I will keep today's events confidential. Lin Xiao shook his head. Your discretion is futile. With Wang Hu's sudden disappearance in our recent conflict, anyone with curiosity will inevitably trace it back to me. My suspicion is the greatest. Lu Mingfei was taken aback. What should we do? Lin Xiao replied in astonishment. What do you mean by what should we do? Is there anyone else who would investigate Wang Hu's disappearance? Lu Mingfei fell silent. Indeed, Lin Xiao had already severed ties between Elder Yun Qi and Wang Hu before taking action. Without Elder Yun Qi, Niu Bin would provide cover in the outer sect. Who would care whether Wang Hu had gone missing? After some time, they could simply concoct a reason, claiming that Wang Hu had met with misfortune outside the mountain gate. Who could find fault with that? How many disciples of Lu Yun's sect have died at the mountain gate over the years? Upon realizing this, Lu Mingfei nodded. All right, I was overthinking it. Since the matter is resolved, you should return and rest, senior brother. Lin Xiao blinked but remained still. Lu Mingfei, biting her lip, grew anxious. Lin Xiao, is there something else? Lin Xiao smiled silently. Lu Mingfei, exasperated, stamped her foot. Fine, I admit I'm scared. My legs are weak, and I can't move. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, humming a tune as he strode away. Lu Mingfei glared at his retreating figure, clenched her teeth, and pounded her soft thigh, lamenting. Knowing my legs are weak and yet offering no support, just laughing away. How ridiculous. I was even considering helping you apply for the inner sect disciples' monthly stipend in advance, but now, no more help. With a sense of grievance, Lu Mingfei abruptly turned to leave. However, after taking a couple of unsteady steps, she lowered her head and retraced her steps to find Niu Bin, muttering to herself. Fine. I want to hold it against you. Back at his residence, Lin Xiao first changed out of his blood-stained clothes before making his way to the mountain gate. The task of entertaining for 2 hours remained unfinished. Yet upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Xiao was taken aback to see Gao Zhang sitting cross-legged opposite Miao Rifeng. Both engaged in a lively exchange, pushing hands back and forth. As he drew closer, he could hear their chants. You clap 4. I clap 4. For children, write Chinese characters. You clap 5. I clap 5. Lin Xiao fell into silence. Are you both out of your minds? The duo jumped in surprise upon noticing Lin Xiao's presence and immediately stood up. Senior brother Lin has arrived. Miao Rifeng grinned mischievously, stepping forward with a chuckle. Brother Lin, I believe I have grasped the essence of your cultivation secret. Lin Xiao was bewildered. What cultivation secret? Gao Zhang, brimming with excitement, chimed in. Miao Xiong is right. Although this clapping song appears childish, upon careful reflection, it subtly conveys the essence of the Tao. A question mark appeared over Lin Xiao's head. No. My friends, I am merely playing this clapping game to complete a system task, and you two have managed to comprehend something from it? The key point is, you truly have grasped something? You two are impressive. Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Gao Zhang felt a swell of pride. Indeed, as expected, this nursery rhyme is truly extraordinary. Even senior brother Lin is astonished by my insight. After indulging in self-satisfaction for a moment, he quickly added, Oh, by the way, senior brother Lin, I came to remind you. Recently, someone spotted Wang Hu heading towards the inner gate area, and I suspect he is going to report to Elder Yunqi. This fellow is cunning. Who knows what nonsense he might say, so you must be cautious. Chapter 14. Have you subdued Elder Yunqi? Gao Zhang, having recently defected from the shadows to the light, was eager to prove his loyalty to Lin Xiao, fearing that the latter might harbor doubts about him. Upon receiving news that Wang Hu had rushed to the intersect, Gao Zhang hastened to alert Lin Xiao. He was well aware of Wang Hu's temperament, vengeful and petty. Last night, Lin Xiao had humiliated Wang Hu to an unbearable degree, and it was certain that Wang Hu would not let this matter rest. Moreover, with Elder Yunqi backing him, a formidable gold core expert, caution was imperative. For Gao Zhang himself, being targeted by a gold core cultivator would undoubtedly lead to sleepless nights. However, Lin Xiao, upon hearing his warning, remained unfazed. It's nothing to worry about, he reassured. Gao Zhang, taken aback, assumed Lin Xiao was unaware of the gravitas of a gold core cultivator and quickly urged, Brother, do not underestimate them. To a gold core expert, a foundation establishment cultivator is hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, Elder Yunqi is an outstanding figure among the elite of the Zizhu Peak. If she truly sets her sights on you, Brother Lin, I implore you to remain within the sect for the time being. She would likely not dare to act against you inside our gates. Lin Xiao chuckled, patting Gao Zhang on the shoulder. I assure you, there is no cause for concern. The matter has long been resolved. Gao Zhang, feeling helpless as Lin Xiao remained obstinate, was at a loss. Meanwhile, Miao Renfeng, listening nearby, was filled with trepidation. Just a few days had passed, and Lin Xiao seemed to dismiss even gold core experts. For a novice like Miao Renfeng, the gold core realm felt unattainable, a distant dream. He swallowed hard, sensing the need to reiterate the gravity of the situation. Brother Lin, perhaps we should. Before he could finish, Miao Renfeng suddenly froze, staring blankly into the air, exclaiming in astonishment, What a beautiful woman! Gao Zhang looked up, bewildered, and beheld a woman clad in a sky-blue robe, adorned with embroidered clouds, gracefully suspended in midair. Though her robe was loose, it subtly accentuated her alluring figure. As Gao Zhang squinted to discern her features, he was struck by her beauty and could not suppress a cry of astonishment. Elder Yunqi, Miao Renfeng, who had just been marveling at the woman's beauty, instantly wilted. Oh no, he gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. They had just been discussing Elder Yunqi, and now she had come to confront them. This was a gold core expert. In stark contrast to their panic, Lin Xiao felt only confusion and weariness. It had been less than 2 hours since their confrontation in the Great Hall. Why had she come in person? Did she know he had killed Wang Hu and intended to break their agreement to seek vengeance? With this thought, Lin Xiao instinctively placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to bind Yunqi and ascend to the gold core realm. As Yunqi descended slowly, her imposing presence left Gao Zhang and Miao Renfeng breathless with anxiety. Lin Xiao, I wish to speak with you privately. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Gao Zhang hastily clasped his hands together and said, Elder, this seems inappropriate. As a distinguished elder of the inner sect, why should you lower yourself to intervene in matters concerning us outer disciples? Indeed, Lin Xixiang had a conflict with Wang Shidi last night. And while it did escalate to a scuffle, it is merely a trivial dispute among disciples. Such matters are best resolved privately. There is no need to trouble you, Elder. Gao Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Yunqi might act on a whim. Miao Renfeng trembled slightly but, considering Lin Xiao's safety, stammered, Esteemed senior, we were merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Haha. Upon hearing this, Yunqi furrowed her brow slightly. The two had misinterpreted her intentions. The misunderstanding with Lin Xiao had already been resolved in the Grand Hall. However, her frown nearly brought Gao Zhang to tears. Oh no, Elder Yunqi truly appears displeased. There was no alternative but to bow his head in submission. Gao Zhang quickly nudged Lin Xiao, frantically signaling him. Lin Xixiang, perhaps you should apologize first. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures the firewood will never run out. To be flexible is the mark of a true man. Taking a step back opens up vast horizons. Moreover, acknowledging the strength of a golden core cultivator is not a disgrace. It is a sign of respect. Should you one day attain the golden core, the tides will surely turn in your favor. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao chose to disregard Gao Zhang's frantic gestures. All right. Let us converse in that pavilion over there. Yunqi glanced at the pavilion and nodded slightly. In an instant, she vanished, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. As she appeared 10 meters away, just as Lin Xiao intended to follow, Gao Zhang seized his arm with a solemn expression, his eyes filled with encouragement. Lin Xiao. Hold on. I shall notify Master to come. You must endure. Lin Xiao responded, that is entirely unnecessary. This is making it seem as though I am heading to the gallows. Ignoring the two jesters, Lin Xiao entered the pavilion. A gentle breeze carried the subtle fragrance of Yunqi to his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Master Uncle, please speak. Yunqi hesitated for a moment before clearing her throat. Ahem, the previous incident was a misunderstanding. Wang Hu insisted you were a malevolent cultivator, and as an elder, I was compelled to act for the safety of our sect. Before she could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted, the matter is in the past. There is no need to revisit it, and Wang Hu has already faced his consequences. Yunqi was taken aback. You killed him? Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Master Uncle, you promised not to interfere with my actions. Yunqi nodded, no longer pressing the issue. Instead, she gracefully produced a palm-sized pouch from thin air. Take this. When infused with spiritual energy, it can store items and is quite convenient. Consider this pouch a token of apology for the earlier misunderstanding. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yunqi had come solely to apologize. Did this woman actually possess the capacity for remorse? Accepting the cerulean pouch, Lin Xiao noticed that the opening was embroidered with a flowing cloud and the characters for Yunqi with a slight toss of her hair. Yunqi awkwardly remarked, I have always led a secluded life, possessing few belongings. This pouch was once my constant companion in my earlier years, though it has remained and used for quite some time. If it does not meet your approval, you may sell it for a few thousand spirit stones, which should suffice. A few thousand spirit stones. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and promptly accepted it. Yunqi exhaled in relief. Then we are square? Lin Xiao nodded. A smile graced Yunqi's face. That is wonderful. Farewell. With that, she stepped into the air and departed. Lin Xiao stood still, utterly bewildered. Was that it? This woman had journeyed all this way merely to offer an apology? Lin Xiao found himself struggling to comprehend Yunqi's thought process. Little did he know. Those who pursue spiritual cultivation emphasize a tranquil state of mind. Without inner peace, their efforts would yield little. Today, even though Yunqi had been misled by Wang Hu, she had ultimately misjudged Lin Xiao. If she did not alleviate her feelings of guilt, her cultivation would suffer. Thus, upon receiving Lin Xiao's confirmation of their amicable resolution, Yunqi could finally achieve a serene state of mind, allowing her to focus on her practice. As Lin Xiao toyed with the cerulean pouch, he was soon confronted by Gao Zhong and Miao Rifeng, both with reddened eyes. The two had just been left dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a confrontation? Shouldn't he the elder have sternly questioned him, leading Lin Xiao to bow his head in contrition? That would align with the conventional narrative. How could it be that in their private moment, the formidable golden core cultivator was not only gifting items but also tossing her hair? This was amiss. A bold conjecture emerged in the minds of Gao Zhong and Miao Renfeng. Although this notion was utterly ludicrous, they could not help but inquire. Did you manage to win over Elder Yunqi? Chapter 15. Unlocking New Features. The Visualization of the Mysterious Bird. Question. A woman, while alone, presented a gift to a man. Moreover, she playfully tossed her hair, displaying a hint of shyness. What could be the nature of their relationship? Answer. Undoubtedly. They share an intimate connection. It's akin to a blind man laughing with a limping companion. They are undoubtedly entwined. Witness the bashful demeanor of Elder Yunqi, resembling a young maiden encountering her beloved. There must be something amiss. Lin Xiao observed the duo, whose excitement was palpable, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Enough. Stop your wild conjectures. Gao Zhong chuckled, gesturing towards the pocket in Lin Xiao's hand. How do you explain this? Before Lin Xiao could respond, the sharp-eyed Miao Rifeng spotted the embroidered name of Yunqi at the bag's opening. His eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed, exclaiming, Look! It bears the name of Elder Yunqi. This is clearly a personal belonging. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhong grew even more animated. I told you. This is a token of affection. My goodness, Lin Xiao, my admiration for you flows like the endless river. In response to this, Miao Renfeng's cheeks flushed crimson. Howling with delight. Lin Guo is formidable. Even the golden elixir elder is easily subdued. Lin Xiao stood agape, bemused by their self-indulgent revelry. Two true characters. As night fell, after closing the mountain gate with Miao Rifeng, Lin Xiao returned to his quarters. Along the way, fellow disciples of lesser aptitude gazed at him with a mix of awe and reverence. As certain events circulated, they had begun to realize that, although Lin Xiao still resided among them, they no longer inhabited the same realm. It was rumored that the previous night, two disciples at the late stage of qi refinement, alongside one at the peak stage, had confronted Lin Xiao regarding Sister Lu. However, the outcome was rather comical. Zhao Ping, at the late stage, was so terrified that he wet himself, fleeing in a panic and colliding with others in his haste. Wang Hu, also at the late stage, returned bloodied, cursing at everyone he encountered. Meanwhile, Gao Zhang, the peak stage disciple, appeared as if he had been struck senseless. By noon today, the most powerful among them, Gao Zhang, even knelt before Lin Xiao in full view of many onlookers, though the other disciples were unaware of the deeper intricacies. Such occurrences alone indicated that Lin Xiao was undeniably a concealed powerhouse. No wonder Sister Lu, the daughter of the peak leader, frequently visited. No wonder Lin Xiao had the audacity to disregard all suitors, engaging effortlessly with Lu Mingfei. All of this stemmed from sheer strength. This night, the dormitory area was unusually silent. Previously, the disciples resided in bamboo huts with virtually no soundproofing. At bedtime, one could always hear laughter and merriment from neighboring rooms, making it difficult to sleep. Even late into the night, one might be awakened by the loud snoring of others. However, this evening, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Particularly, those residing next to Lin Xiao were too fearful to succumb to slumber, dreading that the sound of their snoring might disturb him and result in a scolding. Some, aware of their own loud snores, clutched their blankets tightly, refraining from closing their eyes even from several bamboo houses away. Lin Xiao lay in bed, vaguely discerning the reason for this unusual tranquility. Alas, he thought, tomorrow I shall depart. Miao Rifeng, lying in the adjacent bed, felt an unsettling pang in his heart upon hearing these words. Though he had anticipated that Brother Lin would eventually leave the dwelling of the outer disciples and ascend to the inner sect, the reality of separation weighed heavily on him, inducing a sense of melancholy. This night was destined to be one of many sleepless souls. A new day commenced after a 10-hour slumber. Following the customary routine, he filled his belly and then sought out Miao Renfeng at the mountain gate for 2 hours of rhythmic clapping and singing. Upon completing the 3 daily tasks, his age limit was raised to 200 years. At this juncture, the system emitted a new notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing 9 SSS level high difficulty tasks, allowing for an increase in the age limit of bound candidates to 200 years. New feature unlocked. Upon binding a prodigy, the host will not only automatically attain a cultivation level 1 rank higher than theirs, but will also gain access to all their techniques. Should there be any subsequent developments or upgraded versions of these techniques, the host will automatically acquire them as well. Lin Xiao blinked, as a plethora of information surged into his mind. Current bound candidate, Lu Mingfei cultivation level, peak qi refinement technique, flowing cloud formula, golden core volume, martial skill, flowing cloud sword technique, secret technique. Azure Sparrow visualization method the host has automatically acquired. Flowing cloud formula, nascent soul volume. Flowing cloud sword technique, complete edition, Xin bird visualization method. After a brief spell of dizziness, Lin Xiao assimilated this information into his consciousness. Ah, indeed. The daughter of the peak master is extraordinary. Although Lu Mingfei was merely at the qi refinement stage, her cultivation techniques were already perfected to the golden core volume. Other disciples could only attain techniques corresponding to their respective realms. For instance, Lin Xiao possessed only the qi refinement volume, while Yun Qi and Niu Bin had access solely to the golden core volume. Even upon achieving their realms, acquiring subsequent techniques required sect approval and signing a heavenly contract to prevent the leakage of the core techniques of the flowing cloud sect. Lu Mingfei, however, had already begun her journey with an undeniable advantage. Nonetheless, this benefit was bestowed upon Lin Xiao. The flowing cloud formula of the nascent soul volume would adequately support him in reaching the nascent soul stage, alleviating any concerns regarding the flow of spiritual energy. A cultivator lacking techniques, despite possessing a certain realm, is akin to having a vast barrel of water with an outlet no larger than a pinhole, greatly diminishing their strength. Suitable and potent techniques significantly amplify a cultivator's power. Furthermore, the complete version of the flowing cloud sword technique ensured that Lin Xiao would have no worries regarding his offensive capabilities. As for the secret technique, Lu Mingfei practiced the Azure Sparrow visualization method, while he had presumably acquired its upgraded version, the Xin bird visualization method. Lin Xiao glanced around and realized that this was a method for cultivating one's spiritual awareness. What a remarkable treasure. Good techniques are as rare as gold, and effective visualization methods can make even the most powerful nascent soul practitioners covetous. This Xian bird visualization technique, with its profound and formidable essence, would undoubtedly stir up a tempest of bloodshed and chaos if it were to be revealed. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, nearly overwhelmed with the impulse to rush to Lu Mingfei and give her a fervent kiss. Sister Lu is truly a gem. Well, unless absolutely necessary, one should not change the binding choice. This precious Sister Lu must be thoroughly explored and appreciated. With some time left before the mountain gates closed, Lin Xiao comfortably settled into a lotus position and began to circulate the Xian bird visualization technique. In his mind's eye, a colossal Xian bird unfurled like a totem, radiating a brilliant light. Lin Xiao gazed quietly, unknowingly sinking into its depths. It felt as though he had transformed into the Xian bird, soaring freely across the boundless azure sky. Lin Gu? Lin Gu? Sister Lu had arrived. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Xiao slowly awakened at the sound of Miao Renfeng's call. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Lu Mingfei's enchanting visage. Lu Mingfei had come to escort Lin Xiao to his new residence. Although Lin Xiao had already established his foundation and would soon ascend to the inner sect, it was no longer suitable for him to remain in the collective dormitory of the lower-tier disciples. Brother Lin, have you fallen asleep? Lu Mingfei tilted her head. At that moment, Lin Xiao had just extricated his consciousness from the Xian bird visualization, yet its influence still lingered within him. A profound, dark halo surrounded his gaze. Unaware of the effect, Lu Mingfei met his eyes, and in that instant, her delicate form trembled violently. She practiced the Qing sparrow visualization technique. The Qing sparrow, in relation to the Xian bird, was like a droplet in the vast ocean. A force stemming from her bloodline instinctively shattered Lu Mingfei's mental defenses. The young woman trembled, irresistibly kneeling down, as if a Qing sparrow had encountered a Xian bird, prostrating herself. Her voice quivered with fear as she murmured, "My lord." Almost simultaneously, in a concealed chamber on Purple Bamboo Peak, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze enveloped by a swirling emerald light. His voice was hoarse, filled with fear yet brewing with exhilaration. "The Xian bird has descended. My transformation into a deity is within reach." Haha. Chapter 16. Lin Xiao is not someone who forgets his roots. Junior Sister Lu. What do you mean by this? Lin Xiao, gradually awakening from the profound visualization, opened his eyes to find Lu Mingfei kneeling before him, uttering words reminiscent of a sovereign. This is rather overwhelming, isn't it? As the dark halo in Lin Xiao's eyes dissipated, Lu Mingfei slowly returned to her normal state. Her expression was one of bewilderment, laced with a hint of fear. I don't understand what happened. The moment I saw you, I couldn't help but kneel." Lin Xiao contemplated briefly, surmising that this might be the result of the visualization technique. It seemed that the Suanio visualization was not merely an upgraded version of the Qingke technique. There were deeper mysteries yet to be unraveled. After this brief interlude, Lu Mingfei, filled with curiosity, guided Lin Xiao to his new residence. Miao Renfeng gazed at the exquisitely crafted wooden house with a mixture of envy and regret. It seemed that henceforth, he and Lin Gu would be irrevocably set on divergent paths. His parents had named him Renfeng, hoping that one day he would soar among the elite. Yet, that aspiration had been shattered the moment Miao Renfeng first stepped through the mountain gate. Years of mediocrity had dulled his ambition as a cultivator, leading him to languish aimlessly day by day without any clear objective. It was only with Lin Xiao's arrival that everything changed. Who said that those with inferior talents were unworthy of cultivation? Look at Lin Gu. What of his inferior aptitude? He still managed to establish a foundation. If Lin Gu could do it, why couldn't he? Even if he couldn't reach Lin Ji's level of foundation establishment at such a young age, with diligent effort, there would surely come a day of progress in his cultivation. Life still held decades ahead. If he did not strive, how could he ascertain whether he possessed the potential? Miao Renfeng clenched his fists in silent determination, bolstering his spirits. He then cupped his hands in respect towards Lin Xiao, who was still arranging the bedding. "Lin Gu, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." With that, Miao Renfeng turned dramatically, his heart ablaze with ambition. From this moment forth, he would dedicate himself to hard work. From this moment forth, he would strive for greatness. "Lin Gu, we shall meet at the pinnacle in the future." Miao Renfeng felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a triumphant roar towards the heavens. However, just as he was about to express his fervor, Lin Xiao seized him by the neck and pulled him inside. Hey, Lin Gu, I was just getting sentimental. Sentimental my foot. Where do you think you're going? You make your own bed. Miao phone was momentarily taken aback, staring dumbfounded at the other bed in the room. Ah? Is this for me? Lin Xiao, puzzled, replied, what else could it be? Miao phone felt a pang of emotion, fidgeting awkwardly. Isn't that inappropriate? Seeing Miao Renfeng's hesitant demeanor, Lin Xiao pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, quit being such a chicken. Try to annoy me again. Although scolded, Miao phone felt an undeniable joy. At least up to this point, Lin Ge showed no signs of forgetting his friends after achieving success. The relationship between the two seemed unchanged. Miao phone released all psychological burdens, raising her orchid finger and teasingly saying, ahem, Lin Ge, you are so kind to me. Could it be? Before she could finish, Lin Xiao swiftly turned and kicked her in the rear, retorting, could you please exude some positive energy? The following noon, after having eaten to about 80% fullness, Lin Xiao arrived at Niu Bin's residence. He was greeted by a woman of ordinary appearance but ample figure. I've met the master's wife, Lin Xiao thought, bowing respectfully, his mind involuntarily drifting back to a few nights prior when Miao phone had dragged him to eavesdrop. That voice must have belonged to the woman before him. Come in, have a seat, Niu Bin called from the courtyard, inviting Lin Xiao to sit. The master's wife merely showed her face before retreating indoors. Niu Bin chuckled, pay her no mind. I summoned you here to discuss an important matter. Now that you have established your foundation, you qualify for entry into the inner sect, but recruitment only occurs in the 12th month. So there are still several months to go. During this period, as an outer disciple, you must contribute to the sect. As he spoke, Niu Bin produced an official document and handed it to Lin Xiao. Our Luyun sect, being one of the 4 major sects of the Southern Kingdom, has the obligation to uphold righteousness and combat evil. This document comes from the Shuntian prefecture, reporting that a group of evil cultivators has been ruthlessly slaughtering villagers within its territory to refine pills using human blood. The leader among them possesses initial foundation-building cultivation, and Shuntian prefecture is unable to cope, thus seeking our assistance. Ordinarily, such matters concerning foundation building should be handled by the inner sect. But since both you and Gao Zhang have successfully established your foundations, the outer sect possesses sufficient strength to manage this. Therefore, this task will be assigned to you and Gao Zhang to lead the way and gain experience. Lin Xiao's gaze immediately fell to the bottom of the document, where it stated, upon the successful eradication of the evil cultivators, Shuntian prefecture will reward us with 1,000 taels of gold. Additionally, the sect shall offer 500 spirit stones and a marrow-cleansing pill as rewards. Among these, the most precious was undoubtedly the marrow-cleansing pill. Known for its ability to enhance one's aptitude, the lower the aptitude, the more pronounced the effect. Master this. Lin Xiao began, but Niu Bin smiled knowingly, indeed. This marrow-cleansing pill is a personal contribution from me. With your lower aptitude achieving such an accomplishment, elevating it to medium would be immensely beneficial to you. Lin Xiao quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. Although he did not require an enhancement of his aptitude, he appreciated his master's goodwill. Very well. Go and prepare. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Oh, and take these spirit stones. They are the inner sect monthly stipend that Lu Mingfei applied for you in advance. After Lin Xiao accepted the spirit stones and left, the master's wife emerged, complaining, you're quite generous. Giving away a marrow-cleansing pill worth 2,000 spirit stones just like that? Niu Bin spat out the tea leaves in his mouth, rolling his eyes. Do you understand investment? 2,000 spirit stones are nothing. This lad, with lower aptitude, succeeded in foundation building at the age of 20. If he hadn't encountered some fortuitous events, who would believe it? His future is uncertain, but promising. Moreover, he shares an ambiguous relationship with Lu Mingfei, who is the daughter of the peak leader. What if this young man becomes the son-in-law of the peak leader? In any scenario, as his master, I stand to gain significantly. Niu Bin, trembling with excitement, reveled in his cleverness. The master's wife scoffed. I am merely concerned that once he reaps the benefits and attains success, he might forget you. Niu Bin shook his head repeatedly. No. Just yesterday, I arranged for him a double occupancy room. And guess what? This Lin Xiao brought along his roommate, who has only just begun to cultivate. Clearly, this young man is not one to forget his roots. Before the master's wife could respond, Niu Bin pulled her into his embrace, his hands moving playfully. Fret not about such matters, and instead, contemplate this evening. The training mission was soon announced. All disciples of the outer sect of Zizhu Peak at the late stage of qi refinement and above were required to participate. Naturally, Xiaoping, being at the late stage of qi refinement, was among them. Upon learning that he would be training alongside Lin Xiao, Xiaoping lamented his fate. Training would take place outside the sect. If Lin Xiao still bore a grudge against him, he might seize the opportunity to eliminate him, and no one would question it. The greatest peril was not the malevolent cultivators, but rather Lin Xiao. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Ping pondered throughout the night, ultimately deciding that financial sacrifice might avert disaster. He gathered his entire fortune, 300 spirit stones, and sought the protection of a senior brother from the inner sect. This brother, at the late stage of foundation establishment, would surely be no match for Lin Xiao, who was only at the initial stage. Upon hearing that he could earn 300 spirit stones just by providing protection, the senior brother readily agreed. If Lin Xiao refrained from attacking, those spirit stones would be as good as free. What was there to lose? With a pained expression, Zhao Ping handed over the spirit stones and, with a heavy heart, implored, "Senior brother, my safety rests in your hands." The senior brother nodded with a smile. "No worries. Just a mere outer sect disciple at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With me around, all should be well." Zhao Ping forced a smile. "Please, senior brother, do not underestimate him. Lin Xiao is quite formidable. Despite his low aptitude, he succeeded in foundation establishment by the age of 20. He may possess hidden cards." At these words, the senior brother's eyes lit up, a fleeting glimmer of greed passing through. A foundation establishment at 20 with low aptitude? Hissed this Lin Xiao must have treasures. Chapter 17. Someone is tracking. Senior brother? Zhao Ping called out twice. The inner sect senior brother regained his focus, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he replied with a grin, "Rest assured, you will be safe." Zhao Ping sighed and departed on his own. The inner sect senior brother licked his lips, Lin Xiao's information echoing in his mind. 20 years old, low-grade aptitude, foundation establishment stage. If he didn't possess any treasures, he would have inverted the name. That treasure, I must have it. The inner sect senior brother's fists clenched in excitement. This training mission presented the perfect opportunity. Shuntian Prefecture is far from the sect, and Lin Xiao is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. If he could find a chance on the road to intercept Lin Xiao, then subject him to intense questioning, the treasures would be within his grasp. Afterward, he could silence him, making it appear as if he fell victim to malevolent cultivators. Everything would be flawless. At that time, Zhao Ping's reward of 300 spirit stones would be trivial compared to the treasures Lin Xiao possesses, which might even allow him to attain the golden core stage. Ha! My fortune has arrived. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Gao Zhang, as the team leaders, met in advance. Gao Zhang examined the list and remarked, "Our team consists of 7 members. Besides you and me, there are junior sister Lu, Zhao Ping, and others, with the lowest cultivation being late Qi refinement stage. It should have been 8 members, but that rascal Wang Hu vanished without a trace, so we had to reduce the number. In addition, there is a peak foundation establishment intersect senior sister accompanying them, who will not intervene in the mission but will address any unexpected situations." Lin Xiao nodded and inquired about the intersect senior sister. Gao Zhang shook his head, uncertain. "Regardless, she'll step in if we encounter anything we cannot handle or if our lives are at stake." With no further objections, Lin Xiao returned to prepare. Shuntian Prefecture is located in the northern part of the southern kingdom, and traveling via a specialized flying artifact, they would reach their destination in 2 days. Lin Xiao used the monthly stipend that Lu Mingfei applied for on his behalf to purchase essential supplies such as fasting pills and rejuvenation pills. The next morning, the training mission team gathered at the mountain gate. Everyone else carried bags filled with luggage, while only Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei arrived holding a sword. The latter, being the Peak Master's daughter, naturally possessed a storage artifact. Lin Xiao patted the aquamarine pouch hanging at his waist and offered to help Gao Zhong carry it. Gao Zhong immediately recognized that the storage pouch was a gift from Elder Yin Qi, shaking his head in refusal. No, it's not heavy." The others looked at Lin Xiao with envy, silently clutching their own bags. Storage artifacts are not something everyone can afford. The cheapest cost hundreds of spirit stones, and if of high quality, could fetch thousands. In the distance, the intersect senior brother invited by Zhao Ping was even more excited. Unexpected gains? It seems Lin Xiao possesses numerous treasures. Just this storage pouch alone is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. This trip is simply a windfall. The intersect senior brother reveled in his delight. It seems that Lin Xiao has already become a possession of his own. After a brief wait, the intersect sister finally arrived. This young woman, of modest stature, appeared to be shorter than all the disciples around her. Her cheeks bore a baby-like plumpness, and her countenance exuded a certain adorability, yet her figure was quite impressive. The phrase beauty and abundance could aptly describe her, a youthful visage paired with ample curves. Naturally, None dared to judge her solely by her appearance, for this sister possessed the formidable cultivation level of a peak foundation establishment practitioner, a true powerhouse. Is everyone present? Excellent. Let us depart. The group boarded the flying treasure ship, setting their course towards Shantian Prefecture. The ship's pace was rather unhurried, even slower than that of flying sorts. However, for the several Qi refinement disciples unable to fly, this was a welcome blessing. The vessel could accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals, and with only 8 on board. It was not at all cramped. Lin Xiao casually took a seat, flanked by Gao Zhong and Lu Mingfei. The other disciples settled into their meditative practices, while Zhao Ping deliberately chose a spot as far from Lin Xiao as possible. Stealing glances, he noted that Lin Xiao seemed indifferent to his presence. Zhao Ping breathed a sigh of relief, only to be reminded of the 300 spirit stones he had lost. After 2 hours of travel, Lu Mingfei concluded her meditation and glanced at Lin Xiao, who was frowning deeply. What troubles you, senior brother Lin? You've been furrowing your brow since we set off. Are you unwell? Beside her, Gao Zhong, pale and disoriented, interjected, could it be that you, like me, suffer from seasickness? Lin Xiao shook his head, his gaze sweeping the perimeter of the treasure ship. Someone has been following us. At this revelation, both were startled. Gao Zhong was about to speak, but the onset of his seasickness made him turn away to retch. Lu Mingfei, however, anxiously scanned their surroundings, furrowing her brow after a moment of concentration. I sense nothing at all. Lin Xiao nodded. Of course, you wouldn't notice. That individual possesses late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Instantly, Lu Mingfei tensed, her delicate hand gripping the hilt of her sword. The strength of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner would indeed make them a standout presence within the inner sect of the Luyan sect. How could such a formidable being be tailing them? Brother Lin, how did you discern this? Gao Zhong was both bewildered and astonished. Though he shared the same level of cultivation as Lin Xiao, he had sensed nothing despite his prolonged efforts. Could the disparity between individuals be so vast? In truth, Lin Xiao did not need to investigate at all. Zhou Fan, 83 years old, high-grade aptitude, late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, would you like to bind? This information had been continuously feeding into his consciousness since they gathered at the mountain gate. Lin Xiao had previously conducted an experiment and discovered that the system's detection range extended approximately 100 meters. Thus, this Zhou Fan had been within that radius all along. While in the sect, Lin Xiao had assumed it was merely a fellow disciple nearby, so he had paid it no mind. However, it now seemed clear that this individual was intentionally following them. Do you know someone named Zhou Fan? Lin Xiao inquired as he stood and approached the sister piloting the flying treasure ship. Sister Huangli, do you know Zhou Fan? If this person is able to approach the mountain gate within 100 meters, it can be almost certain that he is a fellow disciple. The sister, who was lost in thought and boredom, was taken aback. Just as she was about to assert her authority and reprimand the younger brother for his insensitivity, she looked up and saw Lin Xiao's face, causing her voice to soften immediately. I don't know him. Oh, then it's nothing. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Lin Xiao returned to his seat, soothing the anxious Lu Mingfei before closing his eyes to rest. Although he still couldn't discern Zhou Fan's ulterior motives for following him. What was there to fear? If the visitor harbored ill intentions, they should not expect to leave unscathed. Was a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator truly formidable? With the enchanting sister Huangli by his side, Lin Xiao felt as if he possessed the strength of a nascent soul cultivator in its early stages. What was there to fear? Huangli, 102 years old, superior aptitude, peak foundation establishment realm, would you like to bind? Beneath the nascent soul realm, all are but trifles. Lin Xiao mentally circulated the Xian bird visualization technique, gradually easing his mind. Ahead, Sister Huangli, who was maneuvering the treasure ship, frequently glanced back at Lin Xiao. Her curiosity piqued. How does this handsome younger brother know my name is Huangli? I have not revealed it. Could it be he is coveting my beauty and has inquired about me? Humph. Men, always resorting to clever tricks. Huangli puffed out her chest, a hint of pride gracing her lips. Soon after, the treasure ship entered the territory of Shantian Prefecture. Huangli guided the vessel downward, allowing everyone to solidify their footing. All right, from here on, the journey depends on you all. That band of evil cultivators has been active within Shantian Prefecture, and should they spot the Flowing Clouds sect's treasure ship, it would be difficult to find them if they were to hide in fear. The group voiced no objections, each retrieving their travel artifacts to hasten towards the nearest afflicted village. Upon their arrival, a strong, nauseating stench invaded their nostrils, prompting a wave of revulsion. What a heavy aura of blood! Everyone, be cautious. Chapter 18. The Infernal Scene. A decisive execution without mercy. According to the intelligence from Shuntian Prefecture, Day Village was the first to fall victim. Judging by the scale of the settlement, it had been relatively prosperous before the attack by the demonic cultivators. 3 years ago, during the Shuntian Prefecture census, Day Village comprised 300 households with over 1,000 inhabitants. 7 days prior, the demonic cultivators massacred Day Village before vanishing without a trace. 5 days ago, they struck again, slaughtering Chunjia Village before being intercepted by Shuntian Prefecture cultivators. However, the demonic cultivators possessed Foundation Establishment realm strength, rendering the prefecture's rogue cultivators powerless, hence their plea for assistance to our Luyan sect. Lu Mingfei recited the details provided by Shuntian Prefecture. Gao Zhong, suppressing his seasickness, remarked, Day Village suffered the heaviest casualties and is thus the most likely place where the demonic cultivators left traces. Let us disperse and conduct a thorough search for any clues regarding their whereabouts. However, exercise utmost caution. Though the fiends have departed, vigilance remains paramount. If an emergency arises, promptly alert the authorities, understood? The crowd nodded and divided into 3 groups, making their way towards the Great River Village. Gao Zhong and Zhao Ping formed one group, while Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei constituted another. The remaining 3 Qi practitioners joined forces as a single group. Huang Li chose not to partake in the expedition. Instead, she gracefully ascended to the top of a large tree, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Xiao, with his sword drawn, extended his consciousness to perceive a radius of 100 meters. Through rigorous training in the Xin Yao visualization technique, Lin Xiao's awareness had long surpassed the typical capabilities of a foundational cultivator. It is not an exaggeration to say that even Huang Li, at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, might not rival Lin Xiao. A heavy stench of blood lingered within the Great River Village, refusing to dissipate. Lu Mingfei covered her mouth and nose, her complexion pale as she fought the urge to retch. Lin Xiao, too, experienced discomfort. As they traversed the village, the desolate scene was daunting. The houses lay in ruins, many bearing the scars of fire. After a moment of observation, Lin Xiao remarked, it appears that the number of malevolent cultivators is considerable, at least 10 or more. However, judging by the state of the damaged houses, most of these dark practitioners have not yet attained foundational mastery. Lu Mingfei concurred, then expressed her confusion. With such a strong odor of blood, why is there not a single corpse to be found? Lin Xiao pointed towards the center of Day Village, where a foul stench drifted from that direction. Without hesitation, they proceeded forth. The 2 moved in succession along the chaotic streets, finally arriving at the heart of Day Village. Upon passing through the remnants of a charred house, a hellish scene unfolded before their eyes. Lu Mingfei's pupils dilated instantaneously, her complexion turning an ashen hue. Ugh! She abruptly turned her head, instinctively yearning to distance herself from this place. After rushing a few steps, she could no longer contain herself and leaned against the crumbling wall, retching uncontrollably. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth, stifling the revulsion and fury that surged within her. Before her lay the common folk of Day Village. A total of 1,162 souls, all gathered in this place. A morbid mountain of corpses, spanning 100 meters, was haphazardly piled in the open. It stood as a hill constructed from flesh and blood, intertwined limbs entwined in a grotesque embrace of despair. At the severed neck, dark crimson clots of blood congeal, resembling countless gaping mouths silently accusing the atrocities committed. The head rolls at the edge of the pile of corpses, its hollow eye sockets frozen in the terror of its final moments. The elderly man's sunken cheeks bear the marks of anguish, while the woman's distorted features are captured in a moment of scream. The child's bluish lips retain the shape of wailing. Blood seeps from the crevices of the mound of corpses, viscously spreading over the soil, pooling in the low-lying areas to form a dark red mire. A pale arm dangles from the heap, fingers spasmodically clawing into the shoulder of another lifeless body, as if desperately grasping for life in its last moments. The body at the summit lies supine, its face partially sheared, revealing a ghastly white jawbone. The remaining eye gapes wide, its iris reflecting the sky. Yet it can no longer reflect any human figures. Maggots writhe in the decaying flesh, while swarms of flies begin to gather, buzzing around the festering wounds, licking the blood droplets congealed on the eyelashes. Yet the gaping mouths atop the mound remain forever silent. Beside the hill of corpses, in a deep pit filled with blood, the lifeblood of over 1,000 people converges, as if mirroring the frenzied laughter of the malevolent cultivators who concocted elixirs from it. Lin Xiao stands paralyzed, overwhelmed by shock. His grip on the longsword has turned white from the strain. Rage simmers within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. These beasts. Lin Xiao grits his teeth. Though he has never met these villagers, who among them is not born of a mother and father, who has not had family before their path of cultivation. Each of these mortal families represents a reflection of his own kin in another world. Yet now, due to the selfish desires of a group of malevolent cultivators, they have met this infernal fate. How can one not feel wrath? At this moment, two other teams cautiously approach. The scene of the blood-soaked mound of corpses weighs heavily on the hearts of all present. Damn it, these beasts, I shall strip their skins. Gao Zheng trembles with rage. His eyes bloodshot. Before joining the Luyun sect, he hailed from such a mortal village. Lin Xiao glanced at his other disciples, who were retching uncontrollably, and spoke gravely. Do we have any leads on the whereabouts of the malevolent cultivators? Gao Zheng gritted his teeth. None. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Li, wearing an intense expression, strode forward. I do. According to sect rules, Huang Li was not permitted to participate in the trial tasks unless in an emergency. But how could he endure such a scene of brutality? Not engaging in the trial tasks meant he could still take action, right? Providing intelligence and assisting in locating the culprits should be permissible. Huang Li produced a compass artifact, extracting a drop of putrid blood from the blood pool to place upon it. In an instant, the compass glowed with a dim yellow light, and the needle spun wildly. This artifact can lock onto energies. As long as that group of malevolent cultivators has used spiritual energy at Dao's Wang, I can track them down. At these words, a surge of determination invigorated the crowd, and they unsheathed their weapons, gritting their teeth in resolve. We must eradicate that vile group. At that moment, Huang Li cried out triumphantly. The pointer halted, and Huang Li summoned the treasure ship, which swiftly carried everyone away. Lin Xiao stood at the bow of the ship, his heart still simmering with wrath as he cast a cold glance behind him. Behind the treasure ship, a hidden figure trembled suddenly. Zhou Fan was taken aback by Lin Xiao's icy gaze, nearly losing his ability to maintain his concealment. What is happening? Has he discovered my presence? A wave of alarm surged within Zhou Fan, yet he quickly shook his head. Impossible. My secret technique is undetectable even to those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How could this mere initial stage cultivator discern me? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao had previously sensed his presence but could not pinpoint his exact location. However, during their time at the Great River Manor, Zhou Fan had witnessed a hellish scene of corpses and blood, which inevitably shook his composure. Had Huang Li and Gao Zheng focused their attention at that moment, they too might have detected Zhou Fan. Yet, consumed by their fury, they overlooked the past. Lin Xiao's awareness, sharpened through the training of the Xian bird visualization technique, had firmly locked onto Zhou Fan the instant he revealed a flaw. At this juncture, even if Zhou Fan's concealment technique bore no weaknesses, Lin Xiao could distinctly perceive his whereabouts. That cold glance he had just cast was a warning. Regardless of Zhou Fan's motives for trailing behind, it would be wise to refrain from causing any disturbances during the extermination of the wicked cultivators. Should this individual fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation and impede the eradication of the evil sect, Lin Xiao would show no mercy. No matter your intentions, no matter your affiliations, any interference would be met with relentless reprisal. Chapter 19. Lu Mingfei. Greetings, senior brother. Just ahead, Huang Li pointed towards a secluded hollow in the wilderness, igniting a surge of murderous intent among the group. The treasure ship docked at the cave entrance. And with a powerful punch, Huang Li shattered the deceptive thickets surrounding the cave. The malevolent cultivators are likely within, and I shall refrain from intervening further. You must resolve the matter on your own. If any danger arises, immediately crush the bamboo leaves. The group nodded in unison, placing the warning purple bamboo leaves in their sleeves. At the first sign of peril, crushing the leaves would alert the nearby disciples. Gao Zhang, unable to contain himself, charged ahead. Another disciple at the pinnacle of qi refinement was equally reluctant to be outdone. Lin Xiao gestured, urging, "Follow me. I shall hold the rear." The cave's narrow terrain allowed only a single person to pass, necessitating the formation of a straight line. This arrangement rendered the leading and trailing positions of utmost importance. Naturally, Lin Xiao and Gao Zheng, both foundation establishment cultivators, assumed these critical roles. Be cautious, Gao Zheng warned sharply. Almost simultaneously, a flicker of firelight emerged from within the cave. A gaunt man, brandishing a torch, stepped outside, evidently caught off guard by the intrusion. Gao Zheng met his gaze, and they both shouted, "Beware of the blade. Enemy attack." The emaciated malevolent cultivator was instantly enveloped in a crimson aura, a desperate attempt to signal his comrades even as he prepared to confront them. However, before he could fully unleash his qi refinement prowess, he was met with Gao Zhong's sword light. Foundation establishment. The malevolent cultivator's expression shifted to one of horror, his face paling in an instant. A foundation establishment expert. Within the entirety of Shuntian Prefecture, there were likely only a handful of rogue cultivators who had successfully established their foundation. Where did this person come from? Without time for further reflection, the gaunt malevolent cultivator was engulfed by the sword light. With a visceral sound, blood erupted, and a cacophony of screams filled the air. In mere moments, the gaunt malevolent cultivator was utterly defenseless, his head severed by a single strike. This exemplified the vast chasm between foundation establishment and qi refinement. Nonetheless, the gaunt cultivator had fulfilled this is the finest opportunity. Lin Xiao's party consists of only 3 individuals, and Zhao Ping, being in the late stage of qi refinement, can be easily disregarded. Lin Xiao, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, poses no threat. The sole complication lies with Lu Mingfei, the daughter of the Purple Bamboo Peak's master. Zhou Fan is uncertain whether Lu Mingfei possesses any formidable life-preserving treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fan steeled his resolve. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. After all, he is a formidable practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment. There is no reason to be intimidated by someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment and another at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Should this endeavor succeed, it could alter his destiny. The secrets that Lin Xiao harbors are enough to drive one to madness. Zhou Fan moved with agility, swiftly catching up to Lin Xiao and his companions. Upon entering the forked cave, Lin Xiao's keen senses immediately detected several malevolent practitioners. With a pointed gesture, Lu Mingfei nodded in understanding, her long legs propelling her forward with haste. Several qi refinement practitioners charged out, but before they could discern their opponents, they were met with streaks of sword light. Flowing clouds, pursuing the moon. Lu Mingfei exclaimed, unleashing the signature sword technique of the flowing clouds sect with great ferocity. The crescent-shaped sword light swept through, instantly showering the area with blood. 2 of the newly emerged qi refinement practitioners fell lifelessly to the ground. Among the remaining 4, only one was at the pinnacle of qi refinement, capable of contesting with Lu Mingfei. However, lacking the orthodox lineage of martial arts, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage in combat. Damn it, come help me. The pinnacle qi refinement practitioner cursed. The other 3 rushed forward. But in the narrow confines of the cave, they could hardly make a move without risking friendly fire. Observing this, Lu Mingfei's momentum surged, further driving the pinnacle qi refinement practitioner into retreat. Just as he was about to succumb, Lu Mingfei suddenly noticed the malevolent practitioner grinning wickedly. Little girl, perish. Almost simultaneously, a dark red blade glimmered ominously from behind the malevolent practitioner. The blade sliced through the air with deadly precision, narrowly grazing the malevolent practitioner's cheek, leaving Lu Mingfei astounded. Upon sensing the aura of the blade, Lu Mingfei's heart sank. This strike had originated from a foundation establishment practitioner. A malevolent practitioner of foundation establishment had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. The pinnacle qi refinement practitioner was not only retreating due to inferiority in skill, but was also creating an opening for the foundation establishment practitioner to launch a surprise attack. How cunning and treacherous could this group be? Had Lu Mingfei been caught off guard by a foundation establishment ambush under normal circumstances, she would have likely suffered severe injuries. However, Lin Xiao had been waiting patiently. The foundation establishment malevolent practitioner escaped Lu Mingfei's detection but could not evade Lin Xiao's awareness. Lin Xiao had been observing where this individual was concealed and when they would strike. Allowing Lu Mingfei to take the lead was merely a ploy to draw this individual out. Of course, Lin Xiao was not sending his junior sister into danger without purpose. He possessed absolute confidence. With a resonating clang, the sword's edge sang, and a cold, frosty sword light instantly illuminated the cave. The exquisite sword, a top-tier magical artifact, pierced forth, embodying the full strength of foundation establishment. This technique, known as Thousand Mountains in Evening Snow, was derived from the Flowing Clouds sword technique, which Lin Xiao had never practiced before. However, the technique known as Thousand Mountains in Evening Snow is devoid of superfluous intricacies. It condenses the practitioner's entire strength upon the tip of the sword, advocating for a single, lethal strike. The moment an adversary reveals a weakness, this maneuver is sufficient to claim a life. At the instant the foundation-building realm heretic made a move, his entire being was rife with vulnerabilities. Thrust. Lin Xiao pierced with his sword. Although the darkness within the cave obscured visibility, The anguished cries conveyed everything. Boss. Several heretics turned back in terror, only to behold their leader from the foundation building realm clutching his blood-soaked neck, collapsing helplessly. It's over. It's over. They too have a foundation building expert. The boss is dead. Flee quickly. The group wailed like banshees, desperately turning to escape. Lu Mingfei, witnessing Lin Xiao's decisive action, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Senior brother, splendid swordplay. I shall pursue them. Just as Lu Mingfei prepared to sprint, Lin Xiao restrained her with a firm grip. Senior brother? With his sword dripping with blood. Lin Xiao cast a cold gaze behind him. The sword's tip pointed into the darkness as he spoke softly. You've followed me all this way. And now you can no longer contain yourself? Lu Mingfei's heart skipped a beat, her vigilance heightened. Could it be the late-stage foundation building expert that senior brother mentioned, Zhou Fan? From the shadows, a surge of spiritual energy rippled forth. Zhou Fan's eyes gleamed frostily as he revealed himself. Ah, you've indeed discovered me. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. Lin Xiao shielded Lu Mingfei behind him, sword in hand. You were just about to launch a sneak attack amidst the chaos. Weren't you? Zhou Fan, having had his intentions laid bare, scoffed. He had indeed planned to take advantage of the situation for an ambush. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would eliminate his opponent in a single stroke. The speed was so astonishing that he had barely registered it. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping, who had been spectating, hurriedly interjected, waving his hand. Lin Xiao, lower your sword. This individual is a guard I've summoned, not an enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao regarded Zhao Ping with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Having just pointed out Zhou Fan's intent to ambush, Zhao Ping naively suggested he lower his sword? Disregarding the imbecile, Lin Xiao's eyes glinted with icy resolve. You may withdraw now, should I manage to eradicate the heretics. I might spare your life. However, if you persist in your folly and attempt to obstruct me, you shall meet the same fate as these beasts. Zhou Fan, taken aback by Lin Xiao's words, stood in shock. What? You? Spare my life? After a moment of astonished silence, Zhou Fan burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Xiao. Has a donkey kicked your brain? A mere fledgling in the foundation building stage dares to boast? Do you truly believe that by slaying a paltry heretic barely entering foundation building, you become invincible? You would do well to open your eyes and see what level I am at. Chapter 20. A single sword suffices. Zhou Fan held an unwavering confidence in his strength at the late stage of foundation establishment. The spiritual energy within a cultivator's dantian condenses into spiritual liquid, marking the foundation establishment phase. In the initial stage, the spiritual liquid typically occupies less than 20%. In the mid-stage, it can reach 40%. By the late stage, the spiritual liquid occupies over 60% of the dantian. Thus, despite the mere two minor realms separating the initial and late stages, the difference in strength is staggering, 1% versus 60%, a chasm indeed. Zhou Fan's prowess in the late stage of foundation establishment was unmistakable, and a sardonic smile crept onto his lips. How could Lin Xiao, merely at the initial stage, possibly withstand him? Surely, upon witnessing his realm, despair would wash over Lin Xiao. However, upon observing Lin Xiao's expression, Zhou Fan's smile faltered. Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei exhibited no surprise, as though they had foreseen his realm all along. This left Zhou Fan, who had prepared to flaunt his prowess, rather disgruntled. Their lack of astonishment rendered his display utterly futile. Nevertheless, he dismissed the need for pretense, for the ultimate goal was the treasure. With a cold laugh, Zhou Fan drew his longsword. Lin Xiao, did you not just claim that you would spare my life? Ha ha, and what now? Have you come to comprehend my strength? Who is it that truly spares whom? Lin Xiao remained silent, merely glancing back at the cave from which the evil cultivators had fled. Due to Zhou Fan's delay, the presence of those malevolent beings had swiftly receded. By the time he dealt with Zhou Fan, the evil cultivators would likely be long gone. If these scourges escaped alive and were to commit further atrocities, it would be the innocent common folk who would suffer the consequences. Contemplating this, a fierce killing intent ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Ping, still bewildered, inquired, Brother Zhou, what is the meaning of this? I invited you solely for protection. Why provoke trouble? Zhou Fan scoffed. Fool. Cultivation is a defiance of fate itself. Seizing an opportunity can outweigh a century of arduous practice. Before you lies an opportunity presented on a silver platter. How could one possibly refuse? Zhao Ping stood dumbfounded, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. Does brother mean to imply that Lin Xiao possesses an opportunity? Zhou Fan rolled his eyes, exclaiming, what else could it be? Do you truly believe that a waste of lowly talent could achieve foundation establishment by the age of 20? if not for an extraordinary opportunity to alter his destiny. How could he accomplish such a feat? Yet, even the finest opportunity demands a life to seize it, if one lacks the strength to venture beyond the mountains. Do not blame others for snatching it away. Zhao Ping's mind raced. While he was indeed covetous of Lin Xiao's secret, he understood that with Zhou Fan present, he would likely not have a chance. However, if he could utilize Zhou Fan to eliminate Lin Xiao, it would serve him well, sparing him from future grievances. Yet, there remained Lu Mingfei, who, judging by their relationship, would not stand idly by while Lin Xiao was in peril. Though Lu Mingfei was not particularly strong, her status as the daughter of the Purple Bamboo Peak's master was formidable. If she were to return to the sect and report this incident, it would undoubtedly bring about disastrous consequences. Contemplating this, Zhao Ping turned to Zhou Fan. Senior brother, this matter seems rather inappropriate. He mistakenly believes that Zhou Fan is unaware of Lu Mingfei's true identity. However, Zhou Fan merely scoffed. I am well aware. The daughter of the Peak Master must possess quite a few treasures. Zhao Ping's heart jolted in surprise at Zhou Fan's audacity. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was the optimal choice. Only through silencing the witnesses could the secret remain concealed. Assessing the strengths of both parties, Zhao Ping promptly aligned himself. Senior brother Zhou, I shall assist you. I have long harbored enmity towards Lin Xiao and yearn to unleash my pent-up anger. Zhou Fan narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent lurking within his gaze as he regarded Zhao Ping. Today's events must not reach the mountain gate. To silence witnesses, one must act decisively. Zhou Fan initially planned to eliminate Zhao Ping alongside Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei within the cave. However, Zhao Ping's words caused him to waver slightly. Senior brother, although my cultivation may not be of assistance once we exit the cave, I can serve as a witness. As long as I firmly assert that Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei fell victim to the hands of evil cultivators, you will be safe from blame. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fan gradually nodded. Thus, attributing the deaths of Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei to evil cultivators rendered Zhao Ping useful. After a period of time had passed, he could dispose of Zhao Ping, and the matter would be flawlessly concealed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Ping felt a surge of delight at Zhou Fan's agreement. As long as he could return to the mountain gate alive, he would possess leverage over Zhou Fan. He could either directly report Zhou Fan and reap the rewards from the sect or use this information as leverage to extract benefits from him. As long as he remained within the mountain gate and did not step outside, Zhou Fan could not take his life. The two exchanged glances, each harboring their own ulterior motives, and laughed maliciously. Lu Mingfei, witnessing the vile expressions of the two, immediately gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What utter shamelessness! The presence of two scoundrels like you at Purple Bamboo Peak is nothing short of disgraceful." Zhou Fan, unfazed, sneered, "Disgraceful? Huh. Once I attain the golden core, Purple Bamboo Peak should take pride in me." Zhao Ping slowly retreated to a corner, casting a sinister smile towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, when you suppressed me with your realm that day, did you ever foresee this moment? In Zhao Ping's eyes, the disparity between them was several-fold. Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei were as good as trapped. It was merely regrettable for Lu Mingfei, such a beautiful woman, to meet her end alongside Lin Xiao. How delightful it would be to indulge in a fleeting romance before her demise. Zhao Ping licked his lips, surveying Lu Mingfei's beauty with a predatory gaze. This lecherous look filled Lu Mingfei with revulsion. Humph, have you forgotten that Sister Huangli is just outside the cave? Lu Mingfei brandished a bamboo leaf from her sleeve, shaking it triumphantly. Zhao Ping's lecherous gaze suddenly froze, and his mind buzzed with realization. How could he have overlooked that? There was indeed a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, Huangli. Outside. In an instant, Zhao Ping was thrown into a state of panic, hastily glancing at Zhou Fan, only to find him utterly unfazed, even appearing to stifle a laugh. Ha ha ha, utterly absurd. As a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak, how could I possibly forget the warning of the bamboo leaf? It is merely a tool for conveying messages. Upon my arrival, I sealed this space with my magical artifact, rendering any warnings utterly futile. Although this seal will last but for a brief moment, it is more than sufficient time to eliminate you both. Lu Mingfei's fair visage turned pale as she hurriedly crushed the bamboo leaf. Just as Zhou Fan had predicted, the message collided against the stone wall and was instantly obliterated. Panic began to set in for Lu Mingfei. If Huangli could not arrive in time, Zhou Fan's late-stage foundation-building prowess would render him virtually invincible. A mere moment would allow Zhou Fan to eliminate them 2 or 3 times over. Lu Mingfei gripped her storage artifact tightly, her heart racing. As the daughter of the Peak Master, she possessed treasures for self-preservation. Yet, while these artifacts could save her life, they could not protect Lin Xiao. Was she to watch Lin Xiao perish here while she escaped? That was certainly not in her nature. But what could she do? Zhou Fan's strength was formidable. And even if she entrusted all her treasures to Lin Xiao, the vast difference in their realms would remain unbridged. Were they truly destined to meet their end here today? Desperation clawed at Lu Mingfei as she glanced at Lin Xiao. To her astonishment, he appeared completely unfazed, his expression devoid of any concern. How could one be so calm in the face of impending death? Lu Mingfei could not fathom it. Yet, with the situation so dire, she had no time for further contemplation. The storage artifact shimmered with light as she hastily transferred all her strength-enhancing treasures to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, she implored. Our only course of action is to hold out for a brief moment. Once the seal dissipates, send a message to Senior Sister Huang. That will give us a glimmer of hope. Your strength surpasses mine. Take these treasures. If you find an opportunity, flee without concern for me. Your survival is paramount. Lin Xiao held the substantial collection of valuable artifacts. Glancing at Lu Mingfei's anxious and resolute expression, he suddenly found her quite endearing. With a gentle smile, he returned the treasures to her, saying, "There is no need for alarm. I have already stated that if he departs, I shall spare his life. However, since he has chosen to obstruct me and buy time for the malevolent cultivator, today he shall certainly perish." With that, Lin Xiao stepped forward, confronting Zhou Fan directly. Lu Mingfei was left bewildered. She could not comprehend the source of Lin Xiao's confidence. Xiang, wait. The artifacts. Yet, Lin Xiao did not look back, calmly raising his sword. There is no need. I require but a single strike. One strike is sufficient. Chapter 21. Binding Zhou Fan. Reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. One sword, is it enough? Lu Mingfei gazed blankly at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, a flicker of starlight dancing in her eyes. At this moment, Brother Lin appeared rather dashing. But this was a life-and-death situation. What use was handsomeness now? Lu Mingfei felt a surge of frustration. The formidable strength of Zhou Fan in the late stages of foundation establishment was no mere illusion, regardless of Lin Xiao's talent. He was still only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The disparity in their realms was severfold. Even if armed to the teeth with magical artifacts, he might not be able to contend. Yet, Brother Lin was charging forward with a mere sword? This was not a lack of faith in Lin Xiao on Lu Mingfei's part. Rather, given the current circumstances, Lin Xiao's actions were tantamount to courting death. Even Lu Mingfei perceived it this way, and the two opponents felt no differently. Zhou Fan was momentarily taken aback. He considered the possible actions of Lin Xiao. Either he would fight to the death or abandon Lu Mingfei and flee in desperation. However, he never anticipated that this young man, facing imminent peril, would still remember to put on a brave front before a girl. What nonsense about one sword being sufficient. Do you truly possess that strength? One sword, is it enough? Those unaware might think Lin Xiao was at the late stage of foundation establishment while Zhou Fan was merely at the initial stage. Was this not a complete inversion of reality? Zhou Fan's expression twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, even on the brink of death, he still puts on airs. Just wait, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Zhao Ping also twitched at the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress his scorn. Can you not boast for once? You, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, are still so arrogant. While Brother Zhou in the late stage is not as overbearing. One sword is enough? Let me see you make it sufficient. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Ah, I truly am not boasting. Against the two of you, one sword is indeed sufficient. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Fan erupted in fury. He felt a profound sense of insult. Lin Xiao's words not only disregarded him, but also represented a tremendous humiliation to all in the late stages of foundation establishment. How dare a mere initial stage contender speak so brazenly? An affront. A great disgrace. Zhou Fan laughed in rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Very well. I shall see what audacity you, a mere initial stage contender, possess to make such grandiose claims. With that, Zhou Fan's aura surged wildly. The power of his late-stage foundation establishment was fully revealed, and the sheer pressure made it exceedingly difficult for Lu Mingfei and Zhao Ping to withstand. The strength contained in a single drop of spiritual liquid within the dantian of a foundation establishment cultivator dwarfed that of an entire dantian belonging to a qi refinement cultivator. Not to mention that Zhou Fan, being a late-stage cultivator, had his dantian filled to 60% with spiritual liquid. In stark contrast, Lin Xiao at that moment had only a solitary drop of spiritual liquid in his dantian. Such a glaring disparity rendered Lin Xiao tense under Zhou Fan's oppressive aura. Observing this, Zhou Fan disdainfully mocked, "Is this what you call one sword being sufficient? Facing such overwhelming pressure, how could you possibly possess the audacity to be so brazen? Is it merely because of your trifling foundation establishment? Upon hearing this, a smile danced on Lin Xiao's lips. Are you so certain that my cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Zhou Fan was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Could it be that Lin Xiao concealed his true cultivation? No, this fellow is just putting on a show. His earlier strike that vanquished the evil cultivator had already revealed his level of cultivation. He was undeniably at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and freshly so. Huh. Even at this juncture, you still resort to verbal struggles? Zhou Fan scoffed, believing Lin Xiao was merely skilled in empty rhetoric. However, in the very next moment, an extraordinarily potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Xiao's dantian. Zhou Fan, 83 years old, superior aptitude, cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. Would you like to bind? This information, which had hovered for an entire day, finally received Lin Xiao's response. Bind. Successfully bound Zhou Fan. With the sound of successful binding echoing, Lin Xiao's cultivation level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, surpassing Zhou Fan. He ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Transitioning from the initial to the late stage of foundation establishment requires an increase of merely 20% in spiritual liquid within the dantian to cross a minor realm. Yet, from the late stage to the pinnacle, one must amass a 40% increase in spiritual liquid until it overflows. Even if the spiritual liquid in the dantian occupies 99.99%, it is still considered late stage. Only when it overflows can one be deemed to have reached the true pinnacle of foundation establishment, also known as perfection. And Lin Xiao was about to step into this realm. At the moment of successful binding, torrents of pure spiritual energy surged forth from the system, racing through Lin Xiao's meridians and arriving at his dantian in the blink of an eye. Almost instantaneously upon entering the dantian, the spiritual energy transformed into liquid. The solitary drop of spiritual liquid rapidly expanded into a puddle, then a lake. Lin Xiao's cultivation level leaped from the initial stage to the mid-stage, then the late stage, until the dantian brimmed with spiritual liquid, and a substantial amount spilled forth, marking the culmination of the process. Lin Xiao's level naturally ascended to the peak of foundation establishment. Remarkably, all of this transpired in less than a single breath. To the perception of those present, Lin Xiao's aura had seemingly amplified several dozen times in an instant. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy left several individuals trembling, followed by the overwhelming pressure of the peak of foundation establishment. Under Lin Xiao's deliberate care, Lu Mingfei did not bear excessive strain, yet she still felt immense pressure. Zhao Ping, however, was far less fortunate. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Xiao left him gasping for breath. After merely a moment of endurance, Zhao Ping succumbed, collapsing to the ground in agony. What realm is Lin Xiao truly at? Zhao Ping was filled with both astonishment and dread. This frenzied surge of spiritual energy, this almost suffocating pressure, could it really be released by Lin Xiao? What level is he at? Zhao Ping's heart roared with confusion. Yet, with his extensive experience, he found himself at a loss for answers. In this regard, Zhou Fan's judgment proved even more astute. The moment Lin Xiao's aura was revealed, Zhou Fan's expression changed dramatically. Among those present, no one understood better than he the immense power Lin Xiao was currently exhibiting. This fluctuation of spiritual energy was undoubtedly at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This young man, astonishingly, had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. But how could that be possible? At merely 20 years of age, with mediocre talent, he had attained such heights. What a farcical jest on the path of cultivation. Zhou Fan fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, his eyes bulging with disbelief. The shock within him was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. This was inconceivable. Zhou Fan shouted in horror, attempting to mask his inner fear with his voice. The difference between the peak of foundation establishment and the late stage of foundation establishment may seem trivial, but in a true confrontation, the disparity in strength was monumental. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, at this moment, Lin Xiao's only obstacle to eliminating him was whether Lin Xiao would care about their shared sect affiliation. However, wasn't he this utterly absurd? Zhou Fan's face turned ashen, his limbs cold with dread. It was over. This young man, Lin Xiao, had concealed his true power so deeply. Why hadn't he revealed he was at the peak of foundation establishment sooner? Zhou Fan felt utterly shattered, his mind racing to devise a means of survival. At that moment, fleeing was the least viable option for preserving his life. Outside the cave, there was still a peak foundation establishment Wang Li. The only course of action was to fight desperately. Who would have imagined that mere moments ago? It was Lu Mingfei who had been contemplating a desperate struggle, and now he had become the punchline of a tragic joke. Recklessly Xiao Chapter 22. Instant kill. Arrogance. Zhou Fan roared in anger. Such audacity. I am at least a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, not some insignificant figure. Is it conceivable that I could be dispatched with a single sword strike? Even if Lin Xiao is a peak foundation establishment expert, I am not without the strength to fight back. Even if I cannot ultimately prevail, I can still make him pay dearly for underestimating me. With a huff of indignation, Zhou Fan summoned a tempest of spiritual energy, causing the cave to resonate with the sound of rushing wind. Lin Xiao. Today I admit my oversight in failing to detect your concealed realm. But if you believe you can take my life as easily as one might slay a chicken, you are sorely mistaken. Gripping his long sword, Zhou Fan flicked his wrist, unleashing a flurry of sword flowers. The blade crossed over his chest as torrents of spiritual energy surged from his dantian, pouring into the sword as if it were a limitless resource. In an instant, waves of sword energy erupted in every direction, carving deep gashes into the cave's stone walls. The milky white sword energy multiplied rapidly, soon obscuring his vision. The entire cave was enveloped in this sword energy, rendering it akin to traversing through a dense fog where the path ahead was utterly unclear. Lu Mingfei, encased in a protective shield of spiritual energy, spoke gravely. Senior brother, be cautious. This is the fourth form of the flowing cloud sword technique, misty haze locking the river. The sword transforms into mist, creating a barrier of sword energy that ensnares the enemy as if they were trapped in a dreamlike sea of clouds. Our perception will be severely hindered, while he moves freely within the haze. If we cannot pinpoint his location, we will be at a distinct disadvantage. Though Lu Mingfei had cultivated the Azure Bird visualization technique, granting her formidable spiritual awareness, she strained to discern anything through the misty sword energy and found herself utterly blind to her surroundings. The chilling sensation of being unable to see even her own hand sent shivers down her spine. If Zhou Fan were to launch a surprise attack, she feared she would not even have the chance to deploy her life-saving treasures before being slain on the spot. How would senior brother Lin respond? Lu Mingfei turned her gaze in haste, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao held his long sword aloft, with spiritual energy enveloping the blade in a shimmering, almost aqueous sheen. This is Lu Mingfei's eyes widened in astonishment. Water unbroken, the fifth form of the flowing cloud sword technique. As the core martial art of the flowing cloud sect, its complexity and power escalated with each successive form. The fifth form marked the true entry into mastery. Exhibiting tremendous might, the sect's regulations stated that only those at the golden core stage and above could learn it. Were it not for her status as the peak master's daughter, Lu Mingfei would scarcely have recognized this technique. But how could senior brother Lin employ it? Where had he acquired such knowledge? Temporarily suppressing her inner doubts, Lu Mingfei could not help but worry about the current predicament. While the water unbroken technique was undeniably powerful, it required precision to strike true. Zhou Fan was entirely shrouded within the misty haze locking the river, and even her spiritual awareness could not capture him. How could he possibly land a hit? Hitting him would be a formidable challenge, let alone delivering a fatal blow. Lu Mingfei had faith in Lin Xiao's ability to slay Zhou Fan, but achieving the promised single strike seemed increasingly implausible. Simultaneously, Zhou Fan harbored similar thoughts. He concealed himself amidst the swirling mist, employing an elusive technique akin to a specter. Like a venomous scorpion lurking in the shadows, he fixated intently on his prey. His stinger coiled and poised for action. He certainly perceived Lin Xiao's movements. Although he could not discern their nature, he surmised their potency must be formidable. Yet, what significance does that hold? If one cannot strike their target, what does it matter how great the power? Zhou Fan held unwavering confidence in his concealment. With the mists enveloping him and his stealth technique, even a golden core cultivator might struggle to detect him. Moreover, Lin Xiao was not yet at that level. Though victory was not guaranteed, it was sufficient to humble Lin Xiao, who had arrogantly proclaimed that a single sword strike would suffice. Contemplating this, Zhou Fan continued to remain hidden, biding his time. Suddenly, Lin Xiao turned his head slowly, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. Directly locking onto Zhou Fan, the latter trembled violently, panic surging within him. How could Lin Xiao see me? Zhou Fan, flustered, compelled himself to regain his composure. No. It must be a coincidence. His own concealment techniques could elude even golden core experts. Lin Xiao, at the peak of foundation establishment, could not possibly possess such formidable awareness. It had to be mere chance. Comforting himself, Zhou Fan shifted like a wraith to another location. After holding his breath and centering his mind, he concealed himself once more. However, the very next moment, Lin Xiao's eyes seemed to possess an automatic tracking ability. Locking onto him once again, Zhou Fan's entire body quivered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Once was a coincidence, but what of the second time? Surely, it could not be mere chance again? Lin Xiao could truly perceive him. But how was that even possible? The awareness of someone at the peak of Foundation establishment could not be that profound. It was preposterous. This Lin Xiao was simply uncanny. Zhou Fan was overcome with a chilling dread. Just then, Lin Xiao's calm voice echoed like an apparition. As I mentioned, one sword is sufficient. With those words, he swiftly swept his sword. A seemingly unremarkable beam of light surged forth from the blade. The speed of the sword light was astonishing. Vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye, it was as if it severed the water without leaving a trace, living up to its name. Speed was the most potent strike. In an instant, the sword light sliced through the mist, cleaving the sword energy without leaving any mark. Zhou Fan, hidden within the haze, was astounded to discover that his own sword energy had been cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound. This strike was indeed swift, so quick that he could not even register it. But was it merely a disruption of the mist? Zhou Fan scoffed, momentarily easing his anxious heart. He had thought Lin Xiao could truly eliminate him with a single strike. After all that, it was merely a curtain of mist that had been torn. What an exaggeration! Instinctively, Zhou Fan sought to shift his position and prepare for a counterattack. Yet, he abruptly realized that he seemed unable to command his legs. What was happening? A flicker of terror crept into Zhou Fan's gaze. Not only his legs. He could scarcely feel his own body. How could this be? Zhou Fan wished to lower his gaze and discern what affliction had befallen him. Gradually, his perspective shifted downward, revealing that his body appeared unscathed. Yet, before long, his viewpoint began to plummet, accompanied by a disorienting spin. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Zhou Fan felt as though he had crashed onto the ground. As his vision blurred, a terrifying realization struck him. His body remained upright in its original position. However, to his horror, the figure that maintained its concealed stance was devoid of a head. Zhou Fan's soul instantly shattered. Where's my head? Wait, Zhou Fan suddenly grasped the truth. Lin Xiao's strike had been swift, indeed, it was astonishingly fast. So rapid that he had been decapitated without even comprehending it. His perspective continued to spiral. Or rather, his severed head rolled down the inclined slope of the cave. Lin Xiao's sword had been so rapid that, even as his body and head parted ways, his consciousness lingered for a few fleeting moments. Just before his vision succumbed to darkness, Zhou Fan beheld Lin Xiao's expression, which was strikingly indifferent. There was neither triumph at having dispatched him in a single blow nor disdain from a stronger individual towards a weaker one. It was as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Yet, beneath this facade of insignificance lay the essence of his life ebbing away. Zhou Fan's gaze grew increasingly vacant. He yearned to utter something, but was rendered voiceless. In his final moments, the sole emotion that enveloped him was regret. Had it not been for the insatiable greed that plagued him, and had he returned to cultivation after fulfilling Zhao Ping's commission. With his prodigious talent of achieving the Foundation establishment late stage by the age of 83, his future attainment of the Golden Core would have been highly probable. But why could he not quell his own avarice? Regret wrapped around Zhou Fan's consciousness, obliterating it entirely in the instant life flickered out. With Zhou Fan's demise, the mist dispersed abruptly. Lu Mingfei and Zhao Ping regained their sight, both hastily turning their attention to the battlefield. In that moment, two starkly contrasting emotions erupted upon their faces. Brother Zhou, Brother Lin. Chapter 23. Face change, pleading for mercy. Zhao Ping and Lu Mingfei shouted in unison. The former was left speechless, his eyes fixed in horror upon the severed head of Zhou Fan that lay on the ground. Senior Brother Zhou, Zhao Ping cried out with a voice trembling in sheer terror and disbelief. How could Senior Brother Zhou, who was in the late Foundation establishment stage, be slain so swiftly? Though he may not have matched Lin Xiao, at the peak of Foundation establishment, could he truly have been beheaded so quickly? How much time had passed? Barely the length of a tea break, and Senior Brother Zhou was dead? The smooth and even cut on his neck suggested he had not even had the chance to defend himself, taken down by a single stroke. Could it be that Lin Xiao's earlier declarations were not mere bravado, but the stark reality? One sword. Just a single strike. It had instantaneously felled Zhou Fan, a practitioner of the late Foundation establishment stage. As the terrifying magnitude of Lin Xiao's prowess dawned upon him, Zhao Ping felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was over, utterly finished. His lips trembled, and his whole body shook uncontrollably. A foul odor soon permeated the cave. He had soiled himself in fear once again. In stark contrast, Lu Mingfei was engulfed in excitement and elation. Senior brother Lin. She had witnessed Lin Xiao's effortless strike, but had not perceived the impact or the outcome until the haze cleared. Only then did she realize that Lin Xiao had not been exaggerating. He truly required but a single sword. One sword was indeed sufficient. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she had completely succumbed to her reverence for Lin Xiao. However, before she could express her admiration, a strange cry rang out. Lord Lin, thank you for saving my life. Zhao Ping, in a flurry, crawled over, reeking of urine and utterly disheveled. He promptly knelt before Lin Xiao, performing 3 deep bows. This left Lin Xiao utterly bewildered. Saving your life? Zhao Ping exclaimed, his face alight with fervor, almost incoherently excited. Indeed, saving my life. That despicable Zhou Fan dared to coerce me into hiding beside Lord Lin, plotting to ambush him. But upon reflection, how could I betray someone who had shown me such kindness? Thus, I refrained from acting. I believed Lord Lin would turn peril into safety. And it appears I was correct. That worthless Zhou Fan, who did not assess his own capabilities, dared to covet Lord Lin's fortune? He truly deserved his fate. As he spoke, Zhao Ping grew increasingly animated, hurling insults at Zhou Fan's head. In a wild display, he seized his sword and struck Zhou Fan's lifeless body several times. Once he realized he may have overacted, he hastily discarded the sword and knelt once more before Lin Xiao. Lord Lin, before he could finish, Lin Xiao scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? At that moment, Zhao Ping's heart sank, and tears welled in his eyes, nearly spilling forth. He was undoubtedly aware of his own lackluster acting skills. Yet, when faced with imminent death, how could one refrain from struggling? With a piercing remark from Lin Xiao, Zhao Ping succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, Lin Xiao, I beg you. I truly do not wish to die. I merely invited Zhou Fan to ensure my safety. It was he who coveted your fortune, not I. This plea bore a semblance of truth. Had Zhao Ping chosen to remain a mere bystander, perhaps fate might have taken a different turn. However, he did not opt to withdraw from the fray. Lin Xiao regarded Zhao Ping with indifference, sneering. How could I forget that you told Zhou Fan you harbored animosity towards me, yearning to vent your grievances? You even volunteered to shield Zhou Fan, vowing that upon returning to the sect, you would assert that both I and Sister Lu met our demise at the hands of malevolent cultivators. Those were indeed your words, were they not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping collapsed to the ground, his countenance pale, trembling uncontrollably. I, as he struggled to articulate a response. Lin Xiao shook his head in pity. Why bother? In truth, you have long ceased to occupy my thoughts. You need not enlist anyone to guard against me. Zhao Ping wept profusely, tears and snot mingling, rendering his visage a disheveled mess. During their journey aboard the treasure ship, he had already realized that Lin Xiao harbored no intentions of retaliation. His own pettiness led him to mistakenly believe Lin Xiao was similarly small-minded. To Lin Xiao, he was but a mere ant. How could he ever be of consequence? Yet now, it was too late for any regrets. Desperately, Zhao Ping racked his brain for a means to secure a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Lu Mingfei. While Lin Xiao was indeed a ruthless killer, Lu Mingfei was not. Seizing upon this lifeline, Zhao Ping hurriedly crawled before Lu Mingfei, bowing fervently. His forehead struck the ground, blood splattering, swelling painfully. Sister Lu, I was wrong. I truly realize my error. We are all disciples of the same sect, and I have yet to do anything. Please, spare me and grant me a path to survival. I implore you, just allow me to live. I would willingly withdraw from the Lu Yin sect and vanish from your sight forever, even if it means stripping me of my cultivation, allowing me to live as mortal. I beg of you. Lu Mingfei sensed Zhao Ping's desperate will to survive. For a moment, she furrowed her brow. In truth, Lu Mingfei turned around and picked up a weapon of the wicked sect. Ignoring Zhao Ping's pleas, she plunged the weapon into his throat with a single decisive thrust. Lin Xiao stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he watched Lu Mingfei. Zhao Ping, equally astonished, clutched his bleeding throat in disbelief. How could the seemingly harmless Lu Mingfei act with such ruthless resolve? With Zhao Ping struck down, Lu Mingfei discarded the weapon of the wicked sect and nodded with satisfaction. Noticing Lin Xiao's bewildered expression, she tilted her head and asked, "What s with that look?" Lin Xiao blinked and cleared his throat. So, when you furrowed your brow earlier, were you contemplating how to kill Zhao Ping? Lu Mingfei replied matter-of-factly, of course. Zhou Fan's sudden appearance made it irrelevant how he was killed. We could pretend we were unaware of his sect affiliation. However, Zhao Ping was a fellow comrade. If he were to die by our hands, it would only complicate matters. Using the weapon of the wicked sect was perfect. Zhao Ping was slain by a wicked sect member, which absolves us of any involvement. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Indeed, Lu Shimi was no Navi saint. Upon their first encounter, the 17-year-old girl had boldly proclaimed her intent to sever Lin Xiao's ear. Was she truly a saint? Just as Lin Xiao was about to express his admiration, a booming voice suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. What are you doing? How dare you slaughter your fellow sect members? Chapter 24. Are there more experts? Huang Li initially remained stationed outside the cave, intervening only in the face of dire emergencies, for this was a trial meant for her disciples. However, just moments ago, she sensed an aura that rivaled her own. The owner of this presence was undoubtedly at the peak of Foundation establishment. Could it be that a formidable master was concealed here? This was alarming. Her junior brothers and sisters were merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, and this peak expert was highly likely to be an evil cultivator. Huang Li felt a surge of urgency and rushed into the cave. Following the source of the aura, she swiftly arrived at the partition where Lin Xiao was located. Before she could comprehend the situation, Huang Li witnessed Lu Mingfei piercing Zhao Ping's neck with a blade. What are you doing? How dare you slaughter a fellow disciple? Huang Li exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. Lu Mingfei, startled, recognized Huang Li and hurriedly responded, Sister, it's not what you think. Huang Li's youthful face was contorted with fury as she shouted, Are you still trying to argue? I saw you kill him with my own eyes. Lu Mingfei, as the daughter of the peak master, how could you act so ruthlessly against your fellow disciples? Lu Mingfei, in a state of panic, was about to retort, but Huang Li harnessed her spiritual energy and declared coldly, Even with your special status, the sect has regulations. Those who kill their fellow disciples shall face severe punishment. I will subdue you first. With that, Huang Li prepared to strike. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and stepped forward, saying, Sister Huang, perhaps you should first ascertain the truth of the matter. Huang Li had intended to apprehend Lu Mingfei first, regardless of the circumstances. The fact remained that Lu Mingfei had killed a fellow disciple. Yet, the moment Lin Xiao advanced, the aura of peak Foundation establishment washed over her. Huang Li halted in her tracks, utterly astonished. How are you at the peak of Foundation establishment? The sect elders had stated that there were only 2 newly established outer disciples on this trial. Lin Xiao had evidently been at the initial stage of Foundation establishment aboard the treasure ship. How had he suddenly transformed into a peak expert? Huang Li was momentarily bewildered. Seeing her pause, Lin Xiao hurriedly explained the unfolding events. Huang Li listened in utter disbelief. Upon hearing that Zhou Fan had been tailing them, attempting to commit murder and seize treasures, Huang Li clapped her hands in realization. Oh, Zhou Fan, I remember him. He entered the inner sect in the same generation as I did. Now it was Lin Xiao's turn to be taken aback. You recognize him? Then why did you claim not to know him when I asked you about Zhou Fan on the treasure ship? Huang Li's gaze wandered, her left hand gripping her right. I forgot. The truth was that she had been lost in thought at that moment, and Lin Xiao's sudden inquiry had startled her, prompting her instinctive denial. After Lin Xiao departed, she found herself captivated by his handsome visage, completely overlooking the name Zhou Fan. Of course, these thoughts could never be voiced, otherwise. What face would she have left as an intersect sister? The Oriole sheathed her sword, crossing her arms, a contemplative expression gracing her cherubic face. So, you mean to say that Zhou Fan intended to commit murder for treasure, and Zhao Ping acted as his accomplice? Yet they misjudged your strength, leading to their untimely demise? Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. Seeing your sister is indeed wise. The corners of the Oriole's mouth turned down slightly as she shook her arms. Even so. This is merely your assertion. How can you prove its veracity? Lu Mingfei could not help but interject. It is undoubtedly true, the Oriole countered. Words alone hold no proof. Lu Mingfei wished to argue further, but was halted by Lin Xiao. If senior sister seeks evidence, it is indeed unattainable at this moment. For there were no witnesses to the entire event. However, the intentions of Zhou Fan and Zhao Ping to commit murder and seize treasure are indisputable, and my actions alongside junior sister Lu are without remorse. I trust that senior sister, with her refined intellect and clear conscience, will not wrong a good person nor let a villain escape. The Oriole cleared her throat, instinctively straightening her posture, her cherubic face striving to maintain a demeanor of composure. Ahem, that is only natural. Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. Alas, the current situation does place senior sister in a difficult position. Should you doubt us, I would rather surrender willingly, sparing you the burden of decision and affirming my own innocence. After this exchange, the Oriole could not resist flicking her hair. There is no need for such drastic measures. From this moment forth, you two shall remain within my sight. Upon our return to the sect, I will report the events as they transpired, leaving the judgment to the elders of the sect. How does that sound? Lin Xiao smiled gently. Seeing your sister's approach to matters is both measured and adaptable. How could I possibly refuse? The Oriole, filled with pride, held her imposing weapons with satisfaction. Very well, then let it be so. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, only to turn and find Lu Mingfei squinting at him. Before he could inquire, Lu Mingfei pouted and whispered, "Senior brother truly has a way with women." Lin Xiao was rendered speechless. At that moment, the Oriole approached Zhao Ping's lifeless body, retrieving his identity token for reporting upon their return to the sect. She then moved to Zhou Fan's headless corpse, about to bend down to search for his identity token when a flash of crimson light suddenly slashed forth from the stone wall. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiao sensed a presence. Swiftly turning to shout, "Be careful." The Oriole's cherubic face momentarily displayed a look of shock, but she quickly regained her composure. A brilliant light flickered, and a sword taller than herself materialized out of thin air. Clang! The fierce crimson light struck heavily against the giant sword, causing a violent clash of spiritual energy that sent dust billowing throughout the cavern. The Oriole gripped her weapon tightly, darting back 3 steps. With the giant sword positioned before her, she coldly shouted, "Who dares to act so despicably?" The failed ambush of the crimson light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure. Lin Xiao and the others narrowed their eyes, their brows furrowed in concern, for this individual bore no semblance of humanity. The figure hunched over, likely not even reaching 5 feet in height. The skin appeared a sickly yellow-brown, marred by numerous dark, bruise-like splotches reminiscent of post-mortem discoloration. This individual seemed to be so emaciated that flesh was nearly non-existent. To the naked eye, it resembled a layer of decaying skin enveloping a mere skeleton. Sparse white strands of hair lay haphazardly atop the head, while the eyes bulged grotesquely, protruding alarmingly from their sockets. Such a repulsive visage evokes a sense of nausea. Huang Li's expression turned grave as he cautioned in a low voice, "Be wary. This individual possesses formidable prowess." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, his sword already drawn from its sheath. This skeletal figure is undoubtedly not a weakling. One cannot fathom how long he has concealed himself in this place. And it is astonishing that I have remained oblivious to his presence all along. The system's failure to detect this individual indicates that he has surpassed the age of 200 years. The lifespan limit for those in the foundation establishment stage is precisely 200 years. Could it be that this person has already ascended to the golden core stage? The absence of any perception of him from his own consciousness indicates that this individual possesses considerable mental acuity as well. Lin Xiao wielded his sword with one hand, while the other shielded Lu Mingfei behind him, exercising utmost caution. Lu Mingfei, vigilant, clutched her storage artifact, poised to provide her senior brother with the utmost support in terms of equipment. Although her strength was the weakest, she was indeed in possession of a plethora of treasures. At this moment, the skeletal elder observed the 3 individuals with vigilant expressions and let out a cacophonous, grating laugh. "Hehehe, I thought you might engage in another bout, allowing me to reap the benefits like a fisherman." The old skeleton wobbled forward, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Upon reaching Zhou Fan's severed head, the skeletal figure bent down to retrieve it, grasping Zhou Fan's hair. He greedily inhaled deeply at the broken neck, his face awash with ecstasy. The blood of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Hehehe. Bang. The aura of the old skeleton instantaneously burst through Zhou Fan's mind. As the crimson glow flickered, the spilled blood converged into a single stream, all being sucked into the ancient skeleton's gaping maw. Instantly, that withered and terrifying visage contorted into an expression of utmost rapture. Who would have imagined that slaughtering thousands of mortals as alchemical ingredients would also deliver the flesh and blood of 2 peak foundation establishment cultivators and 1 late-stage foundation establishment practitioner? The Flowing Clouds sect truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 4 great sections. The quality of its disciples is exceptional, their flavor far surpassing that of lowly mortals. The skeletal figure shook the remnants of flesh from its hands, bloodshot eyes fixating hungrily upon Lin Xiao and Huang Li. Like a famished vulture suddenly discovering a mountain of corpses, it could no longer restrain itself. Its putrid maw gaped wide in ravenous anticipation. "I am curious about the essence of your cultivation at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How does it truly taste?" Chapter 25, A Web of Conspiracy. Huang Li watched in horror as the skeletal elder devoured Zhou Fan's blood, a chill running down her spine. As she recalled the mountain of corpses amassed by over 1,000 souls at Day Manor and the elder's words, Her fury could no longer be contained. You killed all those people. The old skeleton, licking the blood from his lips, shook his head. It was not I, but my blood slaves who did the killing. Huang Li, enraged, retorted, but you orchestrated it all. Slaughtering thousands of mortals. How could you be so inhumane? The old skeleton, unfazed by her accusations, burst into laughter. Oh, naive girl. When you reach my level, you will no longer see my actions as problematic. A mere few thousand mortals? Their wretched existence was fortunate to grant me 10 extra days of life. Huang Li's pupils constricted, her teeth gritted in anger. You took the lives of thousands. Using their blood to concoct elixirs, all for just 10 more days of life? This is more sinister than any demon. You deserve to be torn apart. With a fierce cry, she could no longer restrain herself, wishing to obliterate the fiend before her. She raised her massive sword for a powerful strike. However, the skeletal elder remained unperturbed by the descending blade, as if it were a mere plank. Clang! The crimson blade that had previously ambushed her flickered once more. In an instant, her sword was deflected, the blood-colored energy clinging to it hissing with an ominous sound. Though Huang Li's strike had failed, she felt a sense of relief. Her seemingly reckless assault had merely been a test. Now, she had ascertained the old skeleton's strength, the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. She glanced at Lin Xiao, a sense of ease washing over her. The elder's fearsome entrance belied the fact that he was merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. With 2 peak cultivators on their side, they held the advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to Huang Li, Lin Xiao's expression grew grave. His thoughts were deeper. Although the skeleton appeared to possess the strength of a foundation establishment peak, the foundation establishment stage only allowed for a lifespan of 200 years. Why then could the system not detect his presence? Moreover, both he and Huang Li had displayed their peak foundation establishment prowess. Yet, this old skeleton, having failed his ambush, did not flee but brazenly revealed himself. There had to be something amiss. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao formed a hypothesis. You slaughtered thousands of mortals to lure the Shuntian prefecture into seeking aid from the Luoyan sect. Your true intention, I suspect, is to hunt down the disciples sent by Luoyan's sect. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Huang Li and Lu Mingfei stood frozen for a moment, a sense of dread creeping over them. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly, the blood of a few thousand mortals merely extends your life by 10 days. Even if you X upon hearing this, the old skeleton exhibited a hint of surprise, clearly acknowledging Lin Xiao's astute deduction. Yet, Lin Xiao did not falter. He pressed on, stating, your cultivation level is merely at the peak of foundation establishment, yet your lifespan has already surpassed 2 centuries. Were it not for the blood pill sustaining your life, you would be on the brink of death. I surmise that your excitement over me and Sister Huang, both at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, stems from the potential of concocting pills from us that could not only extend your life, but also facilitate your breakthrough to golden core, allowing you to live for centuries without concern for mortality. As his words fell, a flicker of doubt crossed the old skeleton's eyes. This young man, had he truly deduced everything? He had commanded blood slaves to slay thousands of mortals to lure disciples from the Flowing Clouds sect, with the highest cultivation level among the blood slaves being at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The disciples arriving from the sect were assuredly at the foundation stage as well. A blood pill refined from a foundation establishment cultivator could extend life by 5 years. To his delight, for foundation establishment practitioners had come at once. Even more exhilarating was the fact that 2 of them stood at the peak of foundation establishment. Consuming the blood pills refined from them would not only prolong his life but could also allow him to ascend to the golden core stage in one fell swoop. With a lifespan of 500 years at the golden core stage, considering the forced extensions he had already undergone, he could potentially live for at least 3 more centuries. However, he had not anticipated that this entire scheme would be unraveled by Lin Xiao in just a single encounter. This lad possesses considerable insight. Nevertheless, what of it? The old skeleton gazed deeply at Lin Xiao, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Your deductions are astute, yet ultimately futile. Even if you have discerned everything, you cannot alter your fate. Listening to their exchange, Huang Li grasped the underlying implications and coldly scoffed. Alter fate? Humph. You, at the peak of foundation establishment, dare to ambush us? Today, I shall sever your head to honor the thousands of souls wrongfully perished. With that, Huang Li raised her sword and struck once more. Despite her petite stature, her strength was surprisingly formidable. The massive sword, taller than herself, whirled through the air with a fierce momentum. The old skeleton engaged her in battle, the fluctuations of spiritual energy creating chaos within the cavern. Lu Mingfei, feeling anxious, noticed Lin Xiao's stillness and urgently inquired, "Senior brother, will you not lend a hand?" Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing every movement of the old skeleton, and replied solemnly, "His ambush is surely backed by a sound rationale. Acting rashly could lead us into a trap. There is no need for haste. Let us first observe. Sister Huang has a solid foundation and formidable strength. She will not encounter difficulties in the short term." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Li's voice rang out amidst the fierce clamor of battle. "Lin Xiao, 2 against 1. Why are you being such a coward?" Lin Xiao could only respond with silence. Moments later, Huang Li shouted again, "You cowardly Lin Xiao. I thought you were a decent person with that fair complexion. I never imagined you were as timid as a delicate flower, a softy." Veins bulged on Lin Xiao's forehead. After watching for so long, did the old skeleton truly possess no hidden cards? If he continued to spectate, he might end up being berated by Sister Huang as a pathetic wretch. As Lin Xiao wavered, the old skeleton couldn't help but grit his teeth and exclaim, "What a clever boy, so exceptionally cautious. However, no matter how careful you are, it is too late now. Ha ha ha." Initially, he had planned to execute his premeditated scheme when Huang Li and Lin Xiao entered together, ensuring a foolproof success. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lin Xiao, despite his youth, would exhibit such caution. Fortunately, the measures he had prepared would prove highly effective within this cave. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a section of the cave's stone wall exploded. Amidst the swirling dust, a thick, dark green poison mist swiftly engulfed the entire cavern. The poison erupted with alarming rapidity, leaving little time for a reaction. Lin Xiao had been on guard, and thus, at the moment of the mist's detonation, he activated his spiritual energy to shield himself. However, the predicament lay in the cave's confinement. Had the space been larger, Lin Xiao could have effectively isolated himself from the poison. In this cramped setting, the mist spread too swiftly, and Lin Xiao was caught off guard. He inhaled even a single breath and instantly felt his body succumb to numbness. The spiritual energy he had summoned now moved sluggishly, akin to a tortoise. Ultimately, his meridians became blocked, rendering his energy flow obstructed. In that moment, Lin Xiao and his companions, despite their superior physical prowess compared to ordinary mortals, found themselves incapable of employing any of their cultivated techniques. With a clang, Huang Li's massive sword fell weakly to the ground. Bereft of spiritual energy, she could no longer even hold the sword with mere physical strength. "It's over." Huang Li cried out in terror, desperately attempting to summon her energy. Yet, with her meridians obstructed, all her efforts proved futile. Lu Mingfei covered her mouth and nose, her eyes equally frantic. Clutching a life-saving talisman, she realized that the talisman too required spiritual energy to operate. Without resolving the blockage in her meridians, her precious artifacts would become nothing more than worthless scraps. In her panic, Lu Mingfei instinctively grasped Lin Xiao's sleeve. Yet, Lin Xiao too bore a furrowed brow, as the spiritual energy in his dantian struggled against the blockages, yielding minimal results. At that moment, the old skeleton stood amidst the poison mist, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha. Did you truly think I was an inexperienced fool? This poison does not kill or harm. Its sole function is to seal the meridians. Without spiritual energy, how can you contend with me? Ha ha." As he spoke, the tempest of spiritual energy surrounding the old skeleton intensified. Clearly, he had taken the antidote in advance. The scene resembled that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator effortlessly overpowering 3 mere mortals, an endeavor devoid of any challenge. The old skeleton, with a face full of delight, felt victory was within his grasp. "Stop struggling. This poison has no remedy for cultivators below the golden core stage. Only those in the golden core realm can forcefully clear the blocked meridians with their formidable spiritual energy and dispel this toxin. You shall all obediently become my blood dan." Hehehe. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Huang Li. "So the golden core can counteract the poison? How fortuitous." Chapter 26. Desperation. There is a saying, villains perish from excessive chatter. Initially, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of panic at the sudden onslaught of poisonous mist. After all, with his spiritual energy rendered useless, what could be the value of high realms and formidable strength? However, the old skeleton, in a moment of unchecked arrogance, divulged a solution. He proclaimed that reaching the golden core stage would allow one to forcibly clear the obstructed meridians with spiritual energy. Yet, from a conventional perspective, the old skeleton's revelation held little significance. There were no golden core cultivators present. Lin Xiao and Huang Li, both at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, could not achieve a breakthrough in such a dire situation. With spiritual energy stifled, how could they possibly ascend to the golden core? Little did the old skeleton realize that Lin Xiao was extraordinary. In truth, even if the old skeleton had remained silent, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly have sought to explore this avenue. When ensnared in peril, one must summon their utmost strength to confront the challenge. Binding with Huang Li and directly promoting to Golden Core was Lin Xiao's most formidable reliance at this moment. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that his life was already in Lin Xiao's grasp, the old skeleton continued to cackle maniacally. His greedy gaze swept over Lin Xiao and Huang Li, as if he were gazing upon a sumptuous feast. The two Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivators were now akin to a toothless tiger, easily subdued at his whim. After their demise, he envisioned refining their essence into a blood pill, along with the deceased Zhou Fan and the neighboring cave's Gao Zhong, culminating in a total of 4 Foundation establishment practitioners. This scheme to lure disciples of the Lu Yun sect was nothing short of perfect. Ascending to Golden Core was merely a matter of time. With 500 years of lifespan ahead, he could relish an additional 300 years. With a sinister grin, the old skeleton raised his blood-red blade slowly. "Ah, with your blood, I shall forge my Golden Core. How splendid indeed! Ha 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 ha." Huang Li desperately attempted to summon her internal spiritual energy to retrieve the massive sword that had fallen to the ground. Yet, the toxin had infiltrated her meridians. And regardless of her efforts, her spiritual energy remained imprisoned within her dantian, showing no signs of movement. Devoid of spiritual energy, Huang Li could not even lift the sword, let alone confront the old skeleton. The old skeleton's malicious laughter grew ever closer, instilling panic in Huang Li, who was compelled to abandon the massive sword and retreat to a corner in dismay. She covered her mouth and nose, her youthful visage etched with despair. Tears welled in her expressive eyes, reflecting her terror. Though she had surpassed a century in age, no one could remain composed in the face of death. Moreover, Huang Li had spent a considerable portion of her time cultivating within the sect, making this the first encounter with such a menacing ordeal. Beyond the imminent threat of death lay the old skeleton's cruelty. The mere thought of her flesh being devoured by this grotesque figure, her blood distilled into a blood pill, sent Huang Li into deeper sobs. Her small legs, weakened by fear, could scarcely support her, leaving her to slump helplessly in a crumpled position. Seeing this, the old skeleton's malevolent grin only widened with exhilaration. A disciple of the Lu Yun sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Southern Kingdom, reduced to such a pitiable state under his intimidation, the old skeleton's twisted heart found immense satisfaction. In the past, when malevolent cultivators encountered these formidable warriors from righteous sects, they invariably fled in panic. If caught, they would face the lightest punishment of having their cultivation crippled, or the severest fate of having their souls scattered. Having lived for so long, the old skeleton had endured countless pursuits by righteous cultivators. Now it was time for vengeance. As he raised his blood-soaked blade, intending to take the life of the yellow Oriole, a voice, laced with panic, cried out. Lu Mingfei clutched her life-saving talisman tightly, exclaiming loudly, "Stop. Do you know who I am?" The old skeleton paused, sneering. "What does your identity matter to me? Even if you were the king of heaven. Today you shall become the nourishment for my blood elixir." With gritted teeth, Lu Mingfei revealed a bamboo token of the Flowing Cloud sect. Unlike others, this token was crafted from the exceedingly rare 1,000-year purple bamboo. "You vile creature, my father is the lord of the purple bamboo peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Flowing Cloud sect, a nascent soul realm expert. Should I perish, the seal he left within my soul will activate, locking onto your aura. When that time comes, my father will avenge me. Even if you ascend to the Golden Core realm, can you escape the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator?" Upon hearing this, the old skeleton was struck with a deep sense of alarm. He scanned the purple bamboo token with his spiritual sense, immediately sensing a profound and inscrutable danger. His gaze towards Lu Mingfei shifted, now tinged with caution. To his surprise, the greatest threat in this place was not the 2 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, but rather Lu Mingfei, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. If her words held truth, would he not forfeit his 300 years of lifespan after ascending to the Golden Core? After a brief contemplation, the old skeleton merely chuckled. He fixated on Lu Mingfei's exquisite face and her tall, alluring figure, his smile widening. As his lustful gaze fell upon her, Lu Mingfei felt an ominous chill. Indeed. The old skeleton cackled. What a delightful proposition. If I kill you, I will face pursuit from the nascent soul realm, but if I spare you? Ha ha. The daughter of the purple bamboo peak's lord, a descendant of a nascent soul expert, and so beautiful to boot. Once I ascend to the Golden Core, I shall refine you into a blood slave, making you my servant." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei's face turned ashen. The old skeleton, however, grew increasingly exhilarated, nearly drooling with anticipation. Once I reach the golden core, I shall regain my youth, brimming with vitality to properly train you. Haha. Once I mold you into a furnace, I shall indulge at my leisure, and profit immensely as well. Do you have any idea how many enemies the Flowing Cloud sect has made over the years? If they were to learn that had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred to embrace death. Lu Mingfei frantically tucked away the purple bamboo token. Her breath growing labored as sheer terror enveloped her. Her long legs weakened, rendering her unable to stand. With her body giving way, she collapsed into Lin Xiao's embrace. At that moment, tears as large as beans soaked Lin Xiao's garments. Lu Mingfei clutched the sleeve of Lin Xiao's robe with desperation, her cries shattering the air. Her voice trembling as she implored, "Senior brother, please, end my life. I would rather perish than endure such humiliation." Lin Xiao encircled Lu Mingfei's waist with one arm, resolutely preventing her from crumpling to the ground. A glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a calm yet furious tone. "Do not worry. As long as I am here today, no one shall lay a finger on you." Upon hearing his words, Lu Mingfei instinctively pressed closer to Lin Xiao. Yet, despair quickly consumed her once more. What was the use of such assurances? Without the ability to harness spiritual energy, how could she fend off her adversary? In the end, would they not both meet a tragic fate? Overwhelmed by hopelessness, Lu Mingfei reached for the hilt of Lin Xiao's sword, almost pleading, "Senior brother, stop boasting and grant me a swift end." Lin Xiao's lips twitched in resignation as he replied, "Trust me, I am not exaggerating." Chapter 27. The Embrace of the Sisters' Slaughter. Lin Xiao was certainly not boasting. Binding with Huang Li would allow him to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Once he reached the Golden Core stage, he could open his meridians. Upon opening his meridians, he could manipulate spiritual energy. In short, binding with Huang Li equated to safety and security. Naturally, given the current circumstances, no one believed Lin Xiao was speaking truthfully. Lu Mingfei felt utterly powerless, wishing she could draw her sword and end her own life. Huang Li, too, had reached the brink of despair, her will to resist having evaporated entirely. The youthful visage was marred by hopelessness, her arms crossed, her chin resting upon her chest. Tears streamed from her hollow eyes as her mind replayed the fleeting and monotonous moments of her life. The old skeleton, witnessing Lin Xiao's bravado even in the face of death, felt a surge of anger. "I have always detested individuals like you. Enough of this. I shall take you down first." With that, the old skeleton forsook Huang Li and charged at Lin Xiao wielding a bloody blade. However, just as he made his move, Lin Xiao raised his sword and coldly declared, "Bind." The old skeleton paused, bewildered. "Bind? What binding? Has this boy lost his wits in fear?" With a derisive snort, the old skeleton summoned a brilliant glow from his bloody blade, poised to cleave Lin Xiao's head in two. Yet, almost at the moment Lin Xiao spoke, a tremendous and terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted within the cave. Huang Li, 102 years old, superior aptitude, peak foundation establishment stage, binding status? Successfully bound to Huang Li, with the binding object shifting from Zhou Fan to Huang Li, Lin Xiao's realm seamlessly elevated to a level surpassing that of Huang Li. Thus, he attained the Golden Core stage. The spiritual liquid within his dantian suddenly roiled, bubbling as if it were boiling water. Simultaneously, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth from the system, akin to a flood, swiftly purging the toxins within Lin Xiao's meridians. These vast waves of spiritual energy congregated within his dantian, accelerating the transformation of the liquid energy into a solid state. The spiritual liquid within Lin Xiao's dantian desperately surged and compressed, in the span of a single breath, accompanied by the explosive sounds of spiritual energy popping. A small golden bean, the size of a fingernail, gradually formed. This tiny golden bean, barely taking shape, resembled a colossal whale opening its mouth wide, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. Typically, when ordinary cultivators break through to the Golden Core stage, they seek out areas abundant in spiritual energy to satisfy the requirements for the formation of the Golden Core. There exists a notion that the more spiritual energy absorbed during the formation of the Golden Core, the greater the likelihood of refining a nascent soul in the future. Although no nascent soul elder has emerged to validate this claim, it is certain that the more spiritual energy the Golden Core absorbs at this moment, the stronger its inherent power will be. Generally, the quantity of spiritual energy absorbed by a Golden Core is correlated with the cultivator's aptitude. Lin Xiao, possessing merely inferior aptitude, could absorb but a limited amount of spiritual energy, resulting in the formation of a Golden Core of the lowest caliber. The impact of one's qualifications on a cultivator is profoundly significant. However, Lin Xiao remains unperturbed. With the system's age limit elevated to 200, a new feature has been unlocked, enabling the acquisition of an upgraded cultivation technique bound to candidates. This implies that as the age limit ascends to the next tier, the system may reveal further enhancements. For instance, beyond merely inheriting the skills and techniques of the bound individual, one might gain qualifications surpassing those of the bound candidate. If this holds true, Lin Xiao need not fret over his qualifications. Concepts such as upper-tier qualifications and exceptional qualifications would become effortlessly attainable. Returning to reality, Lin Xiao's golden core has already formed. Although influenced by his lower-tier qualifications, it is still a golden core, albeit the weakest variant. The distinctions in the realms of cultivators represent vast chasms. Just as the foundation establishment realm easily dispatches those in the Qi refinement stage, the disparity between golden core and foundation establishment is even more pronounced, akin to effortlessly squashing an ant. In the web novels Lin Xiao perused in his previous life, protagonists frequently battled beyond their ranks, even achieving the improbable feat of vanquishing foes across significant realms. Such occurrences are rare in the cultivation world. While battling beyond one's rank can be comprehended, crossing one or two minor levels may present challenges, yet superior techniques, artifacts, and elixirs can compensate for those differences. The gap of an entire major realm is insurmountable by mere enhancements, unless one possesses an artifact of terrifying power, capable of inciting fierce struggles among all. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Clearly, such formidable items are not within the possession of the old skeleton. Otherwise, he would not have subjected himself to such a wretched state merely for a few fleeting years of life. As Lin Xiao's golden core prowess surged, dispelling the toxic mist within the cave, the old skeleton's ghastly visage contorted in horror and disbelief. Upon sensing Lin Xiao's aura, his withered features suddenly sprang to life. A fleeting expression of shock was quickly replaced by overwhelming dread. Golden core. The old skeleton's raspy voice ascended several octaves. How could he fail to recognize the coveted golden core realm he had longed for? Yet, he never anticipated that the aura of the golden core would emanate from Lin Xiao. This young man is indeed a golden core cultivator. The old skeleton could hardly fathom the reality before him. He had watched from the sidelines during Lin Xiao's skirmish with Zhou Fan, where Lin Xiao was undeniably at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This was an indisputable fact. How could such a transformation occur so suddenly? Terrified, the old skeleton's blood blade clattered to the ground, his hands and feet turned icy, while his legs trembled violently like dry twigs. How could you possibly be a golden core cultivator? The old skeleton still refused to believe it, his voice cracking in despair. His outburst startled the two women awake. Huangli had already begun to reflect on her life, utterly devoid of hope for survival. Suddenly, Lin Xiao transformed into a formidable golden core warrior. Huangli, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of overwhelming joy coursing from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. Salvation had arrived. Life could continue. Her excitement was palpable, causing her youthful visage to flush a vibrant red. Her previously feeble body straightened with newfound vitality, and the sensation of being alive brought tears to her eyes. The abrupt transition from the depths of despair to the heights of elation was so swift and exhilarating that she nearly lost control of herself in the process. Similarly, Lu Mingfei, who had also endured the harrowing experience of life and death, was not faring much better. Leaning against Lin Xiao's shoulder, she gazed up at his profile with a dazed expression. In that moment, she perceived not only his striking handsomeness, but also an aura of redemption emanating from him. It felt as though, in the face of any peril, the mere sight of his face could instantly transform calamity into safety. Lin Xiao seemed to possess an enchanting power, always serving as her savior. This sense of dependence eclipsed her relief at surviving, leaving her entranced. When the old skeleton let out a terrified roar, Lu Mingfei was jolted back to reality, yet her weakened form felt even more drained. She longed to remain nestled against Lin Xiao, relying entirely on him, for he was undeniably dependable. However, she soon trembled slightly, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. After all, the enemy still lurked nearby, and she did not wish to distract her senior brother. Yet, Lin Xiao, brimming with confidence after just entering the golden core stage, tightened his grip around Lu Mingfei's slender waist, holding her close with his left arm while wielding his sword in his right hand. With a light chuckle, he addressed the old skeleton. Do you know of a technique called Embrace of the Sister-Killing Move? Chapter 28. Is Lin Xiao the golden core expert? The old skeleton was naturally oblivious to the concept of embracing a sister while killing. Yet, This was not an esoteric term. It was quite straightforward. With Lin Xiao's current prowess at the golden core level, eliminating him would be an effortless task. In an instant. A powerful instinct for survival compelled the old skeleton to abandon everything and flee. He disregarded all strategies and concerns for longevity, even though he had meticulously planned for years. Expending a lifetime's savings merely to procure the toxic mist, everything was rendered futile by Lin Xiao's emergence. As anger and despair surged within him, the old skeleton summoned every ounce of his skill. Throughout his life as a sinister practitioner, he had been scorned by all. And his greatest talent lay in the art of escape. Having lived for over 2 centuries, he was well versed in this craft. With a flicker of spiritual energy, a crimson glow erupted from his form. Fully aware of the terror posed by a golden core expert, the old skeleton harbored no delusions of fortune. He immediately employed his most powerful escape technique. With a resounding bang, one of his eyes shattered. As a consequence, he performed a blood sacrifice to manifest a spatial rift. Enduring excruciating pain as he swiftly dove into it, the rift sealed behind him, rendering the old skeleton utterly invisible. Lu Fei watched in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Is there truly such a technique? However, Lin Xiao merely smiled with indifference. As his realm ascended, his spiritual awareness experienced a qualitative leap. Not only had the range of his perception expanded, but its precision had also increased exponentially, though the old skeleton had temporarily evaded capture at the cost of his eye. In Lin Xiao's perception, this act was akin to a futile gesture, shedding unnecessary garments to release gas. A golden core expert could traverse the air with a mere thought. Lin Xiao burst from the cave, hovering in midair while surveying the area within 100 miles. Simultaneously, 4 figures emerged from a concealed opening. They were Gao Zhang and his companions, who had separated from Lin Xiao at the cave's fork. The adversaries they encountered were merely minor nuisances, lacking even foundation-building capabilities. Thus, after a fierce battle, they successfully eradicated all the malevolent practitioners. However, before Gao Zhang could revel in their triumph, he immediately sensed 3 formidable auras nearby. Gao Zhang was struck with horror, for all 3 emanated from peak foundation establishment experts. How could such a small cave harbor 3 peak foundation establishment cultivators? Puzzled, Gao Zhang was certain that one of them must be Sister Huangli. Lin Xiao and the others were likely in peril, forcing even Sister Huangli to take action. Aware of his inadequate cultivation, Gao Zhang understood he could not intervene and resolved to safeguard himself and his 3 junior brothers. They hastily fled through the tunnel carved by the malevolent practitioners, planning their next course of action. Yet, as they had just exited the cave, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Gao Zhang's face drained of color as he exclaimed in terror, a golden core expert. He had sensed a similar aura just moments ago from Elder Yin Qi. Though the 2 auras were distinct, their intensity was strikingly similar. Undoubtedly, above them stood a formidable golden core expert. Gao Zhang scarcely dared to lift his gaze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. The other 3 Qi refinement disciples were in a state of utter panic. A golden core expert? How could such a being be present here? How could I possibly know? Is this individual friend or foe? Could it be a malevolent cultivator? Upon hearing this, the others immediately broke into a cold sweat. The likelihood of encountering a malevolent cultivator was exceedingly high. Their sect had already dispatched Senior Sister Huangli, a pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator, to supervise them. How could they possibly send a golden core expert as well? It must be noted that there were only 2 golden core elders in the entire outer sect. A mere outer sect disciple's training mission hardly warranted a visit from a golden core elder. Furthermore, the Shuntian prefecture was a realm of mortals, where foundation establishment cultivators were scarce, let alone golden core ones. Or perhaps it was a passing elder. Yet, the odds of that seemed exceedingly slim. Could it truly be a malevolent golden core cultivator? Gao Zhang trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. This is the end. I have only been cultivating foundation establishment for a mere 2 days, and now I am to perish for the sect? Suddenly, a bold Qi refinement junior, unafraid of danger, mustered the courage to glance upwards. He then exclaimed in a state of terror, "It's over. Senior Sister Lu has been captured and is being held by that malevolent cultivator." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhang and the others gritted their teeth in anger, their faces a mixture of shame and fury. How audacious this malevolent cultivator was. To insult Senior Sister Lu. It was dire. Senior Sister Lu was close to Senior Brother Lin, and given the circumstances, he was likely in grave danger as well. What should they do now? Should they simply stand by and witness that beast insult Senior Sister Lu? Gao Zhang's eyes reddened. Before encountering Lin Xiao, he had also been one of Lu Mingfei's suitors. Now, seeing his goddess on the brink of humiliation, how could he, a man of stature, a height of 6 feet and 8 inches, cower in fear? Gao Zhang, breathing heavily, with eyes ablaze, declared, "Brothers, I shall confront that malevolent cultivator in a fight to the death. If you can escape, do not forget that it was your senior brother who secured this opportunity for you." Upon hearing this, the three younger disciples were filled with profound sorrow. "Senior brother, do not worry. If we manage to return to the sect, we will ensure that everyone knows of your bravery. From this day forth, you shall be as my own brother. Every year at this time, I will honor your memory." The three expressed their heartfelt emotions, and after locking eyes with Gao Zhong, they all burst into tears. The four embraced tightly, as though partaking in a final farewell. Then, Gao Zhong wiped away his tears with determination, drawing his sword before the three younger disciples, and spoke desolately, "Quickly, flee for your lives. If the malevolent cultivator pursues, I shall stand against him." The three were overwhelmed with grief, their tears flowing freely. But suddenly, one of them cried out in alarm, "Senior brother, be careful. That malevolent cultivator is coming for us." Gao Zhong was taken aback, urgently waving his hand, "Hurry and leave. I will hold him off for as long as I can." With that, Gao Zhong prepared himself for a noble sacrifice. However, at that moment, the three younger disciples suddenly froze in place. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Zhong was filled with urgency, exclaiming, "Hurry up. Why are you all in a daze?" The three junior disciples stared blankly, their eyes fixed on something behind Gao Zhong, in a state of frantic desperation. He was about to shout again when an ominous presence loomed closer. Startled, he turned and bellowed, "I will fight you." Yet, before he could finish, the sight of the newcomer rendered his brave declaration abruptly silent. It transformed into an incredulous gasp. "Lin, brother Lin?" The formidable golden court cultivator cradling Sister Lu was, astonishingly, Lin Xiao. Gao Zhong's expression froze in disbelief, mirroring that of his three companions. Lin Xiao approached, puzzled, and asked, "What were you four wailing about just now?" Gao Zhong, still in shock, poked Lin Xiao's chest in disbelief. You are really brother Lin?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, replying, "Is that even a question?" With a clang, Gao Zhong dropped his sword, clasping his head with both hands, utterly incredulous. Could this truly not be a dream? Just a moment ago, brother Lin was still at the early stage of foundation building, and now he had transformed into a golden core powerhouse? This was entirely illogical. However, despite Gao Zhong's disbelief, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, Lin Xiao was holding Sister Lu, who was blushing and too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Gao Zhong stood there, momentarily flabbergasted, and instinctively asked, "Brother Lin, you?" But Lin Xiao abruptly raised a hand to silence him. He then turned his gaze to the side, mockingly addressing the air, "Come out. Is there still a need to hide?" Chapter 29. The secret of the senior sister. Gao Zhong observed Lin Xiao conversing with the air, perplexed. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lin was now a formidable gold core cultivator. Every action and utterance must possess its own rationale, beyond the comprehension of a mere foundational stage novice like himself. As Lin Xiao noted the absence of any response from the air, his patience waned. Prior to the old skeleton employing an escape technique at the cost of one of its eyes, Lin Xiao had already locked onto its presence with his spiritual awareness. This costly evasion method was indeed formidable, allowing the old skeleton to teleport 100 meters away, coupled with its innate talent for concealment. The old skeleton seamlessly vanished after leaving the cave. Were it not for Lin Xiao's keen perception, one might have genuinely believed that the old skeleton had vanished without a trace. In reality, it remained hidden in that very vicinity. However, as Lin Xiao ruthlessly pierced through its disguise, the old skeleton was engulfed by despair. Just as it contemplated employing its secret technique once more, sacrificing another eye to flee, Lin Xiao would not afford it such an opportunity. Once again, he executed the fifth form of the flowing cloud sword technique, water cutting without a trace. This was the same move that had vanquished Shou Fan, yet Lin Xiao was now in the early stages of the gold core realm. The potency of this killing stroke was incomparable to before. To put it plainly, it was swifter and more powerful. The speed was such that Gao Zhong and the others could barely discern it. The might was so overwhelming that the old skeleton was cleaved in two, experiencing no immediate sensation of pain. Yet, within the blink of an eye, its wails echoed through the air, piercing and haunting, accompanied by a voice that sent chills down one's spine. Having sustained such grievous injuries, the old skeleton's concealment technique faltered. Gao Zhong and the others were taken aback at the grotesque, skeletal form before them. Lin Xiao advanced slowly, the aura of a gold core cultivator compelling the old skeleton to prostrate itself, unable to raise its head. "Kill me," the old skeleton, aware of its impending doom and the myriad of atrocities it had committed, yearned for a swift demise. Yet, The harrowing images of the corpses of over 1,000 souls from Dave Village loomed large in Lin Xiao's mind. How could he allow the architect of such horrors to die so easily? With a sharp thrust, Lin Xiao's sword pierced the old skeleton's dantian, rendering its cultivation null and void. Subsequently, with the old skeleton's terrified and defiant gaze fixed upon him, Lin Xiao sealed its wounds with spiritual energy. With a cold smirk, Lin Xiao declared, desiring death? It is not so simple. Sometime later, the prefect of Shuntian stared in horror at the remnants of the old skeleton's body, bowing respectfully to Lin Xiao. I have met the immortal. Is this the fiend responsible for the massacre of over 1,000 souls in Dai village and 400 in Qinjia village? Lin Xiao nodded slowly. Indeed. He is the mastermind behind these heinous acts. I have stripped him of his cultivation and sealed his injuries. Within 3 days, he shall not perish. Gather the survivors of Dai village and Qinjia village, and let them decide how to administer justice. The prefect nodded fervently, acknowledging his command. It is as it should be. He personally witnessed the harrowing scenes at Dawazhuang, leaving him so shaken that he could not cease retching for several days, losing over 10 pounds in the process. 2 villages suffered the massacre of the majority of their inhabitants, yet a few dozen managed to escape their grim fate simply because they were not home that day. The following day, the magistrate gathered all those survivors. The old skeleton gazed upon the faces filled with hatred and fury, as if he had already come to terms with his dismal end, engulfed by despair and terror. The fate of the old skeleton remains a mystery to Lin Xiao. It is likely that it could be summarized in 6 words, to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Indeed, such was the reality. The old skeleton probably never imagined that his demise would be at the hands of a group of despicable mortals. These mortals, whom he had previously regarded as mere pawns in his schemes, now turned against him. After hours of anguished cries, these mortals extinguished any trace of the old skeleton from existence. With the mastermind apprehended, the villagers of Dawazhuang and Qinjiakan could finally rest in peace. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not depart. Previously thwarted by Zhou Fan's interference, several practitioners of the Qi refinement stage had seized the opportunity to flee. Gao Zhangxing, accompanied by 3 disciples of the same stage, relentlessly pursued them, determined to eradicate the threat entirely. A few insignificant lackeys were hardly worthy of Lin Xiao's intervention. In a picturesque mountain forest, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the contemplation of a technique. The 10,000 concealment art, acquired after binding with Zhou Fan, was precisely the secret method that allowed for invisibility. In truth, this method was not particularly formidable, merely of average caliber, and could not rival the old skeleton's own concealment techniques. Yet, Lin Xiao had obtained an upgraded version. The 10,000 concealment art, as its name suggests, promised the ability to vanish without a trace at any time, in any place, and under any circumstances. When employed, it not only concealed one's form but also suppressed one's presence. Under similar levels of spiritual awareness, it could achieve near-total invisibility. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao possessed the Xian bird visualization technique, which focused on enhancing one's spiritual perception. Together, these 2 techniques formed a perfect synergy. After a day of arduous practice, Lin Xiao had grasped the fundamentals and decided to put it to the test. With a mere thought, he seemed to vanish into thin air. He made his way along the mountain path to the resting place of Lu Mingfei and Huang Li, eager to see if they could detect his presence. Clearly, they could not. Lu Mingfei sat cross-legged in meditation, her delicate face reflecting her diligence. The perils within the cave and Lin Xiao's rapid ascension and cultivation had undoubtedly spurred her on. After observing her for a while, he approached Huang Li. Sister Huang appeared lost in thought, her cherubic face resting in her hands, the weight of her ample bosom resting upon the stone table, alleviating some burden. Remarkably, Lin Xiao settled beside her without being noticed. This 10,000 concealment art was indeed impressive, a technique that many a man would dream of possessing. As he prepared to depart after his experiment, Huang Li suddenly spoke to herself. How vexing it is. Junior Lin has actually reached the golden core stage. I should probably start addressing him as senior brother. Why can't I break through? Alas, I suppose I should invest all my spirit stones into cultivation upon my return. I shall temporarily cease using the fertility pill until I achieve the golden core. Lin Xiao, fertility pill? Such a thing exists? No wonder Sister Huang has a figure akin to that of a loli. Wait, it seems I have stumbled upon Sister Huang's secret. Meanwhile, far within the gates of the Luyun sect, Niu Ben was diligently engaged in crafting figurines with his partner when suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from outside. Niu Ben, get your ass out here. Something serious has happened. Startled, Niu shivered and retorted in frustration, "You old stallion. What the hell are you howling about in the dead of night? I'll use your horse face to scrub the latrine." Cursing under his breath, he hastily donned his clothes. Sword in hand, ready to confront the intruder. The visitor was none other than Ma Teng, a fellow elder of the outer sect and a golden core cultivator. However, upon meeting Ma Teng's grave expression, Niu was taken aback. "What? Is it truly serious?" Ma Teng slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming urgently, "Do you think I came here in the middle of the night to flirt with you? This is a matter of utmost urgency. Tell me, did the Peak Master's only daughter, Lu Mingfei, go on a training mission?" Niu nodded, bewildered. Ma Teng then transformed into an anxious monarch, stomping his feet in distress. "This is bad. This is terrible. It's a trap." The incident at the Shuntian prefecture involving mortals was a setup. Upon hearing this, Niu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "A trap? What do you mean? Explain yourself." Chapter 30. The Bulls Charge Enough. Ma Teng gritted his teeth. "Are you aware of the locking veins miasma?" Niu nodded. "Yes. It is a toxin that can obstruct the meridians of cultivators below the golden core stage, halting their spiritual energy." Ma Teng continued. "Do you know of the Blood Old Ghost?" Niu pondered briefly, perplexed. Isn't he a remnant of the blood refinement sect, that entity who is neither human nor ghost? Wasn't he supposed to have perished due to the end of his lifespan? Ma Teng lamented, "He is not dead. A disciple from our sect reported seeing the Blood Old Ghost at a black market 10 days ago. That old fiend is unmistakable. He spent an exorbitant 40,000 spirit stones to acquire a vial of locking veins miasma." Niu looked bewildered. "But why are you telling me this?" "This concerns Lu Mingfei. Speak of the pertinent matters." Ma Teng, exasperated, retorted, "Are you truly that dim-witted? How does the Shuntian prefecture massacre of mortals sound? A group of malevolent cultivators slaughtered thousands of innocent lives using human blood to refine pills. Is this not the hallmark of the blood refinement sect? Yet, the sect has been eradicated for many years, with only a few remnants surviving, correct?" A sudden revelation struck Niu like a thunderbolt, leaving him pale with dread. Observing his reaction, Ma Teng's urgency intensified. "The Blood Old Ghost purchased the locking veins miasma 10 days ago, and the massacre occurred 7 days prior, followed by a distress signal reaching our Luyan sect. This group of malevolent cultivators includes Foundation Establishment practitioners, which is why we surely dispatched only Foundation Establishment disciples to quell them, rather than Golden Core cultivators. Our Foundation Establishment disciples are perfectly countered by the locking veins miasma. Could this truly be mere coincidence?" Hearing this, Niu felt a chilling sensation in his limbs, his mind a chaotic tempest. Ma Teng added fuel to the fire. "The Blood Old Ghost has evaded capture for years. His lifespan should have long since expired, unless he can refine a pill using the blood of Foundation Establishment cultivators. It would be of great benefit to him. He must have deliberately orchestrated the Shuntian prefecture massacre to lure our Foundation Establishment disciples into a trap, only to kill them for pill refinement. Otherwise, why would he pay such a staggering price for a vial of locking veins miasma? Does he intend to use it on himself?" Bang! Before he could finish, Niu collapsed to the ground, his face etched with despair. If the disciples sent to eliminate the malevolent cultivators were anyone else, he would merely feel anger at their demise. Yet, among the disciples was Lu Mingfei. In comparison to her, even his newly accepted disciple Lin Xiao seemed inconsequential. According to the rules, the outer disciples' trials required the accompaniment of an inner disciple at the mid-foundation establishment stage or above. Fearing for Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei's safety, Niu had specifically arranged for Huang Li, a peak foundation establishment disciple, to provide protection. At the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one would be akin to a celestial being in the realm of mortals, virtually invulnerable to danger. However, he could never have anticipated that this was a meticulously laid trap. Had the malevolent cultivators only the Blood Old Ghost to contend with, Niu would not be so apprehensive. After all, a peak foundation establishment disciple, even if unable to defeat him, would at least have a chance to survive. The dire reality was that the Blood Old Ghost possessed that infernal locking veins miasma. On one side lies an ambush, armed with a formidable weapon against foundation-building cultivators. On the other side stands an unsuspecting soul, blissfully ignorant of the impending peril. The outlook appears grim indeed. Ma Teng, witnessing Niu ashen expression of despair, could not help but feel a surge of urgency. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and save them." Niu, seemingly in a state of utter shock, replied with a pallid countenance, "It's too late. Lin Xiao and the others set out 2 days ago, and will reach Shuntian Prefecture by this afternoon, even if locating them takes some time. Shuntian Prefecture is not vast, and is teeming with mortals. Where there are fluctuations of spiritual energy, it is likely the lair of the malevolent cultivators. Finding them should not be overly difficult. In 2 days, they may have already engaged in battle. Moreover, if I rush over now, it will take at least an hour, plus the time to track them down. Regardless of how one contemplates it, they have undoubtedly clashed by now. And once a confrontation occurs, how could the lethal weapon, the locking sutra miasma, possibly grant any chance of survival? Ma Teng, observing Niu Bin's despondent demeanor, felt his own face pale in response. If the Peak Master's only daughter perishes, can we shoulder such a burden? Niu Bin trembled, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Do you think there is a possibility that the blood-old ghost fears Lu Mingfei's identity and would refrain from offending the Peak Master, allowing her to escape? Upon uttering these words, Niu Bin nearly broke into tears. Ma Teng, with a bitter expression, cautioned. I fear the blood-old ghost is all too aware of Lu Mingfei's status and would not hesitate to eliminate her, given the blood-old ghostess nature. Should Mingfei fall into his clutches, alas. Ma Teng did not need to finish his sentence. The implications were painfully clear. At this moment, despair enveloped Niu Bin. Ultimately, both resolved, we must depart at once and see what unfolds. If Mingfei has perished, we will capture the blood-old ghost and present ourselves before the Peak Master to plead for forgiveness. If she survives, but has been dishonored, we shall bring her back and abide by the Peak Master's judgment. With faces ashen, the two hastily summoned their flying swords and sped towards Shuntian Prefecture. The distance was not far. Through sheer determination, the Golden Core cultivators navigated the skies and arrived in just over an hour. However, after an hour of braving the biting wind, the two, already steeped in despair and fury, appeared even more disheveled. During their flight, they contemplated how the Peak Master might respond to their predicament. Ma Teng felt somewhat reassured since Lu Mingfei was not directly under his charge. Yet, as an elder of the outer sect, his failure to thoroughly vet the training mission led to this catastrophic situation, placing the Peak Master's daughter in mortal danger. There was no escaping this responsibility. Ma Teng could only hope the Peak Master might spare his life. If he could retain his cultivation and suffer merely physical punishment, it would be a boon beyond measure. For Niu Bin, however, such an outcome seemed a distant luxury. As Lu Mingfei's nominal master, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him. Should Lu Mingfei perish, the Peak Master's wrath would surely spell his doom. Even though, according to the sect's regulations, his transgressions might not warrant death, the Peak Master was a nascent soul cultivator, and there were only 10 such figures within the entire Flowing Clouds sect. Lu Mingfei is the only daughter of the sect's leader, and her fury cannot be restrained even by the rules of the sect. Of course, if Lu Mingfei is alive, albeit humiliated, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Her life could potentially be spared, but the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Thus, Niu Bin weeps as he journeys onward. Upon reaching the jurisdiction of Shuntian Prefecture, his face is streaked with tears and his nose drips with mucus. Old Ma. If I die, my wife. Ma Teng feels a pang of sorrow as he gazes at the weeping Niu Bin. Although they have always bickered, their bond is profoundly strong. Only true brothers would engage in such banter. Rest assured, I shall take care of your wife. Niu Bin wipes his nose and retorts. Get lost. Who doesn't know your infamous reputation as a stallion? If you dare to harm my wife, I swear I will curse you even in hell. Ma Teng. Both amused and exasperated, sighs, at this critical juncture, I am not jesting. We've brewed a grave calamity, but it shall not extend to our families. If you perish, I will ensure your sister-in-law is well cared for. Hearing this, Niu Bin feels even more inclined to weep. With faces stained by tears and mucus, the two rushed directly to the official residence of the governor of Shuntian Prefecture. The governor, blissfully asleep with his concubine, is suddenly yanked from his slumber, his face paling in terror. As he gazes into the darkness, he sees a burly man resembling an ox, his face a chaotic mask of fury, and beside him stands another man with a long face, akin to that of a horse, whose sorrowful expression fixes upon him. In a moment of sheer fright, the governor faints away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the ox-head and horse-face have come to claim my life." Chapter 31. The urgent king. After a rather dramatic intervention from the celestial beings, the middle-aged governor, clutching his cheek, regained consciousness. His once imposing figure now appeared diminutive, akin to a delicate young bride, cowering in the corner of the bed. He looked pitiful, as if he had just endured humiliation at the hands of the two burly men before him. What brings you here, esteemed sirs?" he stammered, visibly shaken. With a stern expression, Niu Bin gritted his teeth and demanded, Was it you who sent the official request for help to the Luoyun sect? The governor nodded fervently. Indeed. It was I. Ma Teng, filled with righteous fury, exclaimed, "Do you not realize that among those malevolent cultivators lurks an ancient demon at the peak of Foundation establishment? His heinous acts are designed to lure in disciples from the Luoyun sect, only to slaughter them and refine their essence into pills." The governor, now ashen-faced, burst into tears. "I was unaware. Truly, I had no knowledge of this." Niu Bin and Ma Teng were equally distressed. They understood well that this was not the governor's fault, after all. He was merely a mortal. Within the entire Shuntian prefecture, there existed but a single early-stage loose cultivator. How could he possibly discern such a treacherous plot? Their inquiries were merely an outlet for their mounting frustration. "Tell me," Niu Bin pressed, "have you ever encountered any disciples dispatched by the Luoyun sect?" The governor nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, the two men hastily probed further. "When did you see them? In which direction did they head?" The governor replied in a flurry. "Just the day before yesterday at dusk, a young celestial being, fair as jade, came to her door. I initially mistook him for a young nobleman." Niu Bin's eyes widened in realization. "That must be my newly accepted disciple, Lin Xiao. Where did he go?" The governor quickly responded. "He flew eastward." No sooner had the words left his lips than Niu Bin and Ma Teng sprang into action, hastening towards the east. The governor, left in a daze, knelt and bowed repeatedly. After completing his gestures of reverence, he suddenly remembered and shouted towards the east, "Esteemed sir, I have not finished speaking. That young celestial has already vanquished the evil spirit." However, the two men, resembling urgent monarchs, were already beyond hearing. At that moment, Niu Bin wisely deduced. The day before yesterday marked their departure. They likely arrived at Shuntian Prefecture around noon and met the governor at dusk. This implies that Lin Xiao and his companions are likely following the trail of the blood-old ghost. Ma Teng nodded emphatically. "Indeed, considering the time spent searching and battling. We may still have a chance." Upon hearing this, a spark of determination ignited in Niu Bin's eyes, and he propelled himself forward with all his might. Little did they know, the time they presumed they had for searching was a mere illusion. For Huangli, bound by regulations preventing intervention, had invoked the compass to locate individuals, thereby bypassing the need for a search altogether. However, due to their oversight in missing the governor's crucial information, their speculations had become utterly absurd. After traveling for a short while, Niu Bin retrieved a bamboo leaf. This is a warning signal from the purple bamboo peak, once shattered. Anyone nearby possessing the same leaf will perceive its signal. The scope of this matter is quite extensive, making it an excellent tool for locating individuals. Shortly after being crushed, the bamboo leaf in Ma Teng's hand suddenly vibrated. The two men were instantly filled with elation. There was a response. They were alive. Haha, heaven has not forsaken us. Perhaps they had not encountered the blood-old ghost? It is plausible. Otherwise, they would not have survived. The two men swiftly followed the signal and soon spotted the messenger. It was Gao Zhong. Upon seeing the two Golden Core elders, he was naturally overjoyed. However, the two elders turned pale upon recognizing him. "How could it be you?" Gao Zhong was taken aback and retreated slightly, stammering, "Why yes, it is I. I have been pursuing the evil cultivator." Niu Bin exclaimed with wide eyes. "Have you not yet encountered the blood-old ghost?" "That creature, neither human nor ghost." Gao Zhong blinked in realization. "Oh, so that was the blood-old ghost. I did encounter him. Indeed, this old wretch is formidable." At this, both elders gasped for breath. Yet, Gao Zhang shifted his tone. "But he has already been slain. His body has been reduced to ashes. Were you not aware?" Niu Bin and Ma Teng fell into a stunned silence before exclaiming in unison, "What? He was killed." Upon exchanging glances, they saw the shock reflected in each other's eyes. That was the blood-old ghost. Although he possessed only peak Foundation establishment cultivation, he had immersed himself in this realm for so long, making him exceedingly powerful. Not to mention, he wielded the devastating Locking Sutra miasma. How could he have been defeated? Though they were astonished, they recognized that this was indeed good news. His demise signified the lifting of the threat. The two men felt a profound sense of relief, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. "Excellent, he has been killed. Phew, it is a relief. Who was the one that accomplished this? They must be duly rewarded." Gao Zhong, hearing this, was eager to attribute the credit to Lin Xiao. However, Niu Bin rolled his eyes and retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. The blood-old ghost, with peak Foundation establishment cultivation, could only have been slain by Huang Li's disciple." Ma Teng slapped his forehead, chuckling wryly. "Haha, we rushed over in such a hurry that we became muddled. Indeed, among our party, only Huang Li possesses such capability. Gao Zhang momentarily froze, hastily attempting to deny it. Yet, Niu Bin would not grant him the opportunity. Ah, this Huang Li's disciple possesses such strength? Even the blood-old ghost wielding the locking sutra miasma was no match for her. TSK, she has a bright future ahead. Ma Ting expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. Indeed, even if I were at peak foundation establishment, knowing the blood-old ghost possessed the locking sutra miasma, I might not be able to prevail. Huang Li's disciple managed to turn peril into safety without any prior knowledge. She is truly remarkable. Who is her master? Niu Bin asked with a grin. The eldest disciple of Yunqi Ma Teng was taken aback. Oh, Yunqi actually took on a disciple? With her temperament? I never thought she would. At this moment, Niu Bin felt a sense of relaxation and laughed heartily. It was the peak master who had requested her to gather a few individuals. Otherwise, merely indulging in arduous cultivation would undoubtedly lead to complications. Speaking of the cloud pool, there is an amusing tale related to my disciple, Lin Xiao, which I shall recount shortly. The two shared a hearty laugh before turning to Gao Zhang to inquire about the whereabouts of Lin Xiao and the others. Gao Zhang provided the address. Eager to speak further. However, before he could finish his sentence, Niu Bin waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, they are wanted criminals of the sect, and the bounty due to you will indeed be rewarded. Gao Zhong was left in stunned silence, stammering in his urgency. Yet, the two elders seemed impatient to meet Lin Xiao and his companions, and before Gao Zhong could utter another word, they took off like shooting stars into the sky. When will the two elders ever temper their impulsiveness? Gao Zhong sighed, stamping his foot in exasperation as he continued his pursuit of the evil cultivators. As dawn broke, Niu Bin and her companion arrived at a picturesque location. With a keen sense, they pinpointed Lin Xiao's group's position. Venturing into the forest, they soon spotted a youthful woman wielding a massive sword, engaged in her training. It was none other than Huang Li. The two elders were overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Huang Li had vanquished the blood-old ghost, saving Lu Mingfei and the other disciples. More importantly, she had rescued them as well. How could they not be thrilled? They rushed forward, just as Huang Li noticed them. Oh, elders, she began, but before she could finish, a sudden gust of wind swept over her. When she opened her eyes again, her hands were firmly grasped by Niu Bin and her companion. Huang Li stared blankly at the excited faces of the two elders, momentarily perplexed. As her arms were vigorously shaken, the gratitude of Niu Bin and her companion overflowed. Disciple, it is all thanks to you. Huang disciple, you are truly the pillar of our Lu Yun sect. If it were not for you, we would have faced utter ruin. You have slain the blood-old ghost, saving not just anyone, but the entire Zizhu Peak. Huang Li, overwhelmed by their praise, felt dizzy. Finally, she seized an opportunity to speak, stammering, but I haven't done anything at all. Chapter 32, The Astonishment of Niu and Ma. The words did nothing at all, left Niu and Ma momentarily stunned. However, it wasn't long before Niu Bin, wearing a broad smile, proclaimed, my dear junior nephew, at such a time, why remain modest? We are already aware of the events that transpired. Your contribution in turning peril into safety is nothing short of monumental. Matu chimed in, grinning. Indeed. Huang, you must not belittle yourself. It is evident that you accomplished much. That bloodthirsty specter at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, wielding the locking scripture poison, would spell doom for any ordinary cultivator upon encounter. Yet, you managed to turn the tables on him. This clearly demonstrates your extraordinary strength. Huang Li felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the praise from the two elders. She truly had done nothing. In fact, she had once thought her life was forfeit, nearly losing control of herself in fear. After enduring the flattery for what seemed like an eternity, she finally reacted, exclaiming, wait, it was Timi. It was senior brother Lin. After a night of deliberation, Huang Li had smoothly transitioned to calling Lin Xiao senior brother, acknowledging his prowess. However, given Lin Xiao's youth, she added a diminutive prefix. Who is the senior brother Lin? Niu and Ma exchanged puzzled glances, racking their brains to recall any formidable junior cultivator named Lin within the sect. Suddenly, Niu Bin spoke in a teasing tone. It couldn't he possibly be Lin Xiao? Could it? Ma Teng scoffed. Are you really trying to flatter him? You know well the realm of your disciple, don't you? Niu Bin recognized the humor in his words and chuckled, intending to dismiss the matter. Yet, Huang Li unexpectedly nodded, affirming, indeed, it is Lin Xiao. Niu and Ma were taken aback, their foreheads adorned with question marks. Who? They both thought they had misheard. Huang Li hurriedly clarified, it is indeed Lin Xiao. That grotesque blood fiend was slain by senior brother Lin. Oh no, I misspoke. He actually captured him alive and then handed him over to the Shuntian prefecture, where those vengeful mortals executed him. Niobin blinked vigorously, feeling as though he were still dreaming. Otherwise, how could such an absurdity occur? Ma Teng was equally flabbergasted, nudging Niobin with his elbow and exclaiming, "Didn't you say your disciple had just begun his foundation establishment?" Niobin, upon hearing this, was engulfed in confusion and disbelief. That's right. He's at the early stage of foundation establishment. He was when he left. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Li softly interjected, "Elder Niu, that's incorrect. He is in the early stage, but not the early stage of foundation establishment." Niu Bin's body jolted in shock. He quickly raised his hand to his forehead. Wait a moment. He clasped his head, appearing to question his very existence. Lin Xiao was indeed at the early stage of foundation establishment. Yes, at least before he departed the mountain gate the day before. But what did Huang Li's words imply now? Early stage, but not the early stage of foundation establishment. Isn't that the initial stage of the Golden Core? Lin Xiao has reached the Golden Core realm? How could this possibly be true? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Am I under some sort of illusion? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Niu Ben, clutching his head, raised his hand and slapped Ma Teng across the face. The latter flinched, then erupted in anger. Niu Ben, however, remained dazed and asked, "Does it hurt?" Ma Teng, filled with rage, retaliated with a slap to Niu Ben's face. "Does it hurt, you idiot?" Niu Ben nodded emphatically. "It hurts. I'm not dreaming." Huang Li, witnessing the antics of her two eccentric masters, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I know it's hard to believe, but it is indeed true. Junior brother Lin is right here. Let me take you to see him, and you will understand." Niu Ben nodded repeatedly and added, "And please explain to us what exactly happened. How did my disciple suddenly achieve the Golden Core?" As the trio traversed the forest, Huang Li recounted the events of that day. One must admit, her storytelling prowess was remarkable. She spoke as if narrating a captivating tale. When she reached the perilous parts, both Niu and Ma gasped in astonishment. After hearing the entire account, they finally arrived at Lin Xiao's location. Ma Teng contemplated for a moment before affirming, "Indeed, the locking sutra poison only affects cultivators below the Golden Core level. If Lin Xiao is in the Golden Core realm, it certainly makes sense." Niu Ben, biting back a curse, retorted, "What nonsense. It is the very notion of Lin Xiao being in the Golden Core realm that is most unreasonable. Others may not know, but I am all too aware. Lin Xiao is merely 20 years old. Have you ever seen a 20-year-old in the Golden Core? The absurdity of it is beyond belief. Enough to be condemned as nonsensical even in a novel. Yet, here we are, faced with this reality." Niu Ben scanned the surroundings but could not catch sight of Lin Xiao. Just as he was about to inquire of Huang Li, a gentle breeze swept past his ear, and Lin Xiao's voice was suddenly close at hand. "Master." A chill ran down Niu Ben's spine, and he instinctively jumped back, alert to his surroundings. To his astonishment, Lin Xiao had appeared out of thin air in what had once been an empty space. This left both Niu and Ma in utter shock. "When did you arrive?" Lin Xiao clasped his hands in greeting. "Master, I have been here all along. I did not want to interrupt while junior sister Huang was speaking." Upon hearing this, Niu Ben and Ma Teng exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and dread in the other's eyes. They had walked the entire way without sensing Lin Xiao's presence at all. If Lin Xiao's words were to be taken at face value, they had been completely defenseless and exposed for at least the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Had Lin Xiao been an enemy, they might have perished several times over. Niu Ben was filled with uncertainty, while Ma Teng was gripped by fear. With their Golden Core late-stage senses, they had failed to detect even the slightest trace of Lin Xiao. Niu Ben cleared his throat awkwardly, striving to restore the solemnity befitting his role as a master. "Ahem. I heard from your disciple Huang Li that you have ascended to the Golden Core stage." Lin Xiao nodded, having long prepared his response. "Indeed. Without concealing anything from my master, I experienced a fortuitous encounter that enabled my effortless advancement to the Golden Core stage, yet it is but a fleeting blessing. This serendipity, which accompanied my ascent, has depleted all its energy and is now rendered entirely useless." The fact that Lin Xiao experienced a stroke of fortune was something everyone had already speculated. After all, how else could one attain such a realm? It certainly could not have been achieved solely through personal cultivation. Niu Ben slowly nodded and stated plainly, "Yes, I had already surmised as much." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ma Teng, who leaned back and nodded solemnly. "Indeed, I can also attest to that." Upon hearing their words, Lin Xiao smiled in understanding and bowed in gratitude to the two. Their simple affirmation implied a profound acknowledgement of Lin Xiao's claims. Henceforth, the rapid elevation of Lin Xiao's realm would be justified by a definitive reason, a fortuitous encounter. However, this opportunity had already ceased to function with his ascension to the Golden Core. Thus, others would not be overly covetous. What? You say you do not believe it? Then come, verify it yourself. In the presence of the two late-stage Golden Core elders and Lin Xiao himself, do you dare to inquire? Even if the fortuitous encounter were still potent, what would that matter? Its current revealed efficacy is merely the ability to expedite one's rise to the Golden Core stage. What lies beyond that? What further effects might it possess? No one knows. While its known effects hold a deadly allure for cultivators below the Golden Core stage, who among them would dare to seize an opportunity from Lin Xiao? Should there be cultivators above the Golden Core stage wishing to acquire this chance for study, they would first need to consult the two late-stage elders. In summary, with Lin Xiao's ascension to the Golden Core stage and his newfound ability to protect himself, coupled with the endorsement of the two elders, it is unlikely that anyone would foolishly seek trouble. Of course, this applies solely within the sect. Outside the sect, there are countless individuals willing to gamble their lives for profit. Those desperate souls, when faced with a treasure, would dare to risk everything. Lin Xiao shared a knowing smile with Niu Bin and Ma Tang, their unspoken understanding evident. Only Huang Li remained on the periphery, her face awash with envy. Senior brother Lin, where did you find this fortuitous encounter? I wish to have one too. Chapter 33, Foster Father. Gazing into Huang Li's innocent little eyes, Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. Junior sister Huang, it is wiser to remain grounded and dedicate all resources to your cultivation. As for certain expenditures, they are truly unnecessary. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Huang Li's ample figure. Yesterday, during the experiment with the concealment technique, the 10,000 concealments, he had inadvertently discovered Huang Li's use of a breast enhancement pill. It was not that Lin Xiao took pleasure in being a mentor, but given Huang Li's current stature, there was really no need for further enhancement. Huang Li paused, locking eyes with Lin Xiao, and her heart raced with alarm. What did he mean by certain expenditures? Why was junior brother Lin looking at my chest? Could it be that he knows something? Panic surged within her. At that moment, Lin Xiao turned away. Engaging in conversation with Niu Bin and Ma Tang, Huang Li was left blushing, her heart pounding. Before long, Lu Mingfei also arrived. And upon witnessing the Peak Master's daughter safe and sound, the worries of Niu and Ma finally dissipated. That evening, Gao Zhang led 3 disciples of the Qi refinement stage back, weary from their travels. Several heads of the evil cultivators lay before them. This gruesome scene, however, had little effect on those who had faced life and death. After confirming that all the evil cultivators had been eradicated, they set their corpses ablaze and planned to return to the sect under the cover of night. On the treasure ship, Niu Bin called Lin Xiao to a corner, offering a bitter smile. Sigh, I had originally planned to properly guide you after the trial mission concluded. Yet, in the blink of an eye, you have already stepped into the Golden Core stage, able to stand alongside me as an equal. Lin Xiao quickly replied, Master, you speak nonsense. Since we have established a master-disciple relationship, how could it be changed? Niu Bin nodded, stating, with no one else around, let us speak openly. Though we are named master and disciple, the bond between us is lacking. I am 283 years old this year. While I appear to have ample life left, in truth, I have no hope for the nascent soul. I might manage to reach the peak of the Golden Core. It can be said that beneath the nascent soul stage, I can still ensure your safety. Niu Bin sighed for a moment before gazing intently into Lin Xiao's eyes, speaking gravely. Thus, let us make a deal. You may cultivate freely, and I will bear all responsibilities. If one day you attain the nascent soul, should I still have a chance, do lend me a hand. If my opportunity is lost, I have a son. You may take him as your disciple and teach him diligently. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart trembled. Niu Bin was indeed a clever man. By allowing him to cultivate freely, it meant that Lin Xiao need not hold back, striving for rapid improvement. As for the attention and dangers that might arise from his swift advancement, Niu Bin would shield him from them. In return, once Lin Xiao achieved the nascent soul, he would repay this favor. Clearly, Niu Bin had surmised that Lin Xiao's fortunes were far from simple. However, Lin Xiao remained cautious. Master, I possess merely inferior talent, and my fortuitous encounters have long been exhausted. How could I dare to hope for the nascent soul? With a hearty laugh, Niu Bin raised his gaze to the heavens. If that is truly the case, then so be it. A master must always protect his disciple, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Thank you, master. But the thought of reaching the nascent soul stage is something I hardly dare to imagine. Lin Xiao resolutely chose not to express his thoughts on the matter. For once he did, it exposed the extraordinary fortune that could assist someone in attaining the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul stage is a coveted realm sought after by countless cultivators. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire southern region, with everyone raising their blades against him. Furthermore, Lin Xiao could not ascertain whether Niu Bin's words today were sincere or merely a test of his intentions. If it were merely a test, perhaps a simple nod from him could prompt Niu Bin to resort to violence for treasure. Although the so-called fortune was tied to the system, something that others could not seize, who would believe in the enigmatic nature of such a system? Upon seeing Lin Xiao shake his head repeatedly, dismissing the notion of aspiring to the nascent soul stage, Niu Bin could not help but chuckle. Oh, it seems I have been naive. No matter, let us keep today's discussion between us. Do not speak of it to others. Lin Xiao clasped his hands in understanding. That night, upon returning to the sect, the following morning brought timely rewards for the training task. Brother Lin, here are the rewards for your training task. 85 spirit stones, along with a cleansing elixir. This is the payment from the Shun Tian Bureau, amounting to 160 taels of gold. Due to the lax review of this training task by the sect, resulting in dangerous situations exceeding the disciples' capabilities, each of you will receive an additional 100 spirit stones as compensation. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, accepting all of it. His monthly stipend as an inner sect disciple was merely 40 spirit stones, making this task's reward equivalent to 2 months' worth. Moreover, the disciple delivering the rewards presented a large box of spirit stones. Brother Lin, this is the bounty for the blood old ghost, totaling 300 spirit stones. Please accept it. Lin Xiao waved his hand, collecting it all into his storage pouch. His spirit stone count now reached 525. A considerable fortune indeed, one that many inner sect disciples might not accumulate in a decade. However, within the spoils of this task, the most valuable treasure was not the spirit stones, but the 10,000 hidden technique acquired from Zhou Fan. Lin Xiao conservatively estimated that this technique could fetch at least 10,000 spirit stones. If paired with the Xian bird visualization method, its value could potentially multiply tenfold. After the disciple delivering the rewards took his leave, Miao Rifeng, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fresh prey, pounced forward. Well, Brother Lin, you've struck it rich. Miao Rifeng, having just glimpsed those spirit stones, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. It is worth noting that his monthly pay for guarding the gate was merely 2 spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones just seen was something he could never hope to amass, even in a lifetime of guarding. Observing Miao Renfeng's envious expression, Lin Xiao scoffed. Look at your paltry aspirations. Spirit stones are nothing. Behold this. This is the true treasure. Lin Xiao revealed the cleansing elixir, leaving Miao Rifeng momentarily speechless. This extraordinary substance has the capacity to enhance an individual's aptitude. The lower one's innate quality, the more pronounced the effect. A person of inferior talent requires only a single pill to elevate their abilities to a moderate level. This was an investment made by Niu Bin in advance for Lin Xiao, yet it holds little value for Lin Xiao himself. Upon discovering the properties of this small pill, Miao Renfeng's eyes glimmered with envy. The prospect of enhancing one's aptitude is an alluring one, indeed. The principal obstacle hindering the cultivation of those at the bottom tier is, after all, their own meager qualifications. Should they genuinely be afforded the chance to cultivate, a vast majority would likely demonstrate greater diligence than the inner disciples. Miao Renfeng was nearly drooling at the thought. However, he quickly reined in his avarice and addressed Lin Xiao. Perfect. Brother Lin, with your inferior aptitude, you could cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Consuming this washing marrow pill would elevate you to a moderate aptitude, leading you to the golden core stage, no less. Golden core. Just the thought was almost unimaginable. Lin Xiao chuckled, tossing the incredibly valuable washing marrow pill directly into Miao Renfeng's arms. In the latter's astonished gaze, Lin Xiao promptly fell asleep. It's a gift for you. I still need 4 more hours of sleep, so don't wake me until then. Miao Renfeng was struck as if by lightning. Left utterly dumbfounded, clutching the washing marrow pill, his face was a canvas of shock and disbelief. This pill, capable of enhancing one's aptitude, such a precious item, was actually gifted to him by Brother Lin. For a moment, Miao Renfeng thought Lin Xiao was jesting. Yet, the sight of Lin Xiao in deep slumber, coupled with the alluring aura of the pill, made it abundantly clear. This was all indeed true. Miao Renfeng's eyes instantly reddened, and his nose tingled with emotion. A multitude of words surged to his lips, ultimately coalescing into two powerful, resonant words. He bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, his surprise intertwined with gratitude and excitement as he exclaimed, "Foster father." In the next instant, Miao Renfeng was unceremoniously flung away by Lin Xiao. "Quiet down." Miao Renfeng laughed like the village fool, wiping his nose and earnestly bowing 3 times through the door. This washing marrow pill was akin to a life-giving grace. In return, he felt only his life could suffice. Meanwhile, within a nearby dwelling, Gao Zheng's complexion turned ashen, his body radiating a ghastly light. A hoarse voice echoed within his mind, "Child, accept the legacy of my blood refinement sect, and you shall attain the nascent soul." Chapter 34. A disgraceful legacy from the master? Bah! I reject the inheritance of this vile and malevolent cultivator. Gao Zheng clutched his head, writhing in agony on the ground, his voice a near hysterical roar. Yet, despite the tumult, no one took notice, for everything was obscured by that layer of bloodlight. Gao Zheng's complexion was ashen as he recalled the events of the previous day, after Lin Xiao had captured the blood-old demon. Only a handful of Qi refinement stage wicked cultivators remained to flee. He had led 3 junior brothers in relentless pursuit. Shortly after an encounter with the 2 elders, Neo and Ma, Gao Zheng finally located the last escaping fiend. Given his foundation establishment strength, annihilating this foe should have been a trivial task. However, his complacency allowed the dying villain to seize the opportunity to unleash a drop of his essence blood. Gao Zheng's negligence permitted that drop to infiltrate his dantian. Before he could react, the blood swiftly transformed into tendrils, invading his limbs and bones. In mere moments, his entire being was corroded by that drop of blood. Only then did Gao Zheng realize that this essence blood was the legacy of the blood refining sect. Initially, he intended to inform the 2 elders of this dire situation. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, a raspy voice made its first appearance. "My essence blood has completely merged with you, in the eyes of those self-righteous cultivators. You are now a wicked practitioner. The only way to eradicate me is to kill you. Should you wish for death, feel free to report this." At these words, Gao Zheng was filled with uncertainty. Naturally, he resisted the notion of becoming a wicked cultivator, yet if the demon's words held truth, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. At not yet 40, having just embarked on the long-desired path of foundation establishment, he had another 160 years of life ahead. Did he truly have to perish alongside this malevolence? Gao Zheng was unwilling to embrace death. Thus, he hesitated throughout his journey, ultimately returning to the mountain gate without uttering a word about the matter. At that moment, the demon spoke again, promising to assist Gao Zheng in achieving the state of nascent soul. This temptation was immense for any cultivator. Gao Zheng's resolve remained steadfast, vehemently shouting for the demon to depart from his body. However, the raspy voice merely chuckled. "I have glimpsed your memories. That Lin Xiao is not only younger than you by over a decade, but has ascended from the early stages of Qi refinement to golden core in mere days. No need for further words. This youth is undoubtedly a wicked cultivator in your eyes. Should you accept my legacy, you too could achieve similar heights." Enraged, Gao Zheng retorted, "Nonsense. Whether Lin is a wicked cultivator has already been determined by the elders." The raspy voice scoffed in response. "That merely indicates the concealment of his techniques is exceptional. Should you accept my legacy, you will not be inferior to him." Gao Zheng clenched his teeth in defiance, indignantly declaring, "I will never acquiesce to this vile demon." The raspy voice offered a faint smile before fading into silence. "Regardless, my essence blood has fused with you. It will inevitably be discovered. If you refuse my legacy, hasten to elevate your strength, for the day you are uncovered will be the day of your demise. Only by embracing tradition and swiftly advancing to the golden core stage, striving for the nascent soul, can one preserve their life. Contemplate this carefully, a lifetime fraught with the peril of exposure, ultimately resulting in an inability to even achieve the golden core. It would be wiser to abandon those so-called righteous ideologies and, at any cost, enhance oneself to ultimately stand atop the pinnacle of power. The distinction between right and wrong I shall no longer comment upon." As these words fell, the bloodlight in the room dissipated. Gao Zheng lay slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. As the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Xiao woke, having enjoyed a restful sleep, and the system tasks were completed. However, the age limit for binding candidates had been raised to 260 years. Due to 2 days spent on external training tasks, he had not met the conditions to complete certain assignments, resulting in the omission of 2 tasks. Just as Lin Xiao planned to indulge in a good meal to compensate for the hardships of the past 2 days spent on bland sustenance, someone outside announced a visitor. "Is Brother Lin present?" there is a matter to discuss." Upon entering the council hall, Lin Xiao was astonished to find Niu Bin standing solemnly at the side. Not only did he wear a serious expression, but he was also attired in the elder's flowing cloud robe, its cuffs adorned with shimmering golden cloud patterns. His hair was impeccably styled, an uncommon sight for Niu Bin, who typically appeared as a disheveled middle-aged man. Across from him stood Ma Teng, another outer sect elder, equally dignified in appearance. As Lin Xiao stepped into the hall, his footsteps became notably steadier. "Lin Xiao, come forward." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from the center of the grand hall. A middle-aged man, similarly clad in a sky-blue flowing cloud robe, slowly turned around. His figure and demeanor undeniably handsome. What captured attention most was the purple golden cloud pattern at his cuffs. Within the flowing cloud sect, standardized attire was uniformly distributed, flowing cloud robes in a sky-blue hue. Different ranks were distinguished by the cloud patterns at the cuffs. Ordinary outer disciples bore but a single cloud. Upon advancing to the inner sect, a white cloud pattern was added. Above the inner sect were the direct disciples, whose cuffs bore blue cloud patterns. Regardless of being in the inner sect or as a direct disciple, upon reaching the golden core realm, one could upgrade their cloud pattern to gold, as seen with Niu Bin and Ma Teng. Ascending further, only the lords of the 9 peaks of the flowing cloud sect, the formidable nascent soul practitioners, were entitled to the embroidered purple gold cloud pattern. The man before Lin Xiao was, in fact, the peak master of Zizhu Peak, a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. Lin Xiao's heart jolted as he made eye contact with the man, instinctively sensing the terrifying aura of the nascent soul. However, his consciousness, enhanced by the Xin Niao visualization method, had surpassed that of an ordinary golden core practitioner. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao maintained his composure and performed a respectful greeting. "I have seen the peak master, the master of Zizhu Peak, Lu Qing." Were a warm smile and gestured for him to approach. "No need for excessive formalities. Come closer. You have saved Ming Fei's life, and it is I who should express my gratitude to you." Lin Xiao, although polite in speech, did not move an inch, for inexplicably, he felt an unusual sensation. It was quite perplexing. In principle, one should exhibit a certain degree of reverence upon encountering a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. However, Lin Xiao felt not an ounce of respect. Instead, a rather disdainful sentiment welled up within him. Indeed, it was disdain. What in the world was happening? Lin Xiao found himself utterly perplexed. Even with his lofty demeanor, it seemed implausible to harbor contempt for a nascent soul powerhouse, yet this feeling lingered in his heart, leaving him bewildered. Seeing Lin Xiao remain motionless, Lu Qing was unfazed. He approached Lin Xiao and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "A young achiever indeed. Our Zizhu Peak has gained another pillar of the golden core stage. I hear you are merely 20 years old?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, Niu Bin interjected with a respectful gesture. "Peak master, he is not 20. He is actually 120. There was an error in the sect's roster." Upon returning to the sect yesterday, Niu Bin's first act was to alter Lin Xiao's information. At 20 years of age, being in the foundation establishment stage could be justified. Yet a golden core at such a tender age would certainly attract attention. If concealment proved impossible, they would resort to concocting tales of fortuitous encounters. Lu Qing chuckled, offering no further words, and nodded. "Indeed, Lin Xiao, you have bravely rescued Ming Fei. Thus, I am obliged to reward you. How about this? I shall take you as my personal disciple." Upon hearing this, Niu and Ma were invigorated. To be the Peak Master's personal disciple was an extraordinary opportunity sought by many. The lineage of the Zizhu Peak had endured for thousands of years, with each Peak Master having no more than 5 personal disciples. Currently, the Peak Master Lu Qing had only one. Was Lin Xiao on the verge of becoming the second? Niu and Ma gazed at him with envy, for becoming a personal disciple of the Peak Master had once been their dream. However, given their qualifications and abilities, they had yet to reach the threshold required for such an honor. Yet, just as Niu and Ma were lost in admiration, Lin Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Peak Master, but I must respectfully decline." Chapter 35, Indulgence and Rejection. The words that escaped Lin Xiao's lips left Niu Bin and Ma Teng utterly astonished. How could Lin Xiao possibly decline the honor of becoming the personal disciple of the Peak Master? Even Lu Qing's expression reflected surprise, as he had anticipated that Lin Xiao would forego such a prestigious opportunity laden with benefits. Niu Bin trembled and hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, whispering urgently, "What are you saying? This is the personal disciple position of the Peak Master, a dream coveted by countless individuals. and you dismiss it with a mere flick of your tongue? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao felt equally helpless. His refusal stemmed from a peculiar disdain that had inexplicably taken root within him. Regardless of Lu Qing's status as a formidable nascent soul cultivator or the master of Zijou Peak, Lin Xiao could not shake the innate feeling of superiority he harbored. The very sight of Lu Qing elicited an involuntary sense of contempt that prevented him from even considering the role of personal disciple. Thus, as soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, Lin Xiao's refusal slipped out effortlessly. This left Niu Ben in a state of panic. The opportunity he had longed for was being cast aside by Lin Xiao without a second thought. You must retract your words quickly. If you miss this chance, it shall never return. In contrast to Niu Ben's anxiety, Lin Xiao remained composed, pondering the origins of his disdain. After a brief moment, Lu Qing chuckled. Well, each has their desires. There is no need to force it. Since you are unwilling to be my personal disciple, let us consider an alternative reward. You have already stepped into the Golden Core realm, so there is no need to ascend to the inner sect and overshadow those in the foundation establishment stage. I shall exempt you from all examinations and scrutiny. From this day forth, you shall become one of the elders of Zijou Peak. Being an elder is a different matter than ascending to the inner sect. Advancement as a disciple requires merely meeting certain strength criteria, while becoming an elder necessitates a series of intricate evaluations, which may take decades to complete. However, with the Peak Master's endorsement, all such obstacles would vanish, allowing the process to be expedited to mere hours. This echoed the old adage, rules are crafted for the weak. Lin Xiao accepted the title of elder and slowly exited the Grand Hall. Niu Ben and Ma Teng gazed at Lin Xiao's retreating figure with hearts full of lament, stamping their feet in despair. They had witnessed the squander of an opportunity to become the Peak Master as personal disciple, ending up with nothing more than the title of elder. Although being an elder is a coveted position for many, it paled in comparison to being the personal disciple of the Peak Master. If given the chance, both Niu and Ma would gladly relinquish their aspirations for the elder position in exchange for that of the personal disciple. Alas, such a trade was impossible. Once more seated, Lu Qing's gentle smile faded, his gaze fixed intently on the receding figure of Lin Xiao, as if attempting to pierce through him. In an instant, a fleeting emerald halo flashed within the depths of Lu Qing's profound eyes. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiao's steps came to an abrupt halt. In his mind, the black mystical bird took flight without warning, as if sensing an impending threat. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine, prompting him to scan his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, in the span of a heartbeat, that eerie sensation vanished without a trace. A sudden turn of events caused Lin Xiao to furrow his brow. Hastening his steps back to his abode, he settled into a cross-legged position, immersing his consciousness deep within his mind, invoking the visualization technique of the Xian bird. Moments later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes in confusion. Everything appeared normal. Yet, the sensation he had just experienced was undeniably real. In that instant, he felt akin to the Xian bird, seemingly targeted by a predator, compelled to take flight. The Xian bird visualization technique was derived from Lu Mingfei's Qingke visualization, and Lu Mingfei was the daughter of the Peak Master. This Qingke technique must have originated from Peak Master Lu Qing. The recent change coincided precisely with his encounter with Lu Qing. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, attributing the recent anomaly to Peak Master Lu Qing. Though he remained uncertain of what had transpired, one thing was clear. The feeling he had just felt was unsettling. Currently, he was only at the nascent stage of the Golden Core realm and should strive to avoid further encounters with Lu Qing. Perhaps one day, when he reached the Yuanying stage, he could pursue other matters. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh, burying this incident deep within his heart. After being summoned by the Peak Master, he realized his stomach had yet to be satisfied. Now, possessing a fortune of 500 spirit stones, he intended to indulge in a hearty feast. He called upon Miao Renfeng, who was on duty at the mountain gate, spending 2 spirit stones to have an outer sect disciple watch over the entrance. The two then made their way to the market at the foot of Zijou Peak. Although the Luyun sect was a place for cultivation, the majority of its populace comprised qi, refining, and foundation establishment practitioners. Their worldly desires were inevitable, and the market offered a plethora of food, entertainment, and even brothels. Lin Gu, where's Lao Gao? Miao Renfeng inquired. Lin Xiao shook his head. I don't know. I went to find him, but the room was empty, and others said they hadn't seen him. Miao Renfeng chuckled heartily. Perhaps he just acquired some spirit stones and has gone off to enjoy himself. Lin Gu, why don't you invite senior sister Lu as well? I heard from Lao Gao that you two have embraced, hee hee. Lin Xiao scratched his head, puzzled. Ever since the day he ascended to Golden Core and vanquished the blood-old ghost, Lu Mingfei seemed to be avoiding him. Every day, she practiced diligently, either meditating or on her way to meditate. Her dedication was commendable, yet Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that she was deliberately evading him. Would it be too much to wish for a mind-reading system? Just like in those web novels from my past life, where one could always hear the thoughts of others. That would save a lot of trouble. Lin Xiao mused, feeling that his relationship with Lu Mingfei had become somewhat ambiguous. However, the dilemma remained. He was but a single man. He had no experience in such matters. Never mind, I have centuries ahead of me to ponder this, he concluded. With that, the two friends linked arms and entered a tavern. With wealth in hand, they indulged in a lavish feast. After satisfying their appetites, they emerged from the tavern, arm in arm, heading straight for the brothel. Hey, don't misunderstand, Lin Xiao clarified. It's not that I wish to indulge. It's just that I've never seen one in this life or the last. Lin Xiao insisted. I merely wish to observe. I won't be ordering anything. In truth, Lin Xiao remained indifferent, for none of these women captured his attention. In his previous life, his aesthetic sensibilities had been influenced by Eastern sorcery and beauty enhancement effects. Now, having traversed into this new existence, he encountered Lu Mingfei. Although still a novice, Lin Xiao's discerning taste had already become quite refined. After requesting a change of performers thrice, his enthusiasm waned. He merely wished to sip some wine and enjoy the song and dance performances. Meanwhile, Miao Renfeng, as if he had never seen a woman before, gazed with fervor, his eyes nearly affixed to the thighs of the ladies. However, Lin Xiao remained unmoved, and naturally, Miao did not dare to act upon his desires. This left Miao feeling quite frustrated. Brother Lin, I find the headliner, Chun Ji, to be extraordinarily beautiful. Are you not the least bit tempted? Lin Xiao, seated by the window, glanced over and remarked, mediocre, not even comparable to a yellow oriole. Miao Renfeng was puzzled. Who is the yellow oriole? Just as Lin Xiao was about to engage in idle conversation, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS-level death task. Enjoyment for 2 hours. Reward dispensed. The age limit for binding candidates has been elevated to 300 years, unlocking new functionalities. Upon binding a candidate, the host will automatically acquire a skill proficiency 1 level higher than that of the counterpart. Current binding candidate, Wangli Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Styles 1-4, Mastery Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Style 5, Comprehension. The host automatically attains a higher level of proficiency, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Styles 1-4, Grandmaster Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Style 5, Mastery. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then elated. As he had anticipated, with the elevation of the age limit, the system's new functions would unlock increasingly. Initially, he could only attain a higher level of cultivation. After reaching 200 years, he could obtain a superior technique. Now, with the limit extended to 300 years, even skill proficiency could surpass that of others. What might transpire at the 400 or 500-year mark? The prospect of acquiring higher qualifications and other advantages was indeed promising. Just as Lin Xiao reveled in his musings of the future, his gaze caught sight of a familiar face in the marketplace outside. Chapter 36. The profiteering alchemist A figure weaved through the bustling market, evoking a sense of familiarity in Lin Xiao. Could it be Huangli? Though the individual obscured their face, the distinct aura could not elude Lin Xiao's perception. Moreover, the youthful visage and voluptuous figure were unmistakable. Huangli darted left and right, ultimately entering a secluded shop. Her countenance, veiled yet alert, radiated vigilance as her consciousness expanded to encompass the surroundings, wary of any potential pursuers. Yet, such measures appeared trifling to Lin Xiao. Silently trailing her, Lin Xiao was about to greet her when he suddenly overheard Huangli instructing the shopkeeper, 1 breast enhancement pill. Please. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was rendered speechless. Had it not been agreed that resources would be dedicated solely to cultivation? How could she, after recently receiving spirit stones, resort to purchasing such a trivial item? Before long, Huangli acquired her desired product, contentedly laying down the spirit stones, 100 of them, upon the counter. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This ludicrous breast enhancement pill was priced at a staggering 100 spirit stones each. How exorbitant! To put it into perspective, the monthly stipend for inner disciples amounted to merely 40 spirit stones. Previously, after a perilous mission that nearly claimed his life, the sect had compensated him with a mere 100 spirit stones. Just moments ago, he and Miao Renfeng had indulged in the most lavish dishes at the tavern, spending only 3 spirit stones. The value of spirit stones exceeded all expectations. 100 spirit stones could provide enough resources for a novice disciple to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. And yet, such purchasing power was squandered on a single breast enhancement pill? This item was indeed precious. It appeared that women's money was far easier to earn than men's. Huang Li, having confirmed her purchase, departed with satisfaction. However, as she rounded a corner, she was startled by Lin Xiao's sudden appearance. "Who goes there?" she exclaimed, summoning a sword taller than herself to shield her. Lin Xiao, bemused, remarked, "If you raise your voice any higher, even more people will come." Huang Li paused, recognizing Lin Xiao, and quickly sheathed her sword, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, it's you, senior brother Lin. What brings you here?" Lin Xiao cast a glance at Huang Li's storage artifact and inquired, "What did you just buy?" Huang Li's heart raced. "In nothing of importance," she stammered. Lin Xiao shrugged, saying, "Typically, I would not meddle in others' affairs, but, Sai, Huang Jr.'s sister, if you had invested your spirit stones in cultivation, you might have already reached the golden core stage." At his words, Huang Li felt her heart pounding. Indeed, the matter of the breast enhancement pill had been uncovered by senior brother Lin. Earlier, while outside the sect, she had harbored suspicions but was unsure how Lin Xiao had discerned her secret. Caught in the act of surreptitiously acquiring the breast enhancement pill, she found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly fidgeted with her toes. "Everyone has their own aspirations," she mumbled, while Lin Xiao sighed in resignation. "Huang Shimi, forgive my candor, but you are quite grown up now. There is truly no necessity to purchase such items." Upon hearing this, Huang Li felt a surge of joy in her heart, only to roll her eyes in response. "How old are you? You simply do not understand." Although Lin Xiao possessed considerable cultivation, in Huang Li's eyes, he resembled nothing more than a mere child. Observing Huang Li's seemingly obsessive fixation on breast enhancement, Lin Xiao ceased his attempts at persuasion and inquired, "This item costs 100 spirit stones for a single pill?" Huang Li nodded vigorously, lamenting, "Indeed, it's exorbitantly priced. Yet the results are remarkable. Just one pill every 6 months will suffice." Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded. So it is not a permanent solution? Consuming one pill only lasts for half a year, which means one would need to spend 200 spirit stones annually. What kind of family is this, so extravagant? Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Huang Li quickly clarified, "Oh, what I meant was, taking one pill every 6 months will ensure a stable growth. Even if one stops, it won't shrink back, it's still worth it." Lin Xiao fell silent. In any case, he found it unworthy. Of course, perhaps it was simply because he was a man, which colored his perception. Were there to exist a pill that could enhance length, it is likely that no man could resist it. Is it particularly difficult to concoct such a pill? Huang Li nodded as if it were obvious. Of course, it is quite challenging. Among 1,000 cultivators, only one can emerge as a qualified alchemist. Lin Xiao pondered thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the shop that had just sold the pills. Detected potential binding candidate, Li Qian, 157 years old, third-tier alchemist, late foundation establishment stage. Technique, alchemical records, medium grade. Proficiency, alchemical records. Proficient, would you like to bind? Lin Xiao mused internally. If he were to bind, would his cultivation drop to the pinnacle of foundation establishment? No. Host may choose to retain current cultivation level. Lin Xiao was elated and proceeded to bind. Successfully bound to Li Qian. Host retains current cultivation level. Obtained higher tier alchemist rank, 4th tier alchemist. Obtained higher grade technique alchemical records, complete edition. Obtained higher proficiency level in alchemical records, master level. In an instant, an abundance of information surged into Lin Xiao's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a 4th tier alchemist. Although alchemy and cultivation are distinct paths, to concoct high-grade precious pills, the alchemist's own strength must also be elevated. The 4th tier alchemist rank corresponded perfectly with Lin Xiao's golden core stage strength. Simultaneously, within the complete edition of alchemical records in his mind, Lin Xiao discovered the formula for the breast enhancement pill, thanks to the yet unseen Li Qian. Despite being a novice in alchemy, Lin Xiao already exhibited the demeanor of a master. Upon merely glancing at the formula, Lin Xiao smiled. The concoction of the breast enhancement pill was not particularly complex. A 3rd-tier alchemist could manage it. However, as this item holds no utility for cultivation, it is seldom crafted, thereby rendering it a rarity. If one were to engage in alchemy, with the prowess of a 4th-tier alchemist alongside an expert-level proficiency in the alchemy compendium, one could ensure a success rate of 100%. It would be effortlessly achievable. Considering the costs, a single fertility pill would require no more than 10 spirit stones. Even when accounting for the risks of flawed pills or furnace explosions, the expenses would not exceed 20 spirit stones. Yet, upon selling, one could fetch 100. Such exorbitant profits. It is no wonder that alchemists are so affluent. It is indeed a lucrative endeavor. Lin Xiao contemplated, his eyes growing increasingly radiant. As his own cultivation level ascended, the necessity for spirit stones would grow more pressing, and the expenditures would escalate. This opportunity for profit is too good to ignore. Sister Huang, do you know where I might purchase an alchemical furnace? Huang Li was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Why do you need a furnace? Naturally, to practice alchemy. Lin Xiao replied with utmost certainty. Who is going to practice alchemy? You? Huang Li exclaimed in disbelief, stifling a laugh. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Is there a reason I cannot? At this, Huang Li could hardly contain her amusement, speaking as one might to a child. Yes, of course you can. Aspiration is commendable, but I advise you to first acquire a beginner's guide to alchemy and familiarize yourself with the basics before hastily investing in a furnace for practical use. Lin Xiao responded nonchalantly. Once I succeed, I shall take care of your fertility pills entirely. Huang Li decisively turned on her heel. Follow me. I know where to find a furnace that is both excellent in quality and reasonably priced. Chapter 37, Lin Xiao. I truly never intended to show off. Are you certain these individuals are selling alchemical furnaces? In the street, a group of disheveled individuals sat carelessly on the ground. Were it not for the aura they exuded, Lin Xiao would have mistaken them for beggars. Yet these were indeed the sellers of alchemical furnaces spoken of by Huang Li. As soon as Lin Xiao posed his question, a gaunt young man, appearing as if he had not eaten for several days, rushed toward him. Hey there, are you interested in purchasing an alchemical furnace? This exquisite furnace has only been used for a month. It is practically brand new. Before Lin Xiao could respond, the ragged cultivators swarmed around him like wolves scenting fresh prey. Little brother, my furnace is of the finest quality, guaranteed not to have exploded, exclaimed one. Brother, we are both disciples of the Luyan sect. I can offer you a discount. Another chimed in. Out of the way. Who among us isn't a disciple of the Luyan sect? Look at mine. I've barely used it for 3 months. Yet another added, Brother, I'm selling this for a friend, a female cultivator's personal use. It's nearly brand new. Amidst the cacophony, Lin Xiao swiftly focused on one particular furnace. The discerning eye of a fourth-tier alchemist could easily detect which furnace was superior. How much do you want for it? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, the seller's face lit up with joy. 500. Just 500. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Who would dare sell such a heap of junk for 500? The seller, feeling disheartened, lamented, I paid 600 for it. I thought after studying alchemical techniques for a few months, I could refine some elixirs and earn back some spirit stones. Yet, after 10 attempts, not a single successful elixir emerged. I even nearly had several explosions. He continued, if I don't sell this furnace soon, I want to even be able to afford this month's fasting elixir. Hearing this, the other cultivators clutching their furnaces also expressed their grievances. Tears in their eyes as they recounted their struggles in alchemy. Huang Li shook her head repeatedly, addressing Lin Xiao. Did you see? They are all like you, dreaming of striking it rich overnight through alchemy. In the end, they are all devoid of talent, and all they have gained is a greater loss of spirit stones. Huang Li wished to dissuade Lin Xiao from attempting alchemy, for he was her savior. Yet Lin Xiao shook his head confidently, declaring, I am different from them. Huang Li rolled her eyes, finally ceasing her attempts to persuade him. She thought to herself that Lin Xiao, being young and impetuous, would only come to understand reality through hardship. When he eventually brought the furnace home and could not refine even a single decent elixir despite his utmost efforts, he would awaken from the dream of sudden wealth. Hearing Lin Xiao's bold proclamations, the sellers of the alchemical furnaces scoffed. Once upon a time, they too had harbored the same mindset as Lin Xiao, only to find themselves forced to sell what they once considered treasures. I say, young man, are you going to buy it or not? 500 spirit stones is already a very reasonable price. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, certainly not intending to miss out on such a fine and affordable furnace. After the transaction of 500 spiritual stones, the cultivator erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Ha! I have finally earned my first fortune in alchemy. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt a mix of bitterness and amusement. Indeed, this reflects the reality for most who venture into the art of alchemy. The so-called first fortune in alchemy is often nothing more than the sale of one's own alchemical furnace. Having acquired the furnace, Lin Xiao lost all interest in further revelry. Together with Huang Li, he purchased the necessary medicinal materials for alchemy. He promptly abandoned Miao Renfeng, who was still enjoying himself in the brothel, and returned to his residence. Observing Lin Xiao's decisive demeanor, Huang Li couldn't bear to witness his potential failure. Thus, it wasn't long before a graceful figure appeared before Lin Xiao. Elder Yun Qi? Lin Xiao was taken aback by the visitor's identity. The latter, however, chuckled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "Do not call me elder. A few days ago, you were merely a late-stage foundation establishment disciple. Today, upon our reunion, you have reached the same realm as I, both now being elders. Were it not for my personal investigation of your Dantian, I would have suspected you were the reincarnation of some wicked old demon." After some pleasantries, Yin Qi got to the point. "I heard from my disciple Huang Li that you have purchased an alchemical furnace and intend to practice alchemy." Lin Xiao paused for a moment. Realizing with some surprise that Huang Li was indeed a disciple of Yun Qi, "Yes, I just finished bathing and plan to open the furnace to practice a bit," he replied. Yun Qi smiled faintly. "Ah, how reminiscent this is. When I first attempted to concoct my first elixir, I too bathed beforehand, treating the endeavor with utmost seriousness. However, after failing dozens of times, such motivation and anticipation faded away. Well, let us not dampen your spirits just yet. Allow me to see your furnace and contemplate how best to guide you in your initiation." Lin Xiao, taken aback, queried, "You will guide me in alchemy?" Yun Qi straightened slightly, a hint of pride gracing her features. "Indeed. During our trials, you once saved Huang Li, and today, as you embark on your alchemical journey, Huang Li has requested I assist you as a means of repaying that kindness. Lin Xiao, your prowess in cultivation is indeed remarkable, and I am humbled by it. However, alchemy and cultivation are two distinct disciplines. While I may not rival you in cultivation, I am a third-tier alchemist, more than capable of guiding you through the fundamentals." With that, Yin Qi confidently entered the room, her gaze immediately landing on the furnace. "Though you may not have practiced alchemy before, your discernment is commendable. This furnace is of excellent quality, a fine piece indeed." Lin Xiao opened his mouth, eager to inform Yin Qi that he was not a mere novice acting on impulse. In fact, he was a fourth-tier alchemist, one rank above Yin Qi. His masterful proficiency, akin to that of a grandmaster, allowed him to concoct elixirs with ease, ensuring a success rate exceeding 95 for all but the most challenging formulas. It is worth noting that a typical alchemist boasting a 60 success rate is already considered exceptional. However, before Lin Xiao could articulate his thoughts, Yin Qi began to circulate her spiritual energy and commenced her teachings. There are no shortcuts in the path of becoming an alchemist. The only course is through diligent study and practice, refining oneself through the creation of countless failed elixirs. Yun Qi, with a serious demeanor, resembled a master imparting wisdom to a disciple. "Lin Xiao, observe my movements closely. I shall first concoct a batch of fasting pills to familiarize you with the alchemical process. The fasting pill is merely a rudimentary first-grade elixir, perfectly suited for a novice such as yourself." With that, Yin Qi gracefully waved her delicate hand, and several sprigs of spiritual herbs emerged from her sleeve, gracefully descending into the alchemical furnace. As the spiritual energy surged, a roaring blaze ignited around the furnace. Lin Xiao instinctively deduced that Yun Qi practiced the alchemical technique outlined in the alchemical treatise, albeit with a lesser degree of proficiency, likely at an adept level, far from the mastery of a grandmaster. Nevertheless, with the capabilities of a third-grade alchemist, crafting a first-grade elixir was within her grasp. Before long, the flame subsided, and a rich fragrance wafted from the furnace. With a resounding clang, Yin Qi removed the lid, gazing at the plump fasting pills within with satisfaction. "Not bad. 10 pills in total. For successful, 6 failures. This is my average performance. Lin Xiao, give it a try. Even if all fail, it is perfectly normal, so do not despair. If you manage to succeed with even one, it would suggest that you possess a talent for alchemy akin to your cultivation abilities. I must investigate further to determine if you are indeed a reincarnated ancient being." It was evident that Yun Qi was quite pleased with her success rate of 40%, even beginning to jest. However, in the face of the position she offered him, Lin Xiao could only manage a wry smile. He had no intention of putting on airs. Yet how had things come to this? It seemed that assuming this pretense was now unavoidable. Chapter 38. The shock of Yin Qi. Yin Qi was taken aback. Observing Lin Xiao's momentary hesitation, she initially presumed he was daunted by the prospect of failure and feared her ridicule. She promptly waved her hands reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Every master was once a novice. Proceed boldly, and I shall not mock you." Lin Xiao could only manage a bitter smile before approaching the alchemical furnace. As spiritual energy flowed and infused the furnace, a vibrant green flame flickered to life at its core. Yunqi nodded slowly, acknowledging, indeed. To ignite the alchemical fire on your first encounter with the furnace is commendable. Most cultivators would require 2 or 3 days merely to master this initial step. Lin Xiao, you possess a certain talent. Perhaps you truly have the potential to become an alchemist. Lin Xiao remained silent, focusing intently on his task. The various spiritual herbs on the table levitated gracefully, enveloped by his spiritual energy, and were soon cast into the furnace all at once. Yunqi gasped in astonishment and furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "You are being overly hasty. As a novice in alchemy, you have yet to grasp the nuances of controlling the flame. How can you possibly throw all the herbs in at once? Though it may take time to refine each herb individually, it is the most prudent approach, particularly for someone of your experience." Before Yunqi could finish her admonition, she was abruptly struck dumb. Could it be that he has succeeded in refining them? She thought, as she beheld the herbs Lin Xiao had carelessly tossed into the furnace, transforming under the searing heat into droplets of varying hues. Although the recipe for the pill of abandoning grains required only a mere 5 types of herbs, to successfully refine all 5 simultaneously was no ordinary feat. It is essential to understand that each herb demands a distinct level of heat for proper refinement. To refine 5 herbs concurrently signifies that the alchemist must possess exceptional control over the flame. A single miscalculation could result in the destruction of the herbs. Even a third-tier alchemist like Yunqi could manage to refine at most 2 herbs at once when concocting a first-tier pill, such as the pill of abandoning grains. Yet here was Lin Xiao, a complete novice, managing 5 right from the outset, and he had succeeded. How could Yunqi not be astounded? However, this was merely the beginning. With a sweep of his hand, Lin Xiao initiated the merging of the 5 distinctly colored herbs, which began to compress and amalgamate. Once their properties were sufficiently blended, the formation of the pill would be imminent. This step, however, was the most arduous. Should the pill fail to take shape, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, with the added peril of an explosion. Observing the scene within the furnace, Yunqi could not help but feel anxious for Lin Xiao. Suddenly, at the moment when the herbs were fusing, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from Lin Xiao's palm, enveloping the mass of herbs entirely. Yunqi gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "No, quickly withdraw your energy." The moment of forming the pill marked its most vulnerable stage. Aside from the alchemical fire, any additional energy introduced could disrupt the delicate balance among the herbs. The consequence would be failure in pill formation, leaving nothing but ashes. How could Yunqi not be alarmed at such reckless behavior? Yet, in the next moment, the scene within the alchemical furnace shifted dramatically. A swirl of medicinal liquid, enveloped in spiritual energy, began to morph into a spherical shape at an astonishing speed. Yunqi gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Spiritual energy-forming pills." This technique, documented in the Alchemical Compendium, refers to the process of utilizing spiritual energy to accelerate the formation of pills during their creation. Due to its complexity and inherent risks, few practitioners dare to attempt it. Alchemists typically prioritize the successful formation of pills over the time taken. Hence, this somewhat redundant technique is often overlooked. Yet, at this moment, Lin Xiao executed it with remarkable ease, and the liquid within the furnace had already solidified into a sphere. Commencing the pill formation, Yunqi gaped, unable to believe her eyes. As the pills gradually solidified, the success of the process became inevitable. Suddenly, the furnace lid was flung open. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to act, Yunqi eagerly unleashed her spiritual energy, enveloping the pills. In the next instant, she let out a gasp. All 10 had succeeded. 10 perfectly round pills hovered in midair, emanating an extraordinary aura. Yunqi blinked in disbelief, almost questioning her own vision. For an ordinary alchemist, achieving 3 to 4 successful pills in a single batch is considered standard. If one manages to create 5, it is regarded as exceptionally fortunate. Achieving 8 or more would require divine intervention. Yet here was Lin Xiao, a novice, crafting all 10 pills flawlessly on his very first attempt. The expression on Yunqi's face shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. A batch of pills without a single failure was nothing short of miraculous, though these were merely the lowest grade pills. Even a 6-tier alchemist could not boast such flawless results. Lin Xiao's ability indicated an astonishing mastery of the nuances and techniques of alchemy, reaching a level of skill akin to that of a seasoned master. In simpler terms, Lin Xiao's proficiency in pill creation was exceedingly high. Others, without centuries of immersion in the craft, would never attain such a masterful realm, a fact Lin Xiao humbly acknowledged. However, a puzzling question loomed. Lin Xiao was only 20 years old. How had he acquired alchemical skills comparable to those who had devoted hundreds of years to the art? It was utterly unfathomable. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the 10 impeccably crafted pills before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, one thing was clear, Lin Xiao was certainly no novice. If he were indeed a beginner, she would hardly qualify as a student. Lin Xiao bit her lip. Recalling her earlier self-assured demeanor when she had offered to teach Lin Xiao the art of alchemy, even slowing her pace out of concern he might not comprehend the process. Now, she felt like a fool standing before him. A wave of shame washed over her, and she found herself nervously fidgeting with her shoes. Just as she felt a wave of embarrassment, she noticed Lin Xiao patting the storage pouch at his waist. The verdant pouch was unmistakably recognized by Lin Xiao. It was a gift she had personally bestowed upon Lin Xiao as an apology, adorned with her name embroidered upon it. Seeing that Lin Xiao had neither sold it nor discarded it, but instead kept it for his own use, brought her a sense of comfort. A few spiritual herbs soared from the pouch, swirling gracefully above the alchemy furnace. Lin Xiao hastily set down the primordial nourishment pill and focused intently on observing Lin Xiao's movements. She had keenly realized that Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a masterful alchemist, perhaps even of a higher tier than herself. Purchasing the alchemy furnace was certainly not merely for practice, as her disciple Huang Li had suggested. It was evidently intended for serious alchemical endeavors. The thought of this made Lin Xiao feel an urge to reprimand Huang Li. If it weren't for Huang Li, how could she have found herself in such an embarrassing situation before Lin Xiao just moments ago? Lost in her thoughts, she saw Lin Xiao depositing the herbs into the furnace. As before, he began to refine all the herbs simultaneously. Having witnessed this once, Lin Xiao was not surprised. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully. As the alchemical process unfolded, her cheeks flushed with a sudden realization. She could genuinely learn something from Lin Xiao. His meticulous handling of the details was nothing short of exemplary, akin to a textbook demonstration. Observing so closely, she occasionally found herself enlightened, even catching a glimpse of the threshold to becoming a fourth-tier alchemist. What was happening? Just a short while ago, she had approached with the mindset of guiding Lin Xiao. Yet now she felt the unsettling suspicion that she was, in fact, learning from him. Just as she oscillated between embarrassment and curiosity, a resounding ding signaled the completion of the elixir. A rich, aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. With a mere flicker of perception, she gasped in astonishment. Was that a third-tier elixir? Chapter 39. Are you truly proficient in alchemy? The rank of an alchemist does not exhibit the distinct variations characteristic of a cultivator's realm, making it less discernible. In truth, there exists but a singular method for an alchemist to elevate their rank, the rather straightforward, yet formidable task of concocting pills corresponding to that rank. The potency of the pills one can produce directly dictates their standing as an alchemist. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao's pill emerged from the furnace, and its aura was unmistakable. It was indeed a third-grade pill. There was no doubt that Lin Xiao was a third-grade alchemist, if not higher. Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with astonishment. After over 60 years of alchemical practice, she had only just attained the third-grade rank, and even then, she struggled to produce several of the more complex third-grade pills. Yet here was Lin Xiao, merely 20 years of age, successfully crafting a third-grade pill. This was simply astounding. Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for words. Shaking her head repeatedly, she was no longer capable of feeling shocked. Rather, she had grown accustomed to the extraordinary events that seemed to revolve around Lin Xiao. At 20 years old, with mediocre aptitude, he had achieved the golden core realm. What? You doubt it? Here he stands. At 20, a third-grade alchemist or above, with alchemical skills that could be deemed masterful. What? You still do not believe? Here he is. To have such astonishing accomplishments belong to the same individual was beyond comprehension. What? You refuse to accept it? The truth remains, he is right here. If these were mere rumors, many would undoubtedly question their veracity. Yet the crux of the matter is, it is all true. For Lin Xiao himself stands before them. Lin Xiao sighed silently, completely in awe. Once, she had fancied herself a genius, but upon entering the inner sect, she discovered several others of equal talent. Later, when encountering prodigies from other sects, she realized that there were always greater talents beyond her own. It was only upon meeting Lin Xiao that she finally comprehended what true genius entailed. Collecting her thoughts, Lin Xiao scrutinized the 10 pills before her. Of the 10, only 7 had successfully formed. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. Lin Xiao smiled wryly. feeling somewhat numb to the situation. If it were her attempting the task, managing to produce 3 would have been commendable. Yet Lin Xiao, with only 3 defective pills, was evidently unhappy. Biting her lip, Yunqi lamented, "So, if you were so adept at alchemy, why did you not mention it sooner?" Lin Xiao coughed lightly and shrugged, replying, "You never afforded me the opportunity to speak since you entered." Upon hearing this, Yunqi closed her eyes, wishing fervently to vanish from embarrassment. How utterly mortifying. After several deep breaths, she finally steadied her emotions and inquired, "What kind of pill did you create?" Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at the pills before Yunqi and replied candidly, "This is a breast enhancement pill. You have no use for it." Yunqi was momentarily stunned, nearly doubting her own hearing. A breast enhancement pill? Lin Xiao had actually concocted such a thing. Initially believing that the elixir would be beneficial for cultivation, Lin Xiao, a grown man, found himself questioning the purpose of such alchemical pursuits. Surely, he could not be preparing it for personal use. Discussing such tinctures with a man left Yunqi inherently feeling a sense of embarrassment. Upon hearing Lin Xiao claim he had no need for it, she glanced down, immediately feeling a mix of shame and anger. "You." The words hung on her lips, yet she could not bring herself to voice them. Lin Xiao, adhering to a merchant's mindset, shook his head repeatedly, asserting, "You are quite mature. You are not my target clientele." Yunqi, her hand crossed defensively over her chest, gritted her teeth in indignation. As a practitioner of serene cultivation, when had she ever been so bluntly assessed by a man regarding her physique? However, noticing that Lin Xiao's gaze lacked any hint of jest, she could only stamp her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How shameless." With that, she turned and strode away, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Lin Xiao merely shrugged, unconcerned. After all, he and Yunqi shared no significant connection. Why should he be troubled by her thoughts? Moreover, Yunqi was hardly a target clientele. Her natural endowments rendered enhancements unnecessary. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, Lin Xiao closed the door and resumed his position before the alchemical furnace, ready to concoct the 50 pills of the breast enhancement elixir he had procured. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Xiao's dwelling, the bored Huangli was meandering when she suddenly spotted a celestial figure clad in white gliding overhead. She promptly called out, "Master." The white-clad fairy paused, then swiftly descended. It was none other than Yunqi, who had just rushed out of Lin Xiao's abode, her cheeks still flushed. Huangli, noticing her master's displeased expression and reddened cheeks, felt a pang of anxiety. Yunqi, who typically embodied tranquility and indifference in her practice, seemed unusually flustered at that moment. If it were not for the sect leader, Lu Qing, urging her to take on a disciple, she might not have even recognized her sole apprentice, Huangli. The sight of such a serene practitioner losing her composure was alarming. Huang Li's heart raced, her mind racing with thoughts. What had transpired to cause her master such distress? Could it be that Brother Lin was simply too foolish to grasp the teachings, thus inciting her master's ire? Huang Li blinked, increasingly convinced that Lin Xiao was indeed the source of the trouble. After all, during her sword training, Yunqi had expressed frustration when Huang Li struggled to learn. Alchemy was far more complex than swordsmanship. Given that Lin Xiao was a complete novice, it was only natural for him to appear foolish, and thus, it was no wonder he had vexed her master. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Li hurriedly endeavored to be the thoughtful apprentice. "Master, please do not be upset. After all, it is Brother Lin's first time refining elixirs. We ought to exercise a bit more patience." At that moment, Yunqi found herself lost in contemplation, gazing at Huang Li's ample bosom. Unable to contain her amusement at the absurdity of the claims, she laughed. His first time refining elixirs? Patience? What a farce. If Lin Xiao were truly a novice at alchemy, I would have devoured that furnace on the spot. Huang Li, noticing her master's laughter, felt her heart thump nervously and quickly added, "Oh, master is a third-tier alchemist. You naturally find it easy to teach someone who is utterly inexperienced. It is only expected that he appears somewhat dim-witted." Lin Xiao, too, insists on pursuing alchemy without considering whether he possesses the aptitude for it. His inability to succeed leads him to abandon his efforts, leaving my exquisite master in a state of frustration. How infuriating. Huang Li comforts Yunqi as one would a child, unaware that her words have rendered Yunqi utterly speechless. Does she really believe Lin Xiao is foolish? Nonsense. Lin Xiao is fortunate not to regard himself as such. And as for him not being suited for alchemy, if he truly lacked the potential, it is likely that no alchemist in existence would qualify. Yunqi recognizes Huang Li's misunderstanding, but opts against clarifying. Instead, he gazes thoughtfully at Huang Li's ample bosom, pondering, I recall that when you became my disciple 30 years ago, you were not quite so developed. Huang Li's breath catches, and she immediately becomes flustered. Huh? Is that so? It's been so many years. Perhaps Master is mistaken. I've always looked like this. Yun Qi raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Despite their teacher-student relationship, he is only a decade older than Huang Li. Nevertheless, Yun Qi's exceptional talent allowed him to achieve the Golden Dance stage over 30 years ago, while Huang Li remains at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Seeing her master's disbelief, Huang Li quickly interjects, Ahem, Master, you must be fatigued. Please return to rest. I shall check on Lin Xiao, who must be feeling quite disheartened. With that, Huang Li hurriedly dashes away. If her master were to discover that she has spent the majority of her savings over the years on breast-enhancing elixirs rather than on cultivation, he would undoubtedly confine her for a rigorous retreat. It is best to make her escape swiftly. Huang Li rushes to Lin Xiao's door, pushes it open, and steps inside, only to be struck by a sudden wave of anxiety. Wow, little Lin, you have no idea how perilous it was just now. Suddenly, she halts, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stares at the interior. After a prolonged moment of silence, Huang Li clutches her head and exclaims, You truly can refine elixirs? Chapter 40. You are my deity. In the brief moment when Huang Li and Yun Qi engaged in conversation, Lin Xiao had successfully refined 2 batches of nourishing pills. The complexity of this elixir was not particularly high. For Lin Xiao, a 4th-tier alchemist, it was virtually effortless. The success rate exceeded 70%, with the first batch yielding 7 pills and the second yielding 8, all of exceptional quality. As Lin Xiao's alchemical skills grew more proficient, the success rate of the next batch rose seamlessly to 80%. Huang Li stared in awe at Lin Xiao, his fluid and graceful technique leaving her utterly astonished. Though she had witnessed alchemy before, having observed Yun Qi on several occasions, she noted that Yun Qi lacked the calm composure that Lin Xiao exhibited. It was as if Lin Xiao, with the simplicity of sipping water, effortlessly concocted a batch of exquisite 3rd-tier pills. Huang Li was momentarily dumbfounded. Initially, she believed Lin Xiao incapable of alchemy, especially since her master, Yun Qi, had appeared somewhat irked upon departure. Yet, reflecting on it now, it was evident that Lin Xiao was not lacking in ability. Rather, he was exceptionally talented. It seemed her master had been overwhelmed by Lin Xiao's prowess. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Huang Li gazed at the plump pills, unable to resist picking one up for closer examination. What remarkable quality! She instinctively gasped. Huang Li was no stranger to nourishing pills, having consumed dozens if not hundreds. However, she had never encountered such high-quality elixirs. The nourishing pills she purchased from the 3rd-tier alchemist Li Qian, while effective, varied significantly in quality. At times, she was fortunate to acquire a good batch, while on other occasions she found herself with inferior products, unable to exchange them due to their similar effects. Having grown accustomed to this fluctuation, Huang Li had come to accept it as the norm. Yet, witnessing Lin Xiao's refined nourishing pills today opened her eyes to a new standard. The one she held in her hand surpassed all she had previously encountered. Indeed, none of Li Qian's creations could hold a candle to the exquisite pill before her. The mere sight of them side by side revealed the undeniable brilliance of Lin Xiao's work. Each pill gleamed with luster and displayed a perfect uniformity. More importantly, every single pill Lin Xiao had crafted maintained this extraordinary quality. Each nourishing pill within her view radiated the same roundness and vitality as the one in her hand, subtly shimmering with ethereal light. They were all exceptional. Huang Li swallowed hard, her gaze returning to the composed Lin Xiao. At that moment, she was utterly captivated. Lin Xiao was truly the most formidable individual she had ever encountered. Achieving the Golden Core realm at such a young age was already impressive, yet he was also a master alchemist. The 3rd-grade elixirs are effortlessly conjured, with both the success rate and the quality of the pills regarded as unparalleled. Balancing the dual pursuits of cultivation and alchemy, she stands out among her peers, a true paragon. Such a remarkable individual is undeniably deserving of admiration. Huang Li patted her chest, feeling a wave of relief. It was fortunate that when she witnessed Lu Mingfei slay Zhao Ping, she refrained from acting impulsively. The question of whether she could contend with Lin Xiao was secondary. The critical issue was that had she offended Lin Xiao, there would be no present to speak of. Huang Li distinctly remembered Lin Xiao's promise to cover all her future bountiful elixirs. That was a fortune beyond measure. Huang Li squinted, grinning like a beckoning cat, obediently seated beside Lin Xiao, quietly awaiting the completion of his alchemical work. Before long, the final batch of elixirs took shape, as 8 radiant pills tumbled into the dish. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. How does it look? Huang Li hurriedly gathered the pills, barely lifting her gaze, and joyfully exclaimed, Senior brother Lin, you are my deity. She was already entranced by the sight of the plentiful elixirs before her. Lin Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he stretched lazily. I've refined 5 batches, totaling 38 pills. You should help me sell them. Since you are a user, you likely have sales channels. Upon hearing this, Huang Li froze momentarily, her eyes darting. Must I? Although I use them, selling them would be rather embarrassing. Lin Xiao scoffed, fully aware of Huang Li's sentiments. Sell 35 pills. The extra 3 are your reward. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Li sprang to her feet, standing at attention and declaring, I am at your service, senior brother. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. What do you think is a reasonable price? Huang Li, cradling the elixirs with delight, pondered. How about 120 spirit stones each? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Isn't that a bit excessive? Huang Li retorted, of course. Senior brother Lin, are you unaware of the exceptional quality of the elixirs you concoct? Compared to those refined by Li Qian, yours are like treasures. He dares to sell his for 100, so why shouldn't you sell yours for 120? At this, Lin Xiao finally considered the quality aspect. Indeed, as a 4th-grade alchemist, his mastery in alchemy records was at a masterful level. The quality of the elixirs was indisputable. However, after a moment's reflection, Lin Xiao replied, let us set the price at 100 spirit stones. Regardless of their merits, the bountiful elixirs are ultimately of little use for cultivation. Pricing them too high may deter potential buyers. Establishing a market price will attract customers based on quality, ensuring sales. Huang Li nodded vigorously. I shall heed your advice. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, Huang Li did not return to rest. As Lin Xiao had suggested, being a user of the bountiful elixirs herself, she was well aware of who else might require them. In fact, they often gathered to discuss whose elixirs were most effective. Li Qian's concoctions had already gained a solid reputation among their circle, as they indeed produced noticeable results. However, in comparison to the pills crafted by Lin Xiao, it falls significantly short. Soon, Huang Li arrived at the residence of a close friend. Upon knocking and entering, she eagerly inquired, have you purchased any pills recently? The female cultivator, dressed in delicate attire, cast an envious glance at Huang Li's bosom and shook her head, replying, not yet. I've only managed to gather 100 spirit stones and plan to save more before making a purchase sufficient for my daily expenses. However, I've heard that Master Li has been solely focused on advancing to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, resulting in a considerable decline in the quality of his pills. I'm somewhat hesitant to buy from him now. If the quality is poor, not only would my spirit stones be wasted, but it could also be detrimental to my health. Master Li, of course, referred to Li Qian. Upon hearing her friend's concerns, Huang Li confidently proclaimed, you need not seek him out any longer. I have discovered a much more reliable source. With that, she produced a plump breast enhancement pill refined by Lin Xiao. Initially, the female cultivator was indifferent, for after so many years, everyone knew who produced quality pills. It was rare for a formidable alchemist to emerge without decades, if not centuries, of dedication. However, when the pill was placed before her, the previously disinterested expression on her face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This, she exclaimed. Chapter 41. Following the senior brother, a promising future awaits. Upon hearing this, Huang Li felt an overwhelming sense of pride. I won't disclose who refined it, but the price is the same as others, just 100. The female cultivator stood dumbfounded, and after a long pause, she exclaimed, such high quality, and only 100. In that instant, she felt that all her previous expenditure on spirit stones had been in vain. If such quality could be sold for merely 100 spirit stones, then the items she had purchased earlier were utterly unworthy of the same price. She pinched her purse, feeling somewhat conflicted. With only 100 spirit stones remaining, spending them all at once would plunge her into hardship for a while. However, when Huang Li mentioned that only 35 of such quality pills were currently available, her heart tightened, unwilling to miss the opportunity. A moment later, Huang Li left the door, thoroughly satisfied. Without needing to elaborate, she successfully stored 100 spirit stones within her storage treasure. Although these belonged to Lin Xiao, Huang Li could not suppress her joy. Throughout the night, Huang Li flitted about like a diligent little bee, tirelessly attending to the residences of her senior and junior sisters, working for Lin Xiao. By the next morning, before Lin Xiao had fully awakened, Huang Li was already at his door, dragging a large sack of spirit stones. Senior brother Lin, Huang Li called out excitedly before even reaching his doorstep. Other disciples nearby heard the commotion and peered out to see what was happening. They naturally recognized Lin Xiao's residence, as he was one of the only two foundation establishment cultivators among the outer disciples. Upon seeing the youthful and voluptuous Huang Li, jealousy ignited within them. It was one thing for Lin Xiao to have ambiguous ties with the peak master's daughter, Lu Mingfei. How dare he brazenly pursue others within the sect? Who was this youthful and voluptuous beauty? Though perhaps not as stunning as Lu Mingfei, she possessed a unique charm. However, when they noticed the white cloud patterns on Huang Li's sleeves, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was the insignia of an inner sect disciple. How could this girl, with a doll-like face and an astonishing figure, be an inner sect sister? How had Lin Xiao managed to win her over? Their envy churned in their stomachs like acid. They were all human. Why did Lin Xiao deserve such fortune? Was it merely because of his advanced cultivation and handsome appearance? Huang Li, of course, sensed the gazes of the onlookers, but she paid them no mind. They were nothing more than a group of outer disciples at the qi refining stage. She hardly considered them a threat. The door swung open, and Lin Xiao, yawning helplessly, emerged. He had barely completed 7 hours of sleep out of the 10 he needed, and the noise had awakened him. Fortunately, the task was not a one-time affair, and he could easily complete the remaining 3 hours later. What is all the fuss about? He asked, still groggy. Huang Li, her small face alight with excitement, immediately opened the sack in her hands. Look. Lin Xiao glanced inside and was greeted by a sack brimming with spirit stones, containing spiritual energy. Spirit stones could not only serve as currency but also be absorbed by cultivators for their training. Every spirit stone is translucent and glistening, akin to crystal, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. When such an abundance of spirit stones is amassed, the once drab burlap sack transforms into a brilliant spectacle of colors. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had previously witnessed the dazzling sight of 500 spirit stones piled together, so he was not overly astonished. However, the other disciples nearby, having never encountered such a magnificent display, were utterly taken aback. The radiant brilliance spilling from the mouth of the burlap sack nearly blinded them. Exclamations of disbelief and envy erupted, revealing their profound shock. It is essential to note that outer disciples do not receive a monthly stipend. They can only acquire spirit stones by completing tasks assigned by the sect. These simple tasks typically yield rewards of less than 5 spirit stones. Lin Xiao, who once stood guard at the gate, earned merely a few spirit stones each month, barely sustaining his livelihood and cultivation. It can be said that, apart from those with connections, most outer disciples would struggle to even see 100 spirit stones. Now, within the burlap sack unfurled by Huang Li, it was brimming with spirit stones. Even without being familiar with the sack's capacity, one could estimate that it contained at least several thousand spirit stones. What does this signify? If these spirit stones were placed in the outer sect of Zizhu Peak, they could nearly hire and command all the disciples for several months. If used for cultivation, they could support a cultivator from the qi refinement stage to the peak of foundation establishment. For those with superior talent, reaching the golden core stage would not be out of the realm of possibility. Such a fortune would undoubtedly incite envy in all. Of course, the disciples merely gazed in awe, not daring to entertain any improper thoughts. After all, beside this burlap sack of spirit stones stood an inner sect senior sister, along with Lin Xiao, a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Had they known that Lin Xiao had already broken through to the golden core stage, they might not have dared to glance at it even once. Upon entering the room, Huang Li exclaimed eagerly, "There are a total of 5,000 spirit stones." Lin Xiao was taken aback. 5,000? Shouldn't he 35 pills only yield 3,005? Huang Li replied with a triumphant smile. Ah. The extra 1,005 was collected in advance. You still owe them 15 pills. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Indeed. In any world, a woman's money is the easiest to earn. A single pill of the utterly useless plumpness pill, priced at 100 spirit stones, had sparked a frenzy among female cultivators, even leading to pre-orders. Lin Xiao calculated silently, quickly arriving at the profit margin. If the plumpness pill were entrusted to others for refining, factoring in the cost of materials and failed pills, the expense would exceed 20 spirit stones. However, if he refined it himself, the minimal waste and high success rate reduced the cost to merely 10 spirit stones per pill. This time, with an income of 5,000 spirit stones, minus the refining costs and the purchase of the alchemical furnace, the net profit soared to 4,000 spirit stones. Lin Xiao could not help but marvel at the staggering profit margin of 900%. No wonder alchemists were all exceedingly wealthy. Lin Xiao retrieved 200 spirit stones and handed them to Huang Li, saying, Take these and purchase some materials for the plump breast pill. Use what you owe, and consider the surplus spirit stones as your remuneration for errands. Upon hearing this, Huangli nearly fainted from joy. What kind of celestial being is senior brother Lin? Last night, after a bit of running around, he directly obtained 3 pills worth 300 spirit stones. Today, simply by assisting in the procurement of materials, he would garner dozens of spirit stones as payment. Is there any task from the sect that could yield such quick rewards? At that moment, Huang Li was resolute. To follow senior brother was to feast 9 times a day, cling to his leg, and become a glutton. Listen to his words and tread his path. With an abundance of spirit stones, the future is indeed promising. As 3 days passed, the market for plump breast pills on Purple Bamboo Peak had become saturated. After all, there were only a few dozen individuals capable of and willing to purchase the pills. Lin Xiao had refined 100 plump breast pills, leaving 26 unsold. The market on Purple Bamboo Peak had reached its limit. However, it mattered not, for the Flowing Cloud sect boasted 9 peaks. Naturally, the influx of such high-quality pills into the market would not go unnoticed. Few alchemists were willing to invest time in refining plump breast pills. Before Lin Xiao's emergence, Li Qian was the most recognized among them. During these 3 days, Li Qian focused entirely on reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, oblivious to the happenings outside. It was only when his resources were depleted that he reluctantly refined 3 batches of plump breast pills and, as before, ventured down to the market at the foot of the mountain. However, the dozen or so pills of varying qualities sat untouched in the tray from dawn until dusk. With not a single buyer in sight, this left Li Qian utterly perplexed. Previously, once word spread, it was inevitable that female cultivators would discreetly come to purchase. Why? On this day, was not a soul to be seen? In a state of confusion, Li Qian gazed at the desolate street, unable to fathom the reason. It was not until the late hours of the night that a kind-hearted person from a neighboring shop offered a gentle warning. Master Li, no one will buy your plump breast pills anymore. It would be wise to pack up. There's a Master Lin who refines them quickly and efficiently, and customers are flocking to him. Chapter 42. The Master Lin Dan's Exquisite Elixirs. Which Master Lin Dan? Li Qian gazed vacantly at the proprietor of the neighboring shop, his mind racing to recall any alchemist of that name. However, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to identify this Master Lin. Although the formulation of the plump breast pill was not overly complex, it was nonetheless a third-tier elixir. In Li Qian's memory, there seemed to be no alchemist of that rank with the surname Lin. What could be happening? Li Qian inquired further. Yet, the shopkeeper was reluctant to divulge more. After all, the matter involved a competition between 2 third-tier alchemists, and as a mere chi-refining novice, he dared not involve himself. However, upon receiving 2 spirit stones from Li Qian, the shopkeeper's demeanor instantly brightened. Master Li, you may be unaware, but during your recent seclusion, a mysterious alchemist by the surname Lin has commenced the production of the plump breast pill. It is said that the quality of his elixirs is exceptional and consistently stable. And remarkably, he sells them for only 100 spirit stones each. Just consider it. Superior quality at a fixed price naturally leads to brisk sales, with customers even vying to reserve multiple doses. Hearing this, Li Qian furrowed his brow. He turned back, selecting the plump breast pill he deemed to possess the finest appearance. Is his product truly superior to mine? The shopkeeper smiled wryly. Master Li, you put me in a difficult position. I am no expert in alchemy, and I have yet to see the elixirs he offers. Upon hearing this, Li Qian scoffed. Huh? So it is mere boasting then. My prowess in crafting other elixirs aside, I have dedicated over 60 years to perfecting the plump breast pill. I can ensure a success rate exceeding 50% with each batch, and I produce a premium elixir for every 20 pills. With such a standard, not to mention the Purple Bamboo Peak, who in the entire Luoyuan sect could rival my skill? The shopkeeper nodded fervently, yet could not resist offering a word of caution. Master Li, it would be wise not to underestimate your competitor. I have heard that this Lin surname alchemist possesses exceptional skill, and those who have purchased his elixirs speak highly of them. One must not disregard his capabilities. If his elixirs were inferior, how could he have captured all your clientele? This observation struck a chord. However, Li Qian, self-assured from his 6 decades of experience, found it implausible that anyone could surpass him in alchemy. Nonsense. The only reason that Lin Fellow has stolen my customers is that he has exploited my moment of seclusion. Once I return to the market, there will be no good quality plump breast pills available, and those customers will flock back to me. With that, Li Qian departed with great confidence, rolling up his mat. The shopkeeper sighed, shaking his head in silence. With his years of business acumen, he could see that Li Qian was destined to face failure. If that Lin surname alchemist were merely taking advantage of an opportunity, then why had no one inquired about when Li Qian would resume selling? This could only signify one thing. It was indeed the alchemist Lin who concocted the superior breast enhancement pill, far surpassing that of Li Qian. Such excellence would inevitably compel those who previously purchased Li Qian's elixirs to turn their backs without hesitation, flocking towards the adept Lin. One wonders who this esteemed Lin is, for I have never heard of him before. Upon returning to his residence, Li Qian remained confident, lighting incense and bathing, meticulously attuning himself to the best possible condition before solemnly presenting his alchemical furnace. The 3 batches of breast enhancement pills he hastily produced earlier were of mediocre quality, barely meeting the standards. Now that a rival had emerged, he could not afford to be careless. He must exert his utmost effort in the alchemical process. As the night unfolded, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted from Li Qian's abode, signifying the culmination of his alchemical endeavors. With satisfaction, he stroked his beard while gazing at the abundant array of pills before him. Indeed, competition breeds motivation. It had been quite some time since he had crafted such fine elixirs. His dedicated efforts bore fruit, yielding 5 splendid batches, each containing 10 pills. With an average success rate exceeding 50%, totaling 28 breast enhancement pills. Among them, 16 were unremarkable, while 10 displayed commendable quality. The last 2 batches were particularly fortuitous, each producing a premium pill. With a grin, Li Qian collected his elixirs, rising with newfound confidence. 2 premium pills, 60 years of cultivation, can you withstand this, Lin? Believing himself to be in a position of assured victory, Li Qian took no haste in selling his pills. Instead, he calmly indulged in a bath and savored a hearty meal. Having sold breast enhancement pills for decades, he possessed a well-established network. Li Qian needed merely to remain at home, contacting intermediaries to disseminate the news, and customers would inevitably flock to him. Were it not for the high value of the pills and his distrust of others, he would not even need to set up a stall himself. However, the usually reliable process seemed to falter this time. For an entire day, Li Qian sat at his modest stall, yet not a single customer appeared. Not even a solitary inquiry. The absence of clientele over 2 consecutive days left Li Qian utterly perplexed. From dawn until dusk, his initially serene demeanor transformed into one of confusion and doubt. Eventually, as neighboring shops began to close, a woman briskly approached from the street corner. Li Qian's heart leaped at the sight, momentarily believing a customer had finally arrived. Yet, as the woman drew near, his elation plummeted. For she was none other than his longtime intermediary, responsible for liaising with clients. What brings you here? Where are my customers? Why has not a single one shown up? Have you been slacking off? He pressed urgently upon their meeting. The woman rolled her eyes in response. What do you mean by slacking off? I have not rested a moment today, running about among the old clients. Li Qian, incredulous, retorted, then why have I not encountered a single soul? The woman, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips. How should I know? The moment I arrived, before I could even speak, they said they did not need any pills. Li Qian found himself further baffled. Did you not mention my name? Didn't you mention that there are 10 good pills this time, along with 2 extraordinary ones? The woman raised her hands in exasperation. However, your reputation is of no consequence. People are currently enamored with Master Lin. Furthermore, clients have remarked that every pill produced by Master Lin is of exceptional quality. Upon hearing this, Li Qian erupted with fury. Nonsense. Do they even comprehend what extraordinary truly means? They possess no knowledge of alchemy and are utterly oblivious to the concept of exceptional quality. I have refined 5 batches, and by sheer luck, managed to produce merely 2 extraordinary pills. What merit does that Lin possess to claim that every single one of his is extraordinary? Who would believe such drivel? If that Lin can produce extraordinary pills without fail, I might as well consume my own furnace. Seeing Li Qian in such a rage, the woman dared not retort and could only respond. While that may be true, the reality remains that the pills are not selling. What should we do? Li Qian gritted his teeth in anger. A bunch of uncultured fools. What else can be done? Since that Lin dares to compete with me, I shall oblige him to the fullest. Send out the word. From this day forth, my plump pill shall be sold for only 90 spirit stones each. The woman, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Master Li has been refining this pill for decades, boasting a success rate of over 50%. With each plump pill costing a mere 20 spirit stones to produce. Such a low cost warrants a price war against him. Li Qian snorted coldly, filled with confidence. I shall ensure that Lin understands the consequences of competing with me. Chapter 43. The frantic Li Qian under the jurisdiction of the Lu Yun sect, there lie 9 peaks, each home to 1,000 disciples. However, the majority are outer disciples, while the true core inner disciples comprise merely 20 to 30% of the total. Among them, the number of female cultivators who require the abundant milk pill and are willing to part with a handsome sum of 100 spirit stones is quite limited, typically numbering only 30 to 40 individuals per peak. The market on Zizhu Peak has already been entirely monopolized. As the industrious little bee of Brother Lin, Huangli naturally would not let the opportunity for further profit slip by. Although unfamiliar with the other 8 peaks, Huangli embarked on her promotional journey and achieved considerable success. This can be attributed not only to the exceptional quality of the pills refined by Lin Xiao, which are sold at no markup, but also significantly due to Huang Li's own persona, which serves as a living advertisement. Standing at a mere 1.60 meters, she ought to be unremarkable, yet in reality, she creates astonishing waves. Simply her presence alone serves as unparalleled promotion. Upon learning of the details, Lin Xiao laughed heartily and decided on the spot to grant Huang Li a 10% share of the profits. For every pill sold, Huang Li would receive a dividend of 9 spirit stones. Overjoyed, she felt even more motivated. However, after 2 days of selling, Huang Li rushed back with a worried expression. Brother Lin, something is amiss. Lin Xiao, sitting in the woods fishing, gazed at Huang Li as she hurried toward him. What is it? Keep your voice down. I just set the bait, don't scare the fish away. Huang Li nodded obediently and approached stealthily. Seeing her behave like a thief, Lin Xiao helplessly remarked. Just act normally. Huang Li trotted over, lowering her voice in a state of anxiety. There's trouble, Brother Lin. Do you know Li Qian? Lin Xiao certainly knew, as all his alchemical skills were acquired through his association with Li Qian. Huang Li continued. He seems to have become agitated by our pills and has begun to lower his prices, selling for 90 spirit stones each. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. A price war? Huh, I've been waiting for this. Huang Li was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Have you anticipated this already? Lin Xiao, focused intently on the fishing bobber, replied, It's quite evident. If he wishes to engage in a price war, then let us play along. If he sells for 90, we shall sell for 90 as well. The competition will come down to quality. Let us see whether customers choose his pills or mine at the same price. Huang Li nodded thoughtfully, yet her anxiety resurfaced. What if he continues to lower his prices? Lin Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, signaling Huang Li to wait. The fishing bobber in the lake began to bob up and down, suddenly plunging down sharply 3 times. With quick reflexes, Lin Xiao vigorously lifted the rod, causing the fishing line to snap taut. Whoosh, something beneath the surface fought fiercely, thrashing about and pulling the line through the water with a piercing sound. Lin Xiao refrained from using spiritual energy, opting instead to confront it with sheer physical strength. Relishing the thrill of catching a large fish, the Oriole gazed at the scene, unable to restrain herself from clenching her fists, wishing to exert her strength alongside Lin Xiao. One must admit, the fish that had taken the bait was extraordinarily powerful, weighing at least 50 pounds. Despite Lin Xiao's utmost efforts, he could barely maintain the stalemate. If this persisted, the fish's endurance would inevitably falter against Lin Xiao, a golden core cultivator. However, the unfortunate turn of events lay in the fact that the fishing rod could not withstand the strain. With a sharp crack, the purple bamboo rod bent in the middle, instantly diminishing Lin Xiao's strength. The Oriole gasped in dismay, lamenting the loss of such a magnificent catch. Although the rod had not broken, it was evident that it could no longer bear the pressure. Any further attempts to reel it in would be futile. Yet, Lin Xiao merely raised an eyebrow. Instantly, golden core spiritual energy surged forth, forcibly straightening the bent rod. Almost simultaneously, empowered by this energy, the fish found itself with no chance to resist as Lin Xiao effortlessly hoisted it up. It was a fish weighing nearly 70 pounds, its species unrecognizable. One could see in its eyes that it was quite indignant at Lin Xiao's audacious actions. Hadn't they agreed not to use spiritual energy? Of course, Lin Xiao was thick-skinned. Using spiritual energy to cheat at fishing before his junior sister was hardly an issue for him. Shall we share a meal? He proposed. The Oriole waved her hands repeatedly. No, I do not enjoy fish. After saying this, she suddenly remembered something important. By the way, senior brother, you haven't mentioned what we should do if Li Qian continues to lower his prices. Lin Xiao, holding the fish by its gills with one hand, replied with a smile. If he lowers his prices, we shall match him. It will merely result in a slight reduction in our profits. Let us see who can endure it longer. As dusk fell, when Lin Xiao called upon Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong to leisurely enjoy grilled fish, Li Qian was at home, fuming with rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. Damn it! That surname Lin, I curse you. The intermediary woman stood by in silence, too intimidated to lift her head. Having collaborated for so long, it was her first time witnessing Li Qian so utterly flustered. It was indeed rare to see a distinguished third-grade alchemist lose all composure and resort to such vulgarity. With reddened eyes, Li Qian raged, I lower my prices. And he follows suit. Everyone sells for 90 spirit stones. Why on earth do those fools only buy his elixirs and not mine? The woman scoffed internally, thinking, simply because his elixirs are superior to yours. Such a straightforward truth you fail to grasp. However, she would never voice this thought, lest Li Qian's wrath be directed at her. Alchemist Li, please calm down. But before she could finish, with a loud crash, Li Qian kicked over the alchemy furnace. Calm down. What do you expect me to calm down with? Are those people all fools? I have 10 decent quality elixirs and 2 top-tier ones right here. If they refuse to buy from me and insist on purchasing that scoundrel Lin's elixirs, who do they think Lin is to them? The woman was left speechless, ultimately unable to contain herself. Li Dan. It is said that the elixirs crafted by that surnamed Lin are indeed of exquisite quality, so much so that one could purchase them with eyes closed. Upon hearing this, Li Qian became infuriated. Nonsense. I am an alchemist, and I know better than anyone what constitutes a superior elixir. What rank of alchemist is he? To assert that every single one of his creations is of the highest caliber? Even if a 6th-tier alchemist were to appear, they would not dare to make such audacious claims. It is all a deception. If he could truly produce nothing but exceptional elixirs, I would kneel and humbly serve him. The woman stifled a laugh, her expression taut. It was utterly unimaginable that Li Qian, a 3rd-tier alchemist, would one day utter such crude words. Ahem, Li Dan. What shall we do now? Li Qian gritted his teeth and finally growled in response. What else is there to do? Lower the price. Let us set it directly at 60 spirit stones. The woman was taken aback. 60? Isn't that rather low? Li Qian retorted with a cold snort. Precisely. That's the point. I aim to intimidate that Lin into submission. Moreover, even at 60 spirit stones per elixir, I would still profit handsomely. The woman nodded reluctantly, preparing to leave with the new price. Suddenly, Li Qian called her back. She turned to see his face shrouded in darkness, eyes blazing with fury. Find someone to investigate. Uncover the background of this Lin. I wish to ascertain his cultivation level and see if he can possibly contend with my pinnacle foundation-building prowess. Chapter 44. I devour the alchemy furnace on the spot. Has Master Li truly reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment? The intermediary woman exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qian chuckled coldly, clenching his fists as he replied, Indeed. I was just a step away, but after being provoked by that Lin fellow for several days, I transformed my anger into motivation and broke through ahead of schedule. The woman beamed with delight, saying, Congratulations, Master Li. The golden core is within your grasp. However, Li Qian's expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. At the age of 157, with a remaining lifespan of 43 years, it was indeed plausible for him to aspire to the golden core. Yet, only Li Qian was aware that his innate talent for cultivation was rather mediocre. Moreover, he had consumed copious amounts of elixirs to elevate his realm in the past, rendering his foundation somewhat unstable. Achieving the golden core solely through his own efforts within the next 40 years would prove challenging. He would inevitably have to rely on elixirs. The vast quantity of elixirs required to progress from the pinnacle of foundation establishment to the golden core left even a 3rd-tier alchemist like him feeling powerless. For the sake of the golden core and his longevity, he was compelled to toil earnestly to amass spirit stones. Thus, his agitation and ire towards Lin Xiao's unwarranted interference were palpable, even leading him to utter curses. Lin Xiao was not merely obstructing his earnings. He was, in fact, hindering his very lifeline. Enough with the flattery. You may attend to your duties now. Remember, when you investigate that Lin fellow, do not alarm the snake in the grass. Understood? The woman nodded and departed. Meanwhile, at the foot of Purple Bamboo Peak, by the brook, Miao Renfeng was bent over, using spiritual energy to manipulate 2 stones, grinding a type of spice into powder. Gao Zhong, who had been absent for several days, was diligently chopping wood and kindling a fire with his treasured sword. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, rolled up his sleeves and was deftly scraping the scales off a fish at the brook's edge. The trio worked together for a good half hour before finally placing the large fish over the campfire. Miao Rifeng panted heavily and asked Gao Zhong, "Old Gao, where have you been these past few days? We couldn't find you when Brother Lin was treating us to a meal." Gao Zhong stiffened at the question and quickly replied, "Ah, I took on a sect mission and went out to fulfill it." Miao Rifeng, unperturbed, chuckled slyly. "Well, it's unfortunate you missed Brother Lin's feast. But what a pity you didn't get to visit that brothel. You have no idea. That girl Chui." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao stepped on Miao Renfeng's toes. "No more of that," he commanded. Miao Renfeng grimaced. "Why not?" Lin Xiao shot back. "Is that place even clean? What if you catch a disease?" Miao Renfeng scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the matter, and hastily brushed it aside. As the fish continued to roast, Lin Xiao glanced at the taciturn Gao Zhong and casually inquired, "Have you broken through?" Gao Zhong was taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Yes. I received a reward for completing the mission, and I just broke through this morning." Upon hearing this, Miao Renfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. Old Gao, you've reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment? Good grief. If Brother Lin is cultivating rapidly, how come you're catching up so fast too?" Suddenly, Miao Rifeng found the roasted fish before him unappetizing. After Lin Xiao gifted him a washing marrow pill, elevating his aptitude to an intermediate level. Miao Rifeng certainly did not squander Lin Xiao's goodwill. His dedication to cultivation was commendable. However, in such a brief span of time, he had barely managed to break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, rendering him insignificant in comparison to the two others present. Once I finish this roasted fish, I shall enter seclusion. I want to emerge until I reach the peak of qi cultivation," Miao Rifeng declared with bravado. Yet, Lin Xiao and Gao Zhang appeared preoccupied with their own thoughts, neglecting to engage with him. Realizing his attempts at conversation were in vain, Miao Rifeng shifted the topic. "Brother Lin, where has Sister Lu gone? I haven't seen her around lately." Lin Xiao, regaining his focus, replied, "She must be in seclusion. By our next meeting, she should have also reached the foundation establishment stage." Following this exchange, silence enveloped the campfire once more, only to be broken by the sizzling and fragrant aroma of the fish, which slightly improved the atmosphere. The following day, the industrious little bee arrived early to report on her tasks. However, the now sensible Huang Li refrained from waking Lin Xiao, instead waiting patiently at the door until the sun was high in the sky. "Brother Lin, that Li Qian possesses quite a bit of perseverance. Yesterday, he reduced the price to 60 spirit stones each, and after I followed suit, he lowered it twice more, bringing it down to just 40 spirit stones." Lin Xiao accepted the warm towel handed to him by Huang Li, wiping his face as he inquired, "What about the customers? Any developments?" Huang Li pouted. "They're all shrewd individuals, aware that we're in competition with Li Qian, so they're holding on to their spirit stones, waiting to see if the price drops further. They probably want tea by until it hits rock bottom." This was precisely what Lin Xiao had anticipated. After all, they were all practitioners who had reached the foundation establishment stage, and their several decades of life experience had imparted them with wisdom. "Brother Lin, should we continue to lower the price?" Huang Li asked. "Of course, my cost is merely 10 spirit stones, even at 11 spirit stones each. I want to incur a loss." With Lin Xiao's endorsement, Huang Li hurriedly departed from Zizhu Peak on her sword. Not long after, Li Qian was once again in his room, unleashing his frustrations upon the air with furious punches and kicks. The intermediary woman, hearing his hysterical roar, dared not make a sound. "Why? 40 spirit stones each. It's tearing my heart apart. How can that Lin character compete with me?" Li Qian shouted, teeth gritted in rage. The cost of producing a single plump breast elixir was approximately 20 spirit stones, although the price of 40 spirit stones each had already doubled. Compared to the typical profits of an alchemist, it felt akin to charity. Veins bulging, Li Qian trembled as he exclaimed, "Lower it further. Damn it. Bring it down to 30. No, straight to 20 spirit stones." The woman gasped in shock, quickly retorting, 20 spirit stones? That's the cost price. Will we even make a profit? Before she could finish, Li Qian bellowed, "Foolish. Right now, it's a battle of wills between me and that Lin character. We shall see who can endure longer. Whoever concedes first signifies their withdrawal from the market of the plump breast elixir. We are wagering on the future. For the sake of long-term development, even if it means incurring losses, we must retain our customers." The woman felt a jolt of anxiety and complied with the instructions given. Li Qian, panting heavily, gradually displayed an exhilarated, almost maniacal expression. "Ha ha ha. That Lin fellow. I have refined the plump breast elixir for 60 years, ensuring a success rate of 50% for each batch. And you? Ha, dropping the price to 20 spirit stones. You must be operating at a loss. I can only imagine your distress upon hearing this news. Perhaps you would wish to curse me to death. Ha ha ha. Come on, keep following along. I refuse to believe you possess the courage to persist. Lin Xiao lounged comfortably, crossing his legs, engrossed in reading a novel. Regardless of how low he slashed the prices, his response remained unwavering, to follow suit. The cost of a single elixir is merely 10 spirit stones. Selling it for 20 allows for a tidy profit, making it effortless to match his price. Huang Li chuckled lightly and departed on her sword. By midday, Li Qian could no longer contain himself. What is he up to? What does that Lin intend to do? Li Qian pounded his chest in frustration, gasping for breath. You still intend to follow at 20 spirit stones? I am not making any profit and am indeed at a loss. What gives you the right to continue? The intermediary woman hesitated and pondered. Is it possible that Lin's production costs are even lower than ours? Li Qian's eyes widened in fury. Impossible. If he maintains a success rate of over 60% for each batch, then I, Li Qian, will consume this alchemical furnace on the spot. Chapter 45, Senior Brother. Please stop refining. The woman fell silent. This marked the second occasion that Li Qian expressed his desire to consume the alchemical furnace. One can only imagine the psychological torment this pampered third-tier alchemist has endured in recent days. Master Li, let us not concern ourselves with the other party's success rate in producing elixirs. Rather, we must consider how to lower our prices. The current situation is untenable. The price has already dropped to 20 spirit stones per pill. Should we reduce it further, we will incur significant losses, he lamented, his sorrow evident. I am aware. 20 spirit stones is my absolute limit. I cannot lower it any further. Truly, the woman replied cautiously. Then we shall not reduce it? Li Qian's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. No reductions. We shall sell at 20 spirit stones. The woman resolutely declared. That Lin fellow enjoys lowering prices, does he? Let us see who can refine elixirs faster. The originally priced 100 spirit stones per pill for the full breast elixir had plummeted to 20 spirit stones, resulting in a natural surge in demand. After all, everyone recognized that this was a price war between two parties, and such competition would inevitably reach a conclusion. When that time comes, the price of the full breast elixir would assuredly revert to its original price. Hence, the majority of customers opted to seize the opportunity to purchase several at this low price for future use. Moreover, this price war attracted numerous pill merchants, often referred to as scalpers. They, driven by profit, would not overlook such a splendid opportunity. Even if the market for the full breast elixir in the flowing cloud sect was nearing saturation, acquiring them at 20 spirit stones and selling them to other sects would still yield substantial profits. Thus, the entire flowing cloud sect had fewer than 300 clients in need of the full breast elixir. Yet, the actual demand had skyrocketed to 1,000 or 2,000 pills. This was precisely the source of Li Qian's confidence. In terms of success rate and refining speed, he had never backed down before anyone. As long as he could produce a significant quantity of full breast elixirs, those eager to stock up would naturally flock to him. Lin, do you not relish in following price drops? Then come. I can refine at least 100 pills a day. Can you manage 80 quality pills in a single day? He cackled maniacally. Let it be known, I have spent 60 years refining full breast elixirs. I will not be bested by an unknown novice. As he bellowed, he manipulated the alchemical furnace, plunging into a frenzied mode of refining. Of course, this pursuit of sheer speed inevitably compromised the quality of many elixirs. Yet, Li Qian was indifferent to such matters. His sole focus was on velocity, victory through quantity. He refused to believe that his 60 years of expertise could be surpassed by that Lin fellow. Meanwhile, within Lin Xiao's modest abode, the aroma of herbs was intoxicatingly potent. Huang Li stared in dumbfounded awe at the scene before her, exclaiming, Have you ever witnessed alchemy practiced in such a manner? Miao Renfeng, seated in meditation, was equally astonished. Is it truly that difficult to refine two furnaces simultaneously? At this, Huang Li nearly choked on her own words. What do you mean by saying it's not difficult to refine two furnaces at once? She had never even seen it before. The essence of alchemy lies in unwavering focus. Any distraction could easily lead to failure. Yet now, what did she witness? Lin Xiao was effortlessly controlling a furnace, simultaneously concocting 2 batches of pills, displaying an air of mastery, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. This is utterly infuriating. Huang Li, wide-eyed, watched as Lin Xiao flicked his sleeve, extinguishing the alchemical flames. The lids were lifted, revealing 10 perfectly round pills spilling from each furnace. One batch yielded 8 pills of exceptional quality, while the other produced 7, equally superb. Seeing this, Lin Xiao expressed his discontent. Multitasking was still somewhat unrefined, resulting in a mere 70% success rate for one batch. Nevertheless, the overall efficiency had undeniably improved. Huang Li, possessing a modicum of knowledge in alchemy, felt dizzy with astonishment. My senior brother, simultaneously refining 2 batches, one at an 80% success rate and the other at 70. With each pill being of the highest caliber. How outrageous. And yet, he was dissatisfied. If this news were to spread, surely 99.9% of the alchemists in the Flowing Cloud sect would feel utterly ashamed, wishing for a rock to hide under. In stark contrast to Huang Li's awe, Miao Renfeng, who knew nothing of alchemy, attempted to console Lin Xiao. It's quite impressive, Brother Lin. Just look at these pills. They are perfectly round. With your skills, you'd surely rank among the top 10 at our purple bamboo peak. Huang Li, at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming urge to silence Miao Renfeng, who only spoke words that could diminish one's spirit. If Lin Xiao's alchemical prowess could only place him in the top 10 at purple bamboo peak, then that peak must surely be the foremost in the Flowing Cloud sect. There was no way he was merely in the top 3. He could easily contend for the very top. In that moment, Huang Li was struck by the stark realization of her own inferiority compared to Lin Xiao, igniting a sudden impulse within her. Perhaps she should summon Master Yin Qi to witness Lin Xiao's alchemical feats. That way, she wouldn't be the only one feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of his remarkable abilities, and Miao Renfeng, in his ignorance, was emboldened by his lack of knowledge. Only Huang Li understood the true depth of Lin Xiao's talent. If Master were present, her usually impassive, beautiful visage would surely reflect great astonishment. Before Huang Li could dwell on such thoughts, Lin Xiao produced 2 more batches of pills in a short time. Huang Li had become numb to the spectacle. To her, Lin Xiao was akin to a miraculous machine for mass-producing pills, rapid in pace, high in quality, and an emotional blow to her spirit. As the day drew to a close, Huang Li, carrying a heavy box, remarked with a wry smile, 1,300 pills? Brother Lin, are you truly human? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders, still savoring the moment. I feel that my multitasking skills are on the brink of breaking through a bottleneck. If only I could refine another 20 batches. Before I could finish my thought, Huang Li hurriedly interjected, Stop refining, senior brother, enough is enough. With a sense of resignation, Lin Xiao had no choice but to put away the alchemy furnace. As Huang Li brought forth a staggering 1,300 fertility pills into the market, the scene erupted into a frenzy. It was not merely the quantity that astounded, but the quality as well. Each pill was a prime specimen. The key point was that they were priced at a mere 20 spirit stones. Even cultivators who had no need for the fertility pills found themselves tempted. Purchasing a few to resell at the market outside the sect would yield a substantial profit. Such a splendid opportunity was hard to resist. In stark contrast to the bustling scene before Huang Li, Li Qian's area appeared remarkably desolate. The reason? There were no pills. Though both parties set their prices at 20 spirit stones, Huang Li's stall was adorned with heaps of pills, easily numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. The quality was apparent, each pill a superior product. Conversely, at the booth of Li Qian's assistant, there was only a lonely sign displaying the price. As for the pills, the assistant felt equally helpless, for she and Li Qian merely had a cooperative relationship, leaving her with only a few pills for display. Compared to Huang Li's vibrant business, she resembled a deceiving street vendor. Watching Huang Li's flourishing enterprise and the influx of spirit stones into her coffers while she remained overlooked, the assistant could only stamp her foot in frustration and pack up to leave. In her haste, she arrived at Li Qian's residence, only to find him immersed in a cloud of smoke, blissfully unaware as he diligently refined pills. Upon seeing her, Li Qian exclaimed with delight, Ha ha ha, just in time. Come and see the fruits of my labor from a long day of alchemy. I have a total of 122 pills, including 9 superior ones. Let us see how that Lin fellow dares to compete with me. Chapter 46. How many? Li Qian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After a day of arduous effort in alchemy, he had successfully refined 122 pills, and half of them were of commendable quality. Remarkably, there were even 9 exceptional pills among them. The speed at which he was able to produce such fine pills was beyond Li Qian's expectations. Indeed, without pressure, there is no impetus. Li Qian shook his sleeves, feeling considerably more relaxed. Had it not been for that meddlesome Lin, he would have never realized his own capabilities. He chuckled, reflecting on the fact that producing 122 nourishing pills in a single day was an achievement that, when viewed from the perspective of the purple bamboo peak. No, even when considering the entire flowing cloud sect, he would at least rank within the top 5, if not first. With the 122 pills he had crafted, what could that Lin contend against him? Haha. Li Qian laughed heartily, feeling confident of his victory. However, the woman present could only offer a bitter smile, her intended words remaining unspoken, fearing the impact they might have on Li Qian. Just as she hesitated, Li Qian took the initiative to inquire. Your sudden visit, has there been a change? Has that Lin begun to produce pills in large quantities as well? The woman pressed her lips together and nodded. Yes, that Lin alchemist has indeed refined many pills, and they are currently being sold by his assistants. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qian interrupted, I understand. If you have no pills in hand, naturally, you cannot compete with him. It is not that I distrust you, but these 122 nourishing pills are exceedingly precious. I cannot rest easy without overseeing them myself. At his words, the woman felt even more helpless, her heart brimming with resentment. Just over 100 pills. Yet he treated them as treasures, doubting even his own partner. Truly, he was both stingy and timid. Just look at that Lin alchemist, over 1,000 pills. All of exceptional quality. Their value surpassed Li Qian's by 100-fold. Did not Lin trust that youthful, buxom female cultivator enough to entrust her with all his pills for sale at the market? The contrast between the two was stark. Suppressing her frustration, the woman said, Li alchemist, out of respect for our years of cooperation, I advise you to reconsider. You are not his match. Upon hearing this, Li Qian froze. He had intended to emphasize the importance of the pills before handing them over to her, wishing to appear as a commendable leader. However, he never anticipated her to make such a statement. Enraged, Li Qian shouted, What? What nonsense are you spouting? The woman, holding her head high, retorted loudly. You heard me clearly. I said, you are no match for Lin alchemist. It would be wise to concede. Li Qian was instantly consumed by fury. Nonsense. I can produce 122 pills in a single day. How could that Lin possibly surpass me? The woman closed her eyes and, to his astonishment, burst into laughter. Li Qian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. What are you laughing at? The woman's smile was laced with derision as she replied. I laugh at your overestimation of your own abilities. After a long day of arduous toil, you have managed to refine nearly 122 elixirs. And you dare to consider yourself invincible? Do you have any idea how many of the exquisite elixirs that Master Lin has produced in a single day? At this moment, a shudder coursed through Li Qian's heart, foreboding ill tidings. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that he was outpaced even in the art of alchemy by Lin Xiao. Thus he gritted his teeth and retorted, What? Is it truly possible for him to surpass me? The woman responded with a mocking, uproarious laughter, shaking her head repeatedly. Li Qian, filled with indignation, bellowed, Cease your laughter. How many elixirs has he concocted? In an instant, the woman's smile faded, replaced by a look of pity directed at Li Qian. If I were to reveal the number, you might find it unbearable. Though I cannot specify the exact amount, any discerning eye would recognize the truth. At the very least, 1,000. Her seemingly weightless words fell upon Li Qian like a crushing burden. 1,000. He thundered, his voice reverberating for miles, startling all within earshot. Repeat that. How many? Li Qian's face contorted with disbelief, his hands gripping the woman's shoulders tightly, his eyes wide as if they were brass bells. The woman, with a compassionate expression, reiterated. 1,000, and that is merely the minimum. The actual number is likely several hundred more. Li Qian trembled, instinctively exclaiming, Impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. I can barely manage over 100 in a day. How could he possibly achieve 10 times that? The woman scoffed lightly, gesturing toward the door. If you doubt my words, you may see for yourself. The numerous elixirs are displayed for all to behold, not just for my eyes. Li Qian's lips quivered as he took several steps back, bewildered. This cannot be. How can it be so? Over 1,000 in a single day has surpassed the limits of my comprehension. The notion that one could conceive of what one has never witnessed seemed utterly absurd to him. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Li Qian's eyes. No. Those elixirs could not have been newly crafted. They must have been prepared by that Lin fellow several months in advance. Only such an explanation could account for everything. However, the woman appeared to have anticipated Li Qian's skepticism. Thus, she produced a single exquisite elixir from her pocket. Masterly, I understand your incredulity. I too found it hard to believe at first. Yet, irrespective of how one may feel, facts remain facts. This is the prowess of another. This elixir I acquired from Master Lin for 20 spirit stones, and I present it to you as a gift. She tossed the elixir toward him, and Li Qian, hands trembling, hurriedly caught it. The moment the elixir graced his palm, the third-tier alchemist experienced an epiphany. The elixir was round and plump, with a faint luminescence swirling about it, a true masterpiece. Most crucially, there were no signs of wax sealing upon its surface. As he brought it closer to his nose, he could even discern the fresh aroma of the herbs used. All evidence pointed to the fact that this elixir was undoubtedly freshly concocted, no more than 2 days old at most. Although elixirs are indeed objects of cultivation, they nonetheless adhere to the laws of nature. If left exposed, their potency will dissipate within 7 days. Prolonged exposure will further diminish their efficacy, rendering them ineffective. Thus, sealing them with wax is crucial. The absence of wax seal marks on this particular elixir, coupled with its abundant potency, indicates that it was concocted within the last 7 days. However, beyond the absence of a wax seal, the fresh fragrance of the medicinal ingredients serves as an even more compelling testament. Newly forged elixirs emit a distinctly vibrant aroma, unlike those that have been stored for some time, which take on a stale and subdued scent. As a third-tier alchemist, Li Qian could discern this difference with ease. Based on his experience, he was certain that this exceptional elixir had been crafted merely yesterday. Despairing, Li Qian lifted his gaze towards the woman, seemingly hoping for a different answer from her lips. Yet, she shook her head and said, "Masterly, I have some knowledge of alchemy myself, and I assure you, all of those over 1,000 elixirs possessed the same fresh and rich fragrance, indicating they were all recently made." Upon hearing this, Li Qian painfully closed his eyes. How could this be possible? At this point, he still refused to believe it. Over 1,000 elixirs. That was more than tenfold his own production. How could any alchemist achieve such a feat? Noticing the crushing blow to Li Qian's spirit, the woman shook her head and continued. "It is not my intention to dishearten you, but there is one more thing. The quality of this elixir is indeed exceptional, as you can clearly see. However, you must also understand that all the other over 1,000 elixirs are identical to this one, all of exceptional quality." In an instant, Li Qian, having anticipated this revelation, collapsed onto the ground, his eyes void of life and his body drained of energy. This is impossible. Chapter 47. The Golden Cloud Pattern. One day, more than 1,000 pills were refined, each of them a supreme quality. To any alchemist, such a statement would undoubtedly evoke scorn and ridicule, for by conventional wisdom, it is an utterly impossible feat. Yet for Li Qian at this moment, such occurrences lay before him, stark and tangible. Impossible. Li Qian felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, his lips fervently repeating this phrase. The woman sighed. Having collaborated for decades, she felt a pang of compassion. "Master Li, accept reality. Master Lin is simply superior to you." Upon hearing this, Li Qian's eyes bulged, nearly choking on his indignation. The woman hastily fell silent, realizing her misstep, and attempted to amend her words. "That is not what I meant. I simply meant that Master Lin is indeed an extraordinary talent. To compare oneself with such a figure is to invite one's own destruction, is it not? Master Li, is it so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence?" Li Qian's resolve had already been deeply shaken, teetering on the brink of collapse. If given a moment to gather himself, he might recover. After all, having lived for over 150 years, he was not one to shatter at the slightest setback. He had encountered many prodigies in his time. While none were as extraordinary as Lin Xiao, he had seen enough talent to not consider himself a genius in alchemy. This time, however, he had been utterly defeated in his area of expertise, the fertile breast pill, leaving him struggling to accept the humiliation. With a short period of reflection, he believed he could regain his composure. Yet, the woman, lacking the finesse to provide solace, continued her ill-conceived attempts at comfort. "Master Lin is simply better than you. Is it so hard to acknowledge his superiority?" The incessant repetition of her words drove Li Qian to the brink of exasperation. His breathing grew labored, his eyes reddening as he ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Enough of this. Have you found anything regarding the surname Lin?" The woman, realizing her blunder, dared not withhold the truth. "I have searched. This Master Lin is exceedingly elusive. I scoured the entire inner sect of Zizhu Peak and found no trace. Not even a whisper of his name. Ultimately, I followed a girl with a doll-like face from the inner sect, and discovered that Master Lin resides in the outer sect area." Li Qian sprang to his feet, drawing his spiritual artifact, sword in a fit of rage. "Send me the location." The woman, startled, interjected, "Master Li, what are you planning? The sect forbids disciples from killing one another. Moreover, you have no blood feud with Master Lin. Why draw your sword?" Li Qian seethed with fury. "Did you not say I am inferior to him?" that acknowledging his excellence is difficult? If I cannot surpass him in alchemy, must I also be inferior in cultivation? Step aside. When all other avenues prove futile, force becomes the most viable solution. Though he was yet unaware of Lin Xiao's true strength, the very fact that he resided in such a place suggested his abilities could not be formidable. First, it could be surmised that Lin Xiao was not at the Golden Core stage. After all, within the Luyun sect, cultivators at the Golden Core stage either ascended to elder status or engaged in rigorous training within the core regions. It is utterly impossible to reside in the outer gate area. Therefore, the person with the surname Lin is certainly not a Golden Core cultivator. Since he is not of that rank, everything becomes manageable. Recently, Li Qian has successfully reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Although he is not particularly adept at combat, his cultivation level provides him with an advantage. If that Lin is not at the pinnacle of foundation establishment and is of a lower realm, he can certainly exert his strength to vent his frustrations. If they are of equal standing, both at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, a duel of spells would not be out of the question. Regardless of the scenario, he can confront Lin directly. Li Qian, a third-tier alchemist, remains rational even in a state of anger. The woman, possessing only mid-foundation establishment, could not possibly deter Li Qian and, in a state of helplessness, surrendered the address of Lin Xiao's residence. With a huff of indignation, Li Qian mounted his spirit sword and soared into the skies. At this moment, Huang Li was busily selling nourishing pills, her bag filled with spirit stones, smiling like a fortune cat. Inside Lin Xiao's abode, apart from himself, only Miao Renfeng was meditating in deep focus. Brother Lin, is that clapping song of yours truly not a secret cultivation technique? Miao Renfeng inquired, opening one eye in curiosity. Lin Xiao lavishly displayed several hundred spirit stones on the table, their glow illuminating his engrossed reading of novels. This remark made him reminisce about the hilarious moments shared with Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhang, clapping in unison. With a dismissive chuckle, Lin Xiao replied, "What do you think? The clapping song is merely a means to fulfill the system's 3-hour entertainment task." Later, realizing that reading novels also counted as entertainment, Lin Xiao ceased to engage Miao Renfeng in their clapping games. However, from Miao Renfeng's perspective, there was an entirely different interpretation. The clapping song must be a profound secret. Miao Renfeng nodded earnestly. With Brother Lin's rapid advancement, the clapping song technique must surely be a contributing factor. As for why Brother Lin hasn't sought him out for clapping games recently? Nonsense. Even the finest techniques have their limitations, now that Brother Lin is a Golden Core cultivator. The effectiveness of the technique would naturally diminish. Perhaps its efficacy is only applicable to those below the Golden Core stage. Miao Renfeng elaborated this logic perfectly in his mind, increasingly valuing the clapping song. Tomorrow, I shall seek out old Gao and practice the clapping song with him. Just as Miao Renfeng resolved this, Lin Xiao, deeply engrossed in his novel, suddenly furrowed his brow. "Stop cultivating. Someone is coming," Lin Xiao stated calmly, donning a flowing robe. Miao Renfeng was taken aback for a moment before hastily rising to grab another robe. Meanwhile, he warily asked, "Who is it? An enemy? But this is within the sect." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, already sensing the approaching presence. Li Qian, restless with spiritual energy, impulsively riding his sword, is likely unable to bear defeat and has come looking for trouble. Miao Renfeng gasped, instinctively suggesting, "Should I go?" However, he fell silent. He had intended to propose notifying an elder, but suddenly remembered that standing before him was Brother Lin, already a Golden Core cultivator. With a Golden Core cultivator present, was there any need to summon the elders? Indeed, Lin Xiao's advancement has been remarkably swift, leaving Miao Renfeng struggling to catch up. Meanwhile, outside the dwelling, Li Qian remains oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiao has already discerned his presence, even anticipating his intentions. Standing upon his enchanted sword, he surveys the area below. According to the address provided by a woman, Lin Xiao resides in this very place. Within his perception, he detects no aura stronger than his own, prompting an involuntary surge of delight within Li Qian. This suggests that individuals with the surname Lin are highly unlikely to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Otherwise, he should have sensed a hint of threat. In this case, it would be much easier, relying on the advantage of his realm. He would surely take the opportunity to vent this pent-up frustration. Li Qian seated inwardly, on the verge of bellowing for the one surnamed Lin to summon Lin Xiao. Just then, the door of the wooden house creaked open, and a young gentleman draped in a robe emerged, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Qian raised an eyebrow, his instincts whispering that this was indeed the person he sought. "You." Li Qian was about to speak when Lin Xiao, stepping out, waved his hand with a smile. If you have something to discuss, come down, it's late, and we wouldn't want to disturb the other disciples. Li Qian narrowed his eyes. Feeling a flicker of uncertainty, Lin Xiao appeared remarkably composed. Could there be a hidden agenda? Upon careful observation, Li Qian still failed to discern any perilous aspects surrounding Lin Xiao. A further glance revealed that the garment draped over Lin Xiao was merely an exceedingly ordinary flowing cloud robe, devoid of even the slightest cloud patterns at the cuffs. No matter how one perceives it, it appears that there is no rival to oneself. Li Qian let out a cold snort and descended with a swagger. Just as he was about to speak, Miao Renfeng rushed out of the wooden cabin, holding a more exquisitely crafted flowing cloud robe. He addressed Lin Xiao, saying, "Brother Lin, you've taken the wrong garment. This one is yours." Li Qian cast a casual glance, but was suddenly struck as if by a bolt of lightning. Before my eyes, at the cuffs of the flowing cloud robe, a golden, shimmering cloud pattern danced gracefully in the wind. A golden cloud pattern? The realm of golden elixir. Chapter 48. A sudden change of face. Li Qian rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. After all, this was the outer sect area, where Lin Xiao resided, who could only be at the foundation establishment stage at most. How could he possibly be wearing a robe adorned with golden cloud patterns? Such attire was reserved exclusively for inner sect disciples of the golden core stage or for elders. There were only two elders stationed in the outer sect, Niu Bin and Ma Tong, both of whom Li Qian was well acquainted with. It was evident that Lin Xiao was neither of them. After blinking vigorously, Li Qian confirmed his sight was not deceiving him. Indeed, it was a robe with golden cloud patterns. Was Lin Xiao at the golden core stage? Li Qian's heart raced, and his gaze turned frantic. But how could that be possible? Would a golden core cultivator reside in the outer sect? The inner sect boasted a gathering spirit formation, where the spiritual energy was far more abundant than in the outer sect. Others scrambled to enter the inner sect. Yet who would move to the outer sect after reaching the golden core? It simply did not add up. It was no wonder Li Qian was perplexed, after all. He could never fathom that just a few days ago, Lin Xiao was merely an outer sect disciple. The robe he wore, embellished with golden cloud patterns, had been hastily crafted upon the direct order of the peak master, Lu Qing, and had only just been delivered the previous day. Moreover, only the robe had arrived. The bamboo plaque symbolizing his status as an elder was still in production. Thus, Lin Xiao was indeed still an outer sect disciple, albeit one with slightly elevated cultivation. Li Qian stared wide-eyed as he watched Lin Xiao change into his new attire. The golden patterned robe fit him perfectly, exuding an undeniable aura of elegance. At that moment, Li Qian's heart sank. Could it be that this robe truly belonged to Lin Xiao? Was he genuinely a golden core cultivator? Li Qian felt his confidence wane. His lips began to tremble. Regardless of how illogical it seemed, the significance of the robe was evident, leaving no one daring enough to act against him. Who would risk their life to wager that Lin Xiao's attire was stolen? Absurd. Those who wished to gamble could do so at their own peril. Quick-witted, Li Qian promptly sheathed his sword as the realization dawned on him. Observing his transformation, Lin Xiao smiled gently and inquired, "What brings you to visit at such a late hour, Master Li Dan?" Li Qian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "May I ask if you are the renowned Lin Dan, the master alchemist?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Indeed, that is I. What is it? Are you here to cause trouble?" Upon hearing this, Li Qian trembled slightly and hurriedly replied, No. I assure you, I have no such intentions." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. "Yet I sensed your spiritual energy was agitated, and your sword seemed poised for confrontation, as if you sought to pick a fight with me." Li Qian broke into a cold sweat at those words. No, he stammered, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. In that instant, he felt immense regret. If he couldn't compete in alchemy, why let anger drive him to seek out trouble? At long last, one finds oneself in the presence of a formidable golden core cultivator. Is this not a recipe for self-inflicted turmoil? Just as Li Qian was drenched in sweat and utterly bewildered, an external disciple approached. Briskly closing the distance and standing a few meters away, he clasped his hands in greeting and addressed Lin Xiao, "Senior brother Lin Xiao. Elder Niu has a message for you. In 2 months, the inner sect promotion assessment will take place. Tomorrow at noon. The external sect will hold a swearing-in ceremony to commence the final 2 months of intensive training activities. As the highest-ranked disciple among the external sect, would you be willing to represent the disciples and deliver a speech at the ceremony?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No. Let Gao Zhang handle it. In theory, he is already akin to an elder." It's merely that his identity token has not been properly crafted. Thus, he still bears the title of an external disciple. It would be rather ludicrous to have a quasi-elder represent the disciples. Furthermore, the prospect of memorizing a speech did not appeal to Lin Xiao in the slightest. The disciple nodded, performed a bow, and then hurried off to report back. With that brief interlude behind him, the conversation echoed in Li Qian's mind, igniting a flurry of thought. Firstly, he had finally learned Lin Xiao's name. Secondly, Lin Xiao was merely an external disciple. The implications of that conversation were unmistakably clear. Lin Xiao was currently the most skilled among the external disciples, thus qualifying him to be their representative. Li Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of absurdity. The external sect? Was it not merely a gathering place for the feeble-minded practitioners of the qi refinement stage? For him, the external sect was a distant memory from over a century ago. Thus, it was inconceivable that this Lin Xiao could possibly be a golden core cultivator. Surely, no sect would be so extravagant as to allow a golden core cultivator to remain in the external sect. As for Lin Xiao being the most accomplished among the external disciples, what a farce! How high could an external disciple's cultivation truly be? Perhaps the early stages of foundation establishment? Or maybe mid-foundation establishment? That would suffice. In an instant, Li Qian straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He glared at Lin Xiao, pointing an accusatory finger. You, Lin Xiao, nearly deceived me. As an external disciple, how dare you don the golden cloud patterns? Truly, you possess audacity beyond measure. The rapidity of his change in demeanor left Miao Renfeng astounded. However, Lin Xiao anticipated this reaction and, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, You claim my attire is stolen? Li Qian's eyes widened in fury as he retreated 3 steps, brandishing his sword. Is it not? The golden cloud patterns are reserved solely for disciples of the golden core stage and the elders. How dare you, a mere external disciple, overstep such boundaries? Humph. According to sect rules, you deserve 100 lashes and expulsion. Li Qian spoke with great bluster. Having already concluded that Lin Xiao was a petty thief, Miao Renfeng observed from the side, nudging his lips, I suggest you maintain a low profile, as you did previously. No sooner had he spoken than Li Qian, sword in hand, assumed a combative stance. Halt! You ruffians, cease your prattle. Although I am merely an alchemist and lack combat prowess, it is the unassailable duty of our kind to eliminate threats to our sect. Lin Xiao, behold my sword. These words were spoken with an air of grandeur, as if Li Qian were truly a paragon of righteousness. However, the gleam of vengeful excitement in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Under the pretext of safeguarding the sect, he could not only vent his frustrations but also evade any repercussions afterward, a masterstroke that achieved 2 objectives with 1 action. Lost in his thoughts, Li Qian raised his hand and thrust his sword forward. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiao stood calmly with his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. His aura, no longer restrained, emanated freely, enveloping the surroundings in an invisible pressure born of his cultivation level. Almost simultaneously with the revelation of Lin Xiao's presence, Li Qian, who had maintained his sword's piercing stance, suddenly turned pale. With a flick of his wrist, Li Qian's sword was sent flying far from him. His movements were smooth and fluid, and with a soft thud, he found himself kneeling before Lin Xiao. Without missing a beat, he prostrated himself forward, perfectly gauging the distance. As he fell to the ground, his face positioned directly before Lin Xiao's boots, the once formidable third-grade alchemist now raised his sleeves to wipe at Lin Xiao's footwear. He muttered to himself, Why won't it come clean? Brother Lin, please wait a moment while I apply a bit more effort. Chapter 49. The Ascension Elixir. Li Qian raised an eyebrow, seemingly locking eyes with the mud caked on Lin Xiao's boots. With a deep breath, he exhaled onto the boots and then vigorously wiped them with his sleeve. Once the dirt was removed, Li Qian nodded in satisfaction, as if he had stormed here solely to polish Lin Xiao's footwear. Such a swift and decisive act of submission caught not only Miao Renfeng off guard, but even Lin Xiao himself. Although Lin Xiao thought that by releasing his aura, Li Qian would no longer dare to act, he was astonished by Li Qian's utter lack of dignity. After all, he was a peak foundation establishment cultivator and a respected third-grade alchemist. How had he mastered the art of so gracefully debasing himself to clean someone else's shoes? Seeing that Li Qian was not yet satisfied with just 1 boot, Lin Xiao could only express his disbelief. All right, get up and let us converse. Li Qian froze, his hands trembling at once. No. The boots are not yet clean. With a sigh, Lin Xiao replied, I bear you no grudge. I am not so brutal as to resort to killing over a minor dispute. Upon hearing this, Li Qian's eyes lit up, and he quickly scrambled to his feet. You truly want to kill me? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Do I appear so savage, so unreasonable? Li Qian beamed, exuding flattery. Absolutely not. Brother Lin, you have a kind visage, a person of goodwill. Such notions of savagery and murder are entirely alien to you. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Albeit Miao Rafeng rolled his eyes at the exchange. He was all too aware of Lin Xiao's experiences. Kind-hearted? Benevolent? Not a killer? Nonsense. Few dared to oppose Lin Xiao. With the likes of Wang Hu, Zhao Ping, Gao Zhong, Zhou Fan, and the blood-old ghost among them, aside from Gao Zhong who had wisely turned to the light. The rest were likely reduced to mere bones by now. Yet, they deserved their fate. Miao Renfeng would never speak ill of Lin Xiao, for in his eyes, Lin Xiao could do no wrong, even if it were just a metaphorical expression. Returning to the present, Li Qian's demeanor had sunk to an abysmal low. The anger and ferocity he had harbored before were now completely extinguished. After living for over a century and a half, Li Qian understood all too well the principle of reverence for strength in the realm of cultivation. The transition from drawing swords to kneeling in submission took but a second. Was this perceived as lacking grit? What a jest. What is more important, pride or life? Li Qian considered himself no protagonist blessed by fate from a tale. Pride? Mere whimsy. Recognizing the reality of his situation was the true law of this world. Thanks to Li Qian's exceedingly humble attitude, Lin Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for him. In truth, Lin Xiao had never intended to do so. The contention between the two parties regarding the F is merely a clash in the realm of commerce, unworthy of risking one's life over. Furthermore, upon tracing the roots of the matter, it becomes evident that Lin Xiao's conception of refining the F, along with the alchemical skills acquired through binding, originates from Li Qian. From an objective standpoint, it is indeed true that Li Qian has suffered an undeserved misfortune. Lin Xiao is not a cold-blooded individual. Since his arrival in this realm, he has faced life-and-death situations multiple times. Such trials do not render Lin Xiao more heartless. Rather, they fortify his true nature. Those who deserve to be dealt with must be met with unyielding resolve. For instance, Wang Hu, Zhou Fan, and the blood-old ghost. Even those once close to him should not be disregarded simply due to an elevation in cultivation, such as Miao Renfeng, Gao Zhong, and Lu Mingfei. Those who have been beneficial to him must be repaid. Take, for example, the industrious Little B, Wang Li, and the two elders, Niu and Ma. These traits are intrinsic to Lin Xiao's character and will not waver. Just like Li Qian before him, Lin Xiao gained alchemical knowledge through binding. Yet he has forged the F, thus encroaching upon Li Qian's source of income. This action contradicts his principles. Hence, from the outset, Lin Xiao contemplated a form of compensation for Li Qian. You have reached the peak of foundation establishment? Lin Xiao inquired. Li Qian promptly nodded, having recently broken through, albeit still inferior to Lin Xiao. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xiao smiled and remarked, your lifespan is less than 50 years. Having just achieved the peak of foundation establishment, your foundation is rather fragile. It seems that the golden core may be beyond your reach. Li Qian was taken aback, astonished at how perceptively Lin Xiao assessed him. Ahem, forgive me for the oversight, Lin Xiao, he replied, bitterly shaking his head, expecting mockery from Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao shifted the conversation, stating, how about I refine a small ascension pill for you as compensation for the F incident? At these words, Li Qian's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. The so-called small ascension pill possesses a simple efficacy. It enhances the probability of breaking through from the peak of foundation establishment to the golden core realm. For it is only upon entering the golden core realm that a cultivator can soar through the skies for several consecutive days, aligning perfectly with the conventional image of an immortal. Therefore, a saying exists that below the golden core, one is merely cultivating, but above it, one is truly cultivating immortality. Thus, any elixir that augments the likelihood of breaking through to the golden core is referred to as a small ascension pill. The addition of the word small is to differentiate it from the legendary ascension pill, which is said to grant instant enlightenment and ascension with just one dose. Of course, this remains mere legend. Li Qian stared at Lin Xiao in a daze for a while before finally responding. This seems inappropriate, does it not? He forced a bitter smile and clasped his hands, saying, Lin Xiao, the matter of the F is simply a fair competition between our two families. There is no need for compensation. Lin Xiao, however, opted not to explain that his alchemical prowess was derived from binding with Li Qian, merely asking, Do you want it or not? Li Qian nearly bit his tongue in haste, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. Of course. That is a small ascension pill. Just one is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you shall prepare the medicinal herbs yourself. Once you have gathered everything, come to me for assistance in refining them. Upon hearing this, Li Qian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The minor ascension pill was a pinnacle 5th-grade elixir. Typically, even a standard 5th-grade alchemist would struggle to concoct it. Only a 6th-grade alchemist, comparable in prowess to a nascent soul realm expert, might possess the capability to create such a potion. Could Lin Xiao truly accomplish this? Li Qian dared not voice his doubts, merely nodding in agreement while harboring skepticism within. After a moment's contemplation, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Brother Lin, I cannot fathom your reasoning. You dominate the market for the enrichment pill, yet you only sell them for 20 spirit stones each. Surely, you cannot be profiting much from this endeavor? And now you propose to compensate me by offering to assist in the refinement of the minor ascension pill. This seems a laborious task without reward. What, pray tell, is your true motivation behind this? Li Qian pondered, utterly perplexed. However, Lin Xiao merely chuckled heartily. You are indeed correct, Li Qian. My intent in selling the enrichment pill is not my ultimate goal. The true purpose behind my actions is to establish my reputation. The enrichment pill was merely a stepping stone. Consider this, an alchemist capable of producing over 1,000 third-grade pills in a single day, with each one being of exceptional quality. Once such a reputation spreads, who would not be astonished? Once my name is established, will I not be able to amass spirit stones? Lin Xiao sought not just the few thousand spirit stones from the enrichment pill, but rather larger, more significant transactions. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a long shadow. To achieve substantial gains, reputation is paramount. Indeed, as Lin Xiao anticipated, as soon as his name began to spread, individuals flocked to him. Yet, even he was taken aback by the magnitude of this particular transaction. For it was none other than the esteemed sect master of the Flowing Clouds sect who had come to visit. The sect master had arrived in person. Chapter 50. The 10 Great Nascent Soul Powerhouses. As the dawn of the next day broke, Li Qian found himself utterly subjugated by Lin Xiao's prowess. The upper echelons of the Lu Yun sect convened a monumental meeting, the likes of which had not been seen in centuries. The roster was a veritable assembly of titans, headed by the sect's leader, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. The participants included all the peak masters from the 9 peaks under the Lu Yun sect's command. They were seated in an orderly fashion, 8 on each side of a long table, all possessing the same level of cultivation in the nascent soul stage, though distinctions of minor realms were momentarily set aside. Lu Qing, the master of the Zizhu Peak, took his solitary seat at the end of the table, facing the sect leader. With all 10 members now present, they stood as a testament to the Lu Yun sect's status as one of the 4 great sects of the Southern Kingdom. The gathering of these 10 nascent soul cultivators was no trivial matter. The sect leader cleared his throat, eschewing any superfluous remarks, and delved directly into the matter at hand. Have you all noticed the recent surge in the activities of the malevolent cultivators? The masters of the 9 peaks exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Yulian Qin, the master of the Dan Peak, spoke up. Since 5 years ago, my Dan Peak has received reports of no less than 30 incidents involving these wicked cultivators. Our disciples have become increasingly powerless to suppress them. No sooner had she finished speaking than an elder from Luoyu Peak chimed in. Indeed, my Luoyu Peak has faced similar challenges, having even sacrificed a golden core elder to quell their chaos. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. It had been a century since the 4 great sects had united to eradicate the malevolent cultivators, and never had a golden core practitioner fallen to their hands since that time. Lu Qing rapped the table lightly, deep in thought. Recently, we dealt with a blood incident involving a malevolent cultivator who turned out to be a remnant of the blood refining sect. What? The blood refining sect still has descendants at large? The master of Luoyu Peak interjected instinctively. Yulian Qin from the Dan Peak also expressed her skepticism. The blood refining sect was eradicated a century ago, and even their ancestral founder was obliterated. How could there possibly be survivors? Lu Qing replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, you all witnessed the obliteration of the blood refining sect firsthand, yet even the most cunning of hares have their hiding places. There exists a foundation establishment cultivator known as the Blood Old Ghost, who was believed to be on the brink of death. However, he resurfaced recently, nearly ambushing several of my disciples from Zizhu Peak. Fortunately, one of the young talents among them had attained the golden core stage, or else the Blood Old Ghost would have succeeded, endangering even my only daughter, Mingfei. Furrowing their brows, the assembly began to discuss their respective encounters with malevolent cultivators. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. In recent years, these wicked practitioners seem to have been provoked, engaging in increasingly frantic activities. The sect leader sighed. Though the eradication efforts a century ago severed the transmission of many malevolent techniques and eliminated numerous ancient fiends, I have always harbored a suspicion that the threat had not been entirely extinguished. I did not anticipate that after a century of relative peace, the malevolent cultivators would return with such swiftness. As he spoke, the sect leader cast a serious gaze upon the assembly. I harbor suspicions that among the vanquished malevolent beings of the nascent soul stage, some must have survived. They have concealed themselves for centuries, biding their time to make a resurgence. This time, they dwell in the shadows while we remain in the light. We must not let our guard down. The expressions of those present grew solemn, and they nodded in agreement. The menace posed by these malevolent practitioners extends beyond mere wanton slaughter. It lies in their alarming capacity for propagation. While ordinary cultivators toil for decades to reach the foundation establishment stage, these dark cultivators can attain the same in merely 10 years by taking shortcuts, even reaching the golden core stage, which normally requires over a century of arduous effort for a standard cultivator, can be achieved by these nefarious practitioners through unscrupulous means, sometimes within 50 years. The allure of attaining such a level of cultivation in a fraction of the time is a temptation few can resist, as they may sacrifice their humanity, take on monstrous forms, massacre thousands of innocents, or even barter away their lifespan. The insatiable greed and desires inherent in human nature can never be extinguished, and it is these very traits that provide fertile ground for the rampant proliferation of malevolent practitioners. Thus, the moment we detect the slightest indication of their presence, we must swiftly extinguish it. Otherwise, if allowed to develop unchecked, they will become akin to maggots, impossible to eradicate. All present, being formidable practitioners of the nascent soul stage, we're well aware of the dangers posed by these evil cultivators, hence the leader need not emphasize the point further. I foresee that within the next decade, or even within 5 years, our sect will undoubtedly confront a series of crises. Therefore, from this moment forth, the frequency of practical training tasks among the peaks must be significantly increased, allowing disciples to amass substantial combat experience, with rewards for these tasks also multiplied to facilitate their advancement in cultivation. Upon hearing this, the masters of the 9 peaks nodded in unison. The sect leader then turned to the master of the Pill Peak, Yu Lianqin, and inquired, "Master Yu, is it possible for the Pill Peak to refine 100,000 precious spirit pills within 5 years? The precious spirit pill, a commonly sought-after elixir in the cultivation realm, is ranked 3rd tier. Consuming one can equate to several years of arduous training. For instance, Li Qian reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage largely through the consumption of precious spirit pills, albeit at the cost of a somewhat unstable foundation. However, as long as one concurrently fortifies their foundation while using these pills, they can indeed serve as miraculous aids in cultivation." Upon hearing the mention of the malevolent practitioners, Yu Lianqin sensed the urgency for the Pill Peak to accelerate its pill refinement to bolster the overall strength of the Luyan sect. Yet, she was taken aback by the leader's audacious request. She could not help but exclaim, 100,000? Do you think this is a bean-spouting contest? The room fell silent for a moment. The sect leader awkwardly rubbed his nose. Realizing her lapse in composure, Yu Lianqin quickly added, "Senior brother sect leader, demanding the refinement of 100,000 third-tier pills within 5 years is truly an unreasonable burden." The sect leader cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem. The sect's treasury still holds 20,000 pills in stock. We only need to refine 80,000. Yu Lianqin's eyes widened in disbelief. That is still unattainable. The sect leader sighed in resignation. Then how many do you believe can be refined in 5 years? Yu Lianqin calculated in her mind and arrived at an answer. At most, 20,000. The sect leader frowned, displeased. Why so few? Yu Lianqin placed her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. These are third-tier pills. How many third-tier alchemists do we even have in the Pill Peak? To produce these 20,000 pills, we must summon all the alchemists from the other 9 peaks to toil day and night. Upon hearing this, the sect leader furrowed his brow even tighter, observing his expression. Lu Qin couldn't help but voice his confusion. "Master, is it truly necessary to refine so many? With 100,000 pills, we could nourish several hundred golden elixirs. It seems excessive." Another chimed in, "Indeed, 100,000 precious spirit pills would consume more than half of the sect's assets. The issue lies in the fact that relying on such medicines to elevate one's cultivation will make future breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Undertaking such a massive undertaking at once could leave the sect in a precarious position. The assembly nodded in agreement with the two speakers. However, the sect leader sighed with a bitter smile. Alas, I can only say that the situation is likely worse than you anticipated. The specifics remain uncertain, and I prefer not to divulge them for fear of unsettling our spirits. Yet, I have a foreboding that this resurgence of evil cultivators may spell disaster for our sect. As his words echoed, the Yuaning experts exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, gasping at the gravity of the situation. Could it truly be that severe? The sect leader, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Is it truly impossible to refine 100,000 pills within 5 years? Yu Lianqin, aware of the seriousness of the matter, could only shake her head helplessly. The sect leader sighed, unable to mask his disappointment and worry. Suddenly, Yu Lianqin appeared to have an epiphany and hurriedly exclaimed, "Perhaps there is still hope." The sect leader's spirits lifted, and before he could inquire further, Yu Lianqin turned to Lu Qing. "Master Lu, does your purple bamboo peak have an alchemist named Lin Xiao?" Lu Qing, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by the familiar name. "Ah, Lin Xiao? An alchemist? Wait, are we speaking of the same Lin Xiao?" Chapter 51. The arrival of 3 Yuan-ing. Lu Qing could never have anticipated this. The summit meeting of the 10 foremost Yuan-ing experts addressed matters of life and death for their sect. At such a critical juncture, an unexpected name surfaced. "Master Yufeng, the Lin Xiao you mentioned, cannot possibly be the same person I am referring to," Lu Qing exclaimed, bewildered. How could Lin Xiao even be part of this discussion? A mere 20-year-old, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, surely did not belong in such esteemed company. Yu Lianqin, uncertain herself, elaborated, "Perhaps my fellow brothers are unaware, but a remarkable incident occurred yesterday at Zizhu Peak, which has stirred quite a commotion within our Dan Peak. A renowned alchemist named Lin Xiao astonishingly produced over 1,300 third-grade pills in a single day, each of them of exceptional quality." As her words hung in the air, someone gasped in disbelief. "How many? Over 1,300? In just one day? Each pill of the highest quality? Are we certain? It's unfathomable," echoed another. "Even without knowledge of alchemy, we understand that this is simply impossible." The assembly of Yuaning elders was taken aback, their skepticism palpable. Lu Qing, however, was struck dumb by the revelation. He suddenly felt that the Lin Xiao he spoke of and the Lin Xiao mentioned by Yu Lianqin could indeed be the same individual. Such an extraordinary feat could only be attributed to that young man. Seeing the incredulity among the crowd, Yu Lianqin patiently clarified, "When I first heard of this, I too was skeptical. Even with my prowess as a 7th-grade alchemist, I could only guarantee that the 3rd-grade pills I produce are of superior quality. Yet I could never create more than 1,000 in a single day. However, my disciples have vouched for this with unwavering conviction, and many have witnessed the freshly forged pills themselves. Hence, I must concede that perhaps this Lin Xiao possesses such remarkable capabilities." The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Even with their extensive experiences, they had never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. Turning to the sect leader, Yu Lianqin proposed, "Master, if Lin Xiao truly possesses these abilities, inviting him to instruct our other alchemists might help fulfill your ambitious goal of producing 100,000 pills in 5 years. The sect leader beamed with delight at her words and swiftly turned his gaze towards Lu Qing. The others followed suit, their eyes fixated on him. Under the scrutiny of 9 pairs of eyes, Lu Qing suddenly felt restless and cleared his throat. "Ahem, I do know of a Lin Xiao. I wonder if you all recall the matter concerning the remnants of the blood-refining sect that I mentioned earlier? The young talent who intervened in time to save the girl Ming Fei is indeed Lin Xiao, but I had no idea he was also an alchemist." As he spoke, Lu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Xiao's sudden emergence into the awareness of the prominent figures of Liyuan's sect. Before he could ponder further, the sect leader declared, "Regardless, let us summon him and inquire." Yu Lianqin, however, was already eager to proceed. "Master, the summons took too long. It would be far better to pay a personal visit. I am also eager to meet this Lin Xiao and discern how he achieved his feats." Indeed, the territory of the Liyuan sect is vast. Traveling from Zizhu Peak to here would take the Golden Core cultivators nearly half an hour of flight. The sect leader acquiesced. "Let us adjourn the meeting for now. Yufeng and Lufeng, accompany me to meet this Lin Xiao." The other peak masters promptly returned to their respective duties, instructed to promptly assess their disciples' capabilities without negligence. The assembly dispersed, and in no time, aside from the 3 leaders, the remaining 7 figures vanished without a trace. The sect leader, Yu Lianqin, and Lu Qing swiftly made their way towards Zizhu Peak. Meanwhile, within Lin Xiao's modest abode, Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong sat in stunned silence, gazing at the pile of spirit stones scattered across the floor. Huang Li chirped excitedly, "They all sold out. Although each sold for merely 20 spirit stones, the profits are substantial. There are over 26,000 spirit stones in total. After deducting costs, the profit exceeds 13,000. Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong had never encountered such wealth in spirit stones before. They were nearly brought to their knees in astonishment. Huang Li, eyes gleaming with anticipation, stared at Lin Xiao, nearly drooling. Lin Xiao, ever generous to the industrious little bee, smiled and gestured, "Help yourself." Huang Li erupted in laughter, raising her hands in jubilant exclamation, "Long life, brother." Following this, she waved her sleeve and summoned the 300 spirit stones she had set aside. This was in accordance with Lin Xiao's agreement. 10 of the profits belonged to Huang Li. Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong, witnessing this scene, felt envy wash over them. They leaned in closer, eyes sparkling with desire. If humans had tails, they would be wagging with delight. "Lin Ge, next time there's such a windfall, take us along," one urged. Yes. It's merely selling pills, right? We guarantee to fulfill the task." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at their eagerness. It wasn't that he was unwilling to let Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong assist. Rather, selling the F was simply not suited for these two burly men. With their imposing figures and somewhat unsavory demeanor, especially Miao Renfeng, it would be quite a sight for a seller of F. Who among the female cultivators would dare to purchase from them? Not only would they hesitate to buy, but even inquiring about the price would likely intimidate them. Before Lin Xiao could respond and reassure his two eager companions, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the open door. Huang Li, with her back to the entrance, felt her hair stand on end in an instant, disregarding the spirit stones in her grasp as she summoned her great sword to confront the intruders. "Who goes there?" she demanded, her voice rising with authority. However, as she did, a gentle yet utterly irresistible aura enveloped her, akin to a large hand brushing over her head, instantly calming her fierce demeanor. "Quite impressive for a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator to possess such vigilance," a voice remarked. Huang Li was utterly astounded. She realized that before this individual, she could not even muster her spiritual energy. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the person's sleeve, adorned with a subtle yet noble pattern of purple-gold clouds. The sight of the purple-gold cloud pattern sent a shiver down her spine. As the yellow Oriole's heart trembled, it instantly relinquished its sword and humbly performed a respectful bow. Stealing a furtive glance, the Oriole was further overwhelmed. For not only the figure before it bore a band of purplish-golden cloud patterns on the cuffs, but the 2 accompanying figures did as well. This revelation indicated that the 3 phantasmal figures before it were all formidable entities of the Yuanying realm from the Flowing Clouds sect. Such beings were of the Yuanying realm. Previously, encountering even a single one had been a rare feat. Some foundation-building disciples might pass their 200 years of life without ever laying eyes on one. Yet now, 3 had appeared simultaneously. Miao Renfeng and Gao Zhong were equally aware of the significance of the purplish-golden cloud patterns. They both instinctively bowed in fear, rooted to the spot in confusion. Gao Zhong, in particular, had turned pale, his back drenched in sweat despite the approach of winter, as though he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Among the group, Lin Xiao remained the most composed, having previously met Lu Qing. However, the arrival of 3 Yuanying realm masters at once would surely rattle anyone, and it would be a lie to assert that Lin Xiao was not at all perturbed. Fortunately, he sensed no hostility emanating from the trio. Just as Lin Xiao was about to return the bow, the scene before him shifted unexpectedly. The only woman among the 3, the leader of the Dan Peak, Yu Lianqin, had suddenly appeared before him. Lin Xiao was immediately enveloped by a peculiar fragrance that assailed his senses. What left everyone dumbfounded was that Yu Lianqin audaciously pinched Lin Xiao's face, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my, it's not a disguise. Is it truly possible for an alchemist to be so handsome?" Without regard for Lin Xiao's astonished expression, she proceeded to touch his chest, her lips curling in delight as she remarked, quite a well-proportioned physique you have." Chapter 52, the first succubus of the Lu Yun sect initially. The sudden arrival of 3 nascent soul powerhouses left Huang Li, Miao Renfeng, and Gao Zhong in a state of shock and trepidation. However, to their astonishment, this exquisitely beautiful and voluptuous nascent soul adept approached Lin Xiao with an audacious familiarity, akin to a lonely matron who had long been deprived of affection, behaving like a brazen harlot. The expressions of Huang Li and the others were nothing short of remarkable. After all, This individual was a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm. One would expect such a person to possess an air of dignity and to maintain a respectful distance from strangers. How could reality deviate so drastically from their expectations? Could it be that Lin Xiao's allure was simply irresistible, even to a female powerhouse of the nascent soul? The foremost succubus of the Lu Yun sect, Lin Xiao? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been inappropriately touched by Yu Lianqin, was engulfed in goosebumps, nearly leaping 100 meters away in shock. Yet, considering that his assailant was a nascent soul practitioner, he refrained from making any rash movements. Still, he could not fathom how this alluring nascent soul woman had suddenly become so forward with him. Was there an element of relying on others for sustenance in his narrative? As Lin Xiao wrestled with his bewilderment, the sect leader and Lu Qing, who had accompanied him, wore expressions of utter dismay. The sect leader's lips twitched as he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, murmuring, "Master you." Lu Qing was equally at a loss, shaking his head in disbelief. Both men were well acquainted with Yu Lianqin and understood her true nature. While nascent soul practitioners could suppress most mundane desires, everyone harbored preferences that were hard to relinquish. Yu Lianqin, the master of the Pill Peak, had gained notoriety for her fondness for handsome men long before reaching the nascent soul stage. Now, with her elevated status, her standards had only grown more discerning, dismissing those who lacked her prowess. As the saying goes, one's fundamental character is difficult to change. Her penchant for dashing men was likely ingrained for life. Unperturbed by the sect leader's admonition, Yu Lianqin smiled charmingly and replied, "My apologies, sect leader, but it's been ages since I've encountered such a striking alchemical peer. A mere touch won't cost me a thing, will it?" Indeed, the majority of practitioners at the Pill Peak were alchemists, who often spent days and weeks in seclusion, neglecting personal hygiene and occasionally experiencing explosions that left them reeking of medicinal scents. This profession did little to enhance one's outward appearance. Lin Xiao, maintaining his composure despite the unwelcome advance, took a step back and clasped his hands in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the sect leader." Upon hearing this, Huangli and the others finally regained their senses from their astonishment. "The sect leader," they inwardly exclaimed, hurriedly bowing in respect. The Luoyuan sect leader smiled gently, a wave of soothing spiritual energy lifting the three of them. There is no need for excessive formalities. Miao Renfeng trembled with excitement. As a former low-ranking disciple, he had never imagined he would stand before the sect leader. Thanks to Lin Xiao, this day would be a tale to boast about for many years to come. Meanwhile, Lu Qing displayed evident impatience, speaking directly. "Three of you, step outside first. We have matters to discuss with Lin Xiao." The trio naturally dared not resist and swiftly departed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing firmly closed the door of the small room, simultaneously casting a barrier to seal the space. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao could not help but break into a cold sweat. Could it be that his rapid advancement had attracted the attention of those in the nascent soul realm? However, it soon became evident to Lin Xiao that he was merely overthinking. Once she regained her composure, the previously brash Yu Lianqin promptly shifted to serious matters. "Was it you who, just the other day, refined 1,300 third-grade elixirs in a single day, each one of the highest quality?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and nodded in acknowledgement. "So, they were here for the elixirs." Yu Lianqin arched her brows, visibly excited. "How did you manage that?" Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't it quite simple? As long as one achieves a mastery level in the alchemical notes, anyone can do it. If others lack such mastery, could it be that even a nascent soul alchemist does not possess it?" Esteemed senior, are you incapable?" Yu Lianqin's expression darkened. She could guarantee that each elixir was of the highest quality, yet she could not produce such a quantity in a single day. Observing her expression, Lin Xiao finally understood the true prowess of mastery level. Ahem, refining 1,000 elixirs in a day was accomplished using the dual focus technique from the alchemical notes. As for the quality, it is a matter of practice making perfect. The sect master blinked and inquired of Yu Lianqin, "Do you not also practice the alchemical notes, Master Yu? Surely you must be familiar with this dual focus method?" Yu Lianqin froze, her expression a mix of surprise and doubt. The alchemical notes contained such a secret technique? Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Yu Lianqin lightly tapped her storage talisman, producing a complete version of the alchemical notes. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, this complete volume was over half a meter thick. This was no mere book. It resembled a massive stone slab that could be used to construct a city wall. Yu Lianqin quickly flipped through the pages, seeking the dual focus technique Lin Xiao had mentioned. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiao comprehended the entirety of the situation. When he had bound himself to the complete version of the alchemical notes, The knowledge had been directly implanted into his mind. Whenever he wished to utilize it, he could simply summon it forth. Unlike other techniques, the alchemical notes was an extensive compilation containing the techniques and insights of all the alchemists from the Lu Yun sect throughout the ages. It could be said that this was the crystallization of wisdom amassed by the alchemists of the Lu Yun sect over thousands of years. The entire tome was half a meter thick, encompassing a myriad of techniques, surely numbering in the thousands. An ordinary cultivator only needed to grasp the essential parts of the alchemical notes to become an alchemist. This essence comprised merely a few thousand characters, less than 1,000th of the entire volume. Thus, it was rare for any alchemist to study all the contents of the alchemical notes. The vitality of individuals is inherently limited. Each alchemist only needs to master a select few techniques pertinent to their craft. Take Li Qian, for instance, who focused solely on the fundamental principles and several highly practical skills. The system rated his proficiency as expert, based solely on these few techniques. Even the formidable 7th-grade alchemist, Yu Lianqin, has mastered fewer than 100 techniques, which still falls within the realm of expertise. To put it plainly, if anyone genuinely aspires to comprehensively learn the essentials of alchemy, the first step should be to consult a physician to address their mental faculties. However, Lin Xiao has inexplicably attained a higher level of proficiency, namely that of a grandmaster. To succinctly encapsulate what a grandmaster is, I possess complete mastery of the essentials of alchemy. Remarkably, Lin Xiao has never even laid eyes on the tome itself, yet he is intimately familiar with its substantial half-meter content. This includes countless insights and reflections from various alchemists, as well as thousands of diverse alchemical techniques. The distilled essence and core of the Lu Yun sect's alchemical knowledge amassed over millennia have seamlessly integrated into Lin Xiao's mind. It is fair to say that Lin Xiao embodies a walking, all-knowing encyclopedia of alchemy. Realizing the extraordinary nature of his grandmaster proficiency left Lin Xiao astounded. Observing Yu Lianqin struggling to find her way, he approached to offer assistance. With just a glance, Lin Xiao declared, "You've turned the page." Yu Lianqin, utterly bewildered, stared at him in a daze. After tentatively flipping through a few pages, the seasoned Yu Lianqin, a formidable yuaning expert, found herself engulfed in a profound sense of embarrassment and awkwardness. As the esteemed leader of the Dan Peak, she had possessed the original text of the essentials of alchemy for several hundred years. Yet her mastery was eclipsed by that of a mere junior disciple from the Zizhu Peak. To make matters worse, the sect leader was observing her plight. After centuries of being a yuaning expert, Yu Lianqin experienced, for the first time, the sensation of her legs turning to jelly, provoked by a young man of the golden elixir realm. Truly, an act of insubordination. Yu Lianqin shot Lin Xiao a glance, reminiscent of a newlywed wife reproaching her husband for his lack of appreciation for her delicate nature. Lin Xiao, taken aback, promptly surrendered. Chapter 53, The Ultimate Invincible Alchemical Furnace. How did this young woman of the nascent soul burn herself? Lin Xiao, feeling the weight of Yu Lianqin's gaze, hurriedly interjected. The alchemical compendium is rather intricate. It is only natural that the senior might not recall every detail. I merely remember the technique of dual focus. Allow me to assist you in finding it. With that, Lin Xiao flicked his spiritual energy, causing the pages of the alchemical compendium to flutter until they eventually settled. Yu Lianqin bit her lip and shot Lin Xiao a glare. The ease with which he located the information indicated a profound familiarity with the text. Could it be that this charming young man had memorized the entire book? How astute he must be. Nevertheless, such musings were inconsequential. Yu Lianqin collected her thoughts and began to meticulously examine the technique of dual focus. The sect leader, who lacked any proficiency in alchemy, regarded Lin Xiao with newfound admiration. "Ah, Master Lu, this youth is remarkably talented, adept in both cultivation and alchemy, a true prodigy. Zizhu Peak has indeed discovered a treasure." Lost in his own reverie, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback before quickly nodding in agreement. Indeed, the sect leader's words ring true. The sect leader, in a jovial mood, continued to extol Lin Xiao's virtues. Such innate ability is exceedingly rare, and this youth is quite handsome, reminiscent of my own youthful days. With such praise bestowed upon him, Lin Xiao naturally bowed in gratitude. The sect leader, thoroughly pleased, began to reminisce about his past until Yu Lianqin took a deep breath and declared, "This technique is feasible. Although the method of dual focus has its prerequisites, with diligent practice, mastery is attainable." Upon hearing this, the sect leader's spirits soared. Might we then achieve a total of 100,000 pills in 5 years? Yu Lianqin furrowed her brow, calculating for a moment before shaking her head. That is unfeasible. While dual focus allows for the simultaneous refining of 2 batches, the success rate will undoubtedly decline. Achieving a mere 50% increase would be commendable. Within 5 years, we could manage no more than 40,000 pills at best. The sect leader's expression darkened, as this fell far short of his expectations. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. The intentions of the sect leader and his companions were abundantly clear. They sought to produce 100,000 medicinal pills within 5 years. Having achieved a remarkable feat of producing 300 pills in a single day, they had come to inquire of him. Yet, what circumstances necessitated such a vast quantity of pills? As Lin Xiao pondered, a heated exchange erupted between the sect leader and Yu Lianqing. Master Yu, could we not compel the alchemists to work harder, sacrificing their rest to help the sect through this crisis? Senior brother, alchemists are human, not mere artifacts. How can they be expected to refine continuously without respite? I understand, and I can provide them with the best treatment. This is not merely a matter of treatment. Are you not aware that alchemy is an immensely taxing endeavor? If they do not rest, they will exhaust themselves. Then, might we consider making the alchemical compendium public to attract alchemists from other sects to our side? What? How could you suggest such a thing, sect leader? The alchemical compendium is the very foundation of Dan Peak. It must never be divulged. Alas, this path is unfeasible, and that one too. How am I to amass 100,000 spirit pills within 5 years? What necessity compels us to gather such a sum? Merely for a fleeting whisper of the wicked cultivators? Has the sect leader been so thoroughly cowed by their malevolence? Master Yufeng, am I truly one to recklessly gamble with the future of our sect? While I cannot divulge the details at this moment, gathering 100,000 spirit pills is an absolute imperative. The voices of the two grew increasingly fervent, escalating into a quarrel. This was largely due to the relaxed atmosphere within the Luyun sect, where the words of the sect leader did not reign supreme. As long as one spoke with reason, anyone possessed the right to voice their opinion, albeit limited to those at the nascent soul stage. Lu Qing, standing by, could only attempt to mediate, yet was unable to quell their tempers. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the impossibility of producing those 100,000 pills. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to interject. Spirit pills? Are you referring to 100,000 third-grade pills? My method may be viable. As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Lianqing furrowed her brow. It is unfeasible. I have already calculated that your dual-focus method will yield no more than 50,000 at most. The sect leader also offered words of comfort. Do not be troubled by our dispute. Today, having learned the technique of dual focus from you is a significant achievement, and I shall ensure that Master Lu rewards you. By the way, your alchemical skills are exceedingly formidable. One person can rival 10. You must attend the alchemical summit at Danfeng. The sect will not neglect your contributions. With that, the sect leader waved his hand, intending to depart. It was prudent to steer clear of disputes among the higher echelons before the younger disciples. However, just as the three began to move, Lin Xiao promptly remarked, what I meant was not dual focus but rather another method. Upon hearing this, the trio halted in unison. With a sudden rush, the sect leader returned to Lin Xiao's side, his gentle visage betraying a hint of excitement. Oh, what method? Speak quickly. Yu Lianqing followed suit, her alluring face leaning closer to Lin Xiao. Do you possess another ingenious technique? Only Lu Qing remained by the entrance, observing the scene with a slight frown. Lin Xiao gathered his thoughts and said, the alchemical compendium mentions a device known as the ultimate invincible super alchemical furnace. Upon uttering the name, Lin Xiao himself struggled to maintain composure, let alone the sect leader and Yu Lianqing, who were utterly taken aback. What is that? Lin Xiao, feeling helpless, feared they might think him a fabricator. Master Yufeng, why not consult the alchemical compendium once more? With a thud, a small wall fell to the ground as Lin Xiao swiftly searched for the reference, quickly locating the entry. It turned out that the ultimate invincible super alchemical furnace was indeed a direct quote from the text. It was a device painstakingly crafted by an alchemist of the Luyun sect 3,000 years ago. As the name implies, it is an enormous alchemical furnace, towering several stories high. Its purpose is to allow multiple individuals to refine simultaneously, capable of producing thousands of pills in a single session. After crafting this object, the senior enthusiastically reported it to the sect. However, due to its frivolous name and the exorbitant cost of the Grand Alchemy Furnace, coupled with the sect's ample demand for medicinal pills, the proposal was dismissed. Instead, it was perfunctorily recorded in the Alchemy Chronicles with a brief mention. To this day, it has been unearthed once more by Lin Xiao. Yu Lianqin stared in astonishment at this entry, exclaiming, "This thing can actually work?" The sect leader's lips twitched, revealing a profound skepticism. Lin Xiao nodded, stating that the design of the Grand Alchemy Furnace was remarkably ingenious, though the risk of explosion was considerable. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqin rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about? A furnace of such magnitude, if it were to explode, it would likely take half the mountain of the Dan Peak with it." Lin Xiao, however, smiled and replied, "No worries. I happen to have a method for improvement." At this declaration, both the sect leader and Yu Lianqin widened their eyes in disbelief. "Is this truly the case? Do you possess such extraordinary ingenuity?" Before long, Lin Xiao gathered paper and brush, beginning to sketch and write. Yu Lianqin observed from the side, feeling utterly confounded by the depth of his knowledge. Lin Xiao's expertise in the theory of alchemy far surpassed her own understanding, while the sect leader, an outsider in this domain, could scarcely comprehend the intricacies being discussed. In a state of unrecognized admiration, the sect leader looked at Lin Xiao with increasingly appreciative eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had quietly slipped by. Inside the room, Lin Xiao and the others remained engrossed in their work, while outside, Lu Qing felt quite vexed. How infuriating! Here he was, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, reduced to a mere gatekeeper. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Qian soared through the skies on his sword, seeking Lin Xiao to discuss some matters. However, as he approached Lin Xiao's humble abode, his flying sword suddenly lost all momentum. Li Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy. Yet, under Lu Qing's restrictions, how could his mere foundation establishment strength hope to resist? With a resounding thud, Li Qian tumbled to the ground in an undignified heap. Fortunately, he had not been airborne at a great height, so he sustained no serious injury. Just as he was about to curse, he looked up and was jolted into silence. After a moment of stunned disbelief, Li Qian exclaimed in horror, "A nascent soul cultivator is guarding Lin Xiao?" Chapter 54. The nascent soul guards the gate. The sect master grinds ink. Li Qian had never encountered Lu Qing, unaware that he was the master of Zizhu Peak. However, he recognized the purple-golden cloud patterns. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Qing, how could Li Qian fail to discern the authenticity of this nascent soul powerhouse? Thus, a question arose. What could possibly compel a formidable nascent soul expert to guard the entrance for Lin Xiao? Let us not entertain the notion that Lu Qing merely stood at the entrance by chance. What of the array of restrictions surrounding the small dwelling? How could one rationalize Lu Qing's vigilant observation of his surroundings? It was undeniably a guard duty. In that moment, Li Qian's jaw dropped in disbelief, feeling as though he had lost all sensation in it. Even when he attempted to lift his chin with his hand, it would uncontrollably fall back down. Heavens above! Li Qian murmured, his mind reeling from the immense shock. At that juncture, Lu Qing, who had long since noticed him, furrowed his brow slightly. In a flash, he appeared before Li Qian, demanding, "Are you not leaving?" Li Qian jumped in fright, his entire body jolting. He hastily prostrated himself, repeatedly pleading, "Please do not take offense. I shall take my leave at once." As he spoke, Li Qian awkwardly rose, retrieving his treasured sword. He dared not turn his back, but instead bowed respectfully, retreating step by step. Yet, just as he reached the perimeter of the restrictions, the door of Lin Xiao's dwelling suddenly swung open. Both men turned their gazes towards the entrance, where they beheld 3 individuals emerging, laden with a multitude of drawings. Lin Xiao gestured towards the open space outside, saying, "The interior is too cramped. Let us place everything here." Behind him, Yu Lianqin dared not slacken her efforts, obediently dispersing the drawings and arranging them with meticulous care. After nearly 2 hours of deliberation within the confines of the small room, she had become utterly awed by Lin Xiao. Whether it was the theoretical knowledge of alchemy or the mastery of records of alchemy, she found herself woefully lacking. Indeed, she was not even a fraction of Lin Xiao's prowess. No, a fraction would be an understatement. After all, what Lin Xiao had demonstrated was merely a glimpse, and the extent of his unexhibited knowledge eluded Yu Lianqin's comprehension. What was undeniable, however, was that Lin Xiao was the most extraordinary talent she had encountered in her 1,000 years of cultivation. A prodigy, truly beyond human comparison. Yu Lianqin felt a pang of indignation. As the esteemed master of the alchemy peak, she had possessed the records of alchemy within her storage treasure for centuries. Yet, here she was, outmatched in understanding by a mere disciple of Zizhu Peak. How had Lin Xiao's mind developed in such a manner? She was utterly convinced that Lin Xiao had committed the entirety of records of alchemy to memory. Moreover, it was not merely memorization. He had a profound comprehension of every single character, capable of drawing inferences from them. For instance, he was currently refining the ultimate, invincible alchemical furnace. Lin Xiao not only possessed an intimate understanding of its internal structure, but was also actively working to rectify numerous inefficiencies. This endeavor had consumed 2 full hours without completion. As of now, it can be confidently asserted that Lin Xiao has completely redefined the art of alchemy. Originally, the Grand Furnace required the collaborative efforts of 100 alchemists of at least 3rd rank to produce a mere 3,000 to 5,000 medicinal pills in a month, with a significant risk of failure or even catastrophic explosions. However, through Lin Xiao's ingenious modifications, the outcome has astonishingly transformed. Now, only 53rd rank alchemists are necessary to yield between 6,000 and 8,000 pills in the same period. Costs have been halved, and efficiency has doubled. Moreover, each pill is of superior quality, with an average of 1 exceptional pill produced for every 10. Such terrifying efficiency leaves one in utter disbelief. The most critical aspect is that Lin Xiao has incorporated a series of stabilizing designs, minimizing the risk of explosions while ensuring extraordinarily high productivity. Naturally, this enhancement has significantly inflated the cost of the Grand Furnace. Yet with the sect leader standing by, Lin Xiao need not concern himself with finances. He is merely tasked with propelling their ambitions forward. As Lin Xiao unfurled the blueprints, the open space in front of the cottage was immediately filled to capacity, with some designs suspended in midair due to her outpouring of spiritual energy. Once everything was prepared, she eagerly urged, "Quickly, what shall we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao extended his hand. The sect leader, a Pequaniang realm powerhouse, promptly presented a brush the instant Lin Xiao made a gesture. "This portion requires distinct color annotations. It is of utmost importance," Lin Xiao articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the sect leader waved his hand, conjuring a myriad of colorful gemstones that floated in the air. "Shaolin, which color do you desire?" he inquired. Lin Xiao pointed to a red gem. Without hesitation, the sect leader unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, reducing the red gemstone to powder. He then retrieved a short-necked vial and poured forth a fragrant, crystalline liquid. The 2 components were blended, creating a dazzling red ink, which was presented to Lin Xiao. Without reservation, Lin Xiao dipped the brush into the ink resting on the sect leader's inkstone. As he sketched and wrote on the paper, he provided an explanation to the eager Lin Xiao. The sect leader, as if deciphering an ancient text, closely followed Lin Xiao, ensuring that the ink remained uninterrupted. Outside the barrier, Li Qian watched in astonishment, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Cradling his head in his hands, he felt as though he were witnessing the apocalypse. "This world has gone mad," Li Qian screamed internally. If the world had not gone mad, then surely he must be the one losing his sanity. How else could he explain the spectacle before him? The presence of a Yuaniang realm guardian was already extraordinary. Yet now 2 more Yuaniang realm individuals emerged. One, akin to a diligent student, bent over attentively listening to Lin Xiao's elucidations, occasionally posing questions. Each time Lin Xiao answered, her face would light up with the glow of enlightenment. Is this truly an expert of the nascent soul realm? When did Lin Xiao become a mentor for such formidable beings? This is astonishing enough, yet after enduring the trials at the hands of Li Qian could barely accept it. However, what left Li Qian utterly astounded was that another nascent soul expert was merely a subordinate. The very thought was unfathomable. A nascent soul master, reduced to assisting a golden core practitioner. The way he cradled the inkstone, as if fearing Lin Xiao would not utilize the ink, made one wonder if he was merely Lin Xiao's attendant. Not to mention the extravagant nature of the red ink's raw materials. If Li Qian was not mistaken, that red gem was none other than the legendary Tianyan crystal, a treasure revered for its ability to refine weapons. It is said to only exist in the depths of volcanoes that have lain dormant for over 10 millennia, a rare gem indeed. When crafting a weapon, merely a touch of its powder can elevate the weapon to the level of a spiritual treasure. Such treasures, known as spiritual weapons, are capable of birthing spiritual entities. The water mixed with it was the essence of the everlasting wood, which, with a single drop, could revive the dead. A true life-saving treasure. To think that such coveted items were merely utilized to concoct a pool of red ink for Lin Xiao's use? Extravagance. Utterly extravagant. What on earth had Lin Xiao done to deserve such a fantastical scene? Li Qian could scarcely fathom the answer. He was simply overwhelmed, profoundly overwhelmed. This sensation was akin to the sky collapsing. Simultaneously, Lu Qing was equally astonished, to the point of discomfort. He approached the sect leader and gently coughed to remind him. Sect master, please be mindful of your status. How can a dignified sect leader serve as an ink-mixing attendant for a junior of the Golden Core realm? Yet, as those words reached Li Qian's ears, they sent a jolt of horror through him. What? That bumbling nascent soul expert, dutifully carrying the inkstone and trailing behind Lin Xiao, was, in fact, the sect leader. Chapter 55, The Life-Saving Treasure. The sky is falling. In Li Qian's heart, he had already lost count of how many times the sky had fallen. He had met the peak master, Lu Qing, for the first time, let alone the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect. It was common knowledge that the esteemed sect master was a peak nascent soul realm powerhouse, the true pillar of the Flowing Cloud sect. The images of the sect master in the minds of countless disciples varied greatly. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 interpretations of a great celestial being. Yet, despite the many differing perceptions, there was one thing all disciples unanimously acknowledged. The sect master was undoubtedly a figure of unparalleled prestige and supreme status. However, at this very moment, what did Li Qian behold? The exalted sect master, who held an esteemed position in their imaginations, was actually trailing behind Lin Xiao, serving as an ink-grinding attendant. Li Qian's mind went blank. The scene before him swiftly receded, and the sounds around him grew increasingly muffled, ultimately transforming into a monotonous hum. After a brief moment, overwhelmed by the successive shocks, Li Qian could no longer endure. Stars danced before his eyes, and he felt dizzy. With a thud, he fell backward, fainting. In his final moments of consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. I must be dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Qing attempted to remind the sect master of his status, only to be dismissed with a wave of the hand. What status? Such things are but illusions. Lu Qing, feeling helpless, gazed at Lin Xiao, who was deeply engrossed in his drawings, growing increasingly agitated. Another hour passed, as Lin Xiao finally exhaled a long breath. The revised blueprints for the Grand Elixir Furnace were completed. In truth, revised was no longer an accurate term. Redesigned would be more fitting. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao respected originality. If that esteemed predecessor had not taken the first step 3,000 years ago, how could there be today? Thus, Lin Xiao insisted on naming the blueprints as a revision. The sect master, witnessing this, grew increasingly appreciative of Lin Xiao. Yu Lianqin, gazing at the myriad of blueprints, clapped her hands and declared, "This must be brought to fruition. It shall become the treasured legacy of my Pill Peak." The sect master, with a twinkle in his eye, chuckled, "Indeed. The Pill Peak could certainly benefit from such a grand creation as its emblem." Although the cost of this Grand Elixir Furnace was substantial, given the Pill Peak's financial resources, it should pose no issue, right? Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqin smiled triumphantly. The Pill Peak may lack in many areas, but it certainly possesses ample funds. However, she quickly realized, narrowing her eyes at the sect master, "You have quite the scheme. Only wanting my Pill Peak to foot the bill?" The sect master, realizing his cleverly laid trap had been seen through, could only smile wryly. "Of course not. The sect's treasury will contribute as well." Yu Lianqin huffed, her eyes beginning to envision the moment the Grand Elixir Furnace would be completed. Gathering all the blueprints, she solemnly placed them into her storage artifact. "Lin Xiao, these blueprints will undoubtedly be preserved in the alchemical records, with your name inscribed upon them, as long as the Flowing Cloud sect endures and the Pillar Peak remains unyielding. Your name shall undoubtedly echo through the ages." Lin Xiao, however, was indifferent to such superficial fame and merely offered a reminder. "Do not forget the predecessor from 3,000 years ago. He was the true pioneer." Yu Lianqin nodded in agreement, indicating that she would include that esteemed figure as well. Regrettably, the Alchemy Chronicles did not document names, so they could only refer to him as the predecessor. After organizing everything, Yu Lianqin turned to Lu Qing, expressing her anticipation. "Master Lu Feng, how about inviting Lin Xiao to my Alchemy Peak?" With Lin Xiao's extraordinarily profound understanding of the Alchemy Chronicles, Yu Lianqin would almost revere him as a treasure to be cherished and adored. However, Lu Qing blurted out, "No way." The speed with which it transpired seemed to reflect a fear that Lin Xiao might agree before the matter was settled. Yu Lianqin was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qing cleared his throat and added, "Although Lin Xiao possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy, he is equally formidable in cultivation. Such a prodigy cannot simply be lured away." The Jade Lattice Qin could not refute, for Lin Xiao was now a member of the Purple Bamboo Peak. She could only present him with a jade token, stating, "Lin Xiao, it is a pity that you are not one of my Dan Peak's disciples. Otherwise, I would have appointed you as the Deputy Peak Master. This is the Elder's Token of Dan Peak, which grants unrestricted access to any location within the peak, including the treasure vault. Furthermore, this jade token is crafted from Spirit Radiance Warm Jade. Merely wearing it renders one immune to any toxins and impervious to extreme cold and heat. However, it must not be lent to others. Should you inscribe a trace of your essence upon it, even if someone else obtains it, they will be unable to utilize it. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not decline such a precious item. As the token was handed over, the jade lattice Q and still cast a reluctant glance towards Lu Qing. The latter hastily added, Lin Xiao is already one of the elders of Purple Bamboo Peak, adorned in the golden pattern flowing cloud robe. With only the elder's bamboo token still in the works. Fearing that Lin Xiao might undervalue the bamboo token in comparison to the jade one, Lu Qing further elaborated. The material of the Purple Bamboo Peak Elder's bamboo token is also extraordinary, made from a millennium-old thunder calamity purple bamboo. When worn, it offers protection against lightning and wards off malevolent spirits. Lin Xiao nodded in admiration, realizing the remarkable efficacy of merely the token. With both tokens slung upon him, he was granted immunity to toxins, extreme cold, and heat, while also evading lightning and resisting malevolent forces. One could not help but wonder if the elder tokens from other peaks possess similar extraordinary properties. Upon contemplating this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at the sect leader. The latter paused, pursed his lips, and awkwardly replied, Ahem, indeed, the 9 peaks tokens each possess unique effects. However, beyond the 9 peaks, my sect lacks a formal structure. Hence there are no tokens to offer. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Observing his expression, the sect leader, unwilling to slight someone who had contributed to the Flowing Cloud sect, produced a talisman and said, Take this. It is 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. With a mere infusion of spiritual energy, it can transport you across 1,000 miles in an instant. A life-saving artifact, usable 3 times. After accepting the talisman, Lin Xiao sensed that the sect leader felt it insufficient. After all, given the abilities Lin Xiao had thus far demonstrated, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength within the Flowing Cloud sect in the future. If one were to meet an untimely demise before reaching maturity, it would indeed be a grave loss. In contrast, possessing a couple of life-preserving treasures is of little consequence. Thus, the master once again produced a cloud-patterned ring. Take this as well, wear it on your person. It can withstand a single strike from a nascent soul cultivator, should the need arise. Though it may only absorb 1 blow. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted it. Such precious artifacts. This cloud-patterned ring, when paired with the long-distance teleportation talisman, would allow him to traverse any location with ease, even if ambushed by a formidable nascent soul expert and caught off guard. He could withstand a blow with the ring and then instantly activate the teleportation talisman to preserve his life. With these treasures secured, Lin Xiao watched as the 3 mighty nascent soul cultivators departed, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder. He had initially intended to concoct the nourishing milk pill to attract lucrative alchemical business and amass spirit stones. Little did he anticipate that he would draw the master himself. This experience had yielded exceedingly bountiful rewards. The 2 life-preserving treasures were invaluable, far beyond the measure of spirit stones. Just the elder's token from the Pill Peak represented boundless wealth. With this token, Lin Xiao could freely access the Pill Peak's treasury, and naturally, he could avail himself of a portion of its riches. After all, it was the wealthiest Pill Peak. What treasures and rare materials could possibly be lacking? Ecstatic, Lin Xiao fondled the cloud-patterned ring, preparing to return indoors. However, as the barrier set by Lu Qing dissipated, Lin Xiao immediately sensed Li Qian's presence. Why is Old Li asleep? So weary, is he? Wake up, Old Li. This is not a place for slumber. In a daze, Li Qian slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, he jolted awake and quickly scanned his surroundings. Not spotting the master and his companions, he let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. That must have been a dream. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a figure suddenly materialized beside him. The master had returned. Li Qian's eyes widened in shock, a lump forming in his throat as he nearly gasped. The master, however, bore a gentle expression and addressed Lin Xiao. Little Lin, there's something I forgot to ask you. Would you be interested in being recognized as a personal disciple of mine? Chapter 56. Is this really fair? Li Qian swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. The return of the sect leader indicated that everything that had transpired earlier was no mere dream. 3 formidable beings of the Yuan-Ing realm encircled Lin Xiao. with one standing guard, another listening intently, and the strongest among them assisting. And now, the sect leader intended to accept Lin Xiao as a personal disciple? What did it signify to be a personal disciple of the sect leader? It meant that Lin Xiao was destined to become the next leader of the Lu Yun sect. Li Qian turned sharply to Lin Xiao, instinctively holding his breath in anticipation. Accept. Do accept. This was the seat of the sect leader. Faced with such an extraordinary opportunity, Lin Xiao, of course, would not refuse. Moreover, possessing the cloud pattern ring and the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman equipped him to confront most crises without the need for further caution. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao replied, "Of course, but I am currently under the tutelage of Elder Niu Bin from the Purple Bamboo Peak." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, the sect leader could not help but beam with delight. "Not to worry, I shall personally speak with him. And you will merely hold a nominal title. The formalities of apprenticeship have yet to be completed." With that, the sect leader vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Xiao in awe. He clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of envy. Truly, such is the prowess of a Yuaning master, arriving and departing like a wisp of smoke. I must hasten to attain the Yuaning stage. By the way, did you come to see me for something? Li Qian jolted back to reality, hastily clasping his hands in respect. "Oh, it's nothing, Lin Xiao, I mean, Lin Xiu. You are busy, so I shall take my leave." Originally, he had approached Lin Xiao regarding the matter of the minor ascension pill. Lin Xiao had offered to concoct one for him, but the more Li Qian pondered, the more he felt uneasy. After all, the minor ascension pill was a top-tier 5th-grade elixir, impossible for an ordinary person to produce. Could Lin Xiao truly manage it? Li Qian had his doubts. After much deliberation, he decided to clarify his concerns in person, lest he exhaust his family's wealth gathering the necessary materials for the minor ascension pill, only to see them squandered by Lin Xiao. Yet, upon arriving, he had witnessed the unprecedented spectacle of 3 Yuaning experts surrounding Lin Xiao. In that moment, enlightenment struck Li Qian like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xiao could command the attention of 3 Yuaning masters, one of whom was the sect leader himself. Was he merely an ordinary individual? How could he doubt Lin Xiao's ability to concoct the minor ascension pill? Nonsense. The man was now a personal disciple of the sect leader, though it might only be a nominal title. He had the potential to inherit the sect leader's position in the future. Would someone of such stature deceive him over a 5th-grade elixir? Li Qian's resolve solidified instantly. His foremost task was to gather the materials for the minor ascension pill. Everything else could be entrusted to Lin Xiao. Thus, amidst Lin Xiao's puzzled gaze, Li Qian strode away with purpose, his smile widening with each step. Once he was a considerable distance away, he let out a jubilant exclamation. "Woohoo! Ahahaha, I am on my way to achieving the golden core. I have succeeded." Meanwhile, as Niu Bin was changing clothes in preparation for attending the Zizhu Peak Outer Gate Oath Conference, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. "Who is behind me?" Niu Bin shouted, raising his hand to strike backward. However, his palm, infused with the formidable strength of the late gold core stage, seemed to land upon cotton, utterly dissipating its force. In an instant, he felt as though his hand was ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. A formidable presence. An invincible powerhouse. Niu Bin was taken aback, on the verge of calling for help. However, upon recognizing the figure behind him, his face blanched, nearly leading him to his knees. "Ah, master, esteemed sect leader, what brings you here?" "Ha ha ha. A misunderstanding. I thought it was that ruffian Ma Teng." The sect leader, with a gentle demeanor, waved his sleeve, releasing Niu Bin's hand. "No matter. I have come to inform you of something. Your disciple Lin Xiao is now officially recognized as my direct disciple, that you will still remain his master. No objections, I trust?" Niu Bin's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression eerily reminiscent of the Qing Niu. "Who, Lin Xiao?" He. The sect leader had already stated that this was merely a notification, and without waiting for Niu Bin's response, he continued, "Well, as long as there are no objections, I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Niu Bin shuddered, striving to process the information he had just received. After a considerable pause, he suddenly let out a peculiar cry and unleashed a furious punch into the air. Subsequently, he erupted into wild laughter. "Ha! What a treasure I have struck gold on! I always believed that this young man, Lin Xiao, would achieve extraordinary feats in the future. Previously, I had sought to befriend him, convinced of his remarkable potential, but never did I anticipate such greatness. This is no mere achievement. He is truly a dragon among men." A rare phoenix, standing out from the crowd, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Niobin cleared his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. In any case, this young man has a brilliant future ahead. As one of his nominal masters, surely the benefits will not elude me. With a heart full of pride and joy, Niobin swaggered toward the Oath Conference, his gait reflecting his elation. Ma Teng, busy managing the affairs of the event, turned to see Niobin's ostentatious demeanor and immediately scoffed. Look at you, grinning like that. What's the deal? Did Yang Wei recover? Is your wife finally expecting? Under normal circumstances, Niobin would have been furious, ready to confront Ma Teng. However, in this moment, he wore a beaming smile and replied nonchalantly, Go on, go on. Some people are just so mouthy that they lack virtue, and good fortune never comes their way. Ma Teng raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. This Niobin must have stumbled upon some treasure. After several rounds of pressing questions, Niobin could no longer contain himself and began to boast extravagantly. Upon hearing the details, Ma Teng was left utterly astounded. Oh, for heaven's sake! Ma Teng exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish, startling the disciples preparing for the Oath Conference. On what grounds do you presume this? Ma Teng, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Niobin, unleashing a torrent of invective. Yet, Niobin remained unfazed, twisting and turning with an audacious demeanor that incited Ma Teng to clench his fists in frustration. Without further ado, the two soon became embroiled in a tumultuous scuffle, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, Lu Mingfei, adorned in a form-fitting flowing robe, made her entrance at the heart of the assembly. Originally, the duty of representing the outer disciples at the oath-taking ceremony had fallen to Gao Zhong, a cultivator in the mid-foundation stage, due to Lin Xiao's absence. However, for reasons unknown, Gao Zhong adamantly refused to take the stage. Consequently, Lu Mingfei, possessing grace and charisma, and having recently emerged from seclusion with a breakthrough to the foundation stage, naturally assumed the role of disciple representative. Where are Master and Uncle Ma? Lu Mingfei inquired, surveying her surroundings. The disciple beside her appeared equally bewildered. I have no idea. They were here just a moment ago. The oath-taking ceremony, initially scheduled for the afternoon, was postponed to the evening due to the tardiness of elders Nio and Ma. One elder bore a swollen face, while the other limped noticeably. Under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples, the ceremony commenced. Lu Mingfei delivered a stirring speech, garnering resounding applause. Yet her enthusiasm waned in the absence of Lin Xiao amidst the crowd. The following morning, Lin Xiao received a peculiar task. Upon hearing the specifics, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief, Who? Me? Lead a team to compete for opportunities against outer disciples from other peaks? This is absurd. I am a golden core cultivator. Is this not a flagrant injustice? Chapter 57. Lin Xiao is only 20? Niobin took a sip of tea and began to elaborate. The 12th month is the time when each peak's inner sect recruits disciples. Following the oath-taking assembly, the sect will open the slaughter secret realm. All 9 peaks of the Lu Yun sect can send outer disciples to compete for rewards, which improve with strength, aiding the disciples in successfully establishing their foundations and entering the inner sect. Historically, while Zizhu Peak was not the weakest, it could only be considered mediocre. However, with your presence, Zizhu Peak is destined to vie for the top position. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although he understood Niobin's desire to claim victory, he was already at the golden core stage, competing for opportunities against a group of foundation establishment and chi refining disciples seemed rather undignified. Moreover, he was already adorned in the golden patterned Lu Yun robe, merely lacking the identity token to become a figure of elder status. Could he still be considered an outer disciple? Unexpectedly, Niobin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it not count? Let me ask you, what does your identity token say? Reluctantly, Lin Xiao produced the token, which bore the inscription of outer sect. Niobin grinned broadly. There it is. You are still a member of the outer sect, so why can't you participate? It's settled then. You shall lead without hesitation. With that, Niobin happily slipped away. In truth, prior to yesterday, Lin Xiao was disinclined to attend, and Niobin would not have pressed him. After all, there was Gao Zhong, a mid-foundation establishment disciple, who was quite formidable among the outer disciples. However, upon learning that Lin Xiao was a direct disciple of the sect master, Niobin's perspective shifted entirely. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to have Lin Xiao join. This was an opportunity for fame. What did it mean to be a direct disciple of the sect master? One day, Lin Xiao might possess the qualifications to compete for the position of sect master. While strength played a significant role, When competitors are equally matched, reputation becomes the deciding factor. The one who holds the hearts of the people is the true sect master. Although Lin Xiao was merely at the golden core stage now, the contest for sect master would likely be centuries away. And Niu Bin was uncertain if he would live to witness that day. Nonetheless, it was always prudent to plan ahead. Unable to resist Niu Bin's enthusiasm, Lin Xiao had to change out of the golden patterned robe and don the humble Lu Yun robe once more. A total of 10 disciples from Zizhu Peak would participate, including Lin Xiao, Gao Zhong, and Lu Mingfei, who needed no further introduction. Among the remaining participants were 3 familiar faces from a recent mission to exterminate evil cultivators, while the others were mid-chi refining disciples brought along to fill the ranks. On the day the secret realm opened, the sect would register each participating disciple. Name? Lin Xiao. Age? 20. Cultivation level? Early golden core. Golden core. Wait, what do you mean early? The disciple in charge of registration abruptly broke his brush on the paper, his face a mask of shock as he looked up at Lin Xiao. Subsequently, the disciple, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Hey, are you joking with me? At the early stage of the golden core. Why do you not claim the early stage of the nascent soul? Stand straight. Honestly report your cultivation level, or else I shall revoke your eligibility to participate." As soon as the disciple finished speaking and had not yet settled back down, Lin Xiao's expression remained tranquil as he gradually released his aura. Instantly, an invisible pressure descended upon the disciple like a mountain, weighing heavily upon his shoulders. "You." The disciple was taken aback, his face filled with terror. With a crash, the disciple could not bear the weight and fell backwards, landing heavily on the ground, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. In his fright, the disciple hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, I was wrong." Lin Xiao replied indifferently. "Is there a problem with being at the early stage of the golden core?" The disciple lamented, even bursting into tears. No problem. As he gathered his breath, the disciple felt a sense of relief and hurriedly picked up the broken brush. Trembling, he wrote the characters for early stage of the golden core behind Lin Xiao's name. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not engage in conversation with such a minor character and turned to leave. Lu Mingfei cast a glance at the disciple and advised, "We are all disciples of the Lu Yun sect. Please speak more calmly in the future. Do you understand?" The disciple nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. Once the people from Zizhu Peak departed, the disciple instantly sprang up, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! How dare a golden core disciple impersonate an outer disciple to seize opportunities and even threaten me? Lin Xiao, huh? I want to report you to the sect. I'll expose your deceitful behavior, and I'll make you my son." Rubbing his sore backside, the disciple limped towards the great hall. Each time the killing secret realm opens, a peak master oversees all affairs. This time, it happened to be the master of Dan Peak, Yulianqin. The disciple eagerly entered the great hall, indignantly clasping his hands together. "Master Peak, someone is impersonating an outer disciple, trying to seize opportunities, and even threatening fellow disciples. Please punish this individual severely." Previously, Yulianqin had been engrossed in studying the alchemical notes, thanks to the shock brought by Lin Xiao. Having become a nascent soul powerhouse after a century, she once again found the motivation to strive for excellence. Not to mention surpassing Lin Xiao in the mastery of alchemical notes. At the very least, she should understand what Lin Xiao is saying. Otherwise, as the peak master in her own field of expertise, not comprehending the professional knowledge of others would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Hearing someone report, Yulianqin impatiently asked, "Who is it? Do they have the audacity to come here without knowing I am present?" The disciple, seeing this, became even more agitated. "This person is named Lin Xiao from Zizhu Peak, though he is clearly at the golden core level. He falsely claims to be only 20 years old and pretends to be an outer disciple. Master Peak, please act swiftly to capture this scoundrel and punish him without leniency." Upon hearing this, Yulianqin's mind momentarily went blank. Lin Xiao is only 20 years old. An outer disciple? She had previously been unaware of Lin Xiao's age. After all, once a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, their lifespan significantly increases, making it difficult to discern their age based on appearance alone. However, she never anticipated that Lin Xiao was merely 20 years old. Yulianqin was momentarily taken aback, even doubting whether Lin Xiao was pretending. Yet suddenly, certain details resurfaced in her mind. For instance, Lu Qing had once mentioned that Lin Xiao had rescued his daughter during a trial mission on Zizhu Peak. Trial missions were exclusive to the outer sect. Once one ascended to the inner sect, only bounty tasks remained. Moreover, The place where Lin Xiao resided lacked even a gathering spirit formation, clearly indicating that he was not within the inner sect of Zizhu Peak, but rather in the outer sect area. Even those who accompanied Lin Xiao revealed clues. When she had sought Lin Xiao, 2 men and a woman had been present in the room. The woman, clad in a flowing robe adorned with cloud patterns, was an inner sect disciple. The 2 men, however, hailed from the outer sect. What inner sect golden core cultivator would forge friendships with 2 outer sect disciples? One of them was even only at the mid-stage of chi refining. So it turns out, this lad is indeed 20 years old. Yu Lianqin reached a conclusion, feeling utterly astonished once more. Glancing down at the alchemy notes, she felt as if the sky had fallen. An extraordinary prodigy. How could someone of merely 20 years grasp the alchemy notes so thoroughly? It was utterly disheartening. Yu Lianqin felt a wave of defeat wash over her. Nevertheless, this young man, so youthful and handsome, although he was only at the golden core stage now, his future was limitless. Achieving nascent soul should be well within reach. Ripples stirred in Yu Lianqin's eyes. Her tongue brushed against her delicate red lips, her legs unconsciously closing together as she murmured, In terms of knowledge, young Lin Xiao surpasses me, but in terms of charm, a flirtatious smile suddenly graced Yu Lianqin's mature visage. With hundreds of years of experience in captivating men, how could she not ensnare at Chapter 58, Deception? The disciple, noticing that Yu Lianqin had no intention of apprehending Lin Xiao, could not help but remind her, Peak Master. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly at the golden core stage, yet he dares to masquerade as an outer disciple to participate in the slaughtering secret realm. Such actions severely undermine fairness. I implore the Peak Master to act swiftly and capture this rogue. Yu Lianqin, lost in daydreams of Lin Xiao succumbing to her charm, was abruptly interrupted and felt displeasure. I am aware of the situation. You may leave now. The disciple, alarmed by her response, stammered, Peak Master. Before he could finish, Yu Lianqin retorted sharply, Why are you still here? Do you require a mere foundation establishment disciple to instruct me on how to handle matters? Startled, the disciple dared not utter another word. Retreating from the hall in indignation, muttering to himself, Damn it. How can the Peak Master be so lenient with Lin Xiao? This is intolerable. I must report this. He was about to abandon his current tasks to seek out others to inform them of Lin Xiao's deception when he suddenly spotted an elder clad in a golden threaded robe. Bowing respectfully to a congenial middle-aged man, referring to him as Sect Master. The disciple's spirits soared at this sight. Could it be that the Sect Master had arrived? If the Peak Master neglects to address Lin Xiao's impersonation, surely the Sect Master would not turn a blind eye. Rushing forward, he called out from a distance, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Sect Master. A grave matter has arisen within the slaughtering secret realm. I beseech the Sect Master to make a decision. Indeed. It was the Sect Master. He typically would not attend such trivial affairs, but recent signs indicated a resurgence of malevolent cultivators. He was eager to seize any opportunity to enhance the strength of the Lu Yun sect disciples. Oh, what is the matter? The disciple, brimming with excitement, recounted the tale of Lin Xiao's impersonation with fervor, embellishing it further by portraying Lin Xiao as a brazen and unreasonable individual, quick to resort to violence. However, as he spoke, he failed to notice that the kindly smile on the sect master's face had faded without his realization. Upon hearing the entire account, the sect master, with an expressionless demeanor, clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, You claim that Lin Xiao's cultivation is at the golden core stage. Hence he cannot possibly be an outer disciple, let alone be merely 20 years old, correct? The disciple nodded vigorously. Indeed, such a prodigy cannot exist. The sect master replied with a faint smile, Have you verified this? The disciple was taken aback. Verify? Is that truly necessary? He soon observed the sect master's expression turn cold as he asked, What does the management regulation state? When encountering individuals of unclear identity or suspected of deceit, how should one proceed? The disciple froze, hastily bowing his head. One should go to the mountain where he resides, find the elder responsible for that peak to verify. And if deception is confirmed, then take action against him. The sect master snorted again. And how did you proceed? The disciple instantly broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless. He had grown accustomed to his arrogance, so when Lin Xiao diminished his pride, he felt a profound sense of humiliation and consequently disregarded the requirements outlined in the management regulations. Instead, he presumptuously concluded that Lin Xiao was an impostor and reported him to Yu Lianqin. However, the disciple refused to accept this, countering, Even if I did not adhere to the rules, a mere golden core cultivator like Lin Xiao could not possibly be an outer sect disciple. let alone at the tender age of 20. Upon hearing this, the sect master replied calmly, "Your lack of acquaintance with such individuals does not denote their absence." The disciple was left speechless, grappling with the absurdity of the notion. Could a 20-year-old golden core cultivator truly exist in this world? Otherwise, how could the sect master possibly shield Lin Xiao? Returning to the sect master, he was determined to maintain his skepticism. Yet, before he could finish, the sect master stated with a tranquil demeanor, "Lin Xiao is my direct disciple. Do you dare to question my words?" At this declaration, the disciple fell silent, his previous doubts evaporating instantly. The phrase direct disciple indicated that Lin Xiao was among the most gifted individuals in the entire Luyan sect. Only those destined to become future nascent soul powerhouses would be taken under the sect master's wing. The disciple was incredulous. Realizing he had been questioning a potential nascent soul expert, he immediately broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing with disbelief. Indeed, there existed a 20-year-old golden core cultivator. How could a person be so prodigious? At the age of 20, he had still been a mere chi refinement novice, while Lin Xiao had already attained the status of an elder. Though he had encountered geniuses before, he had never seen anyone like Lin Xiao. Realizing he might have provoked a future nascent soul powerhouse, the disciple's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Although a character of his insignificance might not linger in Lin Xiao's memory, and he could potentially use this incident as a boastful tale, the fact remained that Lin Xiao was a future nascent soul figure who would not feel trepidation. Before he could ponder further, the sect master waved his sleeve dismissively. "Failing to adhere to the regulations, you shall report to the discipline office for punishment." The disciple dared not defy the order and left with a mournful expression, as if he had just lost a loved one. Lin Xiao, however, bore no grudge. He was merely an inconsequential figure. Tomorrow morning, the killing secret realm would convene. With straightforward rules, a series of trials awaited. Upon entering the secret realm, participants would face wave after wave of demonic creatures, spirit beasts, and other adversaries. Initially, they would confront foes of the chi refinement early stage, and upon defeating them, they would automatically advance to the next level, where the enemies would be slightly stronger. This pattern would continue through subsequent levels. Each peak would dispatch 10 disciples to take on the challenges in succession. For each level conquered, a point would be earned. The total score of the 10 disciples would represent their peak's cumulative score, which would be ranked accordingly. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. Additionally, a personal leaderboard would also be maintained. The top 10 disciples with the highest points will receive additional opportunities and rewards, rumored to be exceedingly generous. However, for Lin Xiao, who is at the golden core stage, such rewards likely hold little significance. Thus, Lin Xiao's sole desire is to swiftly assist the purple bamboo peak in improving its ranking, aiming to secure first place with certainty. Unexpectedly, that very evening, an incident occurred. "Damn it, the rascals from Liu Peak, I'll fight you to the end." A thunderous roar echoed from the front courtyard, followed by a surge of spiritual energy that erupted with a resounding crash. Lin Xiao, engrossed in his practice of the mystic bird visualization technique, was startled awake and immediately rose to venture outside. Simultaneously, Looming Fei from the adjacent room emerged, the emerald glow in her eyes still lingering, indicating she had also been cultivating her spirit. What transpired? Lin Xiao pondered, striding towards the source of the commotion. However, he collided head-on with the flustered Gao Zhang, who was limping and clutching his swollen face, his expression rife with indignation. Noting Gao Zhang's distress, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What happened?" Gao Zhang, filled with fury, replied, "Lin, those from Liu Peak are resorting to underhanded tactics. A Peak Foundation establishment inner disciple deliberately made a mistake, was demoted to the outer sect, and has come to participate in the killing secret realm. The others were dissatisfied and confronted him, but when it came to blows, they were no match at all. One of our disciples from Purple Bamboo Peak was nearly crippled." Chapter 59. I Want You Dead. Lin Xiao's expression darkened upon hearing the words. This was no mere conflict among disciples, it had escalated to the level of blood feud. "Take me there," Lin Xiao commanded, striding forward without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, many disciples lay on the ground, writhing in agony. "Brother Lin, it's him." Gao Zhang pointed at a young man, who stood with an air of arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority akin to a phoenix perched among chickens. Lin Xiao's consciousness swept over the figure, confirming Gao Zhang's assertion that this individual was indeed at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, an invincible presence among the outer disciples. At that moment, someone shouted angrily, "Su Wei, do you have any shame? How many years have you been in the inner sect?" The moment you heard that the reward for first place in the killing secret realm is the minor ascension pill, you resort to such disgraceful tactics, right? As soon as the words fell, others echoed in agreement. Exactly. The minor ascension pill was clearly prepared for us outer disciples. What right do you, an inner disciple, have to stir up trouble? Su Wei, a Peak Foundation establishment disciple from Liu Peak, spread his hands and retorted, "What do you mean I covet the minor ascension pill? I warn you, don't slander me. I made a mistake in the inner sect and was expelled, relegated to the outer sect. Is there any issue with participating in the killing secret realm as an outer disciple?" Hearing this, the crowd was momentarily speechless. Gao Zhong huffed in anger, cursing, "Bah, beast. For the sake of the minor ascension pill, you even dared to peep at your fellow sect sister bathing and steal her intimate garments." Su Wei's expression shifted instantly, and he grit his teeth in fury. "Gao Zhong, I just slapped you, and you're still not satisfied? Do you want to die?" Gao Zhong, holding his face, showed no signs of fear, bolstered by Lin Xiao's presence behind him. "If you're so bold, come and kill me. You think you can do whatever you want, and no one is allowed to speak against it?" Su Wei's face darkened considerably. He had indeed committed those acts and was undeniably here for the minor ascension pill. After all, it was the minor ascension pill, with his Peak Foundation establishment cultivation on the verge of breaking through to golden core. Possessing the minor ascension pill would guarantee his success in forming his core. Who could resist such temptation? Moreover, there was a specific rule within the inner sect's regulations. Those who insult fellow disciples or steal their belongings would be expelled from the inner sect. Su Wei had brazenly committed both offenses and had even orchestrated the situation to ensure the victim noticed, drawing the attention of others. Although such actions would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, everything was worth it for the minor ascension pill. As for losing his inner sect status? Once he successfully formed his core, he would have plenty of means to reclaim it, for this was a world that valued strength above all. Yet here he was, a dignified Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, being ridiculed by Gao Zhong, a mere mid-foundation establishment disciple. Who could tolerate such humiliation? With a cold glare, Su Wei approached Gao Zhong, intent on delivering another blow to his face. Gao Zhong instinctively recoiled, hastily seeking refuge behind Lin Xiao. Su Wei was taken aback, casting a glance at Lin Xiao, and scoffed. "Oh, a mid-foundation stage high-ranking disciple is not even the strongest at Zizhu Peak? What cultivation do you possess that dares to stand in my way?" As Su Wei's consciousness swept over Lin Xiao, he suddenly froze. He realized that although Lin Xiao stood right before him, he could not perceive him at all. How could this be? Su Wei, skeptical, attempted again. His consciousness still met with nothingness, as if Lin Xiao did not exist. This phenomenon typically indicated one of two scenarios. Either Lin Xiao's cultivation surpassed his own, intentionally concealed, or Lin Xiao had mastered a secret technique for hiding his presence, rendering him undetectable. Su Wei leaned towards the latter explanation. After all, this was the outer sect. His Peak Foundation stage cultivation should allow him to stride confidently. How could there be an outer sect disciple with a higher cultivation than his own? If that were the case, wouldn't that imply a golden core disciple? A golden core disciple from the outer sect? That would be an insult to everyone's intelligence, wouldn't it? Thus, despite being unsure of Lin Xiao's cultivation, Su Wei remained unafraid, pointing at Lin Xiao and declaring, "Now, I will count to 3. You, get lost, understand?" Lin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his height imposing as he looked down at Su Wei with an expressionless demeanor. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, Su Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his brows furrowing in irritation. Do you not understand human speech? If it weren't for this being the sect. However, Su Wei's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Xiao, who remarked, "If you still want your finger, you might want to retract it." Su Wei halted, his face a picture of disbelief. Oh, so audacious. He incredulously turned to his fellow disciples from Liu Peak, who immediately mocked him. "Wei Ge, he's threatening you." Wow, are all the Zizhu Peak disciples this bold? Wei Ge, teach him a lesson. Damn, not only is he handsome, but he's also so arrogant. Has this kid's brain been kicked by a mule? Wei Ge is at Peak Foundation stage. Su Wei sneered, turning back. "Kid, do you know my cultivation is?" He intended to flaunt his strength, demonstrating the oppressive power of a Peak Foundation stage. Yet, just as he was about to finish, the words Peak Foundation stage barely left his throat when Lin Xiao, with lightning speed, seized Su Wei's finger. With a sharp crack, the finger that had been pointed at Lin Xiao snapped like a mere carrot. The sound of shattered bones was unmistakable. Following that was Su Wei's piercing scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. His index finger had been a full 90 degrees towards the back of his hand, and under the pressure of Lin Xiao's spiritual energy, the bones had nearly turned to dust. The entire finger hung limply from his palm, resembling a thick, cooked noodle. The astonishing scene rendered all present utterly speechless. The grievous state of Su Wei's fingers sent chills down everyone's spine, a true testament to the brutality of the moment. How ruthless! At this juncture, Lin Xiao stood poised, his demeanor as tranquil as if he had merely snapped a carrot in half. I had warned you. If you wish to keep your fingers, you ought to retract them. The notion that one's fingers are intimately connected to the heart rings true. How could Su Wei not feel the agony of such a catastrophic blow? He writhed on the ground, lamenting in pain, tears streaming down his face. I want you dead. I want you dead. Su Wei roared in furious rage, his animosity towards Lin Xiao palpable enough to be felt in the air. Though he lay on the ground, his eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed on Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, revealing his peak foundational cultivation. Witnessing this, the onlookers turned pale, hastily retreating. This was the peak of foundational cultivation. I want you dead. Su Wei bellowed with rage. A blade of light, forged from concentrated spiritual energy, materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Lin Xiao's heart. The sheer ferocity of this peak foundational strike sent waves of terror through the spectators. If they were in Lin Xiao's place, even with their protective spiritual energy activated, they would likely meet the fate of having their hearts pierced. Could Lin Xiao withstand it? Chapter 60, Have you let him go? Can Lin Xiao endure this? Such a ludicrous question would never cross the minds of the disciples on Zizhu Peak. This gentleman has already become a legendary figure among the outer disciples. Have you ever encountered an outer disciple at the Golden Core stage? No? Well, now you have. Su Wei, wielding peak foundation establishment realm prowess, launched a full-force assault that no one present could withstand. Even Su Wei himself would find it hard to endure such a blow. However, the opponent facing the strike is Lin Xiao, with his golden core cultivation enveloping him. The mere aura of spiritual energy surrounding his body is sufficient to render any foundation establishment attack moot. Thus, Lin Xiao does not even need to evade. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lowered, casting a dismissive glance at Su Wei, as if observing a foolish and attempting to lift an elephant with all its might. Nevertheless, this act of disdain appeared quite bizarre in the eyes of others. Lin Xiao is not dodging. The crowd gasped in astonishment, instinctively widening their eyes. This was a strike from a peak foundation establishment powerhouse, and it bore elements of a sneak attack. How could Lin Xiao not even attempt to evade? It is crucial to note that this strike was aimed directly at his heart. Should the protective spiritual energy be breached, the consequences would be fatal, the heart pierced, leading to immediate demise. Is Lin Xiao so confident that he feels no need to dodge, or is he simply oblivious to the impending danger? Many began to lean towards the latter assumption. After all, Su Wei is a peak foundation establishment expert. In the outer sect, such a cultivation level is tantamount to invincibility. How could Lin Xiao, even being the strongest outer disciple of Zizhu Peak, withstand an assault from a peak foundation establishment cultivator? Surely, Su Wei's speed was too swift for Lin Xiao to react in time. However, just as the crowd braced themselves, anticipating the gruesome sight of Lin Xiao's blood splattering, Su Wei's sword energy suddenly struck Lin Xiao's form. A resounding clang echoed. The seemingly formidable sword energy, upon striking Lin Xiao, felt as though it had collided with a steel plate, failing to penetrate. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. He blocked it? Lin Xiao actually withstood a blow from a peak foundation establishment cultivator with his protective spiritual energy? How astonishing! What level of cultivation does this Lin Xiao possess? At that moment of collective astonishment, Su Wei's expression changed dramatically. For, at the instant his sword energy impacted Lin Xiao's protective spiritual energy, countless fine cracks appeared almost instantaneously. While others might not perceive this change, Su Wei, as the attacker, felt it deeply. The sword energy shattered. Su Wei's breath hitched, disbelief washing over him. He is a peak foundation establishment cultivator, an invincible entity within the outer sect. To unleash such a desperate strike, even benefiting from the element of surprise, and to have Lin Xiao remain utterly unmoved, merely relying on the most fundamental protective spiritual energy to obliterate his sword energy. How could this be possible? Yet, no matter how much Su Wei doubted, this series of events had undeniably transpired. He lifted his gaze in terror, staring at Lin Xiao. What level of cultivation does this person possess? Could it be that he, like myself, has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, Lin Xiao took a slow step forward. The sword aura, pressing against his heart yet utterly impenetrable, suddenly erupted with a resounding crash. It shattered into fragments. The shards of sword light scattered, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Shattered? What? What is happening? A strike from the pinnacle of foundation establishment that couldn't even tear his clothing. Yet shattered so easily. Hiss, what kind of cultivation does this purple bamboo peak possess? How formidable? Could it be at the golden core stage? Nonsense. Aside from the elders, how could there be disciples at the golden core stage in the outer sect? Perhaps, like Su Wei, he utilized some means to transition from the inner sect to the outer sect. But that doesn't add up. If he were a golden core expert, why would he still require a minor ascending elixir? Ah, yes. Perhaps both are at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. But why is there such a vast disparity in strength? The crowd was astounded, engaging in fervent discussions. As for Su Wei, the central figure in this scenario, he hurriedly shifted back as Lin Xiao advanced. What do you intend to do? That last strike had genuinely terrified him. Adding to that, Lin Xiao had effortlessly crippled one of his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, a deep-seated fear of Lin Xiao began to take root within him. Apologize. At that moment, Lin Xiao spoke coolly, gesturing with his chin towards Gao Zhong. Gao Zhong was taken aback, clutching his swollen cheek, feeling a sense of triumph. Stepping forward, he glared at Su Wei and barked, "Damn it, apologize to me." Upon hearing this, Su Wei, seated on the ground, was instantly filled with indignation. Apologize? As a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, having ascended to the inner sect for decades, how could he possibly apologize to a mid-foundation establishment Gao Zhong? No. Just as Su Wei was about to roar a vehement refusal, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao narrowing his eyes slightly. This minuscule action sent a shockwave through Su Wei's heart. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite Lin Xiao never revealing his true realm, Su Wei instinctively felt a profound fear. Without doubt, Lin Xiao was at least above the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As for the golden core realm, Su Wei deemed that improbable. After all, the greatest benefit of the slaughter secret realm was the minor ascending elixir, which held no value for those at the golden core stage. However, even if Lin Xiao were at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Su Wei dared not act recklessly. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao had effortlessly shattered his full-force strike, which was truly chilling. Moreover, he had already lost a finger. If a confrontation were to ensue with Lin Xiao, he would likely find himself at a complete disadvantage. Though anger coursed through him, a sliver of rationality lingered in the depths of his mind. He had risked tarnishing his reputation to join the outer sect solely for the sake of that minor ascending elixir. As long as he can attain it, he is quite confident in his ability to ascend to the golden core stage. In comparison to the golden core realm, nothing else holds significance. Should he act impulsively now, risking the outcome of tomorrow's performance and losing the minor ascension elixir, everything would be in vain. He must endure. A true man can bend and stretch. Su Wei gritted his teeth and slowly rose from the ground. The several subordinates of Liu Peak instantly perked up, cheering him on. Brother Wei, go for it. Gao Zhong, who do you think you are to demand an apology from Brother Wei? Brother Wei, take action. Upon hearing this, Su Wei's expression darkened. He shot a fierce glare behind him, immediately silencing his subordinates. Then, with trepidation, he swept a wary glance at Lin Xiao, followed by a humiliating look towards Gao Zhong. Ultimately, under the witness of all present, his cheeks twitched as he uttered, "I'm sorry." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd was astounded. An apology? Just like that? Without a hint of resistance? Wasn't he supposed to be invincible outside with his peak foundation establishment cultivation? The disciples of Liu Peak were even more perplexed, exclaiming in alarm, "Brother Wei, what are you doing? You're at peak foundation establishment. What do you have to fear?" Hearing this, Su Wei was seething with rage, wishing to turn and scold them. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? The primary goal is the minor ascension elixir. What does it matter to swallow a moment of humiliation for the sake of the elixir? Once he ascends to the golden core stage, he can reclaim any lost dignity. Su Wei snorted in anger, suppressing the pain in his fingers, and turned with gritted teeth, saying, "Ziju Peak, is it? I will remember this. Wait for me." Having said that, he intended to leave first to tend to his injuries and prepare for tomorrow. However, before he could take a step, he heard Lin Xiao scoff, "Did I permit you to leave?" Chapter 61. A resounding slap. Su Wei halted abruptly, turning around in fury. "What did you say?" Lin Xiao would not repeat his words. Instead, he continued, "You take advantage of your superior cultivation to bully others in the outer sect. And you even left Gao Zhong's face bruised. And now you merely utter an apology and think you can walk away? Such fortune does not come so easily." Upon hearing this, Su Wei's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? Lin Xiao merely smiled, offering no reply. He patted Gao Zhong on the shoulder and gestured towards Su Wei. Go, give him a slap. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers were left speechless. To them, Su Wei, a peak foundational cultivator, had already displayed remarkable humility by losing a finger and apologizing to Gao Zhong. Yet Lin Xiao was evidently dissatisfied. He wanted Gao Zhong to strike Su Wei. Was it appropriate for a mid-foundation cultivator to slap a peak cultivator? It was utterly preposterous. Su Wei, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. Damn it! Just because the tiger does not roar, do you assume I am a sickly cat? To submit and apologize. To endure the humiliation of losing a finger was one thing, but to be slapped by Gao Zhong? Was he no longer regarded as a person? Even Gao Zhong, standing beside Lin Xiao, widened his eyes in disbelief. He hesitated, moving his hand and swallowing hard. Lin Gu, are we really going to do this? If he were to slap Su Wei, Gao Zhong could not fathom how Su Wei would save face. Surely, he would not back down again? That would be utterly cowardly. Lin Xiao, sensing Gao Zhong's reluctance, felt helpless. He intended for Gao Zhong to vent his frustrations and restore the dignity of Zijou Peak. However, Gao Zhong himself seemed to falter in resolve. Just do it. With me here, let us see if he dares to retaliate. Lin Xiao stated unequivocally. Gao Zhong's spirit surged. With Lin Gu's encouragement, what was there to hesitate about? Even if Su Wei resisted, what could he possibly achieve? With this thought, Gao Zhong raised his hand and strode forward boldly. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Was he truly going to do it? The members of Liu Peak, their eyes reddened. Shouted Wei Gu. Su Wei's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Gao Zhong. As they stood face to face, Su Wei's expression soured to an extreme. Gao Zhong, you dare. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a slap echoed. With Lin Xiao's support, the fearless Gao Zhong showed no hesitation. The crisp sound reverberated around them, stunning everyone as if struck by lightning. He truly did it. The members of Zijou Peak were utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Su Wei, having endured the slap, was instantly engulfed in fury. His aura surged violently, his energy boiling within him like a cauldron of boiling water, his spirit liquid churning incessantly. He glared at Gao Zhong, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed ready to annihilate Gao Zhong completely. The sudden intimidation left Gao Zhong momentarily stunned, however. Upon recalling Lin Xiao behind him, he immediately returned the glare. Su Wei trembled with rage, his cheeks swollen and sore from the slap. His fury was on the verge of eruption, yet a glance towards the unyielding Lin Xiao sent a shiver down his spine. He conjectured that should he confront Lin Xiao, victory would be elusive. For the sake of the Golden Core plan, endure. Su Wei grunted in anger and bellowed, you all wait for me. And then, there was nothing more. Su Wei, akin to a defeated rooster, scuttled away with his tail between his legs. Instantly, laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha! Turns out he is just a coward. How disappointing. I thought a fight was imminent, yet he fled without a sound. Impressive, indeed. To endure at the peak of foundation establishment without retaliating. This is the inner disciple of Liu Peak, even more cowardly than I am. In contrast, the leader from Zijou Peak is truly formidable. Indeed, when one of their own is attacked, they retaliate. Zijou Peak is commendable. That leader seems to be named Lin Xiao. It must be said, he is quite a figure. What is his cultivation level? Unknown, but according to disciples from Zijou Peak, he is immensely powerful, exceedingly so. Could he truly be at the peak of foundation establishment? How astonishing that an outer disciple can reach such heights. Perhaps he hails from the inner sect. Regardless, he is impressive. I've long found Su Wei displeasing, flaunting his superior cultivation. Indeed, Lin Xiao is also at the peak of foundation establishment. Look at him. So unassuming yet unafraid. Zijou Peak has truly gained honor this time. As discussions unfolded, the group from Luoyu Peak swiftly retreated, utterly lacking the courage to remain. Gao Zhong, brimming with excitement, approached Lin Xiao and exclaimed, Brother Lin, that was exhilarating. Lin Xiao smiled, feeling a delightful sense of satisfaction within. Even without having reached the Golden Core realm, he would not flaunt his prowess. A scoundrel, demoted to the outer sect for peeping on his junior sister while bathing. Dares to strike? Who indulges you? With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Xiao hummed a tune as he returned to his quarters. Lu Mingfei hurriedly followed, not forgetting to turn back and tell Gao Zhong, go find Elder Niu for some healing medicine. Tell him what just happened, and he will surely reimburse you. Gao Zhong grinned widely, nodding repeatedly. The events of today have been utterly humiliating. to endure such disgrace and yet flee in silence. The disciples of Liu Feng have likely cursed Su Wei countless times in their hearts. However, given the formidable cultivation of their opponent, who would dare to speak out? Yet, even if they remained silent, could they not cast him a disdainful glance? Su Wei, with a sullen expression, swept his gaze over those outer disciples who had recently lavished him with flattery, inwardly cursing, a bunch of sycophantic fools. They have no understanding of my far-reaching strategies. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing must impede the imminent trials of the killing secret realm. The lesser ascension pill must be secured. Once he attains the golden core stage, what enmity cannot be avenged? This fleeting humiliation is of little consequence. Even if Lin Xiao stands at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, potentially stronger than himself, he could never surpass Su Wei within the confines of the killing secret realm. With an angry snort, Su Wei discreetly pressed his storage bag. He possesses a trump card. By fortunate chance, he had obtained a treasure that could temporarily grant him the strength of the golden core stage. Though the duration is brief, it is nonetheless golden core power. What if Lin Xiao is stronger? At best, he is merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Within the killing secret realm, he can only navigate the challenges of his own realm, and the golden core level. Lin Xiao cannot succeed. With his hidden strength, Su Wei is certain to surpass Lin Xiao. Once he acquires the lesser ascension pill, Su Wei glanced at his nearly ruined fingers, his expression darkening. Lin Xiao? You better wait for me. Soon, a night passed. Determined to obtain the lesser ascension pill, Su Wei clenched his fists and, upon seeing Lin Xiao leading the disciples of Zizhu Peak, his expression turned cold. Lin Xiao, today I shall make you aware that my retreat last night was not due to my inability to defeat you, but rather my understanding of patience. The killing secret realm will reveal the truth. Chapter 62. Are you going to hit me? Lin Gu, that fellow is glaring at you, Gao Zhong whispered, his gaze turning fierce as he shot a glare back at Su Wei. Lin Xiao initially intended to ignore the situation, but Su Wei, unable to contain his simmering anger, strode forward menacingly. You must be Lin Xiao, right? After the humiliation you inflicted upon me last night. Today I shall make you understand what it means to endure humiliation and bear the weight of disgrace. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Gao Zhong scoffed derisively. Huh, a coward is still a coward. You talk of enduring humiliation. How shameless. Su Wei's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, Gao Zhong, you, a defeated underling, dare to insult me so? Gao Zhong grinned, positioning himself beside Lin Xiao. Without uttering a word, he spat contemptuously, aiming a glob of saliva at Su Wei's shoes. Su Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily stepped back to avoid it. With a furious glare, he seethed through clenched teeth, You truly seek death. Unfazed, Gao Zhong crossed his arms defiantly. Then go ahead and make a move, if you have the guts. Come at me. Su Wei's fists were clenched tightly, yet he cast a wary glance at Lin Xiao and ultimately refrained from attacking. Instead, he huffed angrily. The slaughter secret realm is approaching. I shall deal with you afterward. Gao Zhong's disdain only deepened, and he retorted, You're even more cowardly than a woman. Su Wei's teeth ground audibly, his eyes blazing with fury. What else do you know besides relying on others for support? With an exaggerated shrug, Gao Zhong swayed mockingly. Oh, I only rely on others. If you have the courage, hit me. Come on, hit me. In a display of utter disregard for the decorum expected of a foundational practitioner, Gao Zhong began to dance wildly. Are you going to hit me? Are you going to hit me? Su Wei was beside himself with rage, panting heavily as wisps of white mist escaped his nostrils. If looks could kill, Gao Zhong would have been mercilessly slaughtered. Su Wei gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, nearly drawing it. Yet, a sudden glance at Lin Xiao, who was observing him with a sidelong gaze, sent a chill down his spine, clearing his mind. With the slaughter secret realm imminent, he had endured such humiliation the night before. There was no reason for him to falter now. Humph. After the slaughter secret realm, I will ensure that you all regret this. He spat out a feeble threat and forcefully turned away. Gao Zhong shook his head in disdain, his contempt palpable. The other disciples from the mountain peaks echoed his sentiments, casting scornful glances. Even the disciples of Luoyu Peak suffered from the fallout of Su Wei's humiliation. The derisive stares felt like countless steel needles piercing the hearts of the outer disciples from Liu Peak. Finally, one disciple could no longer hold back. Staring at Su Wei's retreating figure, gritting his teeth, Su Shixiang, why do you not dare to strike? Is Lin Xiao truly at the golden core stage? Su Wei's expression darkened as he reprimanded. What nonsense are you spouting? He cannot possibly be at the golden core level, at most. He is at the peak of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, the disciple remained perplexed. Why does Brother Su refuse to engage in a duel with him? Instead, he repeatedly retreats, enduring humiliation that tarnishes the reputation of Luoyu Peak. Su Wei's expression darkened further. He pursed his lips, unable to articulate a word. After all, his ambition was the minor ascension pill, and everything revolved around his personal gain. Yet, the collective reputation of Luoyu Peak suffers as a result. How could one possibly voice such a trait of collective honor for personal benefit in front of others? Refrain from further discourse. You all should focus on navigating the trials of the killing secret realm, and leave the rest to me. I shall ensure that Luoyu Peak secures both the top of the mountain and the individual first place. When the time comes, the benefits of first place will absolve any misgivings about my actions. Upon hearing these words, the members of Luoyu Peak fell silent. However, the whispers around them continued to evoke a sense of shame. At last, the killing secret realm was opened. An elder loudly articulated the rules of the realm and cautioned about various matters of importance. Yu Lianqin leapt from the pavilion, gracefully hovering above a tranquil expanse of water. With a flick of her storage bag, a key made of glass material materialized in her hand. She infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to descend directly into the water. In the instant it touched the lake's surface, 9 enormous doors slowly rose, aligning in sequence. These bronze gates stood an impressive 20 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters wide, side by side like a formidable wall. They were adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts, exuding an aura that was both ancient and robust. Yu Lianqin descended, her cloud boots having vanished, leaving her delicate, fair feet resting upon the surface of the lake. With a gentle tap at the center of the bronze gate, all the doors swung open simultaneously, revealing a vast white vortex within. Yu Lianqin turned to face the crowd, stating calmly, "The killing secret realm has commenced. Each peak may select a door to enter, with each individual granted but one opportunity." The eager disciples immediately stepped forward. Naturally, the first group to embark consisted of the weakest among them. As they endeavored to navigate the trials, they would also gather intelligence on the earlier challenges for their fellow sect members. From Zizhu Peak, a disciple named Lin Xiao, whose cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, was among the participants. Other peaks sent forth individuals of similar cultivation levels. Once inside the killing secret realm, the 9 individuals entered through the gates. Above each bronze door, a leaderboard materialized, displaying 2 characters, 1-1. The former indicated the entrance number, while the latter represented their successful attempts at overcoming challenges. At this moment, all 9 were tackling the first trial. Those waiting outside could not see the unfolding events within, yet they felt a surge of tension and excitement. Soon, the numbers began to shift. The adversaries in the first trial were all at the initial stage of qi refinement, and all 9 succeeded without significant issue. However, upon reaching the second trial, the opponents were at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and soon some began to reveal their true weaknesses. Within one gate, the vortex suddenly roiled, ejecting a disciple from its grasp. With a splash, he fell into the lake, his face a mask of terror, struggling for what seemed an eternity before managing to rise. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this individual bore a jade token at his waist, identifying him as a disciple from Dan Peak. With her eyes closed, Yu Lianqin muttered a disdainful remark about the embarrassing situation. However, she could not entirely blame her disciple, as Dan Peak primarily focused on cultivating alchemists. Consequently, although his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, his combat techniques were considerably lacking. Following his elimination, the leaderboard was fixed at 1-1. Before long, disciples from other peaks began to drop out one after another. Aside from Dan Peak, which had not even advanced past the second round, all others faltered at the third round. Thus, Dan Peak earned 1 point while the other peaks each garnered 2 points. The second batch of disciples then entered the fray. This time, all participants, in the mid-stage of qi refinement, were decisively defeated by opponents in the late stage of qi refinement during the third round. Each peak accumulated 2 points. Rapidly, the third and fourth batches followed. At this juncture, the disparity became apparent. Dan Peak was indeed lacking in strength, while other peaks had already dispatched disciples in the late stage of qi refinement, whereas they continued to send out those in the mid-stage. Peaks such as Luoyu Peak, Wudong Peak, and Songjin Peak, which were primarily combat-oriented, swiftly widened the gap. Although Zizhu Peak was not particularly strong, it was not weak either, thus hovering around the mid-ranking positions. Lu Mingfei calculated and shook her head, stating that under the current circumstances, Zizhu Peak's final ranking would likely be 5th. Upon hearing this, Gao Zheng chuckled. What if we consider Brother Lin? Chapter 63. Lu Mingfei strives, Gao Zheng falters, Lu Mingfei's dilemma. If Lin Xiao is included, what significance do the other peaks hold? The intervention of a golden core cultivator leaves no room for competition. Lu Mingfei blinked, nudging Lin Xiao with her elbow, whispering, should you not hold back a little? Let the other peaks save some face. Within the realm of slaughter, each level passed in the Qi refining stage earns 1 point, while each level in the foundation establishment stage garners 3 points. However, for the golden core stage, each level completed directly awards 10 points. Thus, Lin Xiao, by overcoming the initial challenges of the golden core stage, could easily surpass the arduous efforts of the others in the Qi refining stage, who would have to clear 10 levels to match him. Had Su Wei not appeared, Lin Xiao would have certainly shown some restraint, merely aiming to secure a narrow lead of 1 or 2 points to claim first place for Zizhu Peak. But now, with Su Wei from Luoyu Peak in the fray, Lin Xiao had no choice but to shake his head. No, I must go all out. Lu Mingfei, perceptive as ever, quickly inquired, do you believe Su Wei poses a threat? Lin Xiao nodded, offering his analysis. Last night, he engaged in a conflict with Gao Zhong, indicating he is not a man of composure. Yet, after I incapacitated his finger and he was humiliated by Gao Zhong, he managed to endure, which is quite unusual. His goal is evident, the coveted reward of the first place small ascension pill. Therefore, he must strive to overcome as many levels as possible. Since he has encountered me, he should understand that merely clearing the peak levels of the foundation establishment stage is insufficient. He must also excel in the golden core challenges. The fact that he has endured suggests he possesses the confidence to surpass me in the slaughter realm and seize first place. Lu Mingfei's eyes widened in realization. So, he likely has a trump card for clearing the golden core challenges. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Indeed, hence I will not hold back and will give it my all. Lu Mingfei raised her fist, softly encouraging, go for it. It was rare to see Lu Mingfei display such enthusiasm, prompting Lin Xiao to steal a few more glances at her. It must be said that Lu Mingfei was truly captivating. She had left a stunning impression upon their first meeting, and even now, her beauty remained striking. Moreover, her figure was commendable. Lin Xiao recalled his earlier encounter with the blood-old ghost, where he had executed a move reminiscent of a protective embrace. At that moment, most of his focus had been on the blood-old ghost, but now, reflecting back, he could not help but notice Lu Mingfei's figure. Clearing his throat to maintain his composure, he was unaware that his gaze had been entirely captured by Yu Lianqin, who was observing from a distance. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Young Lin Xiao is indeed fortunate. Yu Lianqin, barefoot upon the lake's surface, contemplated some schemes to undermine Lu Mingfei. Humph. Lu Mingfei, daughter of Lu Qing, I shall not compete with you for a man. However, this Lin Xiao indeed stirs something within me. Well, you are both young. There will be plenty of time for you to be together in the future. Lending Lin Xiao to me for a while wouldn't be out of the question. The jade curtain lute murmured to herself, her mind adrift in thoughts unknown. With her inherently mature visage, she now displayed an expression of alluring desire. Not far away, a few disciples caught sight of her, their throats parched and eyes furtively glancing. Such subtle gestures, of course, did not escape the notice of the formidable beings of the nascent soul realm. A mere glance from the jade curtain lute sent several disciples trembling and averting their gazes. Meanwhile, outside the realm of slaughter, the disciples from various peaks had largely completed their trials. In the overall rankings, Sangjin Peak, Liu Peak, and Wudong Peak remained locked in a fierce contest. Finally, disciples of the foundation establishment stage began to take the stage. Following the hierarchy of cultivation, Lu Mingfei, in the early stage of foundation establishment, was the first to enter the fray. Be cautious in all matters, Lin Xiao advised, to which Lu Mingfei appeared to momentarily lose her composure, hurriedly responding, I know. With her fellow disciples' ambiguous gazes upon her, the young woman steeled herself and dashed into the secret realm. As soon as she departed, Gao Zhong turned to a junior disciple with a solemn expression, reiterating, be cautious in all matters. The junior, a true performer, shyly twisted about, playfully striking Gao Zhong's chest and coyly declared, I know instantly. Laughter erupted among the disciples of Zizhu Peak. Gao Zhong could no longer contain himself, toppling the junior and exclaiming, damn it, why don't you act properly? Do you truly have a taste for boys? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, rolling his eyes at the antics of these lively characters. However, if Lu Shimi were truly to speak in such a delicate manner, Lin Xiao shivered, promptly abandoning the thought. The rankings on the bronze door soon began to fluctuate, with Lu Mingfei representing 8-1, 8-2, 8-3. Ultimately, the numbers settled at 8-6. The disciples of Zizhu Peak gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Lu Shiji even defeated those in the mid-foundation establishment stage? A remarkable challenge. Lu Shiji truly lives up to her status as the sect leader's daughter." Gao Zhong also clicked his tongue in admiration, remarking, "If I were to face her, I would probably be the one to lose." Due to Lu Mingfei's success in challenging beyond her level, she forcibly added 3 more points to her score, significantly elevating Zizhu Peak's position on the leaderboard. Luoyu Peak, 26 points. Sanjun Peak, 26 points. Zizhu Peak, 26 points. Wudong Peak, 25 points. Dan Peak, 21 points. Originally, Zizhu Peak was meant to have only 23 points, placing them 5th. Lu Mingfei's impressive performance allowed her to surpass an additional mid-foundation establishment challenge. Each challenge at the foundation establishment level added 3 points. Thus, Zizhu Peak ascended into the top 3, tied with the first 2. When she emerged, utterly exhausted, the direction of Zizhu Peak erupted in cheers, with disciples expressing their reverence for Lu Mingfei. Strength is always respected, especially when it belongs to one's own senior sister. Such a dazzling display inevitably drew the ire of competitors. Soon, it was time for the 9th disciple from each peak to take the stage, all of whom were uniformly in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Moreover, every individual exerted their utmost strength. After all, the foundational realm's trial was a mere 3 points. Gao Zhang took a deep breath and plunged into the secret realm. As the scene before him shimmered, he encountered the first challenge, 2 ferocious wolves at the initial stage of qi cultivation. In an instant, Gao Zhang dispatched them with ease, continuing his relentless advance. After a fierce battle, he successfully navigated through the initial stage of the foundational realm. However, upon reaching the mid-foundational stage, Gao Zhang's expression suddenly darkened. What was happening? He shouted into the void. The response echoed in his mind. This secret realm is connected to the consciousness of the nascent soul realm outside. I cannot reveal my aura, nor can I utilize your techniques, lest I be discovered. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhang's countenance shifted dramatically. What nonsense is this? My mid-foundational cultivation stems from your blood refinement sect's secret methods. If I cannot employ my techniques, how am I any different from someone at the initial foundational stage? Within him, the voice of the blood refinement ancestor scoffed. Then abandon it. For the sake of a trivial trial, do you truly wish to expose yourself as a heretic? Enraged, Gao Zhang gritted his teeth and declared, I have stated that I am not a heretic. We are merely mutually beneficial. The voice in his mind fell silent. Yet Gao Zhang's blood refinement techniques remained inaccessible. As he saw his mid-foundational opponent charging towards him swiftly, Gao Zhang, unwilling to yield, roared defiantly and engaged with his initial foundational cultivation. However, the disparity in cultivation levels was glaring. With a thunderous crash, Gao Zhang was sent flying, crashing onto the surface of the lake. The onlookers from Purple Bamboo Peak were instantly taken aback. What transpired? Did senior brother Gao fail to overcome the mid-foundational challenge? Witnessing this, Su Wei, brimming with suppressed rage, seized the opportunity to mock him with a derisive laugh. Ha! A worthless fool who cannot even prevail against his own realm. All of your efforts at Purple Bamboo Peak have been squandered by this incompetent. Ah. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, smack, Lin Xiao suddenly darted forward and delivered a resounding slap across Su Wei's face. The impact left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 64. The bet no one anticipated that Lin Xiao would suddenly take action. Su Wei and Gao Zhang, harboring grievances, were eager to see Gao Zhang meet a gruesome fate as retribution for the humiliation of the previous night. Witnessing that Gao Zhang, despite being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had failed to overcome even a peer-level challenge, they could not suppress their schadenfreude. In a moment of excitement, they openly ridiculed him. Had this been before, Su Wei would have certainly considered Lin Xiao as presence before speaking, for if he provoked Lin Xiao, it could jeopardize his chances of obtaining the minor ascension pill. However, at this moment, the killing secret realm had entered its most intense phase of competition. Surrounding them were not only disciples from various peaks, but also the outer sect elders who had gathered in the adjacent pavilion. Not to mention, the formidable Yu Lianqin, a nascent soul expert, was also present. Under the watchful eyes of all, how could Lin Xiao dare to act? With this thought in mind, Su Wei boldly mocked Gao Zhang. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Lin Xiao struck the instant he finished speaking. The swiftness of the blow was beyond expectation, leaving Su Wei utterly unprepared. The force of the slap nearly knocked his teeth out and sent his mind into a brief state of dizziness. The disciples from Luoyu Peak and Zizhu Peak were taken aback, gazing at Lin Xiao in disbelief. They had not anticipated that he would disregard the occasion, the elders, and even the nascent soul powerhouse, opting instead to act without a word. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Lin Xiao shook his arm and coldly remarked, "Care to try saying one more word?" Su Wei, filled with rage and clutching his swollen cheek, glared at Lin Xiao with eyes full of malice. "You." Lin Xiao, he ground out through clenched teeth, wishing to cast aside his pursuit of the minor ascension pill to confront Lin Xiao directly. However, as he met Lin Xiao's indifferent gaze, a shiver ran through him, and he felt humiliated. Just you wait. Ultimately, he resolved to endure. The crowd from Luoyu Peak lowered their heads, covering their faces, utterly embarrassed. Yet, while Su Wei could restrain himself, others could not. Inside the pavilion, the outer sect elder from Luoyu Peak was seething with fury. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "What an arrogant young pup! I am still present, yet you dare to openly strike a disciple of Luoyu Peak." As soon as he finished speaking, the secretly pleased Niu Bin immediately retorted, "What of it? If the disciples of Liu Peak speak insolently, they deserve to be slapped." The outer sect elder glared in disbelief, his anger turning to incredulity. "Niu Bin, is this how you conduct yourself as an elder? You do not intervene in your disciples' brawls." Niu Bin, unfazed, replied, "Brawl? It's only a brawl when both sides are fighting. That disciple of Luoyu Peak is acting like a coward. Even when he is being ridiculed, he doesn't dare resist. Is that what you call a brawl?" At these words, the other elders could barely suppress their laughter, finding it increasingly difficult to contain themselves. Had they not been fellow disciples, they would have undoubtedly burst into laughter. The elder from Luoyu Peak was infuriated, pointing a finger at Niu Bin. Such moral decay. Yet one wonders about their capabilities. Show us your prowess with just a couple of moves. Niu Bin has never been one to shy away from challenges. However, today a spotlight is not on him. Having Lin Xiao participate in the slaughtering secret realm is intended to elevate his reputation, laying the groundwork for future competition for the sect leader position. Naturally, the limelight must also shine on Lin Xiao. Thus, Niu Bin chuckled and said, "Why should we engage in a pointless fight? It's not as if I am the one slapping you. We have a ready-made comparison, don't we? Lin Xiao and Su Wei are the last to take the stage. Let us place a wager on who can surpass more levels." The elder from Luoyu Peak's eyes glinted with delight at this suggestion. That could work. What shall the stakes be? Niu Bin, licking his lips, seized the opportunity to strike it rich and quickly produced an item from his storage bag. The powder of the heavenly flame crystal, though not abundant, holds a value of 20,000 spirit stones. The elders were taken aback, astonished by Niu Bin's extravagance. The Luoyu Peak elder's expression twitched, hesitating. Should I take the bet? Niu Bin's lavishness indicated his confidence in Lin Xiao. However, could Lin Xiao truly surpass Su Wei? Even if Lin Xiao reached the peak of Foundation Establishment, he could at most conquer the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment. Yet Su Wei holds a trump card. He is guaranteed to surpass the 9th level of the early Golden Core stage. With this thought, the Luoyu Peak elder felt reassured. "Very well, I shall wager with you. If you lose, this vial of heavenly flame crystal powder belongs to me. If I lose, I shall compensate you with 20,000 spirit stones." Niu Bin was overjoyed at this prospect. However, he maintained a facade of calmness. "Excellent, let us have Master Yufeng witness this." Moments later, Yu Lianqin arrived at the pavilion. Upon hearing of their wager, she cast a sympathetic glance at the Luoyu Peak elder. "I shall serve as a witness." The Luoyu Peak elder was elated, narrowing his eyes at Niu Bin, as if to say, "You brought Master Yufeng here yourself. Should you lose, there will be no excuses." With Yu Lianqin as a guarantor, Niu Bin dropped his pretense, laughing heartily. 20,000 spirit stones are as good as mine." The other elders were left dumbfounded, unsure of where Niu Bin's confidence stemmed from. Only Yu Lianqin saw through it all. Had it not been for her position as peak master, she would have eagerly jumped into the fray to seize some profit. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, oblivious to the unfolding events, frowned slightly as he observed the visibly ashamed Gao Zhong. "What is wrong?" This inquiry was not a reprimand, but rather an expression of concern. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao found it perplexing. Gao Zhong, clearly at the mid-foundation establishment level, should have no difficulty surpassing the same level challenges. Everyone else had succeeded, with Lu Mingfei even triumphing over a higher tier. Why had Gao Zhong faltered so unexpectedly? Lu Mingfei, equally bewildered, asked, Did senior brother Gao encounter some trouble? Seeing the concern from both, particularly as Lin Xiao had just taken action against the mocking Su Wei, Gao Zhang felt even more shame. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After all, within him resided the soul of an ancient evil cultivator from the blood-refining sect. And his mid-foundation cultivation was a gift from this malevolent entity. Should the blood-refining ancestor seal his techniques, his cultivation would become utterly useless. Yet, how could he articulate such a truth? Gao Zhang shook his head in bitter resignation, nearly burying his face in the ground. I am sorry to everyone, especially to junior sister Lu. The foundation establishment stage is a critical juncture. Lu Mingfei had already managed to elevate the points for Purple Bamboo Peak to a parity with the top two peaks. However, due to his predicament, the gap widened once more. Upon hearing this, how could anyone possibly cast blame? Moreover, there was still senior brother Lin providing support. Senior brother Gao need not feel guilty. Everyone has their off days, and with senior brother Lin around, first place is assured. Gao Zhong sighed, casting a furtive glance at Lin Xiao. Fortunately, Lin Xiao harbored no suspicions and simply nodded. Rest now. Let me take over from here. Meanwhile, the 9th disciples from other peaks began to emerge in succession. The 10th from each peak, the strongest among them, stepped forward. They determined the final rankings for each peak, while simultaneously vying for the coveted personal prize, the minor ascension elixir. However, everyone was well aware that the true competition lay between only two individuals. The rest were merely there to run alongside. Let us proceed. Chapter 65. The mysterious bird catches insects, a great nourishment for the soul. Lin Xiao's figure flickered, arriving before the bronze door. At that moment, Yu Lianqin also descended from the loft, standing beside the 9 grand doors. She divided a thread of her soul and whispered into Lin Xiao's ear, "Take it easy. Elder Niu from Zizhu Peak has made a bet with others. If you cannot surpass Su Wei, you will lose a vial of Tianyin crystal powder." Lin Xiao was taken aback by her words, then helplessly glanced towards the loft. At the window, Niu Bin was frantically waving his fists. "The master of Yufeng is well aware of my cultivation level. There is no chance of losing." Yu Lianqin was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lin Xiao could also communicate through the soul. It is known that a cultivator's soul is typically quite weak, only undergoing a qualitative change upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Such a technique of soul communication is generally only attempted by late-stage golden core cultivators. How could Lin Xiao, merely in the early golden core stage, possess such formidable soul power? Just as Yu Lianqin was astonished, Lin Xiao stepped into the slaughter's secret realm. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself standing in an expansive grassland. A character appeared in the sky, indicating this was the first trial. 2 early-stage Qi cultivators materialized, their expressions vacant yet their movements fluid. As the countdown concluded, they charged towards Lin Xiao without hesitation. Such easy adversaries were swiftly dispatched by Lin Xiao. Just as he was about to commence the second trial, an unexpected change occurred. In his mind, the totem of the mysterious bird visualization, the black mysterious bird, seemed to come to life. Accompanied by a crisp cry, the mysterious bird soared high and circled within Lin Xiao's consciousness. The sudden occurrence prompted Lin Xiao to delve into his mind to investigate. Previously, such visions only manifested when he was actively engaging the mysterious bird visualization. But now, he was not in motion. Why was it moving on its own? While Lin Xiao pondered this mystery, 2 wispy tendrils of white smoke gradually drifted into his mind. The moment they entered, the white smoke vibrated rapidly, eventually transforming into 2 slender insects. The mysterious bird, with its profound gaze, swept over them, let out a cry, and dove down, instantly capturing the 2 little insects and swallowing them whole. Watching the spectacle unfold, Lin Xiao felt dizzy, unable to comprehend what was happening. However, it soon dawned on him. Has my soul grown stronger? The mysterious bird consuming the 2 insects was akin to it taking a nourishing medicine, not only solidifying its own form but also reciprocally enhancing Lin Xiao's soul, albeit slightly. Though the increase was modest, it was indeed a rapid and stable enhancement. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, and an idea flashed through his mind. He withdrew his consciousness from his mind, returning to reality. The option for next trial floated in the sky, which Lin Xiao confirmed. The second trial commenced, revealing once again 2 dull-witted cultivators, now at the mid-Qi stage. After effortlessly dispatching them with a sword strike, he quickly returned to his mind. Indeed, as he had anticipated, 2 threads of white smoke appeared, entering his mental realm and transforming into 2 little insects once more. However, compared to before, these 2 small insects have grown considerably. The Xian bird devoured them in one bite, and Lin Xiao's spirit once again advanced. To his surprise, This place of slaughter held such remarkable effects for him. Lin Xiao rejoiced. He had initially thought he would gain no benefits, yet the greatest advantage turned out to be the realm of slaughter itself. Within this domain, all foes seemed to manifest as condensed spirits. Thus, after eliminating an enemy, they reverted to their ethereal form resembling white mist, subsequently consumed by the Xian bird. Moreover, the stronger the adversary, the more nourishing the spirit insects produced. What a treasure! Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled, his motivation instantly soaring. Onward to the next challenge. At this moment, outside the bronze door, many individuals furrowed their brows. The disciples from other peaks were striving to pass their trials. Among them, the more formidable disciples from Sangjian Peak and Wudong Peak, all at the mid-foundation stage, had reached the pinnacle of the Qi training level, confident they would soon succeed. Remarkably, Su Wei had already advanced to the 6th level of the mid-foundation stage. In stark contrast, the slowest was not Dan Peak, but Lin Xiao from Zizhu Peak, who was still at the 2nd level. Everyone was momentarily stunned. A disciple from Zizhu Peak murmured, "What is Brother Lin doing? Has he fallen asleep?" Gao Zheng was equally bewildered. "This can't be. What is Brother Lin up to? Hurry up and clear the levels." Lu Mingfei tilted her head, staring blankly at the inscription 10-2 on the bronze door. This was not right. Logically, Lin Xiao should have been forging ahead relentlessly, even if he weren't the fastest. He certainly couldn't be the slowest. Stuck at the mid-Qi training level, something must have gone awry. However, the disciples of Zizhu Peak placed their faith in Lin Xiao, while those from Luoyu Peak harbored doubts. They glanced at Su Wei's 10-7 and then at Lin Xiao's 10-2, unable to contain their delight. Wasn't it said that Lin Xiao was exceptionally talented? How could he be stuck at the 2nd level? Could it be that he couldn't even surpass the mid-Qi training level? Damn, Su Wei seemed so timid, and I thought Lin Xiao was formidable. Turns out, he is not all that impressive. I'm faster than him. The disciples of Liu Peak exchanged glances at the scores, unable to resist taunting the disciples of Zizhu Peak. At this rate, the first place undoubtedly belongs to us from Luoyu Peak. Ha ha ha, is Lin Xiao really your secret weapon? Doesn't he seem that remarkable after all? I was so worried about maintaining our lead, and yet this is the outcome? Upon hearing these words, the disciples of Zizhu Peak gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet, there was nothing they could do. Lin Xiao remained stagnant. What on earth was happening with Brother Lin? The disciples of Luoyu Peak, witnessing the silence from Zizhu Peak, wore expressions of uncontainable pride. The face they had lost due to Su Wei's earlier performance seemed to have been regained in this moment. After all, the advantages of being first are truly deserved. As long as there are benefits, who would continue to complain about Su Wei? On the contrary, at this moment, Su Wei, who was advancing with unstoppable momentum, once again transformed in their eyes into that impressive senior brother of the inner sect. And Lin Xiao? Merely a facade. Meanwhile, within the loft, Niu Bin stared in astonishment at the leaderboard. Beside him, Elder Luoyu Peak was grinning from ear to ear. Ha, Brother Niu. Is this what you referred to as the strongest outer sect disciple in the history of Zizhu Peak? Hardly impressive. The other elders joined in laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. Niu Bin had previously boasted about Lin Xiao's prowess, leading everyone to believe he was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Yet, how did reality diverge so drastically from his descriptions? Niu Bin's lips twitched, his brow furrowed. He firmly believed in Lin Xiao's abilities and thus snorted dismissively. It's just the beginning. What is there to panic about? Elder Luoyu Peak laughed heartily. Ha. Indeed, it's just the beginning, and yet you are already so far behind. We shall see who prevails. However, I must remind you to take out that Yinjing powder beforehand, lest you refuse to accept defeat. Niu Bin snorted coldly, unwilling to back down. You better have those 20,000 spirit stones ready for me. The two were at odds, their eyes fixed intently on the leaderboard. At that moment, Lin Xiao had just confirmed the secrets between the Slaughter Secret Realm and the Xian Bird Visualization Technique. As long as he defeated enemies, he could enhance his spirit. The system could only provide cultivation, but the spirit required personal training. Thus, how could he possibly miss such a splendid opportunity? After a brief pause, Lin Xiao's scorecard finally moved. Chapter 66. Su Wei passes the Golden Dan barrier. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao unleashed his sword, instantly vanquishing the enemies conjured by the Slaughter Secret Realm, transforming them into two wisps of soul that were drawn into his mind. The mystical bird, Xin Yao, welcomed these souls without hesitation, consuming and refining them expeditiously. This process required a modicum of time, as Xin Yao was still relatively feeble and needed to digest slowly. Once the refinement was complete, Lin Xiao felt a surge of vitality as his soul's strength advanced, prompting him to embark on the next challenge. Upon reaching the 5th level, he encountered adversaries of foundational cultivation strength. The soul entities had grown remarkably robust. Previously, the soul creatures from the Qi refinement stage were no thicker than a finger. But now, those from the foundation establishment stage were comparable to a thumb and even more solid. As Xianyao refined them, Lin Xiao felt a significant enhancement in his soul's potency. Even when faced with a peak Golden Dan master, he would not be outmatched in a contest of souls. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered a remarkable utility of Xianyao. This entity could be summoned at will. It was as if Lin Xiao had a spirit companion residing in his mind. With just a thought, he could manifest it for collaborative combat. Notably, Xianyao's attacks targeted the soul, an area where most cultivators were particularly vulnerable. It was indeed a formidable weapon. With Xianyao's current strength, even a peak Golden Dan cultivator could not withstand a direct blow to their soul. Of course, peak Golden Dan cultivators were not foolish enough to remain stationary for Xianyao's assault. Thus, this technique was best employed for stealthy strikes. With a mere thought, a small, pitch-black Xianyao materialized before him, ready for action as he commenced the next stage. 2 mid-foundation cultivators appeared, wielding their weapons and charging at Lin Xiao with ferocious spiritual energy. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's command, Xianyao transformed into a bolt of black lightning. With a swift thrust, its sharp beak pierced through one foe, causing the mid-foundation cultivator's body to deflate with a sound reminiscent of a punctured balloon. In an instant, the cultivator's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed, lifeless. Though his body bore no marks, his soul had suffered catastrophic damage. As the first adversary fell, Xianyao swiftly returned to replicate the assault, annihilating the soul of the second mid-foundation cultivator. Lin Xiao effortlessly passed this stage without lifting a finger. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. While Xianyao's soul attacks could be countered by vigilant cultivators, within the confines of the slaughter secret realm, the enemies lacked independent consciousness. Even as their cultivation levels increased, they remained devoid of true thought, appearing rather simplistic. This undoubtedly provided Xianyao with the perfect opportunity for ambush. Now, with Xianyao's strength sufficient to severely injure peak Golden Dan cultivators, could it be said that, with proper maneuvering, he might conquer the trials of the peak Golden Dan stage? If Xianyao were to consume the soul entities refined from the demise of a peak Golden Dan cultivator, to what level would it ascend? Could it potentially extinguish the soul of a nascent soul cultivator? Lin Xiao found himself hesitant to contemplate further, for the more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. On to the next challenge. As the strength of the mysterious bird intensified, its ability to refine the soul-devouring insects accelerated correspondingly. Naturally, Lin Xiao's pace in overcoming the trials also quickened. However, when compared to others, his speed seemed akin to that of a sluggish snail. The outer disciples of Cangjian Peak and Wudong Peak had already completed their challenges long ago. Unsurprisingly, with their mid-foundation stage prowess, surmounting trials of the same level was a mere formality. Yet, to challenge beyond 1's level, as Lu Mingfei had done, proved exceedingly arduous, an endeavor no one could achieve. Presently, only Su Wei and Lin Xiao remained engaged in their trials. Lin Xiao had only just passed the 6th barrier at the mid-foundation stage, eliciting grimaces from onlookers. In stark contrast, Su Wei had astonishingly advanced to the 8th barrier and continued onward. He was audaciously attempting the 9th barrier of the initial Golden Core stage. Witnessing this, the outer disciples, oblivious to the circumstances, erupted in astonished exclamations. Was he truly going to proceed? That was the Golden Core stage. Had he lost his mind? Was Su Wei at the pinnacle of the foundation stage? Where did he find the audacity to challenge the Golden Core trial? Perhaps he was merely testing the waters. For as long as he withdrew in time, his life would not be in jeopardy. However, such experimentation seemed reckless. The foundation stage against the Golden Core stage was utterly unfeasible. What merit was there in attempting such a thing? Indeed, what if an accident occurred? Would that not spell certain doom? Could it be that the pressure from Lin Xiao of Zizhu Peak was too immense? To secure first place, he felt compelled to take the risk with the Golden Core trial. Yes, upon your remark, it indeed seems plausible. Yes. If both only surpassed the 8th barrier at the pinnacle foundation stage, then in total scores, Luoyu Peak would emerge victorious, yet their individual scores would merely be a tie. Su Wei's ambition was the personal first-place elixir, the small ascension pill. He would certainly not be content to share a tie with Lin Xiao, and thus must strive. This reasoning holds merit, Yet why do I feel he has overestimated Lin Xiao? At this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, based on Lin Xiao's current performance, it was evident that Su Wei had overestimated him. Both were at the pinnacle foundation stage. Yet Su Wei had reached the golden core trial, while Lin Xiao remained at the 7th barrier. Although the speed of passing trials does not determine the final score, it does suggest that Su Wei's strength was likely superior to Lin Xiao's. If we were to deduce from this situation, whether Lin Xiao could pass the 8th barrier remained questionable. Though the foes conjured within the realm of slaughter were somewhat predictable, their strength was undeniably genuine. Facing 2 foundation pinnacle cultivators simultaneously at the 8th barrier, without means and practical combat experience, overcoming it would be quite challenging. The crowd shook their heads, unreservedly expressing their skepticism toward Lin Xiao. The disciples of Liu Peak exhibited immense excitement and pride, as if the throne of first place was already within their grasp. After all, considering Lin Xiao's current progress, even if fortune favored him and he managed to pass the 8th barrier, Liu Peak would still lead Zizhu Peak by 3 points in total scores, thus securing first place. The advantage of securing the top overall position, though incomparable to achieving individual first place, still holds immense value, amounting to several thousand spirit stones. For the outer sect disciples, this is an immeasurable fortune. However, what baffles the disciples of Liu Peak is that Lin Xiao's performance is evidently inferior to that of Su Wei. Why are the disciples of Zizhu Peak so unconcerned? Whether it be Lu Mingfei, Gao Zhang, or others of a lesser realm, they exhibit no anxiety whatsoever. In fact, they are engaged in laughter and conversation. What could possibly explain this? Are these individuals truly oblivious? Particularly Gao Zhang. If Lin Xiao and Su Wei were to share the same score, Zizhu Peak would have succumbed due to Gao Zhang's dismal performance alone. It would not be an exaggeration to label Gao Zhang as a burden, undermining the efforts of everyone involved. In such a critical moment, how can he still manage to smile? The disciples of Zizhu Peak, having seen their chance at first place slip away, remain unfazed, sharing camaraderie with the very cause of their misfortune. Truly, the disciples of Liu Peak can only shake their heads in disbelief, lamenting their naivety. At that very moment, a gasp echoed through the air. Su Wei has successfully surpassed the Golden Core checkpoint. Chapter 67. Is Lin Xiao all right? A sudden exclamation drew the attention of everyone towards the bronze door. They beheld that beside Su Wei's name, the 10-9, which had been flickering incessantly, had ceased its motion and transformed into a radiant gold, glimmering as if gilded. This signified a triumphant passage through the 9th barrier. Su Wei had successfully navigated the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, leaving them in a state of disbelief. How could this be possible? Wasn't Su Wei at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm? How could he overcome the trials of the Golden Core stage? Even though the adversaries conjured within the secret realm of slaughter tended to be somewhat simplistic, their strength was undeniable. Moreover, the 9th challenge featured 2 early-stage Golden Core cultivators. This meant that Su Wei, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, not only triumphed over a Golden Core opponent, but did so while facing 2 adversaries simultaneously. Was this even conceivable? The disciples from other peaks were left utterly stunned. Even those from Liu Peak were rendered speechless. By heaven! After a prolonged silence, a voice broke through the shock, sparking a cascade of astonished exclamations. Questions erupted from the crowd directed at the disciples of Liu Peak. How on earth did your senior brother Su accomplish this? In response, the disciples of Liu Peak stood there, dumbfounded, unable to articulate a coherent answer. How did he achieve this? How could a peak Foundation establishment cultivator defeat a Golden Core realm opponent, and against 2 at that, emerging victorious? Despite their confusion, one thing was undeniably clear. Liu Peak had emerged victorious. A resounding certainty enveloped them. First place in total scores, and Su Wei had secured the top personal rank as well. 2 firsts. After all, clearing the Golden Core stage granted 10 points. There was no way they could lose. Could it be that Zizhu Peak held any hope that Lin Xiao would also clear the Golden Core trials? What a ludicrous notion. Furthermore, even if Lin Xiao managed to clear the Golden Core stage, he would only contend for individual honors against Su Wei. In terms of total scores, Liu Peak still led Zizhu Peak by 3 points. It was utterly implausible that Lin Xiao could not only pass the 9th challenge of the early Golden Core, but also conquer the 10th challenge of the mid-Golden Core stage. Anyone who entertains such thoughts must surely be deluded. In that moment, the disciples of Liu Peak erupted in jubilation, their cheers echoing like thunder. If it weren't for the elders watching over them, they would have undoubtedly danced in celebration. Meanwhile, within the pavilion, the elders of Luoyu Peak disregarded their dignified composure, rising to their feet to unleash a flurry of punches into the air in sheer exuberance. Ha! Well done. You have conquered the 9th challenge, transcending a major realm, and defeated 2 foes. Who else can claim such a feat? I ask, who else? He bellowed this with fervor, his gaze fixed on Niu Ben, as if to challenge his earlier confidence. What of your certainty now? Niu Ben gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. At the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, one dares to confront 2 formidable opponents at the Golden Core stage. Can you truly believe it? Surely, it must involve some underhanded tactic. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in quiet agreement. Su Wei must have employed some means or artifact. It is unfathomable that he triumphed solely through his own prowess. Engaging in a battle of such elevated realms, let alone against 2 adversaries simultaneously, is a boast fit only for the pages of a novel. In reality, such a feat is inconceivable. Nevertheless, the elder of Liu Peak did not refute this. Instead, he smiled with pride and declared, "And what of it? Does the Killing Secret realm prohibit the use of artifacts? A victory is a victory, and points are points. Our wager concerns who accumulates more points between Su Wei and Lin Xiao. As it stands, you have lost. Now, where is your wager?" As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Ben let out a cold laugh. "What's the rush? Lin Xiao has yet to finish." The elder of Luoyu Peak scoffed. "What? Do you still cling to the notion of miracles? Very well, with the Peak Master supervising, you best not entertain thoughts of escape." Niu Ben, with a grim expression, ceased his discourse. Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Lin Xiao was at the Golden Core stage, merely passing the 9th challenge would be commendable. To conquer Su Wei, he would need to surpass the 10th challenge, which involved 2 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. The odds of Lin Xiao emerging victorious seemed daunting. The most favorable outcome might be that both Lin Xiao and Su Wei passed the 9th challenge, resulting in equal points. At that juncture, the competition would hinge upon their completion speed. Clearly, the somewhat sluggish Lin Xiao was at a disadvantage compared to Su Wei. Thus, it appeared that his precious Tianyin crystal powder, valued at 20,000 spirit stones, was at risk of being lost. Contemplating this, Niu Ben's expression darkened further. In stark contrast, the elder of Liu Peak could be described as basking in the glory of spring. At that moment, Su Wei, having barely navigated the 9th challenge, emerged from the secret realm, collapsing onto the surface of the lake. The disciples of Liu Peak hurriedly rushed to his side, lifting him back to shore with great effort. Su Wei's face was ashen, his limbs weak. He was gravely injured. Yet, this wound was not inflicted by an adversary, but rather a consequence of using an artifact. The trump card artifact granted him a temporary boost to Golden Core strength, but it could only be utilized once. Furthermore, upon the effect's cessation, the user would endure a debilitating state lasting 3 months. Nonetheless, the results were remarkable. In the heat of battle, owing to the opponent's sluggish reflexes, Su Wei narrowly secured victory, exhausting his last reserves. Upon surveying his pitiful state, Su Wei seethed with resentment towards Lin Xiao. Had it not been for the unexpected encounter with Lin Xiao, his foundational cultivation prowess would have sufficed to secure first place after the 8th challenge, without the need to deploy his trump card. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that he would finally obtain the minor ascension pill. All of this was worth it. Supported by his junior disciples, Su Wei took a sip of water and hurriedly inquired, "Where is Lin Xiao?" The disciple, with an expression of excitement and admiration, responded, "In answer to your question, Su Xiao, Lin Xiao has just completed the 7th challenge and is currently engaged in the 8th challenge. He should be out shortly." The senior brother, a celestial being descended from the heavens, has indeed surpassed even the Golden Dan barrier, leaving Lin Xiao with no chance of victory. The senior brother is undoubtedly the first. Upon hearing this, Su Wei exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He turned his gaze forcefully towards the direction of Zizhu Peak. Gao Zhong's expression was grim, and their eyes met. Su Wei let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His meaning was clear. Once he obtained the minor ascension Dan and ascended to the Golden Dan realm, he would reclaim the humiliation suffered last night and today. Gao Zhong snorted coldly, turning his attention fiercely to the mark indicating Lin Xiao's progress. He was not afraid of Su Wei's retaliation. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that he had lost 3 points due to his own failure. This could very well jeopardize Zizhu Peak's chances of securing first place. Although Lin Gu was at the Golden Dan realm, achieving success through the 9th challenge would be remarkable in itself. Ultimately, the issue stemmed from his 3 lost points. Reflecting on this, Gao Zheng clenched his fists tightly, silently cursing within. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your fear of exposure, those 3 points would not have been lost. Within him, the blood-refining ancestor remained silent for a moment before scoffing disdainfully. It is merely an outer sect trial. Why risk exposure? Gao Zheng felt guilt and self-reproach, not daring to meet the eyes of his fellow disciples. However, a voice beside him broke the silence. Have faith in him. When has senior brother Lin ever been short of miracles? Upon hearing this, Gao Zheng paused in contemplation. Indeed, Lin Gu had always been accompanied by miracles on his journey. So what about this time? Chapter 68, a 10-second victory. As the golden light flickered and then ceased, it signified that Lin Xiao had finally passed the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment peak. In the past, the outer disciples witnessing this feat would have surely gasped in astonishment. However, with Su Wei's prior accomplishment, the mere 8th level no longer held any shock for them. Lin Xiao should be emerging soon, right? A disciple from Luoyu Peak exclaimed with excitement. Su Wei, still pale in complexion, could not hide his delight upon hearing this. Humph. I nearly lost half my life passing the 9th level, having exhausted all my trump cards. No matter how formidable Lin Xiao is, after overcoming the 8th level, he will be left with no options but to withdraw. The disciples of Luoyu Peak nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if he has passed the 8th level, it changes nothing. This time, Luoyu Peak will undoubtedly secure both the overall and individual first places. Other disciples beamed with joy, congratulating Su Wei. Congratulations, Senior Su, on successfully obtaining the minor ascension pill. When we meet again, we might have to respectfully address you as Uncle Su. Yes, with the minor ascension pill, Senior Su will surely break through to Foundation Establishment and successfully form his core. By then, Senior Su will become an elder of the Golden Core stage, and we juniors will be eagerly awaiting your guidance. Su Wei felt a swell of pride within, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, You flatter me. The disciples eagerly gathered around, pledging their loyalty. They wished to establish a connection with a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, even if just briefly, as it might prove beneficial in the future. However, after a period of jovial chatter, the disciples of Liu Peak grew puzzled. Strange, why hasn't Lin Xiao emerged yet? The crowd paused, looking up. They noticed that the marker on the bronze door remained fixed at 10-8, neither advancing nor retreating. Su Wei scoffed, dragging his feet. Perhaps he knows he cannot win against me, so he refuses to confront me? Just as his words fell, the marker abruptly changed, beginning to flicker. The 10-9 inscription instantly became glaringly bright. Lin Xiao was challenging the 9th level. The disciples of Liu Peak gasped in disbelief. The atmosphere fell silent. All eyes fixated on the numbers on the bronze door. What on earth was happening today? How could a mere outer disciple-s trial attract 2 individuals bold enough to challenge the Golden Core stage? Was this still the outer sect? As the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, Su Wei's expression darkened instantaneously. Lin Xiao was indeed challenging the Golden Core level. The disciples of Liu Peak, noticing Su Wei's grim countenance, hurried to reassure him. Senior Su, why worry? Lin Xiao is merely attempting a challenge. He hasn't successfully passed. Yes, just a trial attempt. Perhaps it won't take long before he realizes he cannot compete and voluntarily concedes. Yet, before the thought could be completed, someone nearby suddenly shouted in disbelief. He passed. So soon. This outcry caused everyone to simultaneously raise their hands, fixated on the leaderboard affixed to the bronze door. Indeed, the flickering 10-9 indicator surprisingly stabilized in less than 10 seconds. This indicated that Lin Xiao had remarkably cleared the 9th level of the Golden Core stage in under 10 seconds. How could this be possible? Everyone gaped at the leaderboard, disbelief spreading through the crowd. Soon, someone shouted in frustration. Impossible. This person was Su Wei. With eyes ablaze, he fixed his gaze on the bronze door and bellowed. This cannot be true. How could Lin Xiao succeed so quickly? Upon hearing this, other disciples from Liu Peak, equally incredulous, echoed his sentiments. Exactly. It has only been 10 seconds. What could possibly be accomplished in such a brief time? This is absurd. In such a fleeting moment, Lin Xiao could not have possibly defeated 2 early-stage Golden Core experts. He must have cheated. The mention of cheating ignited Su Wei's spirit, and he forced himself to stand. Shouting towards the pavilion, Lin Xiao is cheating. He is cheating. Suddenly, Su Wei was taken aback as another figure appeared before him. Looking up, he recognized it as the chief authority, Yu Lianqing. Her charming visage was cloaked in frost as she fixed her piercing gaze upon Su Wei, warning him. Are you suggesting that Lin Xiao cheated, and I would be unaware of it? Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Yu Yanqin's nascent soul realm, Su Wei began to perspire profusely. Yet, the shock brought by Lin Xiao lingered in his mind, and he gritted his teeth, pleading, "I implore you, Peak Master, to investigate." Lin Xiao must have cheated to pass the 9th level so swiftly. Yu Yanqin's expression darkened further, and she spoke once more, her voice final. "No one can cheat beneath my watch." Su Wei clenched his jaw until it bled, his incredulity reaching its zenith. If it were not for cheating, how could Lin Xiao possibly have defeated 2 early-stage Golden Core experts in just 10 seconds? Peak Master. Su Wei, oblivious to the gravity of his situation, attempted to persist. Fortunately, an elder from Liu Peak, wise to the circumstances, swiftly intervened, reprimanding him. Silence. With the Peak Master present, no one can resort to trickery. Moreover, so what if Lin Xiao has passed the 9th level? It does not alter the outcome. At these words, Su Wei's mind cleared, and his expression brightened. Indeed, what did it matter if Lin Xiao had cleared the 9th level? At most, it would merely equalize their scores, which would not affect the final result. In terms of overall points, Liu Peak still maintained a lead of 3 points, even if their scores were identical. Su Wei's speed in clearing the levels was far superior, justly placing him in the first position. With this realization, Su Wei's demeanor relaxed. His earlier agitation stemmed primarily from the shock of Lin Xiao's swift completion. After exhausting all his strategies and nearly losing his life, he had barely managed to succeed. Only to see Lin Xiao accomplish it with such speed. Who would not feel crushed by that? Thankfully, Lin Xiao's rapid pace would have no bearing on the ultimate outcome. If he wished to be fast, why had he not done so earlier? Su Wei reclined once more, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The small ascension elixir is still mine. Ha ha. Su Wei was filled with mirth, eager to share his joy before the others on Zizhu Peak. However, his laughter was soon stifled. Within the realm of slaughter, after Lin Xiao swiftly dispatched 2 early-stage Golden Core adversaries using the Xian Bird's divine soul attack, he was astonished to discover that the souls of the fallen enemies did not manifest as tiny insects. Instead, they transformed like butterflies emerging from their cocoons, evolving into 2 gracefully fluttering butterflies. Naturally, this did not prevent them from being devoured by the Xian Bird. The energy contained within the soul butterflies far surpassed that of the soul insects. Once the 2 butterflies were consumed, although the Xian Bird's size remained unchanged, its feathers gleamed with a newfound luster, radiating an even more formidable aura. Lin Xiao speculated that if the Xian Bird were to consume a few more soul butterflies, it might evolve to a point where it could contend with even the Yuan-Ying realm's divine souls. Was it possible that he, being merely at the early Golden Core stage, would possess a divine soul comparable to that of a Yuan-Ying? Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with joy and hastily proceeded to the next level, with the Xian Bird by his side. He felt invincible against all challenges in the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, the numbers on the bronze door began to shift once more. 1010 started to flicker. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire lakeside. Was Lin Xiao expected to continue fighting? Chapter 69. Is he cheating? Has he lost his mind? A disciple from Liu Peak exclaimed in disbelief. The 10th challenge. Lin Xiao was actually attempting the 10th challenge. That entailed facing 2 formidable mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. As one ascends in cultivation, the disparities between each minor stage become increasingly pronounced. For instance, in the nascent soul realm, a mid-stage cultivator can easily defeat 10 early-stage opponents. The same holds true for the Golden Core realm, where a mid-stage cultivator can typically vanquish at least 6 early-stage adversaries. Thus, while it may seem merely a small leap in realm, the difference in strength is akin to heaven and earth. Within the 10th challenge, there were 2 powerful mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. Even if they lacked sentience, relying solely on their instinct for battle, they remained formidable and somewhat rigid. However, even the most common mid-stage Golden Core cultivators would not dare to guarantee 100% success in this challenge. After all, as one's realm ascends, the quality of strength increases correspondingly. The so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Yet, at this very moment, Lin Xiao was daring to face the 10th challenge. Was this not madness? The expressions of all the observing disciples were remarkably uniform. They stood frozen in place, eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the flashing emblem. Even the elders in the pavilion rose in unison, their astonishment palpable as they stared at the bronze door. Although they were elders, they too were ordinary mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, with several among them holding mid-stage status. They swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an intense sense of anxiety. For if they were to face the 10th challenge, none could claim absolute certainty of success. And here was a mere outer disciple simultaneously challenging two opponents of their own caliber. Failure might be acceptable, but should he succeed, how would they, as esteemed elders, justify being outdone by an outer disciple? Where could they possibly hide their faces? The expressions of Niu Ben and the Liu Peak elder were starkly contrasting. The former was just exhilarated by Lin Xiao's triumph over the 9th challenge, only to be consumed by worry as Lin Xiao embarked on the 10th challenge. Conversely, the latter experienced a reversal of emotions, initially anxious before becoming exhilarated, albeit out of fear that Lin Xiao might actually prevail. Another who shared this trepidation regarding Lin Xiao's potential success was Su Wei. Upon seeing Lin Xiao commence the 10th challenge on the bronze doors scoreboard, Su Wei shot up. Disregarding his frail condition, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale, his gaze locked onto the flickering numbers, his breath nearly suspended from anxiety. Impossible. It could never be, Su Wei muttered to himself, his face oscillating between terror and self-reassurance. How could Lin Xiao possibly conquer the 10th challenge? Haha, he was merely frightening himself. Su Wei forced a smile to comfort himself, desperately seeking pieces of evidence to quell his dread. For instance, Lin Xiao was merely an outer disciple, though he inwardly acknowledged that Lin Xiao's prowess surely surpassed that of a typical outer disciple. He clung to this notion for psychological solace. After all, how could an outer disciple possibly annihilate two mid-stage golden core cultivators? The realm of slaughter possesses age restrictions. Lin Xiao could not possibly exceed the age of 80, no matter how diligently he cultivates. It is utterly implausible for him to possess the cultivation of a mid-stage golden core. Throughout the annals of the Luoyuan sect, there has never been a mid-stage golden core practitioner who has reached the age of 80. Those who have broken through to the golden core realm before the age of 80 are already exceptional prodigies, rare as a phoenix among the flock. Even if Lin Xiao were such a prodigy and had indeed attained the early stage of the golden core, it would be inconceivable for him to triumph over two mid-stage golden core experts. As Su Wei pondered this, a sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps Lin Xiao merely sought to test the waters, gauging the disparity between himself and the mid-stage golden core practitioners. Su Wei inhaled deeply and suddenly turned to observe the crowd on Zizhu Peak. Gao Zhong and the other disciples wore expressions of shock and concern as they gazed at the bronze door. Even Lu Mingfei, at that moment, furrowed her brow. Her hands entwined in anxiety etched across her face. Seeing this scene, Su Wei felt a surge of certainty. He turned to Gao Zhong and inquired, Lin Xiao is at the early stage of the golden core, correct? Gao Zhong, taken aback by the question, scoffed. Why should I divulge that information to you? Su Wei, unfazed, retorted with a sneer. I have already deduced it. Whether you tell me or not is of no consequence. If Lin Xiao were truly a mid-stage golden core, the people of Zizhu Peak would not wear such expressions. After all, facing two opponents of the same level, even in defeat, one would not face a life-threatening situation. Yet, the worried expressions of Lu Mingfei and Gao Zhong indicate that Lin Xiao is challenging opponents beyond his level. This endeavor is destined to fail. With a cold laugh, Su Wei reclined back slowly, although the notion of Lin Xiao being a golden core practitioner was disheartening. As long as it did not impede his acquisition of the minor ascension pill, it mattered not. Once he himself ascended to the golden core realm, what fear would he have in confronting Lin Xiao? Even if he could not best Lin Xiao, surely he could manage to handle Gao Zhong, that minor obstacle? At that moment, the atmosphere on either side of the lake had become palpably tense, with all eyes fixated on the flickering numbers of the leaderboard. Oblivious to this tension, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. His previous triumph over the enemy with the Xian bird had lulled him into a false sense of security. At the onset of this challenge, Lin Xiao grew somewhat careless. The mid-stage golden core adversaries were not to be underestimated, just as he summoned the Xian bird. He narrowly avoided being cleaved in two by a foe's sword. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's formidable spirit allowed him to swiftly control the Xian bird, retracting its wings to evade the strike. Had the Xian bird sustained significant damage, Lin Xiao's spirit, tethered to it, would likewise suffer grievous harm, leading to a fainting spell as a mere baseline consequence. Clearly, succumbing to unconsciousness in the presence of two mid-stage golden core enemies would spell certain doom. He had come perilously close to disaster. Lin Xiao immediately reined in all notions of relaxation, dedicating himself wholly to the fight. His battle strategy was straightforward. Lin Xiao would draw the enemy's attention while the spirit Xian bird concealed itself, poised for a surprise attack. It is worth noting that spirits are inherently elusive and adept at concealment. Coupled with Lin Xiao's 10,000 Shadows technique, The spirit Xian bird became nearly undetectable, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Lin Xiao could confidently assert that even a peak Golden Core expert would be unable to detect the concealed Xin Yao. Thus, once Lin Xiao collected his thoughts, the outcome of the battle became utterly inevitable. While his main body attracted attention and struggled to withstand the onslaught, Xin Yao seized the opportunity, launching a sudden ambush from the void. With a single strike, it penetrated the sea of consciousness of an enemy in an instant. The adversary collapsed, convulsing, and was swiftly dispatched by Lin Xiao's sword. Another foe met the same fate, easily subdued. Two soul butterflies emerged from the slowly dissipating corpse, devoured by Xian Yao, which began the process of digestion. Simultaneously, the bronze door leaderboard flickered with a message that illuminated for a brief moment, directly locking in the moment. Its implication was unmistakable. He had passed. A jubilant roar erupted from the loft, resonating across the lake, startling the fish at the bottom into leaping. Niu Ben, at the window, was flushed with excitement, fervently waving his fists. He then bounded over to the pallid elder of Luoyu Peak, reveling in his triumph. How could this be? The 10th challenge. 2 mid-golden core experts couldn't defeat my disciple. Ahahaha. Someone is about to lose 20,000 spiritual stones. The elder of Luoyu Peak fumed. His face contorted in anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, others began to grasp the reality of the situation. The 10th challenge had truly been surpassed by Lin Xiao. The atmosphere surged once more with excitement. Awe, shock, disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions mingled. Yet none could articulate the profound astonishment that gripped their hearts. Suddenly, Su Wei let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his mouth. It seemed he was nearly driven to his demise by sheer fury, bellowing in outrage. Impossible. He must be cheating. Lin Xiao is cheating. Where's the Peak Master? Quickly, apprehend Lin Xiao. He is cheating. Chapter 70. A Crisis in the Secret Realm. Su Wei's eyes bulged with fury, his chest heaving as he struck it in despair. And he cried out to the heavens in disbelief. Lin Xiao had actually passed the 10th trial. How could this be? He was pitted against 2 mid-stage Golden Core opponents. How could Lin Xiao possibly prevail? Was he not merely at the early Golden Core stage? Why? Su Wei found it impossible to accept this reality, resorting to accusations of cheating against Lin Xiao. After all, how could someone at the early Golden Core stage defeat 2 mid-stage opponents? Any cultivator would understand the vast disparity between them. Even 10 early Golden Core practitioners might struggle against a single mid-stage one. Yet, Lin Xiao had taken on 2 and emerged victorious. Cheating, indeed, Su Wei shouted hoarsely, ultimately breaking into tears. How could he not cry? The coveted ascension pill was slipping away from him, leading him to contemplate despair. He had sacrificed so much for that single pill. Not only had his reputation been tarnished, but he had exhausted his greatest trump card, leaving him severely injured for the next 3 months. And yet, all of this was rendered futile by someone he had never even heard of before, Lin Xiao. Where had this prodigy suddenly emerged from? Su Wei's heart was filled with rage and sorrow. All he could do was cry and shout accusations of cheating. After all, Lin Xiao's success in the 10th trial was utterly implausible. Perhaps he truly had cheated? However, he seemed to have forgotten that the overseer of this massacre secret realm was not one to be trifled with. In an instant, Yu Lianqin appeared before Su Wei, her expression cold. What did you say? Su Wei trembled under the overwhelming pressure of her yawning presence. Yet his fierce resentment compelled him to grit his teeth and respond loudly. I said Lin Xiao is cheating. He is. But before he could finish, Yu Lianqin, having already warned him once, showed no mercy. A surge of violent spiritual energy flashed past. Crack. The energy struck Su Wei's cheek like a barbed iron whip, leaving a gruesome gash across his face. In an instant, a deep crimson line appeared, stretching from his forehead to his chin, the flesh obliterated at the point of impact, revealing stark white bone beneath. Su Wei let out a wretched scream, clutching his bloodied face as he writhed on the ground. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. Hastily retreating a few steps, bowing their heads and revering his shout was tantamount to slapping the face of the Jade Peak Master, a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage. The grim fate that befell Su Wei elicited nothing but muted curses of deservedness from the onlookers. Gao Zhang, shaking his fist, felt a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, within the loft, Niu Ben could hardly contain his glee, extending his hand towards the elder of Luoyu Peak. Bring forth the 2,000 spirit stones. A bet is a bet. The elder's face turned ashen, teeth clenched tightly, still unwilling to accept the reality before him. Lin Xiao had astonishingly surpassed the 10th challenge of the Golden Core stage. a feat worthy of 10 points. Thus, not only had Lin Xiao outshone Su Wei to claim the personal first place, but it also signified that Zizhu Peak, having bridged a 3-point gap, had surged ahead of Luoyu Peak by 7 points, seizing the overall top score. The span of a mere tea break marked a contrast of paradise and perdition. The elder of Luoyu Peak harbored doubts, pondering whether Lin Xiao had cheated. Being in the golden course stage himself, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity between the early and mid stages. However, upon witnessing Su Wei's dismal condition, he tactfully refrained from voicing his suspicions. When Yuliankin returned to the loft, despite his reluctance, he reluctantly yielded the 2,000 spirit stones. As he retrieved the box containing the stones, it was snatched away by Niu Bin. The elder of Luoyu Peak reached out to reclaim it, but Niu Bin glared defiantly. What do you think you're doing? Trying to renege on the bet? He cast a glance at Yuliankin as he spoke. The elder's cheek twitched, and he could only clench his fist, muttering, "Humph. 2,000 spirit stones are a mere trifle. I can afford to lose." Yet, the gathered elders understood full well that 2,000 spirit stones constituted a significant sum, likely half of his savings. Niu Bin laughed heartily, counting the spirit stones before addressing Yuliankin, master of Jade Peak. Our Zizhu Peak has achieved both collective and individual firsts this time. Could the rewards be somewhat more generous? Yuliankin offered no reply. Her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at the bronze door. Strange, why has Lin Xiao emerged? At this, the crowd was taken aback. Indeed, why had Lin Xiao not yet appeared? Ordinarily, after successfully completing a challenge, a cultivator could promptly choose to exit the slaughter secret realm. Several minutes had passed since Lin Xiao triumphed in the 10th challenge. What could be delaying him? Niu Bin waved dismissively, reasoning, after all, it is a challenge beyond his level. It's only natural to need a moment to recuperate after such a fierce battle. The elders nodded slightly, unable to refute this logic. However, Yuliankin suddenly gasped, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. As the host of the slaughter secret realm, she could sense certain changes within it. What is happening? The essence of the realm is diminishing? Her astonishment grew, and she could no longer contain herself. Stepping through the void to hover above the bronze door, the clouds beneath her feet vanished, leaving her elegant feet to rest upon the icy surface of the bronze door. With her eyes closed, Yulianqin attentively absorbed her surroundings. In the next instant, she abruptly opened her eyes. Indeed, a portion of the essence of the secret realm had diminished. The so-called essence of the secret realm, as its name suggests, is the very foundation of the slaughtering secret realm. Only the upper echelons of the Luyun sect are privy to the fact that the slaughtering secret realm is, in truth, a magical artifact. The raw material for this artifact was the soul of a nascent soul cultivator. A millennium ago, as the peak master of the Qi Peak faced his imminent demise, he was unwilling to succumb to the inevitability of death. Instead, he summoned his successor before his passing. Subsequently, he forcefully relinquished his own nascent soul to the heir. Together, they forged the soul into a treasure, what is now known as the slaughtering secret realm. Although the slaughtering secret realm possesses no offensive capabilities, its significance is immense. Countless disciples of the Luyun sect have been meticulously honed within its confines. Cultivation encompasses not only the enhancement of one's spiritual prowess but also the mastery of formidable combat skills and experiences, which are paramount for survival. Every adversary within the slaughtering secret realm is a manifestation of the soul of the nascent soul elder. Upon defeat, the soul reintegrates into the essence, only to re-emerge once more. Thus, for centuries, the foes born of this soul have perished innumerable times without inflicting any damage upon the essence itself. Yet, in this very moment, Yulianqin distinctly sensed that a segment of the secret realm's essence was missing. What could have transpired? Chapter 71. The frenzy of the nascent soul. The killing secret realm can be regarded as an essential treasure for the cultivation of disciples at the Luyun sect. Within the inner sanctum, disciples frequently undergo trials therein, accumulating invaluable practical experience. There even exists a dedicated leaderboard that chronicles the finest achievements of the sect's prodigies throughout the ages. Those who attain a notable position on this list are revered as senior brothers or senior sisters wherever they go. Consequently, when issues arose with the realm's essence, Yulianqin did not dare to delay and swiftly sent a transmission for assistance. Before long, two figures materialized above the bronze door. One was the sect master of Luyun, and the other was Shuiyin, the leader of the artifact peak. Both sensed the situation and furrowed their brows in unison. Indeed, a portion was missing. What could have transpired? Shuiyin, The master of Artifact Peak and an unparalleled master in refining promptly assessed the situation. The essence would not simply vanish without reason, unless someone were deliberately capturing it. Master Yu, please recount all that transpired today. Perhaps there lies a clue. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqin was about to speak when suddenly a commotion erupted among the crowd. The 11th challenge! Someone exclaimed loudly. Yu Lianqin froze, glancing down in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is Lin Xiao throwing caution to the wind?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's name, the sect master hastily turned his gaze to the bronze door. The flickering numbers revealed everything. 10-11. This indicated that someone was challenging the 11th level, which featured 2 adversaries at the late Golden Core stage. Xuan was momentarily taken aback and questioned, "But wait, today is not the day when the Killing Secret Realm is open to outer disciples, is it? How could someone be challenging the late Golden Core level?" The sect master's lips twitched slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yu Lianqin. The astonishment in her eyes spoke volumes. Both were acutely aware of Lin Xiao's prowess and his extraordinary capabilities. Thus, when Lin Xiao succeeded in overcoming the 10th challenge, Yu Lianqin was not overly surprised, given the many astonishing feats he had already accomplished. However, to leap 2 levels and face 2 opponents at the late Golden Core stage was beyond Yu Lianqin's expectations. As the sect master and Yu Lianqin exchanged glances, they instantly understood that the challenger within was none other than Lin Xiao. How could he possibly challenge the late Golden Core level? Yu Lianqin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You ask me?" The sect master replied, equally incredulous. "Are today's youth so self-assured? The disparities between each minor realm within the Golden Core stage are vast. To leap 2 levels and confront 2 adversaries is something few could achieve. Even the sect master of the same realm would find it impossible." Thus, Yu Lianqin's exclamation about Lin Xiao's recklessness was entirely warranted. Meanwhile, Xuan remained in the dark about Lin Xiao's identity, gazing at the two in confusion and about to inquire further. However, the crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! Has it already been cleared? This is just the beginning. How could it be passed so swiftly? This is indeed the 11th challenge. Featuring 2 cultivators at the late Golden Core stage. Did Lin Xiao just annihilate them in an instant? What on earth is Lin Xiao's cultivation level? Could he truly be just an outer disciple? If that were the case, I might as well eat from the latrine. I seriously suspect that Lin Xiao is not even at the Golden Core stage. Could he possibly be a nascent soul powerhouse? Just 2 minutes ago, I would have scolded anyone for suggesting such a thing. But now, the disciples were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. This was all due to the words 10-11 that flickered briefly on the bronze door, which had now solidified. This signifies that Lin Xiao has successfully cleared the challenge. At the peak of purple bamboo, Looming Fei covered her mouth, her eyes filled with both shock and admiration. Gao Zhang let out a thunderous shout, "Hooray! Brother Lin is incredible." Behind him, the disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak blushed and shouted fervently at the other peaks. "Did you see that? What of the 11th challenge? Our brother Lin passed it effortlessly. Who questioned him just now?" Heisey spoke up. Su Wei, who had nearly been slain by the whip of the Jade Curtain Zither not long ago, upon witnessing this scene, felt darkness close in and fainted on the spot. At that moment, he was devoid of any astonishment, only filled with overwhelming despair. As he fainted, a single thought echoed in his mind. What kind of monster have I provoked? Meanwhile, in the pavilion, a group of elders stood in stunned silence. The 11th challenge at the late Golden Core stage. How much time had passed? Not even the duration of a tea break, perhaps not even a minute. How could it be completed so swiftly? 2 late Golden Core powerhouses, utterly obliterated in an instant? How could this not be astonishing? Even these elders, who were also at the late Golden Core stage, could not guarantee they would pass such a challenge, let alone in under a minute. This indicates that Lin Xiao's strength likely surpasses all of theirs. What the hell? An outer disciple surpassing the elders in strength. Is this even possible? The elder from Luoyu Peak stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before suddenly turning to the equally astonished Niu Bin, shouting, "Is this your disciple?" Upon hearing this, the other elders swiftly turned, their gazes filled with incredulity. Niu Bin stood frozen, unable to believe it. "Yes, he is indeed my disciple." The elder from Luoyu Peak was nearly driven to madness, angrily retorting, "What audacity you have! The 11th challenge against 2 late Golden Core cultivators. Can you even pass it yourself?" Niu Bin, incensed, shot back, "Who are you looking down upon?" The elder gritted his teeth and added, "What about within a minute?" Niu Bin was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. His cultivation was also merely at the late golden core stage. While he might win a battle in the 11th challenge with all his might, achieving victory within a minute was utterly impossible unless the challenge itself had malfunctioned. The ox was so overwhelmed with shame that it found itself at a loss for words. However, one fact remained indisputable, regardless of my capabilities. Lin Xiao is indeed my disciple. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo Yupeak pounded his chest in disbelief, exclaiming, "What audacity!" Simultaneously, the sect leader and Yu Lianqin, standing before the bronze door, found themselves rendered speechless. Indeed, time had passed. The astonishment in their eyes was palpable. Noticing that Xue In was still bewildered, Yu Lianqin cleared her throat and offered a reminder. Lin Xiao is merely at the initial stage of the golden core. Xue In's eyes bulged in shock as he exclaimed, "How is that possible? A golden core at the initial stage can traverse the 11th barrier in an instant?" As soon as he spoke, the sect leader interjected. "He is a disciple from the outer sect of Zizhu Peak." Xue In's body shook in disbelief. "That's absurd. Were there outer sect disciples at the golden core level?" Subsequently, Yu Lianqin could no longer restrain herself and added, "He is only 20 years old." Xue In fell silent, turning to the sect leader with a grave expression. "Speak plainly. Is there a possibility that a certain nascent soul elder has been reincarnated?" The sect leader chuckled helplessly. Even a nascent soul's reincarnation wouldn't be so extraordinary. Besides, our Luyun sect hasn't seen a nascent soul reincarnate and cultivate anew for centuries. Xuan's lips twitched as he shouted, "Then what on earth is going on with this Lin Xiao?" Yu Lianqin patted his shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. "This is the nature of genius." Xuan felt increasingly agitated. If Lin Xiao was a genius, then what was he? Every individual who could become a nascent soul powerhouse was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Yet, in comparison to Lin Xiao, he felt like an ordinary person. Just as Xuan was about to voice his frustration, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow, and he warned, "Wait. The essence of the secret realm has diminished again. It must be Lin Xiao. The gradual depletion of the secret realm's essence is undoubtedly his doing." Chapter 72. Closing the secret realm? At this moment, Lin Xiao was the sole occupant of the slaughter secret realm. The diminishing essence made it evident that this was intrinsically linked to him. Xuan furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "The slaughter secret realm is one of the sect's most precious treasures, essential for nurturing disciples. It must not be further damaged." Although he was unaware of the means Lin Xiao employed to diminish the essence of the realm, he resolved that it must end here. With that, Xuan raised his hand and unleashed a stream of radiant energy, intending to forcibly seal the bronze door. Yu Lianqin, taken aback, hurried to intervene. "What do you intend to do?" Xuan's brow was tightly knit. "I am safeguarding the sect's treasures. If Lin Xiao continues, the slaughter secret realm risks total collapse. Master Yufeng, please step aside." Yu Lianqin remained resolute. "Absolutely not. Forcing the closure of the realm now will result in a singular space, with all the essence amalgamated. At that point, Lin Xiao will be compelled to confront a soul formidable enough to rival a nascent soul cultivator. Your actions will amount to delivering him to his demise." As soon as her words left her lips, Xue In retorted loudly, "And so what? Lin Xiao's consumption of the realm's essence constitutes a grievous offense against our sect's treasure. He deserves the death penalty. Temporarily confining him within the realm serves as fitting punishment." Yu Lianqin, her teeth clenched, shot back fiercely, "Do you not understand? Lin Xiao is a rare prodigy. A talent that emerges only once in a millennium. To our sect, he is a treasure in his own right. Even if he has erred, he should not be disposed of lightly. How tragic it would be for such brilliance to perish at the hands of our own." Xue In, however, merely scoffed. "A prodigy? What of it? The realm of cultivation is replete with talents. The death of one Lin Xiao does not preclude the emergence of another. The slaughter secret realm is vital for our sect's disciple cultivation and serves as a crucial safeguard passed down through generations. To jeopardize the future of the sect for the sake of one individual is a misguided endeavor, akin to discarding a watermelon to grasp at a sesame seed." Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqin was consumed by anxiety. She swiftly turned to the sect leader. While Xue In was oblivious to the depths of Lin Xiao's talent, the sect leader was well aware. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the leader of Luyun's sect spoke. "Master Xue, cannot we send a message into the realm, urging Lin Xiao to cease all actions and exit? The slaughter secret realm holds immense importance for our sect, yet Lin Xiao is undeniably a rare prodigy. It would be a loss to forsake either." Seeing the sect leader's stance, Xuan begrudgingly contained his frustration but still shook his head. The Slaughter Secret Realm was crafted from the soul of the ancestors of our Chi Peak, whose soul power has reached the late nascent soul stage. To convey a message within, one must possess even greater soul power. The sect leader and Yuliankin exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing deeper. Indeed, the soul power of the late nascent soul stage is formidable. All cultivators recognize that cultivating the soul is far more arduous than refining spiritual energy. Thus, even as the peak nascent soul cultivator, the leader of Lu Yun's sect could only attain late nascent soul level in terms of soul power. I shall attempt it. The sect master's thoughts stirred, and his spirit penetrated into the secret realm. However, his countenance soon darkened. No, my spiritual power is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqin's expression fell. If even the sect master could not succeed, then no one in the entire Lin sect would be able to accomplish it. Shall we summon the master of the Spirit Palace for assistance? The Spirit Palace is one of the 4 major sects of the Southern Kingdom, renowned alongside the Luyan sect. As the name suggests, the practitioners of the Spirit Palace primarily cultivate spiritual power, and their master possesses a spiritual realm comparable to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Should he come, he would undoubtedly be able to establish contact with Lin Xiao within the secret realm. Typically, the relationship between the 4 major sects is amicable. If the sect master were to request assistance, it is unlikely that such a trivial matter would be declined. However, just as Yu Lianqin proposed this solution, the bronze door beneath her feet trembled slightly, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Looking down, she was astonished to see Lin Xiao continuing to challenge the trials. The 12th trial. The adversaries were 2 peak golden core experts. The onlookers were nearly driven to madness at this sight. Peak golden core. These were indeed peak golden core experts. Just a step away from the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Lin Xiao, with his early golden core cultivation, was facing 2 opponents alone. Among the outer disciples, expressions were strikingly uniform. In their eyes, Lin Xiao had become a celestial being, invincible. The group from Zizhu Peak was particularly ecstatic, pride radiating from them as if they were the ones undertaking the challenge. Lu Mingfei's face, aside from admiration, was filled with profound reverence and determination. Her senior brother was so formidable. She, with her decent aptitude, should also strive diligently in her cultivation, just as Lu Mingfei was bolstering her spirits. She was fortunate that Su Wei had already fainted. Otherwise, witnessing such an astounding scene would have driven him to shameful despair. As a mere peak foundation establishment practitioner, how could he dare to clash with Lin Xiao? It could only be said that the sect rules had spared his life. Had this occurred outside the sect, Lin Xiao might have already eradicated him. Of course, these thoughts were Su Wei's reflections and realizations that surfaced upon awakening. At this very moment, upon the bronze door, the 3 nascent soul experts found themselves somewhat at a loss. Xuan's expression was grim as he spoke heavily. Once Lin Xiao clears a trial, the essence of the secret realm will diminish. He has now reached the 12th trial. If he succeeds, the essence will be further depleted. Although the secret realm will not collapse outright, it may no longer be able to manifest peak golden core trials in the future. The essence of the secret realm, despite possessing the strength reminiscent of the late nascent soul stage, is essential for maintaining its operation, conjuring battle scenes and methodologies, each of which demands energy. Should 2 peak golden core essences be further depleted, the operation of the secret realm will become increasingly strained. The critical question remains. No one knows if Lin Xiao can continue. If he surpasses the peak golden core stage, is there a possibility he might challenge the 13th trial? What if he succeeds again? The loss would then amount to the essence energies of 2 early nascent souls. At that point, the secret realm may very well collapse on the spot. It is too late. Even if we summon the Lord of the Spirit Hall now, it would be futile. Master Yufeng, please step aside. I must seal the secret realm at once. Yu Lianqin exclaimed urgently. No. Once the secret realm is sealed, Lin Xiao will face an adversary at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, with no means of escape. Xuan interjected, his brow furrowed in discontent. Master Yufeng, are you truly willing to sacrifice the future training treasures of all our disciples for the sake of a single Lin Xiao? Do you not comprehend the folly of prioritizing the insignificant over the vital? Yu Lianqin clenched her teeth, resolute in her refusal to yield. To other peaks, Lin Xiao might merely be a gifted individual. However, to the Pill Peak, he is an invaluable treasure. No matter how many slaughtering secret realms are presented before us, none hold greater significance than Lin Xiao. As the 2 continued their heated debate, the bronze gate suddenly trembled. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao had passed yet another trial. It had scarcely been 5 minutes. The 13th trial set by the two-peak gold core realm experts had been surmounted by Lin Xiao. Before they could process this astonishing turn of events, Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed anxiously, "The essence has diminished once more. Master Yufeng, if you do not step aside now, do not blame me for taking action." Chapter 73. Is Lin Xiao doomed? The Slaughter Secret Realm is a cherished treasure forged by the ancestors of the Qi Peak at the cost of their very souls. It is not merely a possession, but the very essence of our Qi Peak. It must not be destroyed by Lin Xiao. Step aside at once. Do not compel me to take action. Xuan glared fiercely, the energy in his hands swirling ominously. Yet, Yulianqin showed no sign of retreat. To the Qi Peak. The Slaughter Secret Realm is an irreplaceable treasure. Conversely, to her Dan Peak, Lin Xiao is equally indispensable. The tension between the two escalated sharply. This scene left all onlookers in stunned silence. The outer disciples and the elders within the pavilion were utterly transfixed, their gazes fixed on the conflict at the bronze door. As Xuan and Yu Lianqin argued, they had not shielded the space, allowing most to glean the circumstances surrounding the events. It became apparent that during Lin Xiao's trial, he had inflicted irreversible damage upon the secret realm. The Peak Master of Qi Peak sought to seal the secret realm for its protection. Yet this course of action could spell disaster for Lin Xiao. The Master of Dan Peak insisted on safeguarding Lin Xiao, leading to their fierce dispute. The spectators watched with bated breath, their astonishment palpable. It was likely that the name Lin Xiao would be etched in their memories forever, not only for his burgeoning reputation within the Slaughter Secret Realm, but also for the spectacle of two nascent soul masters contending fiercely over him. Many among the crowd felt a twinge of envy, wishing to command such attention and influence as Lin Xiao, drawing the ire of two formidable nascent soul masters. As the two peak masters prepared to clash in front of so many elders and disciples, the sect leader could no longer remain aloof and stepped in to mediate. Master Shui, I comprehend the significance of the Slaughter Secret Realm to Qi Peak. Master Yu, I also understand Lin Xiao's importance to Dan Peak. The loss of either would be detrimental to the Flowing Clouds sect. I propose a compromise. Both parties fell silent, turning their gazes towards the sect leader. The latter, glancing at the numbers inscribed upon the bronze door, continued, though we cannot reach Lin Xiao directly, he has the autonomy to decide whether to exit the secret realm. He has already surpassed the 13th trial, and beyond that lies the threshold of the nascent soul realm, which he should not be able to breach at his current golden core stage. Therefore, if he elects to leave, it would please all. And we may deliberate later on how to rectify the damage to the secret realm. Xuan's expression darkened, regardless of whether Lin Xiao continued. The secret realm had already lost a portion of its essence. What if he chose not to leave and pressed on with the trials? The sect leader cast a glance at Yu Lianqin and shook his head. Then Master Shui shall seal the secret realm. I will immediately employ my techniques to summon the Master of the Soul Hall with utmost speed. Subsequently, we shall reopen the secret realm and inform Lin Xiao, allowing him to exit at his discretion. Yu Lianqin wished to protest further, but the sect leader raised a hand to halt her. Master Yu, no further discussion is necessary. We must prioritize the greater good. From Xuan's perspective, the Slaughter Secret Realm far outweighed Lin Xiao's significance. From the perspective of Yu Lianqin, the situation is entirely reversed. However, from the standpoint of the sect leader, regardless of Lin Xiao or the killing secret realm, their significance pales in comparison to another matter, unity. With the resurgence of evil cultivators imminent, any internal strife within the Luyun sect, especially if the two nascent soul peak leaders were to turn against each other, would spell utter disaster. No matter how talented Lin Xiao may be, or how critical the killing secret realm might be, the former is merely a late-stage Golden Core Junior, and the latter cannot be wielded against foes. In light of the swirling currents of impending crisis, the solidarity of the two nascent soul strongholds evidently bolsters their combat efficacy and ensures the preservation of the Luyun sect amidst peril. Thus, the sect leader has opted for a compromise. Everything hinges on Lin Xiao's own choice. Retreat would be a harmonious solution, while advancing entails prioritizing the protection of the secret realm and swiftly summoning the Master of the Soul Palace to safeguard Lin Xiao. Should Lin Xiao perish within the secret realm, he would only have himself to blame for his lack of prudence. The Yu Lianqin harbors dissatisfaction. This indeed appears to be the most prudent course of action. After all, one cannot truly engage in a confrontation with Xuan. Her sole hope now is that Lin Xiao will decide to vacate the secret realm. After all, the forthcoming trials are those of the nascent soul stage, and Lin Xiao should, in theory, recognize the formidable challenge and withdraw. However, disappointment washed over Yu Lianqin. Inside the secret realm, The Xian bird has devoured the soul butterflies that emerged from the demise of the two-peak golden core cultivators and has since evolved into an entirely new form. Its once ebony feathers now faintly radiate a golden-red luminescence, and its tail feathers have elongated significantly, adorned with resplendent golden patterns that undulate gracefully with each flap of its wings, resembling a work of art. Nascent soul? It is not out of reach. Lin Xiao clapped his hands in excitement, resolutely choosing to press on with the trials. The Xian bird has attained the strength of the nascent soul stage. While it may not withstand a direct confrontation with a nascent soul expert, employing the stealth technique of the 10,000 hidden arts makes ambushes entirely feasible. Even if he cannot win, he can concede in time to preserve his life. It is certainly worth a try. Thus, oblivious to the uproar between the two nascent soul experts outside, Lin Xiao naturally opted to continue. Almost simultaneously, the numbers on the bronze door began to change. Upon witnessing this, Yu Lianqing clenched her fists tightly. Xuan wasted no time, bellowing, "All artifacts possess spirits. Close." In an instant, the 9 massive bronze doors began to tremble violently, stirring the surrounding waters into a tempest. The sect leader glanced at Yu Lianqing and swiftly remarked, "Lin Xiao possesses the life-preserving treasure I bestowed upon him. He may not necessarily perish. We shall discuss this upon my return." With that, the sect leader vanished from sight, hastening towards the location of the Soul Palace. Meanwhile, the onlookers finally comprehended Xuan's intentions. What is happening? Is the secret realm about to close? Is it because of Lin Xiao? But he is still advancing through the trials. Good heavens! Do you remember a similar situation in the past when the secret realm closed while someone remained inside? I heard from an inter-sect senior brother that in such cases, those trapped within must confront enemies of the late nascent soul level. Alas, is Lin Xiao not doomed? What could he possibly have done? To perish within is truly a lamentable fate. While others engage in hushed discussions, the members of Zizhu Peak are already fraught with anxiety. Niu Bin leaps from the loft, suspended in midair, and urgently implores, "May I ask, esteemed Peak Masters, how can we seal the secret realm when Lin Xiao is yet to emerge?" Xuan casts a sidelong glance at him and rebukes, "This is no concern of yours. Withdraw immediately." Niu Bin wishes to argue further. Yet the oppressive aura of Xuan, a master of the nascent soul stage, bears down upon him, forcing him to the ground in defeat. Niu Bin can only remain rooted in place, consumed by worry. Suddenly, a streak of light darts through the crowd. Xuan is taken aback, astonished that someone could disregard his formidable presence. "Stand down," he commands, but Lu Mingfei, approaching on her sword, persists. "Master Shui, I am Mingfei. Please wait a moment and allow Lin Xiao." Recognizing her as the daughter of Lu Qing, Xuan remains unmoved. No need for further words. Lu Mingfei's face pales instantly. Before she can utter another plea, she witnesses the 9 bronze doors sealing shut. The waters churn as the heavy bronze gates sink to the lake's depths. Only when the surface regains its tranquility does Xuan retract his oppressive aura. Sweeping his sleeve as he declares, "We shall await the arrival of the sect master to summon the Lord of the Divine Soul Hall. And I shall reopen the secret realm." At these words, a chill envelopes Lu Mingfei's heart. The Divine Soul Hall lies in the farthest reaches of the Southern Kingdom. Even the sect master's round trip will take several hours. This means Lin Xiao must confront enemies at the late nascent soul stage alone, enduring for hours. Is this not a certain death? As despair settles in their hearts, within the secret realm, Lin Xiao stands bewildered. What has transpired? Chapter 74. Lu Qing is anxious. What is happening? Why has the secret realm disappeared? Lin Xiao stood in a void, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed at the unfolding scene. He had intended to continue his challenge, and the setting had begun to transform. The battlefield for the 13th level of the early nascent soul stage had already materialized, awaiting the appearance of the enemy for the challenge to commence. However, Lin Xiao was suddenly taken aback as the scene before him flickered violently. The once expansive and flat battlefield vanished without a trace. In its place emerged an abyss of darkness and nothingness. Standing in the void, Lin Xiao felt as though he were adrift in a desolate universe, unable to discern anything upon raising his gaze. The abrupt turn of events sent a wave of anxiety through Lin Xiao. He couldn't afford to panic. This was not the real world. If something went awry in the secret realm, what if he were trapped here indefinitely? Lin Xiao's consciousness rapidly expanded, his spirit probing the surroundings. Yet, it seemed this space held nothing, and his spirit could not touch the boundaries. Suddenly, within his sea of consciousness, the mysterious bird felt a tremor and immediately issued a warning. Danger! Lin Xiao's vigilance surged in that instant, and he dared not show any signs of negligence. The 10,000 hidden technique enveloped him like a shroud of darkness, concealing him within the void, rendering him virtually undetectable. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed intently on a particular spot in the space ahead. A figure, seemingly formed from mist, was drifting aimlessly. This figure appeared to be an old man, with a gaunt visage and frail form, as if his time were drawing to a close. What instilled a sense of peril in Lin Xiao was the utter inability to discern the old man as cultivation level. Or perhaps, the old man was not a corporeal entity at all, hence lacking any cultivation. Yet, Lin Xiao sensed an overwhelmingly potent spiritual power emanating from him. This force left even the mysterious bird, possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage, in shock and on high alert. The old man's strength undoubtedly surpassed the early nascent soul stage. It was even possible that he had reached the late stage. Lin Xiao made this judgment in his heart, his brow furrowing even deeper. Although he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within the slaughtering secret realm, the formidable presence of the spiritual old man compelled Lin Xiao to exercise caution. Fortunately, having traversed the challenges thus far, the mysterious bird, born from his own spiritual power, had already attained the strength of the nascent soul stage. Thus, under the full enhancement of the nascent soul's spiritual might, the 10,000 hidden technique achieved its pinnacle of concealment. Even with less than 20 meters separating him from the spiritual old man, Lin Xiao was confident in remaining undetected. The caveat being, Lin Xiao must remain still. How then could he break the impasse? Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. With the sudden upheaval in the secret realm, the external Yu Lianqin would undoubtedly notice. Remaining motionless and observing the unfolding situation might lead to his eventual rescue. However, Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on the figure of the spiritual old man, his heart stirring with ambition. This was at least the spiritual power of the mid-nascent soul stage. If he could vanquish and devour it, what heights would his own spiritual prowess attain? A tremendous opportunity lies before him. How could one not strive for it? What methods could be employed to vanquish the formidable elder before him? This is a question worthy of contemplation. Lin Xiao's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Niu Bin and Lu Mingfei could no longer contain their anxiety. Half an hour had elapsed since the closure of the realm, with Xuan stationed on the lake's surface. It was utterly impossible to reopen the secret domain. The only course of action was to wait for the sect leader to summon the master of the Soul Hall, after which Xuan would consider reopening the realm. However, the round trip for the sect leader would take at least 3 hours. At this moment, Lin Xiao had only been within the secret realm for half an hour, yet those outside were already steeped in despair. Some even believed that Lin Xiao must have perished, including Xuan. After all, once the realm was sealed, Lin Xiao would have to confront an adversary at the late stage of the nascent soul realm alone. Even if one at the early golden core stage could defeat 2 peak golden core cultivators, how could one possibly contend with a late-stage nascent soul master? A mere breath could obliterate someone at the golden core level. How could Lin Xiao resist? In half an hour, even 1,000 Lin Xiaos would meet their demise. Lu Mingfei, both anxious and helpless, could only stand upon the lake's surface, her gaze filled with disdain as she glared at Xuan. The latter, mindful of her status as the sole daughter of Lu Qing, dared not impose any difficulties upon her and allowed her resentment to fester. Eventually, overwhelmed by her glare, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Regardless, he knew he would not reopen the secret realm until the sect leader returned. Niu Bin, despondent, sat upon the ground, shedding any semblance of an elder's dignity, his expression one of utter defeat. Approaching 3 centuries of age, he had gained a profound understanding of certain matters. He realized that if he wished to advance further, Lin Xiao was his destined benefactor. Yet now, that benefactor was on the brink of death, and he found himself powerless to intervene. Watching the opportunity for prosperity slip through his fingers, it was only natural for Niu Bin to feel a deep melancholy. Gao Zhong and the other disciples of Zizhu Peak, though unaware of the intricacies of the situation, could discern from Niu Bin and Lu Mingfei's reactions that Brother Lin within the secret realm was likely facing dire straits. In that moment, everyone felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. Yu Lianqin, who had initially argued fiercely with Xuan, had now become the quietest among them. She understood that once a plan was set in motion, it could not be altered. Furthermore, she was not adept in combat. Even if she were to engage Xuan in a fierce battle, she could not compel him to forcibly open the bronze door. Instead, that would create complications upon the sect leader's return. Thus, the best course of action was to wait, hoping that Lin Xiao could endure the next 2.5 hours. Although most believed that Lin Xiao had likely perished, Yu Lianqin was aware that he possessed a life-saving artifact. Half an hour was not enough to claim his life, but 3 hours, that was another matter entirely. Yet, even Yu Lianqin could not fathom that the Lin Xiao they worried for was not contemplating survival, but rather plotting a counterattack. Soon, an hour had passed. Lu Mingfei could no longer endure. With tears staining her cheeks, she fainted upon the lake's surface. Witnessing this poignant scene, even Xue In felt a twinge of compassion. He slightly twitched the corners of his mouth and addressed Yu Lianqin, stating that after this incident, should Lin Xiao still be alive, he would no longer hold the absence of the secret realm's essence against her. Yu Lianqin scoffed dismissively, asserting that he could not fathom Lin Xiao's prodigious talent, which was far more precious to the Luyun sect than a mere killing secret realm. Xue In, upon hearing this, also scoffed in disbelief. He held no faith in Yu Lianqin's words. After all, Lin Xiao was merely a fledgling disciple in the Golden Core stage. No matter how gifted he was, he could not possibly outweigh the future of the sect. Just as the two found themselves at an impasse, a streak of light hurtled towards them, landing swiftly before the pair. Of course, as Yuanying stage cultivators, they had already sensed the approaching presence. Yu Lianqin raised her brow, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Master Lu, your arrival is timely. You have disciples from the Purple Bamboo Peak. The newcomer was none other than Lu Qing. Yu Lianqin intended to inform him of Lin Xiao's predicament, hoping they might join forces to compel Xue In to unlock the secret realm. As for the sect leader, that could be addressed later. However, to the astonishment of both Yu Lianqin and Xue In, Lu Qing's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with urgency as he implored, "Hurry and open the secret realm. Lin Xiao must not perish." Chapter 75, The Secrets of the Transformation Realm. Lu Qing nearly shouted those words in a fit of rage. His unrestrained and anxious demeanor startled both Xue In and Yu Lianqin. "Master Lu, the secret realm cannot be opened, and the sect leader." Xue In intended to explain, mentioning that this was the sect leader's arrangement. However, Lu Qing was in no mood for explanations, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I don't care about that. All I know is that Lin Xiao cannot die." Upon hearing this, Xue In furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he weighed his options. Lu Qing's arrival was not unexpected, given Lin Xiao's undeniable talent. If it were one of his own disciples from the Qi Peak, he would have been equally frantic. Yet he never anticipated that Lu Qing would abandon reason entirely for Lin Xiao's sake. Judging by Lu Qing's demeanor, would he resort to violence if denied? Gritting his teeth, Xue In waved his sleeve and replied, "Master Lu, this is the sect leader's decision. I will not open the secret realm until he returns." Xue In once again invoked the authority of the sect leader, but Lu Qing remained deaf to his words. To the astonishment of Yu Lianqin and Xue In, Lu Qing drew his spear with a swift motion, its tip pointed menacingly at Xue In. "I will count to 3, if the secret realm is not opened. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." This declaration left both of them speechless. Lu Qing was threatening another peak master with a weapon over a mere Golden Core disciple. Even Yu Lianqin, who had argued fiercely with Xue In for a long time, refrained from resorting to violence. What had happened to Lu Qing? Their disagreement had escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. Xue In, now furious, stood his ground. He was a Yuanying cultivator, not to be trifled with. Moreover, with so many disciples watching by the lakeside, how could he allow himself to be threatened by Lu Qing without losing face? He huffed in anger. "So it's true, Lu Qing, that you are blindly protective. I noticed earlier that your daughter shares a special bond with Lin Xiao. I never expected you to be such a devoted father-in-law that you would resort to violence against me. Very well, I shall oblige you." At these words, Lu Qing momentarily paused, instinctively responding, "What father-in-law, son-in-law?" Then, realization dawned on him as he glanced at the unconscious Lu Mingfei. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes before he coldly retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. If you do not open the secret realm, we shall fight." With that, the two powerful Yuanying cultivators immediately began to engage in a battle of spells. Yu Lianqin, witnessing this, urgently interjected, "Do not engage in combat. Are you intent on destroying the Luyun sect?" The conflict between Yuanying cultivators could shake the very foundations of the earth. Even the residual energy from their clash could level the area. Not to mention, there were numerous lower-ranking disciples nearby who would be severely harmed by the aftermath. Fortunately, both men retained their reason. Exchanging a glance, they soared into the sky, flying away to an unknown destination. Yu Lianqin's eyes darted as she activated her cloud walking boots, vanishing in an instant. Her delicate feet found their place back on the lake's surface as she attuned herself to everything surrounding the bronze door. However, it was not long before she was rendered speechless with rage. Damn Xue In, when did he set up the restrictions? One could easily surmise that Xuan had been laying the groundwork for these barriers since the moment the secret realm was sealed. This restriction, unless dismantled by Xuan himself, would take at least half an hour for any other Yuanying master to unravel. Attempting to forcibly break through would only risk damaging the secret realm within. The purpose of the Yulian Qin was to rescue others, and thus, she could not afford to act recklessly. Just as she was preoccupied with deciphering the restrictions, a deafening rumble echoed from the heavens in the distance. Ordinary mortals in the forest looked up in astonishment at the clear blue sky, yet thunderous roars continued to reverberate above. At that moment, Xuan's expression had turned grim, for he realized that Lu Qing was indeed serious. He showed no intention of holding back in their confrontation, seemingly unwilling to relent until Xuan opened the secret realm. Although both were in the late stages of the Yuanying realm, Xuan, being the peak master of the Qi Peak, was somewhat lacking in combat prowess. Moreover, Lu Qing practiced thunder techniques, employing the purple bamboo to call forth lightning, which left Xuan in a state of utter torment. After a moment of seething frustration, Xuan could no longer contain his fury. Lu Qing, is Lin Xiao truly worth this? When the sect leader returns, how will you explain yourself? Amidst the thunder, Lu Qing coldly retorted, when the sect leader returns, I have my own explanations, but if you do not open the secret realm and release Lin Xiao, my weapon will not distinguish friend from foe. Gritting his teeth, Xuan stubbornly braved Lu Qing's onslaught, feeling utterly perplexed. What was it about Lin Xiao that warranted such desperation from Lu Qing? Could it merely be a matter of protecting his son-in-law? Xuan was utterly baffled. Unbeknownst to him, prior to this day, Lu Qing had no inkling of the story between Lin Xiao and Lu Mingfei. The urgency in rescuing Lin Xiao stemmed from a singular reason, the arrival of the Xian bird, a hope for transformation. Above the Yuanying realm lies the Huashan realm. The southern kingdom boasts a history spanning millennia, yet it has never seen a master of the Huashan realm. In fact, no one even knows how to transcend Yuanying and attain Huashan. However, Lu Qing had learned from the tomb of an ancient master that achieving Huashan requires not only reaching the pinnacle of Yuanying cultivation, but also advancing one's divine soul to the Huashan realm. Indeed, while the Huashan realm is a classification of cultivation levels, the breakthrough of the divine soul must precede it. Only then can the physical body and the dantian follow suit. Without this sequential advancement, one would be crippled, forever unable to reach the other shore. It is no wonder that for thousands of years, no one in the southern kingdom has been able to transcend to the Huashan realm, as nearly everyone prioritizes dantian cultivation while neglecting the divine soul. Meanwhile, the divine soul palace, which focuses on the divine soul, has similarly faltered by overlooking the cultivation of its own dantian. Originally, Lu Qing, like the generations of Yuanying masters from the Luyan sect, had also focused solely on dantian cultivation, neglecting the divine soul. Upon discovering this secret from the tomb of an ancient powerhouse, Lu Qing began to diligently cultivate his spiritual essence. In pursuit of this goal, he risked his life, venturing into countless ancient ruins. After enduring numerous perilous encounters, he finally acquired a formidable technique specifically for the cultivation of the spirit, known as the Azure Sparrow Visualization Method. The preface of this technique bore an inscription stating that the Azure Sparrow Visualization Method could only be mastered through the visualization of the Azure Sparrow to achieve the cultivation of the spirit. Should one attain the more profound and powerful mystical bird visualization method, they would be able to nurture a mystical bird within their sea of consciousness. This mystical bird could devour the spiritual essence of others, simultaneously enhancing its own while nourishing its master. The acquisition of the mystical bird visualization method would bring the realm of divine transformation within reach. However, at that time, Lu Qing could only indulge in such fantasies. For obtaining the Azure Sparrow visualization method was already a remarkable feat. Where would he find the elusive mystical bird visualization method, which he had not even heard of? Until recently, when Lin Xiao bound himself to Lu Mingfei, automatically gaining the upgraded mystical bird visualization method. In an instant, Lu Qing sensed the presence of the yet-to-be-nurtured mystical bird. After several searches, he pinpointed it to Lin Xiao. However, before he could make his move, an unexpected incident at the Dan Peak brought Lin Xiao directly into the sight of both the sect leader and Yulian Qin, garnering significant attention. How could Lu Qing act under such circumstances? With no choice but to observe for the time being. He recognized that Lin Xiao's fate was crucial to his own ability to step beyond the confines of the Southern Kingdom, a step that countless talented cultivators had failed to take for millennia. The importance of this was self-evident. Thus, as Lin Xiao faced imminent peril in the deadly secret realm, How could Lu Qing not feel urgency? With a long spear, he fought vigorously, causing Shui En to lament his misfortune. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, a sudden transmission from Yu Lianqing reached Lu Qing's ears. Trouble loomed. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 76. The secret realm is collapsing. What? Amidst the fierce battle, both Lu Qing and Shui En's expressions changed dramatically. The secret realm is on the verge of collapse? What is happening? The former feared for Lin Xiao's life within the realm, while the latter was terrified at the prospect of its destruction. They nearly simultaneously ceased their actions. Shui En, filled with fury, exclaimed, Yu Lianqi, did you forcefully breach the restrictions, causing the collapse of the secret realm? In the void, Yu Lianqing's voice resounded with exasperation. Shui sure too. I am not as foolish as you presume. The secret realm is collapsing from within. Something must have gone awry. Upon hearing this, Shui En did not dare to delay, casting a wary glance at Lu Qing, declaring, I shall report today's events to the sect leader, demanding justice. With that, Shui En surged forth, hastening towards the sect. Lu Qing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, followed closely behind. Time rewinds to just over 10 minutes prior, when Lu Qing and Shui En had departed the sect, seeking a place to engage in combat. At that moment, Yu Lianqing was deeply engrossed in deciphering the restrictions set by Shui En, attempting to breach them to unlock the secret realm and free Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, all the elders and disciples gathered by the lake were rendered speechless by the recent turn of events. No one could have anticipated that. Despite the intense quarrel between Yu Lianqing and Shui En, they had not resorted to blows. Yet, as soon as Lu Qing arrived and uttered a few words, he drew his weapon and engaged in combat. This was a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage, an esteemed individual beyond reach. How could it be that a mere golden core realm Lin Xiao would provoke such a fierce confrontation? Even Yobin was taken aback by the Peak Master's temperament. The elders of Luoyu Peak observed in astonishment, unable to restrain their admiration, exclaiming, Your Zizhu Peak is truly remarkable. First, Lin Xiao's actions had not only astonished everyone but also incited discord between two nascent soul experts. Then, Lu Qing, without hesitation, took up arms to rescue him, igniting a battle of immense proportions. Niu Bin's lips twitched. He could not fathom how events had spiraled into such chaos. Yet, regardless of the unfolding situation outside, it could not rescue Lin Xiao, who was trapped within the secret realm. Over an hour had passed, facing an opponent of the late nascent soul stage alone. Lin Xiao must surely. Niu Bin sighed heavily, despair enveloping his heart. At that very moment, an unexpected voice erupted in laughter. Ha ha. The heavens are watching. Lin Xiao, your day has come. This laughter was akin to pouring oil over the heads of the Zizhu Peak crowd. Everyone glared furiously. It turned out that Su Wei had awoken at some point. Beside him, several disciples from Luoyu Peak were quietly recounting the recent events. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao had effortlessly passed the 12th trial of the Peak Golden Core stage, Su Wei nearly choked, on the verge of losing consciousness again. He had already fainted at the thought of Lin Xiao overcoming the 11th trial. How could he bear the news of Lin Xiao's even greater prowess? But soon, Su Wei learned of the secret realm's abrupt closure and Lin Xiao's ensuing entrapment. Thus, the scene unfolded where Su Wei laughed heartily towards the heavens. For him, it was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. So, Lin Xiao, aren't you supposed to be formidable? How is it that you find yourself trapped in the secret realm? Will you even manage to emerge alive? Su Wei's laughter was wild, his excitement palpable. Naturally, such behavior incited the ire of the disciples from Zizhu Peak. Su Wei, dare you laugh once more? Gao Zheng fumed, drawing his sword on the spot. Behind him, the disciples of Zizhu Peak also unsheathed their swords, gritting their teeth in fury. Su Wei scoffed, his expression brimming with pride. What of my laughter? Is there a rule in our sect that forbids mirth? Gao Zhang, seething with rage, yearned to rush forward and tear Su Wei apart. Yet, with elders from both sides present, as well as a senior in the nascent soul stage, engaging in combat was out of the question. Su Wei, are you truly so pleased while Brother Lin is in peril? Su Wei, basking in his triumph, shrugged and replied, I am not from Zizhu Peak. Lin Xiao's entrapment in the secret realm has no bearing on my Luoyu Peak. Am I not allowed to laugh? It is not I who trapped him there. The other disciples of Liu Peak nodded in agreement. Indeed, what concern was it of theirs whether Lin Xiao lived or died? Alas, even if Lin Xiao were to perish, his achievements would still count, and Luoyu Peak could not claim the top score. Nevertheless, for Su Wei, this was a fortuitous turn of events. With Lin Xiao's demise, he would ascend to the pinnacle of personal rankings. The ascending immortal pill was once again within his grasp. With his foe dead, the benefits returned. It was no wonder Su Wei was elated. The disciples of Zizhu Peak could hardly contain their fury at his detestable demeanor. Gao Zheng cast a resentful glance at Niu Bin, seeking the elder's permission to teach Su Wei a lesson. Previously, with his cultivation, he would have been no match for Su Wei. However, now that Su Wei was gravely injured, even a disciple at the Qi refinement stage could land a couple of blows. Yet, Niu Bin was consumed by the sorrow of Lin Xiao's potential demise, lacking the inclination to concern himself with the disciples. Conversely, the elders of Luoyu Peak watched with hawk-like intensity. Should Gao Zheng act? It was likely that Su Wei's companions would not even get a chance to retaliate before being subdued. Unable to vent his frustrations, Gao Zheng could only glare at Su Wei, gritting his teeth. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. Brother Lin is merely trapped within the secret realm. He will surely find a way out. Upon hearing this, Su Wei erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, and had it not been for the pain from his injuries, he would have laughed even more uproariously. Ha ha. Gao Zheng, are you truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Who does not know the fate of those trapped in the secret realm? Ah, right, you are an outer disciple. Encountering the killing secret realm for the first time, aren't you? Su Wei sneered, continuing, once the secret realm closes, all enemies will merge into a single, formidable soul at the late nascent soul stage. Simultaneously, all space will dissolve into nothingness, leaving not a single refuge to conceal oneself. In other words, Lin Xiao must inevitably confront a formidable adversary at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Are you implying that he could possibly emerge alive? Upon hearing this, Gao Zheng and the others turned pale in an instant. They had truly been unaware of the gravity of Lin Xiao's predicament. They had only heard whispers of the life-threatening dangers he faced. Yet, they could never have anticipated that he was ensnared in such a lethal trap. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could one possibly survive such an encounter? Su Wei, noticing the expressions of the crowd from Zizhu Peak, could not suppress his growing arrogance. So, do you still believe Lin Xiao can emerge unscathed? Gao Zheng gritted his teeth, his gaze burning with indignation. I have faith in Brother Lin. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Wei scoffed dismissively. Ha! Has your brain been slammed by a door? Are you truly unaware of the terror of the nascent soul realm? Moreover, this is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, an invincible entity. If Lin Xiao manages to survive, I shall gladly kiss his toes. Su Wei rolled his eyes, licking his lips. He then gazed towards the attic, where a small ascension pill was stored in an ornate mahogany box. He cackled, once Lin Xiao is dead, I shall be the first. The ascension pill will ultimately belong to me. However, just as his words fell into silence, the previously tranquil lake surface began to tremble violently. Chapter 77, Is Lin Xiao Dead? A thunderous sound echoed from the depths of the lake, reminiscent of distant thunder. The ground trembled, as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What is happening? Is the earth dragon stirring? No, the commotion originated from the lake's bottom. The lake bottom? Isn't that where the bronze door is stored? It must be the disturbance caused by the slaughtering secret realm. What could it be? Lin Xiao is still trapped inside. Could it be his doing? However, even though he is a golden core cultivator, he is but a mere novice in the face of the secret realm. How could he possibly create such a tremendous uproar? Indeed, it likely is not Lin Xiao's doing. It must be a malfunction within the secret realm itself. Why worry? After all, there is a nascent soul elder present. My only concern is whether Lin Xiao is still alive. Who holds the first position? He is doomed. I wager his corpse is already cold. The first position belongs to Su Wei of Luoyu Peak. I beg to differ. Lin Xiao breezed through the 12th trial and even planned to challenge the 13th. Perhaps he could survive. I too believe that preserving one's life should not be overly difficult. Nonsense. The secret realm harbors a formidable nascent soul expert. Do you think it is merely a late-stage golden core? Lin Xiao possesses no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Indeed, if he manages to emerge alive, I would gladly acknowledge him as my father. Humph. Surviving the hands of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would be a boon for you. The crowd buzzed with confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Yu Lianqin, who was attempting to unravel Xue'an's restrictions, suddenly turned pale. What is happening? Why is the secret realm collapsing on its own? Yu Lianqin's complexion turned ashen. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, she felt a surge of panic. If the secret realm were to collapse, everything within it would cease to exist, including Lin Xiao. Without delay, Yu Lianqin sent a message to Xue'an and Lu Qing, who hurried back. Xue'an quickly dispelled the restrictions and, after sensing the situation, was struck with terror. This is bad. The secret realm is truly on the brink of destruction. Lu Qing and Yu Lianqing's faces paled as they shouted urgently. Is there any way to save it? We must swiftly open the secret realm and let Lin Xiao out. Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering if there was a remedy. But at that moment, a colossal crash resonated. From the crystalline depths of the lake, a bronze door crumbled to dust. Heavy fragments of the door plummeted to the lake bottom, stirring up a murky cloud. Simultaneously, the second bronze door emitted a series of cracking sounds. Cracks appeared, rapidly multiplying and expanding. Xuan's complexion turned ghostly pale as he gritted his teeth in fury. What on earth has transpired? The collapse of the secret realm is beyond salvation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing and his companion grasped Xuan's shoulders in desperation. Open the door. Let Lin Xiao out. Hurry, unlock the door. Xuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand to cast several spells, attempting to force open the great door. Despite the anguish he felt over the collapse of the secret realm, he did not succumb to despair. The secret realm could not be salvaged. If Lin Xiao were still alive, even a minor recovery would be a blessing. Moreover, Xuan reasoned that the collapse of the secret realm was likely connected to Lin Xiao. Even in pursuit of the truth, it was imperative to first locate Lin Xiao. However, his expression soon darkened. No, my connection to the secret realm has been severed. The door cannot be opened. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianqing and Lu Qing showed no sign of hesitation. The two dove into the lake, one on the left and the other on the right. Countless threads of spiritual energy shot forth from Yu Lianqing's sleeves, wrapping around a bronze door. The threads tightened abruptly, attempting to forcibly wrench the door open. Lu Qing, on the other hand, acted with greater decisiveness. His spear gleamed brightly, ready to strike the bronze door with a single blow. Seeing this, Xuan was filled with urgency. No, forcing it open will only accelerate the collapse of the secret realm. The two at the lake's bottom halted, glaring furiously at him. Then what do you suggest we do? Is there any alternative? Xuan shook his head heavily. There is no alternative. Lu Qing trembled with rage. The ascension to the transformation realm was within reach, yet he found himself facing such a dramatic conclusion. With a roar, he thrust his spear against the bronze door. With a deafening crash, the door shattered into countless pieces. The void that should have appeared behind the door flashed briefly before vanishing entirely. Indeed, forcibly opening the bronze door could not connect them to the world within the secret realm. However, even though the vision of the void lasted less than half a second, Lu Qing managed to discern the lingering aura within. His face paled instantly as he gritted his teeth, declaring, there is only one soul presence inside, likely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Yu Lianqing shut her eyes, feeling utterly powerless. It was as she feared. Lin Xiao is indeed dead. The only aura within the secret realm must belong to its origin. With a presence matching that of the late nascent soul stage, there could be no mistake. Thus, Lin Xiao must have perished, with no knowledge of when. The two emerged from the lake's depths, silently gazing at the collapsing bronze door, their thoughts diverging sharply. Yu Lianqing was left with only regret, lamenting the loss of an extraordinary talent, as well as the future of the Pill Peak. Had Lin Xiao survived, his mastery of the alchemical records would undoubtedly have propelled the Pill Peak to new heights. Alas, he had passed away in his prime. In contrast, Lu Qing was consumed by boundless fury. The transformation realm. That was the transformation realm. For millennia, countless prodigies and heroes had been unable to touch its threshold. If only he could obtain the Xin Yao visualization method, he would have a probability exceeding 70% of ascending to the transformation realm. With a lifespan of 3,000 years at the nascent soul stage, and at only 1,600 years of age this year, he had already reached the late stage of nascent soul, with 1,400 years of life remaining. Breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul stage was more than feasible. His spiritual power, refined through the technique of the Azure Sparrow visualization, had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Regrettably, further advancement proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The only solution lay in the Xin Yao visualization. Just one step remained. Lu Qing felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a furious roar, his murderous gaze instantly shifting towards Xuan. The latter trembled slightly, maintaining a cold demeanor as he retorted, "What do you want from me?" Lin Xiao brought this upon himself. If the essence of the secret realm had not diminished because of him, would we be facing this predicament? Moreover, the collapse of the Slaughter secret realm represents a significant loss for both the Qi Peak and the Flowing Clouds sect. Do you think I take pleasure in witnessing this? Lu Qing shut his eyes, struggling to contain the fury within. His concerns were entirely different from what Xuan articulated. Lin Xiao's fate held no significance for him. In truth, As long as he could acquire the Xian Niao visualization from Lin Xiao, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Lin Xiao to the secret realm's demise. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he had failed to obtain the technique, and Lin Xiao was already dead. Furthermore, there was no place left for him to rest in peace. He had not even been granted the opportunity to forcibly search his soul. Lu Qing sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Perhaps this was simply fate. Meanwhile, the onlookers had overheard the conversation among the three nascent soul experts and understood the outcome. The secret realm was destroyed, and Lin Xiao was dead. The members of Zizhu Peak were left with ashen faces, collapsing to the ground in despair. On the other hand, Su Wei from Luoyu Peak stifled a laugh, exhilarated as he pumped his fist in the air. Lin Xiao was finally dead, but was it truly so? The nascent soul spiritual power that Lu Qing sensed within the secret realm, was it genuinely the essence of the realm? Perhaps even Lu Qing himself had failed to notice that the strand of spiritual power exuded an aura that was fundamentally akin to the azure sparrow within him. It was known as the Xian Niao. Chapter 78. The Ascendancy of the Soul to the Late Stage of the Nascent Soul. A resounding cry reverberated through the void. Amidst the ethereal expanse, a great bird soared majestically. Its entire form was cloaked in deep black, yet its feathers bore intricate and noble golden patterns. Within its eyes, rings of pitch-black circles, reminiscent of the annals of time, revealed its formidable power. The dark bird spiraled gracefully for several circles before descending from the heavens. During this descent, its body rapidly diminished in size, shrinking to the size of a palm just as it was about to enter Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, where a circle of dark rings illuminated deep within his pupils, inscribed with mysterious golden runes. At this moment, the dark bird had entirely merged with Lin Xiao's soul. It could be said that Lin Xiao's soul was now the dark bird itself, and its power had terrifyingly reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Though possessing the cultivation of the early stage of the golden core, Lin Xiao now wielded the soul of the late stage of the nascent soul. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could only occur within Lin Xiao. For an ordinary individual, relying solely on the physical body of the golden core realm would be insufficient to withstand the soul of the nascent soul. Attempting to force such a union would likely result in a cataclysmic explosion of the brain due to the overwhelming power of the soul. Fortunately, Lin Xiao possessed the dark bird visualization method, which allowed him to cultivate his soul into the form of the dark bird. His mind resembled a tree, requiring merely a sanctuary for the bird to roost. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Lin Xiao surveyed the surrounding void. The changes he experienced were, of course, a result of the dark bird's defeat of the origin of the secret realm. The process of vanquishing the origin presented little challenge. Although the origin of the secret realm at the late stage of the nascent soul was powerful, it was as predictable as the enemies conjured by the secret realm before. Employing the same strategy as before, Lin Xiao lured the enemy while the dark bird executed a stealthy ambush. Nevertheless, the adversary was also a formidable being at the late stage of the nascent soul, and Lin Xiao had to pay a price. The cloud-patterned ring, recently acquired from the sect leader, had now split in twain. The ring had withstood a blow from the nascent soul cultivator, effectively saving Lin Xiao's life. Without the cloud-patterned ring, he would have either perished or suffered severe injuries. Despite the substantial cost incurred, the rewards were exceedingly rich. The most apparent benefit was that Lin Xiao's soul power had now ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul. With the cultivation of some soul attack techniques, Lin Xiao's combat prowess could rival that of the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, there was an unexpected gain: the secret realm space itself. With the death of the origin, this space was destined to collapse. However, in the moment of the origin's demise, a formation emerged from within its body. After a brief exploration, Lin Xiao discerned that this formation was the keystone controlling the space. By infusing sufficient soul power to sustain the formation, he could command this space for his own purposes. Lin Xiao readily accepted this opportunity. Maintaining this space with his soul power posed no difficulty, as the power of the late-stage nascent soul was more than adequate. With a flick of his hand, the collapse of the space was abruptly halted. Yet, Lin Xiao soon found himself in deep contemplation. Quite simply, he did not know how to open the gateway to the space. Although the formation serves as the central control mechanism of the spatial realm, it lacks an instruction manual. Furthermore, Lin Xiao is utterly ignorant of formations. The ability to comprehend even rudimentary runes is a remarkable feat for him. How can he operate it to unlock the space and escape? Lin Xiao raised his brows, magnifying the formation several times, meticulously pondering its intricacies. Meanwhile, the secret realm regained its stability. The external sensations were most evident. The ground no longer trembled, and the lake's waters ceased their tumultuous churn. As if the collapse of the bronze doors had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. Despairing Lu Qing and the dejected Yu Lianqing suddenly felt a surge of spirit. What is happening? Has the secret realm stabilized? The two exchanged puzzled glances and hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy to forcibly part the lake's waters, revealing the bronze doors at the bottom. Originally, 9 bronze doors had collapsed to leave only 3, 2 of which were riddled with cracks. Yet now, these 3 doors exhibited no signs of activity. Even when touched with spiritual energy or sensed with divine consciousness, there was no response. Yu Lianqing turned to Shui Feng and inquired, "What is going on?" Shui stepped forward, equally bewildered. He examined the bronze doors, feeling a sense of bewilderment. This is strange. The collapse of the secret realm seemed inevitable. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. Only the central control formation could stabilize the secret realm. However, that formation was integrated into the essence of the secret realm during its creation. How could it be controlled artificially? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Lianqing proposed, could it be that the essence of the secret realm is controlling it itself? Shui immediately dismissed the idea, saying, impossible. The essence of the secret realm possesses no self-awareness. The central control formation is housed within it solely for the purpose of efficiently drawing upon spiritual power to maintain the space. The essence cannot control the formation, let alone possess the conscious thought to sustain the space. So how could it take action? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing furrowed his brow and interjected, I do not comprehend your words. I simply wish to know if we can open the secret realm now. His urgency was palpable. What if Lin Xiao is not dead? Even if he is, what if the manual for the Xian bird visualization method is hidden within his body? There is still hope. Shui shot a displeased glance at Lu Qing, irked by his tone. Nevertheless, he approached the bronze doors to examine them closely, attempting to unlock them. The restoration of the secret realm was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Without Lu Qing's prompting, he would strive to reopen the secret realm and then repair it. However, when Shui released his nascent soul consciousness in an attempt to infiltrate the secret realm and gain control over its space, an immense force of resistance immediately repelled him. Shui's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back 2 steps, exclaiming, what is happening? Is the control formation resisting me? Hearing this, Lu Qing and Yu Lianqing exchanged confused glances. Shui, wide-eyed, incredulously remarked, how is this possible? The spatial control array has always been open. As long as one possesses the same mark, they can manipulate the space and unlock the door. In the past, when the elders of various peaks presided over the slaughter secret realm, it was done in this manner. Yu Lianqing nodded, recalling how she had activated the slaughter secret realm that morning, using her soul to connect with the control array to open the door. There were no obstacles encountered during the connection, for the array recognized only the mark. A soul bearing a unique mark essentially became the master of the array, able to open and close it at will. As the peak master of the instrument peak, Shui held a more advanced mark, granting him higher authority. Logically, Shui should have been able to control the array with ease. Yet, he was unexpectedly repelled. Let me try again, Shui muttered, undeterred, as he once more penetrated his soul into the bronze door. Soon, he stumbled back 2 steps, incredulously exclaiming, the mark has completely lost its effectiveness. Yu Lianqing was filled with astonishment and hurriedly reached out to touch the bronze door, channeling her soul's power to perceive within. However, unlike her earlier ease in opening the door, her soul was almost immediately repelled upon making contact with the array. Yu Lianqing gazed at Shui in bewilderment, hoping that this master of the instrument peak could provide some explanation. Shui was momentarily at a loss, his mind conjuring an absurd hypothesis. It seemed that the control array had a master, but the essence of the secret realm lacks consciousness. Who else could establish dominion over the array within the realm? No sooner had he uttered these words than the 3 nascent soul experts widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, could it be Lin Xiao? Chapter 79. Did Lin Xiao defeat the master of the soul palace instantly? The essence of the secret realm is but a manifestation of spiritual power, devoid of autonomous consciousness. Thus, it could never assume the role of the master controlling the formation. At this very moment, who could possibly subdue the formation within the secret realm? Or rather, who else remains within the secret realm, apart from Lin Xiao? There is no one else. Lin Xiao is not dead? Lu Qing was engulfed in ecstasy almost instantaneously. As long as Lin Xiao is alive, he has countless means to procure the Xian bird visualization method from him. Even if it requires forceful seizure, he would not hesitate. Even if the other party is a rare prodigy from the purple bamboo peak, and even if he holds an extraordinary connection with his only daughter. But what of it? As long as it grants him hope for transcending to the divine realm, everything is worth it. However, soon after, Xuan doused the excitement with a cold splash of reality. Yet, it does not make sense. Although the controlling formation lacks a master, anyone could claim it. Yet, to maintain the stability of the space, a spiritual power of at least the nascent soul stage is required. The secret realm has stabilized, indicating that the master of the formation possesses a soul power at least at the nascent soul level. Lin Xiao is merely at the golden core stage. How could that be? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was infuriated. Then what do you suggest is happening? Is there someone else within the secret realm? Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Logically speaking, Lin Xiao could not be the master of the formation. Yet, the issue remains that there is no one else present. Surely, it cannot be that the essence of the secret realm has awakened self-awareness? What a ridiculous notion. The essence of the secret realm is not some rare treasure capable of developing sentience. Furthermore, the realm was not even close to the stage of giving birth to a spirit. It could not possibly arise spontaneously. Just as the three men were confounded and powerless against the bronze door, unable to open it, two powerful waves of spiritual energy suddenly reverberated through the sky. Yu Lianqin exclaimed in delight. The sect master and senior brother have returned. Indeed, two figures appeared one after the other above the lake's surface. The master of Lu Yun's sect gazed in astonishment at the chaotic lake bed, bewildered. What has happened? How did the secret realm come to this state? Yu Lianqin hurriedly recounted the events that transpired after the master's departure. The master frowned upon hearing this and glanced at Lu Qing. The latter, aware of his own culpability, remained silent. Sect master, I will explain my actions later, but right now, Lin Xiao may still be alive. And we must open the secret realm swiftly to rescue him. The master nodded, contemplating. So, the controlling formation of the secret realm has suddenly acquired a master, prohibiting any manipulation by others? Xuan quickly interjected. Indeed, the soul power of this formation's master is at least at the mid-nascent soul stage, and to reclaim control, we must forcibly extinguish the soul power they left within the formation. As he spoke, Xuan cast a glance at the man beside the master. They were all at the nascent soul stage and familiar with one another. This man was none other than the master of the Soul Palace, one of the four major sects of the Southern Kingdom. Not only has his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, but his divine consciousness has equally ascended to the peak of the nascent soul. Lu Qing cast a wary glance at this individual, fully aware that the secret to advancing from the nascent soul to the transformation stage lies in the breakthrough of divine consciousness. At this moment, it seems that within the entire Southern Kingdom, only this Lord of the Divine Soul Hall possesses the qualifications to become a transcendent being. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he comprehends the mysteries of ascending to the transformation stage. Lord Ao, I kindly request your assistance, the sect master said with a slight bow. Lord Ao Ping, the master of the Divine Soul Hall, smiled gently and nodded in response. Since sect master Li has traveled vast distances to summon me, I shall certainly do my utmost. With that, Ao Ping, clad in a robe of black, stood poised in the void, his gaze sweeping over the bronze door, his spiritual awareness already penetrating within. In a brief moment, he closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, the aura emanating from the formation. This person's divine soul power is not merely at the mid-stage, it has already reached the late stage. Upon hearing this, Xuan and the others were taken aback. Could it truly be the essence of the secret realm? How did it gain control over the formation? It evidently lacks sentience. It certainly cannot be Lin Xiao. The sect master inquired, is it possible for Lord Ao to unlock the secret realm? Ao Ping remained silent, commanding his divine consciousness to advance with overwhelming strength. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao, who was still probing the formation, felt a change in his expression. Such formidable divine soul power. Sensing the hidden hostility within the opponent's divine consciousness, Lin Xiao dared not delay. Although he was unaware of the opponent's identity, any hesitation at this moment could result in the loss of control over the formation. If that were to happen, trapped within the secret realm, his ability to escape would entirely depend on the will of the other party. Should they desire, they could confine him here for eternity. Thus, Lin Xiao instantly summoned the Xian bird. The Xian bird emerged from his body like a pitch-black arrow, swiftly plunging into the void. At the same time, with a sharp sound, the invading divine consciousness clearly did not anticipate the Xian bird's attack to be so rapid and incisive. Nevertheless, even if it had been forewarned, It could not withstand the sudden onslaught of the Xian bird. After all, Ao Ping had come to assist and would not recklessly expend his entire divine consciousness within the secret realm. Even though he possessed the most powerful divine consciousness in the Southern Kingdom, who could ascertain what lay within the secret realm? Furthermore, there were 4 nascent soul experts from the Lu Yun sect nearby. How could Ao Ping possibly be without precautions? Therefore, the divine consciousness he infiltrated into the secret realm was, at most, at the level of the late nascent soul stage, representing less than 1/10 of his true power. Nonetheless, Ao Ping was confident. With his profound mastery of divine consciousness, even when facing an adversary of the same late nascent soul stage, victory was assured. Yet, he could never have anticipated the existence of the Xian bird, a lethal weapon specifically designed to annihilate divine souls. In a mere strike, Ao Ping's divine consciousness suffered a devastating blow. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn asunder instantly relayed to his physical form. Suddenly, Ao Ping cried out in agony, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the bronze door, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The sensation of his soul being instantaneously obliterated was one he had not experienced for over a millennium. Fortunately, the portion of his soul that had entered the secret realm was less than 1/10 of his total power, and he had managed to retrieve more than half of it. Yet, even if it could not be classified as a grave injury, it was certainly a light wound. Undoubtedly, this time he had encountered a significant setback. A sudden cry of pain from Ao Ping, accompanied by his ghostly expression, left everyone utterly astonished. The trio of Yu Lianxin exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. As they struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them, the elders and disciples gathered by the lakeside stood in stunned silence, their shock palpable. Although they were unfamiliar with Ao Ping, they could infer from the conversations of several nascent soul seniors that he was likely one of the strongest individuals in the Southern Kingdom, possessing peak mastery in both spiritual and soul cultivation as the master of the Soul Palace. How could such a formidable powerhouse display such an uncharacteristic lapse? What on earth had transpired? Was there truly a ghost within the secret realm? But that could not be, even if a ghost existed. It could not possibly possess strength surpassing that of a peak nascent soul. At that moment, even the leader of the Lu Yun sect was taken aback. Lord Ao, are you all right? Ao Ping regained his composure, feeling a slight warmth in his cheeks. It had been many years since he had last embarrassed himself in front of such a multitude. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand dismissively. Though the implications of his earlier reaction were enough to leave everyone in a state of astonishment once more. The peak nascent soul cultivator, Ao Ping, had suffered a setback in his area of expertise. Who could possibly be his adversary? The origin of the secret realm? Or an unknown, mysterious powerhouse? It could not be. Lin Xiao, could it? Absolutely not. Chapter 80, Lu Qing's Terror. Ao Ping's soul is renowned as the most formidable in the Southern Kingdom, standing at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, allowing him to look down upon his peers in terms of spiritual mastery. For a millennium, no one has surpassed him in this regard. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself at a disadvantage within the secret realm. Who is the true master of the formations within this domain? Could it genuinely be the essence of the secret realm itself? Or perhaps a certain enigmatic powerhouse? Speculations abound among the onlookers, yet none dare to suspect Lin Xiao. After all, how could Lin Xiao, with his soul power merely at the late nascent soul level, possibly pose a threat to someone like Ao Ping? The sect leader cleared his throat and inquired, has Lord Ao encountered some difficulties? Ao Ping's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence, merely a moment of carelessness. With that, Ao Ping's expression grew serious as he approached the bronze door. Upon touching it, a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a tempestuous sea. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. How could this spiritual force have grown stronger? After Xian Niao's recent successful strike, the opponent would undoubtedly be on guard. Moreover, Xian Niao had previously dealt a significant blow. Yet, in the brief span of mere moments, not only had the opponent returned, but their spiritual power had also intensified. This could only indicate the presence of a superlative master. Lin Xiao dared not be complacent. He infused his spiritual energy into the formation, leveraging its strength alongside Xian Niao's to engage the adversary. Simultaneously, he multitasked, intensively analyzing the structure of the formation to discover a means of escaping the secret realm. If he could exit this space and return to the Flowing Clouds sect, most of the peril would be alleviated. Even if the opponent were an unparalleled powerhouse, they surely could not wreak havoc within the confines of the Flowing Clouds sect. Outside the secret realm, Ao Ping's brow furrowed involuntarily. Situated within the flowing cloud sect, accompanied by 4 other nascent soul experts, he maintained a moderate level of vigilance, allowing the spiritual power he sent into the secret realm to remain at the late nascent soul stage. Initially, he believed that by setting aside his carelessness and approaching the situation with seriousness, his late-stage nascent soul power would be sufficient to suppress the foe. However, he had not anticipated the immense trouble posed by the elusive blackbird, nor the advantage afforded to the opponent by the formation. In that moment, despite Ao Ping's mastery of spiritual energy and his myriad techniques, he found himself unable to contend with Lin Xiao on the latter's home turf. They were locked in a stalemate, exchanging blows. Nearby, the sect leader and his companions looked on, perplexed. Is the essence of the secret realm truly this formidable? Even Ao Ping can only hold his ground against it. Deep down, they understood that given their presence, Ao Ping could not unleash his full power. Yet, as the master of the Hall of Souls and the strongest in the realm of spiritual energy throughout the Southern Kingdom, he should have been able to dominate effortlessly. Should he not? Lord Ao, perhaps it would be wise for us to strike together, the sect leader suggested, concerned for Lin Xiao's safety. Ao Ping, however, gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He knew that even half of his strength would suffice to obliterate the adversary. Yet, with his back turned to the members of the Flowing Cloud sect, how could he feel at ease? There is no need for concern. The opponent is also a master of soul manipulation, displaying a measured approach to both offense and defense. With a particularly unique attack style that I have never encountered before, Ao Ping analyzed. The sect leader expressed mild astonishment. Even you have never seen such a thing? Could it possibly be someone from the Southern Kingdom? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Ao Ping slowly nodded, then shook his head, saying, No. This person's aura evokes a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of your Luyun sect's techniques. The sect leader was taken aback, and the other 3 raised their heads in unison. The techniques of the Luyun sect? A member of our own? It seems it truly originates from the essence of the secret realm. Xuan pondered for a moment before hurriedly asking, Lord Ao Ping, may I inquire if the opponent's actions are rigid? Ao Ping shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, I already mentioned that he strikes with a measured approach. How could he possibly be rigid? Xuan's expression suddenly turned peculiar. But the essence of the secret realm lacks self-awareness. Could it have somehow developed consciousness? Just as he finished speaking, Xuan's mind raced in conflicting thoughts. No, the essence of the secret realm isn't a spiritual entity. How could it possibly develop self-awareness? Yet how do we explain the opponent's methods of attack? Alas, Xuan scratched his head, utterly baffled. The others shared his confusion, grappling with the contradictions presented. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Ping remarked, it is indeed strange. Although the opponent's attacks are sharp, they seem to be repetitive, relying solely on a few tactics. It merely employs formations to force a delay, while that black bird conceals itself in the void to launch surprise attacks. Its power is formidable, but if used too frequently, it becomes less threatening. Is it incapable of employing other techniques? At this, the others began to ponder. However, at that moment, Lu Qing trembled violently. The blackbird. The opponent's soul is, in fact, that black bird. He hastily inquired, what does that black bird look like? Seeing Lu Qing in such a state of agitation, Ao Ping was taken aback. Could it be that you recognize it? The black bird, though entirely dark, is adorned with golden mysterious runes on its feathers, and its long tail feathers exude a regal presence. Lu Qing swallowed hard, his heart racing. Such a transformation did not go unnoticed by the others. The sect leader asked, what is it? Do you have a clue? Lu Qing suppressed his shock and pressed further, Lord Ao Ping, what are the bird's eyes like? Ao Ping closed his eyes, recollecting for a moment, before shaking his head. Its movements were too swift. I couldn't discern its eyes. Lu Qing grew anxious and stepped forward, reaching out to touch the bronze door. His soul instantly penetrated the secret realm, transforming into a verdant giant bird. The sect leader hastily warned, be careful. The opponent has been able to exchange blows with Ao Ping, and Lu Qing is certainly no match. However, driven by an urgent desire to validate his hypothesis, Lu Qing could hardly contain his impatience. The verdant giant bird soared toward the formation with great speed. Just as he was on the verge of glimpsing the mysterious bird, a tremendous pressure emanating from the very essence of existence confronted him. Lu Qing's expression changed dramatically in an instant. The colossal turquoise bird, as if struck by lightning, suffered a catastrophic loss of its wings, plummeting into the void without the slightest ability to resist. Lu Qing himself turned as pale as death. Losing control over his own body, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. How could Lu Qing kneel down? What was the meaning behind his ghastly complexion? What had he encountered in the secret realm? The sect leader's countenance shifted alarmingly, and in a moment of urgency, his nascent soul surged forth, forcibly severing the connection between Lu Qing and the bronze door. Lu Qing, the sect leader bellowed. Placing a firm hand on Lu Qing's heavenly spirit point, channeling pure spiritual energy to dispel the darkness clouding his mind. It was only then that Lu Qing seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, trembling violently. Soon after, sweat poured from him, saturating his garments, as though he had just emerged from a deluge. Huff, huff. Lu Qing gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting a lingering terror. The sect leader and his companions exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. What had transpired with Lu Qing? How could a formidable being at the late stage of the nascent soul be so utterly frightened? This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, igniting a tremendous uproar. A late-stage nascent soul expert brought to his knees by sheer terror. Who could possess such formidable power within the secret realm? Chapter 81. Is it really Lin Xiao? How are you? The sect leader furrowed his brow and inquired. Lu Qing took a deep breath, hurriedly rising from the ground, his face slightly pale as he replied. It's nothing. The sect leader opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak. How could one who was so frightened as to kneel on the spot, drenched in sweat, be truly unscathed? Yet, considering the many onlookers, he opted to preserve some dignity. What transpired? Before Lu Qing could respond, Ao Ping beside him asked in confusion, what happened? Why are you? From his perspective, Lu Qing appeared utterly baffling. The emerald-hued giant bird, a manifestation of spiritual essence, had yet to encounter an enemy. Yet it seemed to perish prematurely, cowering in the void, too terrified to move. After all, he was a formidable Yuan-ing cultivator. How could he be so feeble? Little did they know, the pressure from that primordial bloodline was something Lu Qing could not possibly bear. Not to mention, Lin Xiao's current spiritual realm had already reached the late Yuan-ing stage. Lu Qing recognized his own lamentable performance, but finally confirmed a startling truth within. That figure from the secret realm was indeed Lin Xiao. To effortlessly compel his spirit to submit could only mean he was the legendary Xian bird. Lin Xiao possessed the Xian bird visualization technique. Who else could it be? However, Lu Qing never anticipated just how powerful Lin Xiao's spiritual realm had become. How could a mere Golden Dan practitioner possess a spirit of late Yuan-ing caliber? Lu Qing's expression darkened considerably. This also implied that Lin Xiao now possessed the strength to contend with him. Attempting to extract the Xian bird visualization technique from Lin Xiao by force would likely prove futile. This young man was utterly perplexing. At merely 20 years of age, while his cultivation was only at the Golden Dan level, his spirit was already at late Yuan-ing. Where in the world could such absurdity exist? Even in tales of cultivation, such a being would be a sensational anomaly. Yet, reality was even more dramatic than fiction. With a grimace, Lu Qing, under the watchful eyes of the sect leader and others, gritted his teeth and declared, "No need for further trouble, Lord Ao. Please directly send a message for him to come forth." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. If the primordial essence of the secret realm has gained sentience, it likely would not leave so easily. Lu Qing rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. Who told you the entity is the primordial essence of the secret realm? Xuan was taken aback. Yu Lianqin and the sect leader also looked on in confusion. Not the primordial essence? Could it be a fellow Yuan-ing cultivator? Did Lu Feng know this individual? Lu Qing's expression darkened further, exasperatedly stating, What fellow Yuan-ing cultivator? It is Lin Xiao. He nearly shouted this, as his frustration had reached a boiling point. After all the commotion, Lin Xiao not only remained unscathed, but had also become the master of the secret realm. His spiritual power had ascended to the late Yuan-ing stage. Meanwhile, Lu Qing had not only found himself at odds with Xuan, but had also embarrassed himself publicly, ultimately gaining nothing. It was truly infuriating. With a single utterance from Lu Qing, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered the tranquility of a serene lake. Who? Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to believe his own ears, he pondered for an extended period over the origins of the sentience of the secret realm's essence. Now, he was being told that it was not the essence of the secret realm at all, but rather Lin Xiao. How could this be possible? Yu Lianqin was equally bewildered, convinced that Lu Qing was speaking nonsense. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a prodigy, excelling not only in cultivation but also in alchemy. Such talent was within the realm of comprehension. Yet, to suddenly reveal that Lin Xiao's greatest strength lay in the realm of the soul. What cultivation, what alchemy, pales in comparison to the prowess of the soul. A 20-year-old with a soul at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. What does that even signify? It is no exaggeration to assert that even if Ao Ping were to reincarnate and diligently refine his soul from the womb, he would never achieve the nascent soul stage by the age of 20, let alone the late stage of the nascent soul. This was utterly preposterous. If Lin Xiao found it hard to believe, one could only imagine the shock it would bring to the other elders and disciples. Niu Bin stood in stunned silence, feeling as though his mind could scarcely comprehend the reality. He had nearly erected a monument for Lin Xiao, only to discover that not only had Lin Xiao survived, but he had also become a formidable being of the nascent soul. Even the esteemed peak master was so frightened by Lin Xiao that he broke into a cold sweat and knelt on the spot. How could this even be? The other disciples of Zizhu Peak clutched their heads, feeling as though the world was spinning around them. The thought that Lin Xiao was incredibly impressive crossed their minds. Yet no amount of imagination could have prepared them for the magnitude of his prowess. Alongside the disciples from other peaks, everyone was left with a singular sensation. They must surely be dreaming. How else could one explain the astonishing events unfolding before their eyes? Oh, you mean to say that an outer sect disciple not only possesses a golden core cultivation but also has a soul at the nascent soul level? Is this some sort of absurd joke in the realm of cultivation? This is an outer sect disciple. Surely, even inner sect disciples cannot achieve such heights. Let alone the direct disciples of the sect leader. No one could possibly be this extraordinary. Such an outrageous occurrence turned out to be true. How could anyone believe it? Only in dreams could one explain this entire situation. Among the crowd, none reacted more intensely than Su Wei. At this moment, 3 words sufficed to encapsulate his emotions. The sky has fallen. Was it not indeed the case? He had believed Lin Xiao was dead, and that his precious ascending immortal pill would be returned to him. Yet now, the pill seemed trivial in comparison. Lin Xiao was actually a soul master at the late stage of the nascent soul. What a ridiculous jest in the realm of cultivation. This meant that he, a mere pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator, was competing against a being of the late nascent soul. Is this even possible? This was akin to the sky collapsing. Su Wei's legs quaked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shouted in rage, attempting to mount a final resistance. However, after receiving a definitive response from Lu Qing, Ao Ping had already transmitted his consciousness. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xiao was struggling to fend off Ao Ping's attacks, while simultaneously studying the formation. When Ao Ping's message arrived, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! No wonder the other party's spiritual aura felt so unfamiliar. They were not from the Luoyun sect. However, Lin Xiao did not let down his guard. Instead, he conveyed his message in a subtle manner. Before long, Ao Ping's spirit withdrew from the secret realm. The sect leader stepped forward to communicate with Lin Xiao. Upon encountering the sect leader's spiritual presence, the aura emanating from the Luoyun sect instantly brought a sense of reassurance to Lin Xiao. Learning that Lin Xiao was unable to open the bronze door due to his lack of understanding of the formation, the sect leader was both amused and exasperated. He sought Xue In to obtain the key to activating the formation and relayed this information to Lin Xiao. Soon after, the remaining 3 bronze doors began to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, the bronze doors slowly ascended. As the lake submerged other fragments, the bronze doors rose above the surface. A narrow gap gradually opened, accompanied by the heavy sound of the doors creaking. All eyes were fixed upon the bronze doors. Su Wei stared intently at the entrance, nearly pleading in desperation. He would do anything as long as the one who emerged was not Lin Xiao. Yet, how could his wish be fulfilled? As the bronze doors fully opened, the familiar whirlpool appeared. A foot stepped forth from the void, the hem of the robe embroidered with several flowing clouds. Before the figure fully emerged, the overwhelming aura of a late-stage nascent soul descended, instantly leaving all but a few, including the sect leader, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Lu Qing, unable to bear it, turned pale and nearly collapsed. The sect leader urgently called out, "Lin Xiao, retract your aura." As soon as the words left his lips, the terrifying presence ceased abruptly. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, their hearts still racing as they looked up. Finally, the figure stepped out from the grand entrance. Chapter 82. Seeking an explanation. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the azure clouds draped elegantly over Lin Xiao. Standing before the bronze gates, he performed a respectful salute to the sect master. He raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement to Yu Lianqin and Lu Qing, and, as he was unfamiliar with Xue En and Ao Ping, he merely nodded in their direction. Upon his appearance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The enigmatic powerhouse from the secret realm was indeed Lin Xiao, an outer disciple whose soul was comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. Such an outrageous reality left everyone in a state of shock and disbelief. Gao Zhong and the disciples from Zizhu Peak were the first to regain their composure, their excitement palpable as they waved their hands and voiced their exuberance. Their joy stemmed not only from Lin Xiao's safe return, but also from his formidable strength and prodigious talent, which filled them with pride. Though they all understood that Lin Xiao belonged to a different echelon altogether, what did that matter? In the future, they could proudly proclaim that they had fought alongside Lin Xiao. That was an immense honor. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on Luyu Peak was one of desolation. The outer disciples there were somewhat less affected, for Lin Xiao's emergence signified Zizhu Peak as the undisputed leader, although they had lost the rewards for being first. The second-place accolades were still considerable. Only Su Wei bore a countenance that resembled one who had ingested something foul. His expression was one of utter disgust. At that moment, he had no time to worry about the small ascension elixir slipping further from his grasp. All that filled his mind were two words: regret. Profound regret. What audacity had possessed him to challenge Lin Xiao? Not to mention Lin Xiao's golden core cultivation, which could easily overpower him. The terrifying level of his soul cultivation could dispatch him as effortlessly as one might slaughter a chicken. That was the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The leader of Luyu Peak did not even possess such advanced soul power. What merit did Su Wei have, being merely a foundation establishment disciple? To so brazenly mock Lin Xiao? Panic washed over Su Wei, draining the color from his face and rendering him tremulous. His already grievously injured body was on the verge of collapse, and he felt faint. He hastily whispered, "Quickly, carry me away from here, as far as possible." Upon hearing this, the disciples of Luyu Peak found Su Wei's behavior rather pitiful. Yet, when they considered their own position, they realized that if they did not flee now, when would they? Thus, two disciples from Luoyu Peak discreetly lifted Su Wei and made their escape. Meanwhile, Gao Zhang, overwhelmed with excitement, remained oblivious to Su Wei's flight. Lin Xiao, too, dismissed such insignificant characters from his thoughts, for he was now confronted with greater troubles. "Lin Xiao, did you destroy the killing secret realm?" Xue En inquired, his expression tinged with displeasure. In the presence of his fellow nascent soul practitioners, he still afforded Lin Xiao a modicum of respect. Or else he would have already taken action. Lin Xiao was aware of his culpability in this matter. Previously, while in the secret realm, he had not perceived any wrongdoing when the Xian bird devoured the souls of its enemies. However, when the primordial source of the slaughtering secret realm was vanquished and subsequently devoured by the Xian bird, Lin Xiao came to a grave realization. His actions might have irrevocably jeopardized the slaughtering secret realm. Yet, at this juncture, what recourse remained? Upon learning of Xue En's identity, Lin Xiao expressed his remorse. "Master Xue, I truly had no inkling that this would result in such dire consequences, and thus, I have inadvertently wrought calamity." Upon hearing this, Xue En's fury surged. The slaughtering secret realm is not merely a treasure of the artifact peak. It is also of paramount importance to the Luoyun sect. Now that you have destroyed it, how will you account for this?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, the sect master raised a hand to intervene. "Master Xue, Lin Xiao's actions were unintentional. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time." Xue En, recognizing the sect master's intent to defuse the situation, understood that the slaughtering secret realm was already beyond restoration, and any attempt to rectify the situation would be futile, especially considering the primordial source of the realm was irretrievable. It would be unreasonable to eliminate a late-stage nascent soul cultivator over an irreparable slaughtering secret realm. Moreover, Lin Xiao had demonstrated prowess that placed him firmly within the ranks of a true nascent soul expert. From the sect master's perspective, exchanging the slaughtering secret realm for immediate combat strength represented by a nascent soul cultivator was undeniably advantageous, especially with the impending return of the wicked cultivators. However, for Xue En, this was a bitter pill to swallow. The secret realm was forged by the esteemed predecessors of the artifact peak at the cost of their very souls. Now, entrusted to outsiders and destroyed, how could he, as the peak master, return and explain this to the members of the artifact peak? Thus, with gritted teeth, Xue En declared, "No, This matter demands an explanation for the artifact peak. The sect master furrowed his brow slightly. This was an internal affair of the Luoyuan sect, and it would be best to discuss it privately. Making a scene in front of Ao Ping, an outsider, with so many witnesses present would only complicate matters further. As the sect master pondered the best course of action, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "This indeed is my fault, even though I was unaware of the potential consequences beforehand. The demise of the secret realm lies squarely on my shoulders. I shall not evade responsibility. How about this, Master Shui? I will endeavor to forge a treasure that can serve as a substitute for the slaughtering secret realm." At this proclamation, the assembly fell into stunned silence. Shuyan felt as though he had misheard. What? Did you just say that you would forge a treasure to replace the slaughtering secret realm for the artifact peak? Was he jesting? A disciple from the purple bamboo peak intending to forge for the artifact peak? It was akin to someone who had wielded chopsticks for decades suddenly being instructed by a foreigner on their use. Absurd. Moreover, Shuyan had long since concluded that the slaughtering secret realm could not be reconstructed. The primordial source of the realm was an insurmountable issue. Even he, the esteemed master of the artifact peak and the most accomplished craftsman within the Luoyuan sect, had declared it impossible. Lin Xiao, an outsider. Is he truly capable of creating miracles? Shuyan was incensed, believing Lin Xiao was merely mocking him, utterly devoid of a problem-solving attitude. Utter nonsense. A torrent of grandiose claims. Master, it is not that I, Shuyan, lack respect for you. Just observe the absurdity of Lin Xiao's words. If today's matter does not yield a satisfactory resolution, I, from the Qi Peak, shall not relent. Upon hearing this, the master could only offer a wry smile. He too was perplexed as to why Lin Xiao would utter such ludicrous statements. However, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Peak Master Shueth, every word I speak is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any hint of deceit. Instead of growing angry, Shue'in laughed, pointing at Lin Xiao. Very well, young man. You are merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and you dare to toy with me? Shuyan found it hard to believe his own words. And Lin Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. He had already conceived a notion for an alternative to the slaughter secret realm. Although the specific effects remained to be verified, Lin Xiao felt it was highly feasible. Yet, Shuyan's disbelief posed a considerable challenge. At that moment, Yu Lianqin, who had been observing quietly, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps we should allow Lin Xiao a chance to try. Shuyan, infuriated, turned to her. Peak Master you. Do you also wish to humiliate me? He is the master of Qi Peak. If he deems the problem unsolvable, how could Lin Xiao succeed? Is that not a humiliation? But soon, Yu Lianqin's words left him momentarily stunned. Peak Master Shui, do you not recall the grand alchemical furnace blueprints I presented to you not long ago? Shuyan furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, the design was exceptionally intricate, eliciting endless praise. Why bring that up? Yu Lianqin gestured toward Lin Xiao. That very item was designed by Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Shuyan was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 83. The coveted Dan Furnace. Lin Xiao, possessing unparalleled extraordinary abilities, has simplified the term Dan Furnace to merely furnace. He meticulously drafted the blueprints, with Dan Peak and the sect master providing the necessary funding, while the execution of this intricate process was entrusted to the artifact Peak. Upon reviewing the designs, Shuyan was utterly exhilarated. The ingenuity embedded in the Dan Furnace's design surpassed his wildest imagination. The art of crafting artifacts extends far beyond the mere forging of weapons. A myriad of magical treasures originates from the hands of artifact Peak, each concealing mysteries that can leave one dizzy at a mere glance. Thus, there exists a well-known adage within the Peak. Those who forge swords and knives may be called blacksmiths, but only those who refine magical treasures are worthy of the title of artifact masters. As the most distinguished artifact master of Luoyuan sect, Shuyan proclaimed the design of the Dan Furnace to be exceptionally exquisite, its value self-evident. Initially, upon recognizing that the design of the Yu Lianqin was derived from the Alchemy Chronicles, he presumed it to be the legacy of a senior from Dan Peak. However, at this moment, the Yu Lianqin astonishingly revealed that the design of the Dan Furnace was conceived by Lin Xiao himself. Just how young is this prodigy? Merely 20 years of age. At such a tender age, how could one possibly devise such a sophisticated and intricate magical treasure? Even if one had dedicated their life to the study of artifact crafting from the womb, reaching the threshold of producing a qualifying weapon at this age would be a remarkable feat, let alone the act of crafting artifacts, much less designing a Dan Furnace. Shuyan, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, Sect Master Yulian, I understand your desire to support Lin Xiao, but surely this is preposterous. Yu Lianqin gestured towards the sect master, stating, "It is indeed true. The sect master's elder brother was present at the time. Feel free to inquire." Shui Yin, taken aback, turned to the sect master, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Dan furnace was indeed designed by Lin Xiao. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xiao interjected, "It is a modification, not a design." A wave of tumultuous emotions washed over Xuan, and he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a modification. However, Yu Lianqin swiftly retrieved the Alchemy Chronicles, producing the original blueprints of the Dan furnace. "Master Shui, this is the blueprint prior to the modification. Compare it yourself." Xuan took the blueprints and, upon examination, was rendered speechless. The differences between the original design and the modified version were not just subtle, they were fundamentally disparate. Could this truly be called a mere modification? It was evidently a complete redesign. Except for the name, nearly every detail had been altered. Xuan, astonished, raised his gaze to Yu Lianqin and then to the sect master. Their expressions conveyed the authenticity of this revelation. In disbelief, Xuan shook his head, as if attempting to awaken from a surreal dream. What manner of genius is Lin Xiao? He returned the blueprints to Yu Lianqin and, with uncertainty, inquired, "You earlier mentioned your ability to create a substitute for the slaughter secret realm. Is this true?" Lin Xiao, somewhat uncertain, nodded. "At present, I possess only an idea. Yet I have yet to put it into action." Xuan's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment. "Lin Xiao, the art of artifact forging is not as simplistic as you may presume. Although the design of the great alchemy furnace is exquisite, its essence predominantly derives from alchemy. Forging and alchemy are fundamentally distinct. Your mere words do not inspire belief. Therefore, I command you to proceed to the Forge Peak. And you shall not depart until your promise is fulfilled. Should you fail to meet this commitment, you will be bound to assist in forging at the Forge Peak for no less than 300 years. In the end, Xuan revealed his true intentions. Despite his astonishment at the great alchemy furnace being crafted by Lin Xiao, he could not fathom that this impetuous youth could produce a substitute for the realm of slaughter. If even he, the master of Forge Peak, finds himself powerless, how could Lin Xiao possibly succeed? Thus, Xuan's sole objective became clear. Lin Xiao possesses a late-stage nascent soul, a tremendous asset for artifact forging. Having him labor at Forge Peak for 3 centuries would undoubtedly compensate for the destruction of the realm of slaughter. However, this assertion immediately incited dissent. Yu Lianqin glared vehemently. "No, how is this any different from imprisonment? I intend to recruit Lin Xiao for the Alchemy Peak. How can we allow Forge Peak to seize the advantage?" Lu Qing also protested vehemently. "No, Lin Xiao is of the Purple Bamboo Peak. How could he be a prisoner at your Forge Peak? If he were to toil there for 300 years, how would he ever acquire the mystical bird visualization method? The path to the transformation stage would be indefinitely delayed." The 2 peak masters united in their opposition, yet Xuan remained unfazed, readily countering their arguments. "Why speak so harshly? Is not the Forge Peak part of the Flowing Cloud sect? How is placing Lin Xiao at the Forge Peak akin to imprisonment? Moreover, should he successfully create a replacement for the secret realm, he would naturally be set free." Lu Qing and Yu Lianqin remained dissatisfied. Each presented their own rationale, leading to a fervent debate. The onlookers stood in a daze, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Why did it seem that the circumstances were amiss? Shouldn't it be Xuan confronting Lin Xiao for the destruction of the realm of slaughter? How had the narrative shifted to the 3 nascent soul masters quarreling over Lin Xiao? Xuan proposed that Lin Xiao serve at the Forge Peak for 300 years. Lu Qing opposed, asserting the claim of the Purple Bamboo Peak, while Yu Lianqin did not explicitly state her intentions. Her words implied a desire to have Lin Xiao join the Alchemy Peak. "Master Shui and Lu, your bickering is futile. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao falls under the auspices of one or the other, neither party shall be pleased. Why not allow the Alchemy Peak to serve as a neutral ground, granting Lin Xiao temporary residence there?" Before Yu Lianqin could finish, she was met with simultaneous incredulous glares from both men. The 3 resumed their heated debate. The spectators stood as if carved from stone, astonished yet envious. At this juncture, who could fail to perceive the truth? The 3 peak masters were clearly vying for Lin Xiao, eager to claim this prodigious talent for themselves. Who would not envy such a coveted status, being pursued by 3 formidable nascent soul masters? Although Lin Xiao could barely be considered a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, his cultivation level remained at the initial stage of the golden elixir, and his youth was undeniable. Brother Lin was truly, astonishingly exceptional. This sentiment sprang forth from Gao Zhong's heart, prompting a chorus of agreement from the other disciples. Exceptional. Apart from this singular term, no other words could adequately capture the essence of his prowess. At this moment, the dispute among the three peak masters was interrupted. Lin Xiao, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "Esteemed masters, there is no need for further contention, regardless of which peak it may be. Are we not all members of the Luyun sect? I am equally suited to any location, as I have inadvertently destroyed the killing secret realm. It is only right that I compensate Peak Master Shui. Therefore, I shall temporarily reside at the Qi Peak." Upon hearing this, Xuan's heart leapt with joy. Yu Lianqin was about to interject, but Lin Xiao continued, "Peak Master Yu, I have also promised to refine pills for Dan Peak on the day the Grand Alchemy Furnace is completed. I shall not go back on my word." Thus, Yu Lianqin fell silent. Lu Qing furrowed his brow, his impatience palpable. Yet Lin Xiao seemed to perceive his thoughts and quickly reassured him, "Peak Master, I am originally from Zizhu Peak and will never abandon my allegiance." Lu Qing cast a glance at the assembly, finding himself unable to voice any objections. After all, time was still on his side. As Lu Qing's thoughts churned, he considered acquiring the mystical bird visualization method, realizing that a direct confrontation would not suffice. Not to mention Lin Xiao's current esteemed status within the upper echelons of the Luyun sect. Even his innate strength would not be easily subdued. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Qing's mind. His daughter was indeed acquainted with Lin Xiao. The sect master, relieved that a resolution had finally emerged, exhaled deeply. He gestured towards Ao Ping, who had been observing the proceedings with keen interest, and said with a wry smile, "I apologize for letting you witness such a spectacle." Ao Ping chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Not at all, not at all. Your sect has produced such an extraordinary talent. It is only fitting that I extend my congratulations." The sect master, beaming with joy, replied, "Given your labors, why not accompany me to Luyun Tian Palace for a small libation?" Upon hearing of fine wine, Ao Ping laughed heartily. However, his demeanor abruptly shifted. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, pierced through the crowd, locking onto a particular disciple. He then coolly remarked, "But before we proceed, I must caution you, Sect Master Li. It seems your sect may harbor some malevolent forces." As his words hung in the air, Gao Zhong within the crowd felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 84. The Revelation of the Blood-Refining Ancestor. How could Ao Ping possibly be here? Despite my utmost efforts to remain concealed, he has still uncovered my presence. A frail and aged voice within Gao Zhong's body was filled with exasperation. Meanwhile, Ao Ping's words astonished the disciples of the Luyun sect, compelling them to channel their spiritual energy and simultaneously direct their gazes toward Gao Zhong. The disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak were taken aback and exclaimed, "Why is everyone looking at Senior Brother Gao? This must be a misunderstanding." The other disciples were unable to discern the true state of Gao Zhong. However, after Ao Ping's reminder, how could the prominent nascent soul experts of Luyun sect afford to overlook him? The sect master of Luyun wore a grave expression, and with a resonant sound, 5 flying swords materialized behind him, fanning out in a striking display. There was indeed a familiar aura emanating from them. He spoke calmly, and then the swords were directed straight at Gao Zhong. At that moment, the blood-refining ancestor within Gao Zhong was enraged beyond measure. From the very onset of the slaughter secret realm, he had been deliberately concealing himself. After all, the powerful nascent soul experts of the Luyun sect were nearby. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Even when the sect master of Luyun personally arrived, the blood-refining ancestor remained composed, confident that his soul concealment technique could elude all nascent soul practitioners. However, he could never have anticipated that Ao Ping, the foremost soul cultivator of the Southern Kingdom, would be invited. With his unparalleled soul cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, no detail could escape his notice. Yet, after Ao Ping's arrival, he had refrained from exposing the truth. The blood-refining ancestor had momentarily believed he could deceive even Ao Ping. But just as the situation was about to reach a conclusion, he was discovered. Without a moment's hesitation, the blood-refining ancestor bellowed, "Flee. This place is no longer safe." As his words lingered in the air, a torrent of violent blood-colored spiritual energy surged into Gao Zhong's dantian. In an instant, Gao Zhong, who was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, astonishingly ascended to the level of a nascent soul expert. The overwhelming spiritual energy nearly shattered his dantian to pieces. Had it not been for the blood-refining ancestor's deliberate maintenance, Gao Zhong would likely have exploded on the spot. However, now endowed with the power to escape. Gao Zhang stood frozen in place, his complexion pale. The blood-refining ancestor, both astonished and furious, shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to die?" As he witnessed the nascent soul experts of Lu Yun's sect preparing to strike, the blood-refining ancestor could hardly contain his urgency. Yet, Gao Zhang remained motionless. His face suffused with shame as he gazed longingly at Lin Xiao, whose brow was tightly furrowed. His breakthrough to Foundation establishment was largely due to Lin Xiao's contributions. During their arduous trials, had it not been for Lin Xiao descending like a celestial being and decisively vanquishing the blood-old ghost with his golden core prowess, he would not have survived. It could be said that Lin Xiao had bestowed upon him a tremendous favor. Now, confronted with the stark reality of his descent into the path of evil, exposed before Lin Xiao, Gao Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Brother Lin." Gao Zhang trembled, yearning to explain that his fall into darkness was not by choice. Yet, at that moment, the blood-refining ancestor would not grant him such an opportunity. "Foolish boy," the blood-refining ancestor scolded angrily, and then his soul forcefully invaded Gao Zhang's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Gao Zhang's eyes turned blood red, his body convulsing, froth escaping his mouth. However, this condition lasted less than a second, as the blood-refining ancestor successfully forcefully seized Gao Zhang's body. Without any pause, a flash of crimson light occurred, and Gao Zhang vanished without a trace. Yet, the blood-refining ancestor was merely a wisp of spirit, despite his formidable strength. Escaping in the presence of several powerful nascent soul experts proved exceedingly arduous. The master of Lu Yun remained calm and composed as 5 flying swords soared forth behind him. In the sky, these swords fanned out like the fingers of a great hand, then plummeted rapidly. The sharp sound of sword edges echoed. The 5 swords were driven deep into the mountain rock, forming a surrounding circle. Within this circle, where once there had been nothing, crimson waves surged, and Gao Zhang's figure reemerged. His countenance was exceedingly grim, and without a moment's hesitation, the blood-refining ancestor pointed his right hand like a sword, instantly severing his left arm. In that moment of bloodshed, the left arm melted rapidly into a pool of blood, enveloping Gao Zhang's body. Blood escape. The blood-refining ancestor, at the cost of his left arm, executed the blood escape technique, attempting to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the master of Lu Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Once again, this troublesome escape technique. He was just about to summon Ao Ping to intercept the blood-refining ancestor. Hundreds of years ago, during the siege of the blood-refining sect, the ancestor had evaded capture for decades using this very method. Ultimately, it was the previous master of the Spirit Hall who intervened, employing formidable spiritual power to seal the space. Even if the blood-refining ancestor executed blood escape, his spirit could not flee. Thus, his spirit was destroyed, and the body devoid of spirit was obliterated. Everyone believed him to be dead. Now, having risen from the ashes, coincidentally, another master of the Spirit Hall stood nearby. Should Ao Ping intervene, the blood-refining ancestor would likely find no means of escape. However, before the master could finish his thought, a sharp cry suddenly rang out beside him. Turning to look, he beheld a large bird, entirely black with mysterious golden runes adorning its feathers, rushing forth from Lin Xiao's sea of consciousness. Upon the bird's appearance, Lu Qing trembled slightly. Fortunately, the black bird was not targeting him. Otherwise, he would have had to reveal his own inadequacies once more. "Having possessed my brother's body, do you think you can simply depart?" Lin Xiao spoke coldly. The black bird swiftly arrived at the sight of the crimson light. The blood-refining ancestor sneered, completely unconcerned. Among those present, the only individual he feared was Ao Ping. The pinnacle of the nascent soul realm posed the greatest threat to him. As long as Ao Ping did not act in time, his blood escape technique would be unimpeded. The aura emanating from the black bird was merely that of a late-stage nascent soul, insufficient to pose a threat to him. At that moment, the several nascent soul experts from Lu Yun all subtly shook their heads. Lin Xiao was far too impatient. The escape method of the blood-refining ancestor was truly unparalleled. All they could do at this moment was to stand by and refrain from interfering with Ao Ping. As soon as Ao Ping utilized his soul to seal the space, the blood-refining ancestor found himself with no escape, and together, they could obliterate this malevolent entity. However, Lin Xiao's sudden intervention caused disturbances in the spiritual realm, rendering Ao Ping's efforts to confine the space sluggish. Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. The sharpness of the Xian bird, as it traversed the area, caused the very fabric of space to tremble, making it exceedingly detrimental to his endeavor. In the realm of masters, opportunities vanish in the blink of an eye. The blood-refining ancestor had already initiated his blood escape technique, leaving the others with less than 2 breaths of time. Ao Ping had commenced his actions well before the leader of Lu Yun offered his warning. Yet, Lin Xiao's unexpected move thwarted his plans. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 breaths of time slipped by unnoticed. A sinister